Chapter 1. I am Bizarro Superman. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The heavy sound of breathing echoed in a dimly lit room. Is this my breath? Why does it sound so resonant and immense? My usual breathing is not this loud. Where am I? It is eerily quiet, and I feel as though I am confined in a cramped space. What on earth has happened to me? Tap, tap, tap. Faintly, I hear footsteps approaching. Could there be two individuals? Who might they be? Mr. Lex, where are you taking me? A quavering voice inquired. To activate my secret weapon, I intend to use it against the crime syndicate. It is designated as Test Subject B0, a calm and authoritative voice replied. The crime syndicate. What powerful weapon are they referring to? Are they speaking of me? Wait, who am I? I recall that I am Zhang Xiao. I remember being struck by a vehicle. So have I been rescued? Yet, based on their conversation, it seems I'm not in a hospital. Come, we have arrived. He wasn't supposed to be ready yet. Damn it. He should have taken another 5 years, Lex Luthor remarked. This clone was created by extracting Superman's cells for division and cloning. When I initiated this project, it was anticipated that it would take a full decade for complete development. This clone is entirely different from the previous Superboy, who was cultivated using human genes, my own and Superman's. Strictly speaking, Superboy is akin to a test tube baby, and his combat abilities are far inferior to Superman's. In contrast, this clone was developed from a single cell extracted from complete Kryptonian blood. If he can fully mature, his power will be formidable, potentially surpassing Superman. However, time is of the essence. I initially planned for a 10-year cultivation period, but now only 5 years have elapsed, and I must activate him. Mr. Lex Luthor, if he is not fully developed, do we still need to activate him? Perhaps we should refrain from doing so, the young guard suggested, clearly terrified by the sight of the towering, pallid creature within the glass chamber, whose visage resembled that of a zombie. At that moment, I realized they must be referring to me. So, I am currently within a massive incubation pod, having usurped the body of an experimental clone. No wonder I lack the original memories of this being. He has never been born. He has merely grown from an embryonic state over the past 5 years. I have no choice. The power is out, and the solar panels are useless. The nutrient solution is beginning to falter. Even if I do not activate him, he will perish, despite only 5 years having passed. But look at his physique. It has fully matured. I have no alternative but to hope he is as powerful as I anticipate, Lex Luthor stated. Even if the solar panels were operational, I must activate him. My own strength is insufficient to contend with the crime syndicate. I am placing all my hopes on this clone, wishing he can turn the tide against the crime syndicate. Lex Luthor approached the enormous incubation chamber and unlocked it by entering a series of codes. Click, the massive hatch of the incubation pod finally opened, and I discovered I could move. I awkwardly extricated myself from the pod, feeling a bit stiff, and stepped out, completely unclothed. Oh my, what kind of monster is this? He is not fully developed yet, so his appearance is rather frightening, Lex Luthor responded. At that moment, I slowly opened my eyes and began to survey my surroundings. Before me stood a slightly overweight young guard, trembling as he pointed his handgun at me, clearly terrified. Another figure, clad in a black trench coat with a shiny bald head, exuded an air of coldness. Can the clone understand my words? Certainly, but I must first comprehend the situation. This individual seems to expect me to confront some crime syndicate, so it is best to feign silence for now. I am Lex Luthor, your creator and designer. Lex Luthor, why does that name sound so familiar? I recalled that he is Superman's infamous nemesis, the bald genius of the DC universe. Am I a creation of his? Could it be that I am Superboy? No, I cannot be Superboy. I look down at myself. My skin is pale, yet my physique is remarkably robust. I estimate I stand around 2 meters tall, my body brimming with explosive muscle, and I can feel the immense strength within. Based on this appearance, I could definitively assert that I am not Superboy. Instead, I must be a different clone created by Lex Luthor, Bizarro Superman, also known as the Anti-Monitor. If only there were a mirror, I could see how truly ghastly my visage must appear. After all, Bizarro is notoriously recognized for his zombie-like face. Oh well, embracing the identity of Bizarro Superman is certainly preferable to death. Bizarro Superman, while a clone of Superman, possesses extraordinary powers that, despite some intellectual deficiencies, may even surpass those of Superman in various aspects. First and foremost, Bizarro shares Superman's ability to fly. Superhuman strength? Yes, he possesses that too. Super speed, X-ray vision, including the unique ability to see behind his own head. Super hearing, super endurance, super defense, super healing abilities, super breath, and all of these capabilities are identical. Some abilities of Bizarro are inversely related to Superman's. Superman's weaknesses become Bizarro's strengths, while some of Superman's strengths are also mirrored in Bizarro. For instance, while ordinary Kryptonians fear Kryptonite, I have no need to be concerned, as Kryptonite not only fails to weaken me, but instead enhances Bizarro. Superman possesses heat vision, whereas Bizarro wields freezing rays. Superman exhales ice, while Bizarro breathes fire. Clone, listen closely. You must heed every word I say with utmost precision and execute every command I issue without fail, Lex Luthor instructed. I turned to glance at Lex Luthor, lost in contemplation. It seems Bizarro Superman has not made an appearance in the films, and in the latest television series featuring Superman and Lois, he has also not been portrayed. Clearly, I am not that particular Bizarro. There's also a rather ancient storyline in which Bizarro makes an appearance in the Superman prequel. Yet this incarnation of Bizarro is likely not an independent entity. It is evident that the current setting is a comic universe of hellish difficulty. Within this realm, apart from the classic Bizarro of the Silver Age universe, there exists a total of 3 distinct Bizarros. One is introduced in the 5th year of the Injustice comic series. This Bizarro, aside from his pallid complexion, possesses abilities nearly indistinguishable from those of Superman. Another emerges in the major event titled Evil Eternal, a rather tragic figure who ultimately meets his demise at the hands of Alexander Luthor, the counterpart of Lex Luthor from Earth 3. The last Bizarro is featured in Outlaws alongside Red Hood. Given the current circumstances, I appear to be the second Bizarro, the one introduced during the Evil Eternal event. What challenge? My arrival coincides with a significant crisis in the DC main universe comic world as the Justice League faces annihilation. Lex Luthor is on the verge of assembling his own team, which includes Black Adam, Black Manta, Captain Cold, Sinestro, Clock King, Catwoman, and Batman, to dismantle the entire crime syndicate. Test subject? Test subject? Are you even listening to me? Lex Luthor inquires, furrowing his brow. Ugh. At this moment, I attempt to speak, but the words escape me, morphing into a series of deep, guttural sounds. Your vocal cords have yet to fully develop. You will need to wait a while before you can speak. For now, simply nod and obey my commands. It appears he understands, which bodes well for the forthcoming tests of my compliance. Observing this, I nod at Lex Luthor, recalling that the one who will ultimately kill me in the comics is Alexander Luthor of Earth 3, whose powers are reminiscent of those of Shazam from the main universe. By uttering Shazam, a colossal bolt of black lightning will strike from the heavens, transforming him into a super warrior. He possesses the ability to absorb the superpowers of others, growing exponentially stronger. In the original narrative, it is he who slays Bizarro, subsequently overpowering the Earth 3 counterpart of Superman with ease. For now, it is best to align myself with Lex Luthor and adhere to the storyline. I remember that when I first encounter Alexander Luthor, he is still in his untransformed, mortal state, providing a prime opportunity to eliminate him. Thus, I shall accompany Luthor. Now, clone, we shall conduct a test. Kill him, Lex Luthor commands, pointing to a nearby security guard. What? Mr. Luthor, what are you saying? You wanted to kill me? The security guard gasps in astonishment. How outrageous! To expect me to commit such a vile act from the outset? While I may quickly accept the reality of my transmigration, I cannot condone the wanton slaughter of innocents. I resolve to feign ignorance of Lex Luthor's command, portraying a look of utter confusion as I gaze at him. Damn it, clone. I commanded you to kill him. Did you not hear my words? Lex Luthor's frustration is palpable. Despite his insistence, I remain steadfast in my act of bewilderment, maintaining a look of confusion as if I cannot comprehend his directives. Meanwhile, the security guard seizes the opportunity to flee the secret laboratory, desperate to escape. It seems this experiment may not be a success after all, but that cannot be. I had implanted a language system during his development. Logically, he should be able to understand me. Why then does he exhibit such a blank expression? Just moments ago, upon awakening, he clearly comprehended my speech. Why then does he refuse to follow my orders? Clone, follow me. I need to prepare a uniform for you. Lex Luthor coolly instructs, beckoning me to follow. It appears I have succeeded, as I dutifully trail behind Lex Luthor, unaware that a smirk of realization has graced his lips. It seems this clone has developed a complete personality and intellect, daring to defy my command to kill. Moreover, he has learned to deceive me. If he truly could not comprehend my words, he would not be following in my footsteps. Chapter 2. The Wisdom of Lex Luthor. I must conduct further tests. If I find myself in peril or face other situations, will he heed my commands? Additionally, I need to assess whether he will comply with simpler directives. This is quite distressing. I hope he does not follow the path of Superboy, ultimately swayed by Superman's ideals to betray me and assist in my downfall. Lex Luthor strides ahead, unperturbed, as we make our way to the armory. My battle armor, though lacking two crucial components, remains functional enough for combat. This represents a golden opportunity. That scoundrel Superman is currently imprisoned by the crime syndicate, and should I vanquish them, I can establish my superiority over Superman. The title of Son of Tomorrow rightfully belongs to me, and the hero of Metropolis ought to be me as well. As Zhang Xiao and Lex Luthor traverse the halls of LexCorp, a voice suddenly resonates within my mind. Ding! Multiverse travel system activating. At last, the essential tool for a transmigrator has emerged, the legendary system, the Golden Finger. I knew it. A traveler such as myself could not possibly arrive in this hellish DC comic universe empty-handed. Even though I have obtained the identity of Bizarro Superman, this is a multiverse teeming with godlike entities. While my combat prowess may be somewhat comparable to Superman's, it is still alarming, especially as I am on the brink of facing life-threatening danger. Host, you may communicate within your mind. Our interaction does not require spoken words, merely thought. How considerate. This earns high marks for me. What capabilities does your system possess? The world I inhabit is exceedingly perilous. I am in dire need of self-preservation. Even if I manage to eliminate Alexander Luthor, I still have to contend with the Superman counterpart, Ultraman. As the name suggests, this system's function is to traverse worlds, allowing you to gain strength in different realms, the system replies. Is that all? This seems rather lacking. Just a basic ability to traverse worlds, without the capacity to exchange for various treasures from across the multiverse. I fear I must disappoint you. The system currently has the ability to traverse the cosmos, allowing you to choose to journey back to a world you have previously visited or select a new realm to explore once a month. However, if you opt for a new world, each journey will be entirely random. System, I have a question. If I traverse to a world and remain there for a month, will I be compelled to leave once your traversal function is restored? Not all. The host may depart at their leisure, but the cooldown period of 1 month will not accumulate. Thus, should you choose not to use it, your opportunities for traversal next month will not double. The system will maintain a backup of all worlds you have visited, allowing you to expend a traversal opportunity at any time to return to a realm you have previously explored. This system exhibits a commendable level of user-friendliness. However, how mundane is its capability? If one were to discover a relatively safe world, wielding powers akin to Bizarro's, one could reign supreme and potentially achieve immortality without issue. Yet, am I truly content with such mediocrity? I have been granted the chance to ascend to the pinnacle of myriad realms. If I do not endeavor to seize this opportunity, how can I justify my existence? To languish in idleness is certainly not the life I desire. I yearn to traverse the infinite multiverse. As Zhang Zhao's inner turmoil erupted, Lex Luthor led him to a weapons outfitting room, where a set of scattered green armor lay at the center. Lex approached and donned each piece meticulously. Upon adorning this green battlesuit, Lex was shielded entirely save for his gleaming bald head. One must commend the formidable functionality of the armor he designed. It rivals the Iron Man suit from the adjacent Marvel universe. Yet, why expose his shiny bald head? Is it to serve as a target for snipers, or perhaps for supervillains? It seems he is eager for others to recognize the vulnerability he has brazenly displayed. Listen closely, clone. You are a product of Kryptonian cells, endowing you with rapid learning, recovery, and growth capabilities. Even if only a few minutes have passed, you should now be able to articulate simple phrases. When you emerge from the nutrient solution, you are unable to speak, but now you should be ready. Please say hello, Lex instructed. You hello. Indeed, as he attempted to speak moments ago, it felt as if a thorn lodged in his throat, but that sensation has since vanished. Excellent. It appears this clone, although possessing a nascent persona and some intellect, does not exhibit high intelligence. By simply uttering hello in my presence, he has revealed his capacity to obey my commands. This suit of armor still requires two critical components to be completed. I have acquired 38 leading tech manufacturing companies to create this armor. I am merely awaiting the last two tech firms to finalize it, but time is of the essence, Lex remarked. I wonder if Lex Luthor donned this green armor and confronted Iron Man from the Marvel Universe, who would emerge victorious. Lex is reputed to be the smartest individual in the DC Universe. How do his intellect and that of Tony Stark compare? Once the Evil Eternal event concludes, I too shall compel Lex Luthor to fashion a formidable suit for me. Clone, pay close attention. You are to assist me in confronting a group of supervillains invading our world. These individuals are exceedingly dangerous and possess formidable combat prowess. You must strictly adhere to my commands, otherwise, your life may be at risk. Do you understand? Lex instructed. Yes. Understood. Zhang Xiao nodded, affirming his comprehension. I jest. I'm far more aware of the dangers present in the comic book DC universe than he is. I will certainly proceed with utmost caution. It seems this clone possesses a profound fear of death, which is encouraging. At least he understands the concept of fear. Moreover, he can now respond to my inquiries with simplicity. Further testing is warranted. Follow me. I have prepared a combat uniform for you. Please put on. Lex approached a small cabinet and retrieved a red cape and a blue bodysuit emblazoned with a large S on the chest, handing it to Zhang Xiao. This is a Superman suit crafted from special materials produced by Lex Luthor's company. Initially, when this clone was nurtured, his singular mission was to kill and replace Superman. So Lex had prepared the uniform long ago. This is Superman's attire. So, just how deeply does Lex Luthor yearn for Superman? His mind is consumed with achieving Superman's level. Yet he has never taken decisive action against him. In the DC comic universe, if one were to rank the reserves of Kryptonite, Lex Luthor would undoubtedly claim the top position. No one would dare to contest him, not even Batman, who shares a penchant for collecting Kryptonite. With such a vast quantity of Kryptonite, creating a weapon capable of killing Superman would be child's play for Lex. Indeed, the Joker loves Batman, and Lex Luthor adores Superman. Zhang Xiao glanced down at the uniform in his hands, contemplating whether to wear it inside out. In the original narrative, Bizarro donned the suit reversed. As a Bizarro, failing to wear it inside out would feel dissonant. Zhang Xiao quickly changed into the suit, turning the S symbol on the blue bodysuit inside out to embody the classic inverted befitting Bizarro. Lex Luthor observed Zhang Xiao's actions with exasperation. It appears that while this clone has awakened a degree of wisdom, his intellect is lacking. How could he fail to notice he had worn the suit incorrectly? Based on my previous series of tests, his intelligence should not be low. Could there have been an error in my assessment? Clone, your suit is on inside out. I felt compelled to remind him. Yes, it looks good this way, Zhang Xiao replied cheerfully. Well, it seems not only is his intelligence questionable, but his aesthetic sense is decidedly flawed as well. At this moment, Zhang Xiao remains unaware that his actions have led Lex Luthor to perceive him as a dim-witted simpleton. If you prefer to wear it this way, so be it. Now, follow me. Our first task is to repair Luthor Corp's private satellite, enabling me to locate the members of the crime syndicate, Lex instructed. All right, Zhang Xiao responded, trailing after Lex Luthor. For now, it is best to remain silent and maintain the characterization of Bizarro from the original narrative while secretly plotting to eliminate Alexander Luthor. System, can I traverse at any time and place now? Zhang Xiao inquired. The system responded. The first activation requires an additional 48 hours, after which you will be able to utilize your initial traversal opportunity. 48 hours, 2 full days. By that time, the criminal syndicate should have been thoroughly eradicated. As long as I exercise some caution and avoid a fate akin to that of the original narrative, I should be unscathed. After all, if those weaker than myself, like Captain Cold and the Black Manta, have survived, there is no reason I should not prevail. Understood. I acknowledge the system, I replied. Do not dawdle. There is much to be accomplished, Lex Luthor remarked with a hint of impatience, observing Zhang Xiao lost in thought. I'm coming, Zhang Xiao said as he and Lex Luthor exited LexCorp Tower. Chapter 3. Learning from Scratch. Luthor's confusion at this moment. The metropolis was engulfed in darkness, as the superpower from Earth 3 utilized the moon to obscure the sunlight. Flames raged everywhere amidst the ruins of skyscrapers. Although the criminal syndicate had only invaded for a day, they had inflicted tremendous devastation upon this world. Upon stepping into the outside realm, Zhang Xiao was suddenly overwhelmed by an unbearable cacophony, an array of sounds bombarding his ears. He instinctively covered his ears. Yet it proved futile, as the clamor persisted. The cries for help and desperate pleas seemed to flood into his consciousness all at once. At this point, Zhang Xiao found himself kneeling on the ground, consumed by agony. He began to comprehend the situation. It was the superhuman senses of the Kryptonians that were causing this turmoil. Focus your attention. Only listen to what you wish to hear, and avoid the excess, Lex Luthor advised as he approached Zhang Xiao. I wish I could. Zhang Xiao stammered. It's easy for you to say focus. I understand that concept, but the reality is I simply cannot do it right now. Now, think to yourself. I do not want to hear this extraneous information. I only wish to perceive what is nearby. Clear your mind and do not dwell on other matters. Lex Luthor instructed. This clone is quite peculiar. Logically, even if it has awakened intelligence, it should be akin to a newborn infant, like a blank canvas. The Kryptonian abilities should be instinctual, similar to how ordinary humans perceive their surroundings. It should not be experiencing any discomfort. What could possibly be the issue? A properly birthed Bizarro would not be troubled by this. However, Zhang Xiao has been a human for nearly 30 years, suddenly transforming into a Kryptonian. Even if these abilities are instinctual, he would naturally struggle to adapt. At that moment, his head felt as if it were about to explode, and he rolled on the ground for a good half hour before he could barely process Lex Luthor's words and attempt to adjust to the overwhelming noise. After another half hour, he gradually acclimated to the tumult of sounds. Clone, what is wrong with you? By rights, you should not possess these shortcomings. Such sensations should be instinctual, much like humans eating, drinking, or sleeping. How could you be tormented by these sounds? Lex Luthor inquired, puzzled as he observed Zhang Xiao's recovery. I don't know, Zhang Xiao replied, exhaling heavily. Who knows what the current situation is? Although you claim these are my instincts, I have only just acquired this body, and adapting so quickly is already quite commendable. Never mind. We shall investigate this issue later. For now, we must act immediately. You have already squandered considerable time. Do you see that satellite over there? Now, harness your capabilities and propel it into the cosmic orbit, enabling it to function normally. With the satellite in place, I shall be able to pinpoint the members of those criminal syndicates, ideally dismantling them one by one, Lex Luthor proclaimed. Is it time to test my flying abilities? As a newly incarnated Kryptonian, can I truly accomplish this? Zhang Xiao gathered all his strength and leaped vigorously into the air, only to plummet back down, tumbling several times and raising a cloud of dust. What are you doing? Please, what on earth is this clone doing? Can he not even manage to fly? He has fallen from the sky. At this moment, Lex Luthor found himself at a loss for words. Since the clone's emergence and awakening, an oddity had permeated its very being, as though another person resided within its body, a disquieting and profoundly unsettling notion. While he could understand the clone's previous performance in terms of auditory abilities, flight should be an inherent instinct of a Kryptonian. Listen to me, clone. Kryptonians do not fly like that. They rely on overcoming Earth's gravitational pull. What you did was merely a leap, not flight, Lex Luthor stated. I cannot. Zhang Xiao replied helplessly after several more attempts, realizing that aside from creating a few large craters in the ground, he was utterly at a loss. You make it sound so easy. If flying were that simple, I would have soared into the sky long ago. Come here now. Your capacity for learning is exceptionally rapid. Listen closely as I explain the flight techniques of Kryptonians. First, Kryptonians possess a remarkably powerful magnetic field, supported by a biological magnetic field. For instance, when Superman catches an aircraft, it is his biological magnetic field that envelopes the entire plane. Otherwise, the aircraft would have disintegrated due to his supersonic speed. The principle of their flight is simple. They utilize their magnetic field to overcome Earth's gravitational force. Now, follow my instructions. Lex Luthor began to patiently elucidate the flight techniques of Kryptonians. After several minutes, Zhang Xiao managed to fly at an altitude of 100 meters. At this moment, he soared excitedly through the skies, completely oblivious to the darkening expression on Lex Luthor's face. As he instructed the clone in flight, Lex Luthor had finally confirmed one crucial fact. This clone was far more than a mere awakening of intelligence. It seemed to embody another person, a regular individual. It is worth noting that Lex Luthor is a super genius with a keen interest in psychology. Having asked only a few simple questions, he could ascertain that this entity was certainly not as uncomplicated as a newborn. What on earth is the situation with this clone? Come down immediately. There is no time for frivolity. Hurry and launch the satellite into space. You have already squandered over an hour. Understood. Zhang Xiao reluctantly descended from the sky, yet his face radiated palpable excitement. Without uttering a word, he hoisted the satellite, meticulously designed by Lex Luthor, enveloping it with his biological magnetic field. With all his might, he soared upwards, and in a mere minute, he breached the atmosphere, entering the vastness of space at astonishing speeds. The satellite, engineered by Luthor's company, successfully escaped Earth's gravitational pull, now suspended in the cosmos, commencing its operations. At that moment, however, Zhang Xiao did not descend back to the ground. Instead, he was enveloped by an overwhelming warmth. Sunlight cascaded down upon him, akin to being cradled in a mother's embrace, each part of his being, every cell, rejoicing in exuberance. Previously, the tyrant had feared the sunlight of Earth, using the moon to obscure the sun, plunging the entire metropolis into darkness. Now, as a Kryptonian, Zhang Xiao experienced the warmth of sunlight for the very first time. This sensation was indescribable. His cells were voraciously absorbing the radiance of the yellow star. Chapter 4. Absorbing the radiation of the yellow star. Meanwhile, Lex Luthor was immensely frustrated. He had been waiting on the ground for over an hour. The satellite had established a connection an hour ago, yet his clone had vanished without a trace. How could this be? Had he fled? Damn it. Without this clone, he could not contend with the crime syndicate. This clone was his ace in the hole. Indeed, something had gone terribly awry with this clone. He did not exhibit the behavior of one freshly born. Just then, having absorbed ample sunlight, Zhang Xiao descended from the sky. Where have you been? Once you completed your task, you were supposed to return immediately. I have instructed you to adhere strictly to my commands, Lex Luthor said, his expression decidedly displeased. Come on. If you weren't the superpower of the DC universe right now, I wouldn't even bother with you. I would just take off, Zhang Xiao retorted, mimicking Bizarro's tone. Luthor cast a long, scrutinizing glance at Zhang Xiao before turning away to the satellite receiver, commencing his search for all members of the crime syndicate. There was no doubt. This clone was now 100% certain to harbor the persona of an ordinary individual within. He had chosen to deceive himself, employing such a clumsy tone and performance. Who did he think he was? Lex Luthor? If he failed to see through such charades, how could he possibly be deemed the most intelligent person on this planet? As I was teaching him to fly and assisting him in acclimatizing to his hearing, his speech was remarkably fluent. Now, however, he appears rather foolish. Who is he trying to deceive? Nevertheless, it matters not, as it seems he has no intention of betraying himself just yet. Therefore, I shall exploit him to the fullest extent for the time being. At this moment, Zhang Xiao remains oblivious to the fact that, within just a few short hours of interaction, Lex Luthor has already discerned that he is not the original Bizarro, but rather an ordinary individual who has somehow assumed Bizarro's body. Currently, he still requires his assistance, so he must first stabilize him and compel him to work. Regardless of the circumstances, at least this fellow is still willing to heed his commands. Zhang Xiao is overwhelmed with exhilaration as he senses his newfound power. After absorbing the rays of the yellow sun, he feels invigorated, brimming with strength. The unparalleled might he now possesses has made him acutely aware of the formidable enhancement that yellow star energy bestows upon Kryptonians. Zhang Xiao feels as though he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. It is important to note that he has traversed into a comic book universe, specifically the primary comic universe, where the Superman can effortlessly push material weighing as much as 6 Earths for days on end without rest. Although he has only just begun to bask in the sunlight and his abilities do not yet rival those of Superman, he is confident that he will not fall short for long. Once he has absorbed sufficient yellow sun energy, his combat prowess will undoubtedly multiply. I wish to bask in the sun for a while, Luthor, Zhang Xiao expresses. Spending time under the sun will significantly enhance my strength. I will grant you 2 hours. You must return within that time, as we need to commence our operation, Luthor replies. Understood. Zhang Xiao exclaims, launching himself into the sky once more. Ascending into the vastness of space, arms outstretched as he welcomes the yellow star's energy. Meanwhile, at the Metropolis Daily Planet, everyone is hastily fleeing. Journalists are clamoring to escape the building, yet Louise Lane remains resolute, determined to complete her final news article. As a dedicated reporter, she would never abandon a story. At this critical moment, she refuses to vacate her post. Louise, please, let's leave. Jim implores. You must have heard the global broadcast. They claim the Justice League has been annihilated. I refuse to believe such nonsense that Superman has been defeated. The Justice League must still be out there. Preparing to resist these invaders, she retorts defiantly. But, I just activated the communicator Superman gave me, and he did not respond, Jim admits. A hint of frustration evident in his voice. I refuse to accept that, and besides, where on this earth is there a safe place now? If you are afraid, Jim, you may leave, Louise responds without turning back. She intends to expose these criminals from another universe and their heinous deeds. And she absolutely refuses to believe that Superman has been defeated. As the guardian of Metropolis, the son of tomorrow, Superman, who has vanquished countless foes, will undoubtedly not succumb to failure. Lois, please, now is not the time. We must leave. I haven't finished speaking, Jim. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted, akin to the sound of the air being torn apart, as a man clad in a crimson cloak and blue armor, adorned with a large emblem on his chest, descended from the heavens. This man bore an uncanny resemblance to Superman, yet his gaze was exceptionally fierce, and his countenance was decidedly malevolent. Who are you? Despite the man's likeness to Superman, Jim, one of Superman's few friends, was acutely aware that he was not Superman. Ah, hello, Jim. Tell me, what brings you here? What are you doing here, Jim? The man, known as Ultraman, approached Jim, his eyes glowing with a red light. An overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped Jim, rendering him exceedingly anxious. He could not fathom why this counterpart from another world would inquire about him. I am a photographer, responsible for the newspaper's photography work. Why do you ask? Jim stammered, fear evident in his voice. Clearly, Ultraman was not satisfied with this response. He advanced toward Jim, grabbing Jim's arms with both hands. He pulled him closer. Tell me, Jim, what kind of pictures do you typically take? Do you secretly photograph Lois Lane? Do you then threaten her to sleep with you? And no, how could that be? I would never do such a thing. I am an upright person. I merely take news photographs for the Planet Daily. What nonsense was he speaking? He would never engage in such behavior. Secretly photographing Lois would be lewd and criminal. Evidently, this answer displeased Ultraman greatly. As he stood before Jim, seizing his hands. These are the hands you use to capture news photographs for the Planet Daily, are they not? After uttering this, Ultraman crushed both Jim's camera and the bones in his hands. Ah, no, my hands. Jim cried out, collapsing to the ground in agony. Where has the Jim I once knew gone? The one who was mercilessly slaughtered for merely peeking at Lombardi's private collection? Ultraman bellowed at the kneeling Jim. In this wretched world, Jim was one of his few friends, a supervillain, a rogue, a scoundrel. There was no nefarious act he would shy away from. Yet this man was utterly cowardly. Just then, Lois Lane seized a keyboard and struck Ultraman fiercely on the head, roaring in defiance. Release him, you bastard. Chapter 5, Ultraman vs. Black Adam. Release him, you scoundrel. Do not harm him. Louise exclaimed, relentlessly pounding Ultraman's back with her feeble fists, her voice trembling with anger. Ultraman, devoid of any compassion, seized Louise by the head and forcefully shoved her, sending her crashing through several computer desks. Blood trickled from her forehead as she lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Please, no. If you have grievances, direct them at me. Do not harm a woman. What sort of cowardice is this? Jim, his hands rendered useless, struggled to rise and spoke with a valiant spirit. Your courage is commendable, Jim. My perception of you has shifted slightly, Ultraman remarked with a mocking tone. Suddenly, Jim raised his incapacitated hands and gently pressed the button on his communicator. Our affair is far from over, Jim. Just when I began to reconsider you, you provoke me once more. Ultraman approached Jim and forcefully knocked him down, then hoisted him upside down by his legs with one hand. What is that irritating sound? You have once again disappointed me, Jim. I understand now. That sound was sent to Superman by you, wasn't he it? It seems there are indeed aspects of this world that mirror my own, such as our relationship. Did you truly believe he would come to your rescue? No. You are mistaken. He will not come. Ultraman's expression darkened ominously. You will be defeated. Someone will rise to stop you. Louise, clutching her injured head, interjected. Ultraman smirked coldly as he approached her. This woman bears an uncanny resemblance to that wretched Queen Supergirl. What do you intend to do? Louise, trembling with fear, instinctively recoiled, sensing the raw possessiveness in the man's gaze. Your name is Louise Lane, is it not? You share a name with Queen Supergirl, yet lack her fortitude. I once believed her counterpart was the Amazon woman we imprisoned, but to my surprise, it is you. What do you mean? Louise forced herself to remain calm as she asked. Let me enlighten you. For years, I have longed to tear that Amazon woman to shreds, but doing so would leave me without a legacy. However, as for you, Louise Lane, I can channel my wrath toward you. Ultraman's face twisted into a sinister grin as he licked his lips and advanced towards her. No, please, do not come any closer. Louise's expression morphed into one of sheer terror. No woman could face such a fate without fear. Ah yes, that's the expression I adore. Fear, dread, and despair. But this time, Superman will not arrive. No one will come. He indeed requires a moment of respite. In their original world, they constantly evaded the relentless pursuit of surveillance. After a long and arduous journey, they have finally arrived in this realm, where they can relish a semblance of safety. This woman bears an uncanny resemblance to Supergirl. Yet her countenance, frail and fearful like a startled fawn, exhilarates Captain Marvel. At that instant, a dissonant voice pierced the air, reminiscent of an electronic robot. Captain Marvel, I truly do not wish to interrupt you, but there is trouble in Kahndaq. This voice emanated from a pure computer virus grid, a fragment separated from Cyborg. Once this matter is resolved, I shall address it, Captain Marvel retorted, a hint of vexation in his tone, for no man enjoys being interrupted at such a critical juncture. No, you do not comprehend. That individual must have intercepted Jim Olsen's distress signal and is heading your way. Although a mere robot, the grid was acutely aware that this was not an opportune moment to disturb Captain Marvel. However, the adversary was already en route, leaving it with no alternative. What? Captain Marvel's words barely escaped his lips when, accompanied by the shattering of glass, a shadowy figure, crackling with electricity, surged before him, seizing him by the throat and dragging him out of the Daily Planet's edifice. The intruder was none other than the ambivalent hero, Black Adam. Captain Marvel, be cautious. They call him Black Adam. Clearly, this warning went unheard. Captain Marvel had no choice but to confront this formidable foe. Black Adam propelled Captain Marvel through several skyscrapers until they reached the harbor of Metropolis. This world belongs to us. I have just been resurrected. And I see this message everywhere I fly, in various languages across nations. Your intentions are unmistakable. With a forceful grip, Black Adam slammed Captain Marvel to the ground. Gathering his hands, he conjured a tremendous surge of magical lightning aimed at Captain Marvel. You and your foolish allies dare to conquer our world. As the words left his lips, Black Adam seized Captain Marvel's arm, raising his fist to deliver a crushing blow to Captain Marvel's face. In my lifetime, I have torn apart countless beings like you. Mark my words, your plans shall falter, for I am here. Black Adam is here. Another punch sent Captain Marvel crashing into a building. I shall dismantle your allies, one by one, beginning with you, Black Adam declared, hovering imperiously above. At that moment, two crimson laser beams struck Black Adam with force, and Captain Marvel emerged from the rubble, delivering a punch that sent Black Adam hurtling several hundred meters away. The rogue had momentarily caught him off guard. However, how could his feeble strikes possibly harm one regarded as the mightiest warrior from Krypton? Reeling from the encounter, Black Adam unleashed his heat vision upon Superman, sending him hurtling away. In an instant, Black Adam soared behind him, seizing him by the throat. You are Black Adam, are you not? I am not so easily bested, you know. Your appearance bears a striking resemblance to someone I loathe profoundly, a fool by the name of Alexander Luthor. Even your costume is nearly identical. Could you be his counterpart? Black Adam retaliated by forcefully striking Superman with his head, seizing the opportunity while Superman was momentarily dazed to break free from his grasp. The two super warriors engaged in a fierce aerial tussle, trading blows amidst the skies. Let me tell you, Invader, my purpose in this world is to eradicate anyone who seeks to enslave it. Those who would subjugate this realm are my foes, and I will exhaust every effort to annihilate them. With iron fists, Black Adam relentlessly pummeled Superman. The shockwaves from their battle reverberated across the ocean, shattering windows of buildings kilometers away. Is it merely grandstanding you excel at? I am still standing. He taunted. You have yet to bring me down. Though your punches sting slightly, your strength is akin to that of Luthor. Nothing extraordinary. It shall soon be over, trust me. Approaching Superman, Black Adam grasped him firmly, aiming him toward the heavens. Shazam! What? With a deafening roar, a colossal bolt of lightning struck Superman, electrifying him and causing his hair to stand on end. Black Adam wore a cold smirk. This was his trump card, capable of dispelling the transformation spell while simultaneously unleashing his most formidable attack. How does that feel, Superman? He taunted, maintaining his icy demeanor. Superman, enveloped in dark smoke, suddenly clamped his hand over Black Adam's mouth. You think to harm me with mere words? Then silence yourself. With that, he exerted tremendous force, shattering Black Adam's jaw, teeth, and bone. Effortlessly, he cast Black Adam into the depths of the ocean, hovering in midair. Black Adam had underestimated Superman. Although he had previously battled Superman, who indeed had a fear of magical attacks, his lightning could inflict significant damage. However, Superman hailed from an alternate Earth where Kryptonians possessed a far greater resistance to magic than their counterparts in this realm. Conversely, Kryptonians from Earth 3 were vulnerable to the sunlight of this world. Shazam! You and that fool are both my defeated adversaries. Ha ha ha! Just as he prepared to descend and capture his new foe, Superman suddenly sniffed, wiping his nose. Blood streamed from his nostrils. Although Black Adam's recent assault had not claimed his life, it had inflicted considerable harm upon him. Blood? Am I injured? No. Damn it. The intensity of the battle has drained me excessively. Grid, quickly, inform me of the Metal Man's location. I must acquire his kryptonite. Sergeant John Corbin, the Metal Man, is presently engaged in fierce combat in Tooele, Utah. Best of luck. Are there any other sources of kryptonite on Earth? Relay their locations to me, Superboy demanded. Surviving on this planet for an extended period would prove exceedingly troublesome. He would not only have to shield himself from sunlight using the moon, thus confining his activities to the shadows, but he would also need kryptonite to sustain his formidable power. Apologies, Superboy, but currently, there is only one piece of kryptonite, and it resides with the Metal Man, Grid replied over the communication channel. What the hell? Inform Deathstorm that his experiment must proceed post-haste. I require synthetic kryptonite. Understood, Superboy. Do you have any further instructions? Grid inquired. Do not disclose my injury to anyone. That is an absolute mandate, Superboy stated before taking flight. Yes, understood. Unbeknownst to Superboy, Black Adam, whom he had cast into the sea, was clandestinely rescued by a man clad in a dark, diving suit-like attire. He gradually swam towards the shore with Black Adam, where Lex Luthor and Zhang Shao were diligently repairing a satellite. Chapter 6. Luthor and Zhang Shao at this moment. Zhang Shao had fully absorbed the stellar rays and was accompanying Lex Luthor, observing him as he manipulated various machines. You know, clone. My mother once filled our courtyard with sunflowers. They are the state flower of Kansas, Lex remarked, noticing several yellow sunflowers blooming amidst the ruins of a nearby building. Indeed. And then, during the expansive days, these flowers once flourished across the prairies of Kansas. During the time I was compelled to reside with my father, those blossoms were the sole colors in my mother's heart, her only spiritual solace, Lex Luthor said, clasping his hands behind his back as he gazed into the distance. Do you know? Over the years, I have repeatedly warned the National Assembly, the citizens of Metropolis, and even Superman himself. What warnings did you wish to convey? Zhang Shao inquired. We have become overly reliant on him. This dependence not only stifles human progress, but also diminishes our capacity to confront crises. Whenever we encounter difficulties, our first thought is always of Superman, believing he will come to our aid. We no longer rely on our own strength. We merely gaze upward, fixating on that figure clad in a red cape and blue uniform, Superman. Weren't you just speaking of your mother? How is it that you now turn to criticize Superman? However, I must say that Zhang Shao rather agrees with your sentiment. Superman has significantly influenced the trajectory of human development, and society has become excessively reliant on him. Look around. A band of ruffians has invaded our homeland, reminiscent of the invasion orchestrated by the extraterrestrial fiend Darkseid 3 years ago. We are utterly defenseless, mere mortals bereft of the means to resist, compelled to place our faith in those superheroes. Yet, where have those champions vanished? They are, in fact, the root of the world's devastation. The current assembly of superheroes ought to be apprehended collectively by the crime syndicate and confined within the energy matrix of Firestorm. However, there are numerous details that Luthor is unaware of. The superhero's swift downfall can largely be attributed to the events of the three-body war. Superman was ambushed by the Atomic Woman, who implanted a miniature shard of kryptonite within his mind. This led to Superman's powers spiraling out of control, resulting in the death of Dr. Light, a member of the Justice League, thereby instigating a series of crises that marked the onset of the three-body war. During this tumultuous period, Alfred from Earth-3 successfully opened a portal to the universe of Earth-3, bringing all surviving members of the crime syndicate to our world: Ultraman, Owlman, Superwoman, Power Ring, Deathstorm, Ocean Master, Johnny Quick, and the captured Zatanna Alexander Luthor. Alongside Alfred, the Atomic Woman, and the traitorous Steel, the crime syndicate seized dominion over this realm. At that moment, the Justice League and the American Justice League were embroiled in conflict, rendering most members incapable of their peak combat prowess, thus allowing the crime syndicate to easily triumph. Superman had succumbed to unconsciousness, failing to even mount a defense, and was captured by the crime syndicate. If he was not rescued swiftly, the kryptonite in his brain could ultimately lead to his demise, extinguishing the life of Earth's mightiest hero. One might ponder whether to emulate Bizarro from the original narrative and present him with a wilted sunflower. Zhang Shao wandered into the ruins, picked up a yellow sunflower, and extended it toward Lex Luthor, opting to adhere to the original storyline. Although gifting a man a wilted flower seems rather absurd, what on earth is this fool thinking? Well, he can keep it. Zhang Shao silently set the small yellow flower aside. Thank you. However, we have no time to admire these flowers, which are already withered. If you wish to gift flowers, it would be best to seek a blooming blossom. And next time, make sure to offer them to a woman, not to me. Lex Luthor shook his head, cradling his head in exasperation. I am merely respecting the original work. You wouldn't understand. Huh. It seems we have established a preliminary trust. Might I inquire your name? Luthor suddenly asked. Zhang Shao, came the reply. Given the inquiry about one's name, it appears that Luthor has discerned something significant. Indeed, it is quite challenging to conceal any matters from the most astute individual on this planet. Therefore, it would be prudent to engage in an open and honest dialogue. Mr. Zhang Shao, might I indulge my curiosity? How did you come to possess this clone body that I have created? Luthor inquired. I am uncertain. I believe I was meant to have perished in a car accident, yet I found myself in that enormous incubation chamber upon regaining consciousness. You awakened me while I was still in a state of bewilderment, Zhang Shao replied, waving his hand in resignation. Having been struck by a vehicle and abruptly finding myself in this clone body, could you provide me with your specific information? Perhaps your identification documents may lead me to your former self. I doubt you would succeed, Mr. Luthor. I do not originate from this world, and as for my origins, I regret to inform you that I prefer to keep that a secret. My greatest secret, in fact, Zhang Shao said, shaking his head. From another world, suddenly inhabiting Bizarro's body. It seems that during his time in Bizarro's form, the criminal syndicate invaded our realm. This suggests that he likely hails from Earth-3. Moreover, his reluctance to divulge precise information further fuels Luthor's suspicion that Zhang Shao is indeed from Earth-3. Is that so? What was your profession there? By the way, what do you know about the criminal syndicate? I am in urgent need of intelligence regarding them, Luthor queried. Previously, I was merely an ordinary office worker, not someone endowed with superhuman abilities. I never anticipated that I would have the chance to live again, Zhang Shao responded. He was not deceiving himself. Based on his demeanor, he genuinely appeared to be an ordinary individual. This implies that his threat level could be considerably diminished. If he is merely an average person from Earth-3 who chooses to abide by the law, then perhaps he poses no significant danger. As for the members of the criminal syndicate, I do possess some intelligence about them. Firstly, there is Overman, who is akin to Superman in this world, also a Kryptonian. He shares Superman's abilities, albeit with opposite strengths and weaknesses. Red suns and kryptonite amplify his power, while yellow suns diminish it. Oh, that explains his penchant for obscuring sunlight with the moon. I understand now. Please continue. Luthor nodded in acknowledgement. Next is Superwoman, whose abilities are largely aligned with those of Wonder Woman, yet she is far more cunning and treacherous. Her lasso can control others. Then there is Johnny Quick, whose powers mirror those of the Flash. And finally, there is the Crime Lord, a tactical genius akin to Batman. The power of the God Ring. This individual possesses formidable strength. Identical to the Green Lantern, his ring possesses slightly greater power, yet its bearer is an utter coward. Deathstorm, his abilities can be compared to those of Firestorm. However, he wields the capacity to rearrange inorganic materials and atoms, including subatomic structures. Automika, on the other hand, has the power of reduction, capable of shrinking to atomic size, accompanied by a robotic lattice that is a mechanical entity split from steel. This being has achieved self-awareness, having seized control of global network signals. Lastly, the most formidable among them is Zansha. His powers can be likened to those of Shazam or Black Adam, yet he possesses a unique ability. Upon slaying a metahuman, he can usurp their powers. Thus, this individual is currently imprisoned by the crime syndicate. In his untransformed state, he is merely an ordinary human, easily susceptible to death. But once transformed, I suspect few could contend with him. Zhang Xiao recounted all the abilities of the crime syndicate members he was aware of, with such detailed intelligence. Lex Luthor should find it considerably easier to defeat the crime syndicate than in the original narrative. I see, I understand now. Thank you for the information. And welcome to our world. As long as you refrain from criminal activities or any wrongdoing, you will be most welcomed here. I shall keep your identity a secret. It appears this individual is indeed an ordinary citizen of Earth 3. He has acquired partial intelligence on all members of the crime syndicate, while not exhaustive. It suffices for his purposes. You're welcome, and I must also thank you, Luthor. Were it not for the clone body you created, I would not have been resurrected. I shall assist you in this war against the crime syndicate. Of course, the primary objective remains to eliminate Alexander Luthor. It is best to refrain from discussing the matter of his being a Luthor counterpart for now. Excellent. We have reached a consensus. Allow me to briefly outline the operational deployment. Please listen attentively. Very well, Luthor, as long as you do not send me to my doom, I will heed your words. I will endeavor to speak slowly so you may comprehend my message. First, you must know that thousands of artificial satellites orbiting Earth have fallen into the hands of the crime syndicate. However, numerous satellites remain under our control. Hidden within the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter are 26 private satellites belonging to Lex Corp, containing highly classified information known only to me. The sheer number of these satellites ensures that at any given moment, one may observe Earth. The satellite I previously dispatched into space, along with the one I have just repaired, will assist in successfully locating them. So our next course of action is to identify and defeat the members of the crime syndicate, correct? Zhang Xiao inquired. Precisely. This machine has now been repaired. We can monitor everything on Earth. Lex Luthor activated the satellite connection device, and a virtual screen materialized before him. Welcome, Mr. Lex Luthor. Chapter 7. The assembly of Lex Luthor's team. Lex Luthor swiftly began manipulating the virtual interface, observing the fierce battle between Superman and Black Adam, the chaos wrought by Deathstorm, as well as the confrontation involving the Power Ring and the Rogues. Mr. Zhang, it appears fortune is on our side. We shall soon acquire a formidable ally. Though gravely injured, hey Adam, he is over there in the sea. I require you to stir the waters and retrieve him, Lex Luthor commanded. Understood. It seemed that Lex's team was on the verge of complete assembly. Meanwhile, Captain Cold, also known as Snyder, emerged from a mirror, while his comrades, the Weather Wizard, Mirror Master, and other members of the Rogues, communicated with him through another mirror. They had just faced Deathstorm and an assault from two members of the crime syndicate. The original order from the crime syndicate was to reduce the already devastated Midway City to mere rubble once more. However, this directive was utterly unacceptable to the Rogues. Though they engaged in illicit activities, they refrained from wanton destruction and killing. Thus, they clashed with the crime syndicate. But the Rogues were no match for the two members of the syndicate and were swiftly overpowered. Had it not been for the Weather Wizard obscuring the syndicate's vision with fog, and Mirror Master opening a portal through the mirror dimension, they would have faced total annihilation. Nevertheless, the teleportation was fraught with complications. Captain Cold and his teammates became scattered, and for the time being, Mirror Master could not utilize his abilities. Snyder, I just transported too many people. I cannot bring you to our location for a while, Mirror Master stated. That's all right. I am capable of self-preservation. You all be cautious. Hide, and avoid direct confrontation with the crime syndicate, Captain Cold replied. Understood, we know how to look after ourselves. By the way, I must inform you that I saw a figure clad in green armor, accompanied by someone who bears a striking resemblance to Superman, by the seaside. Should we investigate? Mirror Master suggested. Is that so? Very well, I shall check it out. If they are allies, I will devise a plan, Captain Cold responded. No one can destroy my city. I will ensure the crime syndicate pays dearly for their transgressions, Captain Cold declared. On the other hand, Lex Luthor observed as Zhang Xiao opened his mouth wide and exhaled forcefully, releasing a colossal pillar of fire that erupted from his lips, evaporating the seawater across the surface of the ocean. Zhang Xiao was immensely pleased with the flames he emitted. His abilities now stood in stark contrast to those of Superman. While Superman's breath could freeze an entire ocean, his own could incinerate it completely. He contemplated experimenting with his cold ray later, perhaps seeking Lex Luthor's assistance in procuring a piece of Kryptonite afterward. It was worth noting that Kryptonite could enhance Bizarro's strength, a trait he shared with Superboy. Zhang Xiao's flames merely danced upon the ocean's surface, scorching the water until it evaporated. Mr. Zhang Xiao, I merely asked you to stir the seawater, not to dry it out, Luthor remarked. Rest assured, the two individuals within are unharmed. By evaporating the seawater, I am merely facilitating their journey to the shore. Zhang Xiao replied confidently. As his words faded, a man clad in a black wetsuit emerged from the depths, carrying Black Adam towards Lex Luthor and Zhang Xiao. Are you Black Manta? Why do you wish to save him? He seems unrelated to you, Lex Luthor inquired. I seek only to reclaim what belongs to Aquaman. But the crime syndicate has taken him from me, and I intend to make them pay. This fellow may prove useful, Black Manta responded. Ah, what say you, Lex Luthor? Do you also plan to confront that wretched group? Black Manta queried. Indeed, it is now my turn to safeguard Metropolis and protect this world, Lex Luthor proclaimed with unwavering confidence. That suffices. It appears we share a common goal. A series of footsteps approached as Captain Cold made his way towards the group, greeting Lex Luthor with a nod. Perhaps you require a new ally, such as myself. Just moments ago, those ruffians in Midway destroyed our territory while that fool, the Flash, was missing. Welcome. Anyone wishing to vanquish the crime syndicate is welcome to join my team. However, let me be clear, all must follow my directives, Lex Luthor stated. If defeating the crime syndicate is the goal, then I have no qualms about you taking the lead, albeit temporarily, Captain Cold replied. As long as we can eliminate members of the crime syndicate, I shall heed your commands, Black Manta concurred. Excellent. Trust in me. For those so-called heroes are no longer reliable. If we unite, we shall achieve great things and defeat the crime syndicate. May I inquire your name, sir? Captain Cold asked Zhang Xiao, his demeanor respectful despite Zhang Xiao's currently grotesque appearance, which bore the pallor of a zombie. This is Mr. Zhang Xiao, my partner. His abilities are akin to those of Superman, making him a formidable ally, Lex Luthor responded. Hello, my name is Zhang Xiao. Greetings, I am Snyder, my friend. I am not interested in your identity. My sole focus is to dismantle the criminal syndicate, as Black Manta stated. Zhang Xiao shook his head in resignation, realizing that each of these individuals harbored an undying affection for a superhero. The cold captain of the Rogues adored the Flash, Black Manta was enamored with Aquaman, and Lex Luthor could rival Superman. Thankfully, Batman had not been incarcerated. Otherwise, Zhang Xiao surmised that the Joker would likely intervene to rescue him. Quite ruthless. Henceforth, let us establish a consensus. The Lex Squad is officially formed. At that moment, Black Adam, who had been lying on the ground, rose to his feet despite his jaw and teeth being crushed by Darkseid. Unable to utter magical incantations, his combat prowess remained formidable as he approached the group. His intent unmistakable. Excellent. It appears our team now comprises 5 members, Lex Luthor declared. Haha. We must inform the criminal syndicate that they have provoked the wrong individuals. Those heroes may show them mercy, but we shall not. We will defeat them without hesitation. Now, it is our turn to save the world, Luthor proclaimed. Chapter 8. Requesting a piece of Kryptonite from Luthor. Now, leader, what shall we do? Let us proceed to my technological laboratory. I must administer basic treatment to Black Adam. In his current state, he cannot engage in high-intensity battles, Luthor stated. The technological laboratory, perhaps you could assist me in sourcing some materials. My freeze gun was damaged during the conflict with the criminal syndicate, and I need to assemble a new one, the cold captain remarked. Oh, really? You, who haven't even graduated from middle school, believe you can accomplish this? Why not wait until I have treated Black Adam? And I can craft a new one for you. It would be no challenge for me, Luthor replied. Haha. Lex, Luthor, you are excessively arrogant. I assure you. I have no issues. Take us to your laboratory. I also wish to upgrade my armor within your facility. It still possesses some flaws that hinder its efficacy against the members of the criminal syndicate, Black Manta stated. No problem. Is there anything else? Luthor inquired. Luther, do you have any remaining kryptonite in your secret lair? At that moment, Zhang Xiao interjected. Kryptonite? What do you need that for? It could inflict significant harm upon you. After all, you are a clone of Superman. You have witnessed my abilities. I am the antithesis of Superman. Thus, I believe his vulnerability might very well be my strength. Allow me to test the kryptonite. If it weakens me, you can reclaim it. Conversely, if it enhances my power, our odds of success will increase. Upon finishing his statement, Zhang Xiao unleashed an ice beam, freezing the entire sea surface to illustrate his point to Luther. Ah, your abilities are truly remarkable. I admire them. If I possessed such skills, there would be no need for me to assemble any freezing weaponry. Captain Cold, however, is quite intrigued by Zhang Xiao's chilling rays. This freezing capability surpasses his own freeze gun significantly, and it can be unleashed through mere sight, allowing for its use at any moment. Indeed, in contrast to Superman, the formidable Ultraman from the crime syndicate derives his power from kryptonite. Do you think you could do the same? Lex Luthor inquired. During the incursion of the crime syndicate, Ultraman once invaded Lex Luthor's office, seizing a piece of kryptonite that was carelessly displayed and, before Luthor's very eyes, ground it into powder, subsequently incinerating it with his heat vision and inhaling the ashes. This individual had also stated that his strength is sustained by kryptonite. Let me give it a try. What harm could it possibly do? If it proves ineffective, you can simply reclaim it, correct? I trust you have a reserve of kryptonite. Lex mused. The piece of kryptonite previously taken by Ultraman could indeed be traced online, suggesting that it was a smokescreen orchestrated by Luthor, who undoubtedly harbors a substantial stockpile of kryptonite. He is, after all, the foremost authority on its reserves on Earth. Is that so? Very well. I shall procure a small fragment of kryptonite for you to test. Should you experience any weakness, do not hesitate to inform me, Luthor stated thoughtfully. This individual, indeed, hailing from Earth, seems to believe his powers mirror those of Ultraman, capable of absorbing kryptonite, and he naively suggests that his abilities stand in opposition to Superman's. It appears he wishes to ascertain whether Superman's strengths are also his own. This body has been developed from Superman's blood cells, entirely devoid of any foreign elements. Thus, his abilities should theoretically mirror those of Superman. However, the fact that he can exhale flames and emit freezing rays leaves Luthor somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, allowing him to experiment seems inconsequential. Thus, Lex Luthor escorted Zhang Xiao and the other members of the team to his clandestine laboratory. Captain Cold and Black Manta commenced assembling and upgrading their weaponry, while Lex Luthor began administering rudimentary treatment to Black Adam to restore a semblance of combat efficacy. Zzz. Waves of electricity emanated from Lex Luthor's palms as he treated Black Adam. Luthor acknowledged that certain challenges can be rather time-consuming. Just hours prior, he had been uncertain how to proceed, yet he would never yield. I am Lex Luthor. They call me a scientific genius, a super entrepreneur, the wealthiest man in Metropolis. Now, with the protector of Metropolis, Superman, having fallen, it is my turn to save him. The strength displayed by this entity occupying my Superman clone is indeed impressive, showcasing exceptional talent. Look, this is my creation, and I hope that in due time, he will prove to be a formidable ace in the hole. After completing the treatment for Black Adam, I shall procure the kryptonite, hoping fervently that, as he claims, it will augment his powers. For heaven's sake, could you temporarily cease that electrotherapy, Luthor? I must concentrate fully, remarked Captain Cold, who was assembling weapons nearby. You haven't even graduated high school, Snyder. Yet you profess to construct cryogenic weapons, a freeze gun? Luthor retorted impatiently. Humph. The moment I first grasped that freeze gun, I dedicated 2 months to incessantly disassembling and reassembling it, until I could perform the task with my eyes closed. Your freeze gun is utterly ineffectual. We have Mr. Zhang Xiao, whose cold beams far surpass your contraption. You are merely an ordinary man, Black Manta interjected. He had also upgraded his weaponry and armor in preparation for the arduous battle ahead. Remove that armor, Black Manta, and you, like me, are just an ordinary person. Captain Cold countered. Do you believe that? Even without my armor, I could still best you easily. Shall we test that? Let us have a friendly bout right here. Please, gentlemen, now is not the time for infighting, Zhang Xiao interjected. Well, this lot is certainly not lacking in spirit. Zhang Xiao was right. Cease your bickering. Black Adam's treatment is complete. I shall now retrieve the kryptonite. Please wait for me here. With that, Luther turned and exited his secret laboratory without a backward glance. Is anyone hungry? Perhaps we could order takeout? Zhang Xiao suggested, attempting to lighten the mood. I must remind you, due to the incursion of the crime syndicate, no delivery service is currently operational. If you're hungry, perhaps I could catch a fish from the sea for you, Black Manta replied. Ha. Let me share a joke with you, Black Manta began. All right, but I doubt it will be amusing, Captain Cold retorted. Well, let us return to silence then. In just a few minutes, Lex Luthor approached Zhang Xiao, holding a piece of kryptonite the size of an egg. Do you experience any discomfort? Perhaps dizziness, nausea, or unease? None at all. Then it is confirmed that the kryptonite affects you far less than it does Superman. Go ahead. Observing that Zhang Xiao was unaffected, Lex Luthor tossed the egg-sized kryptonite to him. Zhang Xiao caught the kryptonite, and at that moment, he could distinctly feel its empowering effects. The kryptonite emitted a most peculiar radiation, which would be lethal to other Kryptonians possessing superpowers. Upon contact, they would immediately become exceedingly weak, and prolonged exposure could even lead to death. However, for this clone, the radiation had the opposite effect, invigorating his cells and rendering him stronger. Indeed, this was the sensation. Mr. Luthor, this piece of kryptonite can undoubtedly enhance my power. It seems I was correct, Zhang Xiao exclaimed with excitement. At that moment, Lex Luthor fell into deep contemplation, pondering the reason behind her lack of fear toward kryptonite and how it could, in fact, augment her strength. Could it be that her soul originated from Earth? 3. Making her akin to that Superboy? Lex Luthor's thoughts were ensnared in a misconception. He believed Zhang Xiao's essence stemmed from Earth. 3. Which explained her profound understanding of the criminal syndicate and her immunity to kryptonite, which instead empowered her. After all, even a genius like him was oblivious to the existence of traversers in this world, who possessed extensive knowledge and a godlike perspective. How intriguing. He recalled how she could soar into the sky to absorb the energy of the yellow sun, suggesting that she might be even more perfect than Superboy and Superman. Indeed, he was a genius. The clone he inadvertently created surpassed the original Kryptonian Superman in many ways. Not only had it shed the weaknesses of this world's Kryptonians, but kryptonite also enhanced its power. It stood to reason that radiation from a red sun might similarly bolster her abilities. He would have to test that theory. If Zhang Xiao could hear Lex Luthor's musings, she would surely laugh heartily, for although her capabilities were indeed remarkable, surpassing Superman in potential was an impossibility. After all, Superman's greatest strength lay in his unwavering resolve, capable of shattering a six-dimensional universe with a single blow, an achievement not easily replicated. Moreover, Superman had transformed the seemingly impossible into reality time and again. He was the beloved son of the entire DC universe. Are you truly keeping her by your side without consuming her? Luthor inquired. I witnessed Superboy pulverizing kryptonite into dust and then inhaling it. The Superboy from Earth 3 did exactly that. If I were to grind this kryptonite into powder and ingest it, my power would indeed surge significantly. However, such absorption isn't optimal. I fear I might overindulge. It is better to keep this kryptonite close, allowing its radiation to continuously fortify my body. I believe this is the superior approach. He jested, acknowledging that he was not a Kryptonian from Earth. 3. The thought of consuming raw kryptonite was daunting. If he were to encounter an insurmountable foe, resorting to kryptonite for a desperate gambit would be a viable option. For now, he would allow the kryptonite to remain in his possession, letting its energy enhance him at any moment. Indeed, that was the wisest choice. As you wish. Since everyone is prepared, let us embark on our mission to confront the criminal syndicate, Lex Luthor proclaimed. Black Adam has completed his treatment, Zhang Xiao has acquired a piece of kryptonite, and Captain Cold alongside Black Manta are fully equipped. It is time for action. We should prepare a weapon capable of emitting rays from a yellow sun, which can be utilized against Superman, Zhang Xiao suggested. A splendid idea. It will not take long for me to install one on my battle armor. Luthor nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, while Lex Luthor's team was mobilizing, Batman and Catwoman had transported the injured Cyborg to his father's laboratory, instructing him to take good care of Cyborg. Subsequently, Batman and Catwoman ventured to the Batcave. Chapter 9. Batman's 6 boxes. At this moment, within the dimly lit Batcave, Batman slowly opened the grand door. He harbored no concerns regarding an invasion. Despite the possibility of power outages, communication disruptions, and even computer control, he held unwavering confidence in the cave's defenses. Firstly, the emergency power supply could sustain the Batcave for years without any external energy sources. The provisions stored within could feed dozens for an entire year. And the Batcave's computer was linked to Wayne Enterprises' private satellite, similar to Lex Luthor's. The Batcave's entrance was crafted with Superman's assistance, employing advanced Kryptonian technology, specifically utilizing white dwarf metals extracted from white dwarf matter. Even Kryptonians would struggle to breach it without the correct password. However, the network's capabilities were indeed formidable, rendering Batman's previously computer-controlled Batplane and Batmobile inoperative. Although these vehicles possessed manual controls, they remained vulnerable to network manipulation, preventing their use at present. Follow me, Selina. I must now face this alone. We need to secure the weapons within the Batcave, Batman instructed as he led Catwoman to the cave's basement, traversing numerous security measures until they arrived at a highly confidential location. What shall we do now? With just the two of us and your inability to access those technological weapons, we are quite at a disadvantage, Catwoman remarked. These are not high-tech weapons. My primary objective is to rescue Nightwing. It was my decision to transform him into Robin that led to his capture by the criminal syndicate. I must save him. Batman replied earnestly. Very well, but how many secrets have you concealed within your Batcave, Bruce? Catwoman inquired. That remains classified. The Batcave harbors far too many secrets, and the fewer who know them, the better, he responded. Huh, you still wish to keep secrets from me? She retorted. The Catwoman expressed her discontent, and Selina was quite taken aback, for she had not anticipated that even with her relationship with Batman, Bruce would refuse to confide in her. The secret here is exceedingly perilous. The less you know, the better it is for you, Batman remarked. You always seem to indulge in dark endeavors, he added, shaking his head in silence. He led Catwoman into a small room and opened a massive chest, revealing 6 boxes, each emblazoned with the insignias of the Justice League members. My goodness, Bruce, don't tell me you've kept something in reserve from your teammates, Catwoman exclaimed in astonishment, well aware of Batman's nature. This is merely a precaution. Should any of them ever contemplate wreaking havoc upon this world, these will serve as formidable weapons. Why are there only 6 boxes? Did you not prepare a plan for yourself? Catwoman inquired, gazing at the boxes before her. I have a box for myself as well. It is safeguarded by Superman. Batman replied. Very well. That is so like you, Bruce. You show no mercy to yourself. Targeting your own weaknesses will undoubtedly prove effective. I discerned their arrival into this world immediately. They are essentially replicas of the Justice League. Thus, weapons designed for the League members should be effective against them, Batman explained. Then do enlighten me about these weapons, Catwoman requested. First, this ring, crafted from one of the last remnants of Kryptonite in the world. Wearing this ring can inflict severe damage on Superman, potentially even slaying him, Batman stated, lifting a ring set with a green Kryptonite stone. In truth, he possessed a considerable stash of Kryptonite, but this particular ring had been gifted to him by Clark, Superman himself. However, Batman had devised an array of plans that involved the direct use of Kryptonite, independent of Superman's gift. He had even prepared a fear gas, a potent mixture of Kryptonite powder and Scarecrow's fear toxin, specifically effective against Kryptonians. Additionally, he had stockpiled Kryptonite bullets and spears, though these weapons were sealed deep within the Batcave. Unbeknownst to Batman, should he ever deploy these Kryptonite weapons against Ultraman, the latter would merely laugh heartily at the attempt. This is a Yellow Lantern ring, a remnant from the Sinestro Corps War. Though its remaining energy is scant, it should suffice against Green Lantern. I believe it will also be effective against the member of the crime syndicate wielding the green ring, Batman said, displaying the Sinestro Corps Yellow Lantern ring. 2 rings. Hee. You should send me one when you have the chance, Catwoman chuckled. Cut it out. Even if it's just to make me laugh. I still prefer the Bruce Wayne who sheds the bat costume, Catwoman remarked with a hint of irritation. Let's discuss this later, Batman replied as he picked up a yellow short staff. This is the lightning rod, originally intended for confronting the Flash. Given that both Johnny Quick and the Flash harness the same speed force, it should be effective against him as well. This staff can slow them down. Furthermore, this is a damaged mother box left on Earth during Darkseid's invasion, but I am uncertain of its effects on that grid robot. Batman held up a slightly battered mother box, which he had specifically designed to counter Cyborg. What if it proves ineffective? What purpose would this box serve against Cyborg? Catwoman inquired. The box can teleport them to any location, such as the core of the sun, Batman responded. So, You are indeed the one of few words, but immense capability. We can forego Aquaman's box, as the crime syndicate's ocean master is deceased, rendering it unnecessary, Batman said, bypassing the Aquaman box to grasp Wonder Woman's. I am quite curious about your contingency plan for Wonder Woman, Catwoman asked. Perhaps in the future. I could sell it for a handsome price. I'm certain Cheetah would be willing to pay a premium. Batman remained silent, instead opening Wonder Woman's box, only to find it devoid of contents. Wonder Woman is remarkably perfect. To this day, I have yet to identify her weakness, hence this box is currently empty. Her physical strength is only slightly inferior to Superman's, but with her exceptional combat skills and a complete array of Greek magical gear, finding a countermeasure is exceedingly difficult. Thus, when facing Atom Girl, Superwoman, and Deathstorm, we must adapt accordingly. In truth, Batman contemplated that the best course of action would be to rescue all members of the Justice League first, thereby maximizing their chances of success. I never anticipated that a paranoid strategy devised to confront comrades would instead become the key to saving this world. But have you considered? With just the two of us. Even with your arsenal, our probability of failure remains significant, Catwoman remarked. We have no other choice. If we, the remaining members of the Justice League, cannot thwart the crime syndicate, who in this world can? Batman and Catwoman gathered several boxes and departed the Batcave. Chapter 10. The Fear of the Yellow Lantern. At that very moment, in Ohio, Metamorpho was engaged in a fierce battle with the local garrison. Ha! Begone, you insignificant pests. I seek General Ryan. You are not my target. However, should you obstruct my path, I shall eliminate you. General Ryan has taken my heart, and now I shall reclaim his. The metallic being proclaimed, as a surge of green energy erupted from the kryptonite embedded in its chest, demolishing several tanks. At that moment, a hand clasped upon her shoulder. You are the metallic one, came the voice of Superboss, who gazed intently at the figure before him. Oh, it is you. I thought Superman had returned. Without further ado, Superboss delivered a powerful blow, shattering the metallic being's armor and extracting the kryptonite from within. The metallic figure stared in disbelief. How could Superboss do this? This individual should not possess Superman's abilities. Why? Why would he seek to end her life? Oh, what a perfect flavor, Superboss exclaimed eagerly, grasping the entire kryptonite in his hands before crushing it into powder and consuming it. Oh, what an exquisite sensation. This feels like home. Excellent. I am the strongest once more. Rising to his feet, Superboss struck a pose of strength against the sky. I have never seen such a weakened version of you, Superboss. A perfectly formed woman clad in a black bodysuit materialized behind him. She was none other than Super Queen. Superboss glanced over his shoulder at Super Queen and retorted, mind your tone. Amazonian, I have absorbed sufficient kryptonite energy. I should now be capable of confronting that alien monstrosity that threatens our world. Ha ha ha. Do not fret, Superboss. He will not pursue us to this world. We have safely evaded him. Relax, Super Queen reassured him. How could I rely on you, this waste, to confront that demon? My choice lies elsewhere. He is far more powerful, more ambitious than you. He is the father of my child. Thud, thud. Wait, there is a second heartbeat within you. When do you intend to tell me? After consuming the kryptonite, Superboss had regained his full strength and heard the heartbeat emanating from Super Queen. Did you hear it, my dear? I wish to find a place where we can be alone, and then I shall reveal it to you. A surprise, Super Queen said, approaching Superboss and grasping his crimson cape softly. Super Queen held a lasso of submission in her left hand, which now radiated a soft yellow glow. Superboss cast her a disdainful glance and replied, do not waste your efforts. Your lasso of submission holds no power over me, Louise. I am well aware. I merely wish to remind you, my love, to keep a close watch on the Owlman, especially on him. I have just arrived from the space station and overheard a conversation between Owlman and Nightwing. What did they discuss? They have come to realize that in this world, as time elapses, one becomes exceedingly frail. The sun of this realm saps your strength. And the kryptonite has already been secured. The villain aspires to assemble a new league, aiming to supplant you as the leader of the criminal syndicate. The Super Queen has commenced her insidious machinations. While at the Watchtower space station, she conveyed the same to the villain, deceiving him into believing that the child is his. Therefore, you comprehend, do you not? For the sake of our child, you must fight with unrelenting fervor, seize this world, and obliterate all adversaries. The Super Queen stepped closer. Embracing the super tyrant, her lips brushing against his ear as she whispered, exuding an alluring femininity. I fight solely for myself. Do not expect my assistance. And how can you prove the child is mine? The super tyrant replied, his expression stern. Of course he is yours. Trust me. Such a formidable child could only be yours. He bears your blood, the blood of the mightiest, the super queen asserted. When the child is born, if I discover he lacks Kryptonian lineage, I shall tear you apart, the super tyrant warned. Indeed, by then, the child's father will have already torn you asunder. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the remaining two members of the criminal syndicate, Deathstorm and Power Ring, were gathered. Energy at 15. Fool, you must recharge me, the Green Ring commanded. At that moment, Hal Jordan from Earth 3 displayed an expression of sheer terror, tears and mucus streaming down his face. His right hand had been completely corroded, racked with incessant agony. Oh, no, I refuse. You must recharge me now, you imbecile. Look around. It's a disaster due to your ineptitude, complicating our pursuit of the rogue gang. Had you not shattered the mirror in your panic, I might have been able to trace their whereabouts, a flaming skull interjected. Hal Jordan from Earth 3 was exceedingly weak, unable to retaliate against Deathstorm, for the true essence of the criminal syndicate resided within the conscious ring upon his hand. Not within him. He was merely a vessel. Just then, Deathstorm's communicator beeped. Silence. The super tyrant is calling. Please, Deathstorm, do not answer. Do not place the blame on me. Super tyrant, our mission has failed, and the situation with the rogue gang has become even more intricate. Deathstorm disregarded the feeble Hal Jordan entirely. You have no time for trivial matters. Return to the laboratory immediately. Your only concern now is mastering the ability to transmute matter into Kryptonite, a feat that brings you shame due to your inability to accomplish it. Very well. I understand your desperate need for Kryptonite, but what will happen to the rogue gang if I leave? Deathstorm inquired. Entrust them to the Power Ring and allow him to handle it alone. The tone of Ultraman was tinged with impatience. Wait, I am Ultraman, and I am but one person. Are you sending me to my demise? Furthermore, I must express my aversion to being alone with the ring, especially when it requires recharging, exclaimed Hal Jordan of Earth 3, his voice laced with terror. You may need to learn to manage matters independently. I have faith in your capabilities. They are merely a few insignificant minions, and I trust you will dispatch them swiftly. Deathstorm paid no heed to Hal Jordan, soaring into the sky towards their temporary stronghold, the Watchtower space station. Wait, please, do not leave me alone. Grid, the robotic entity, heard Ultraman's plea. I am the Power Ring. Ultraman requests you to summon reinforcements immediately. Dispatch Johnny Quick and Adam to Mid-City for my support, he commanded through the communications channel. My processor is functioning flawlessly, Power Ring. Ultraman has not issued such an order. Disconnecting now. I have witnessed nothing, and neither of them has time. Johnny Quick and Adam are currently engaged in battle with the Doomsday Patrol. No. You must come over, Ultraman insisted. Impossible. My processor is operating correctly. According to Ultraman's directives, my task is to manage energy and communication systems. Then find anyone to assist me. Did we not subdue a band of villains from this world? Send them here, immediately. Very well, they are en route. Have a pleasant day. Even though Grid was a robot, a hint of impatience crept into his tone, and he promptly severed the communication signal. At that very moment, Lex Luthor's team was stealthily navigating the sewers of Gotham City, avoiding the conventional routes to elude detection by Grid. This is the spot. Wayne Enterprises lies just above us. Black Manta declared. What are we waiting for? Hey, Adam, and Mr. Zhang, could you assist me in breaching the ceiling? Captain Cold inquired. No problem. Zhang and Black Adam exchanged glances and struck simultaneously, shattering the ceiling above. As members of Lex Luthor's team emerged, they beheld two dark figures. Oh, look, it's Batman, exclaimed Wally. At this juncture, the two groups collided, with Batman and Catwoman, who had just retrieved a secret weapon from the Batcave, encountering Lex Luthor and Zhang. Luthor? Take cover behind me, Batman commanded, recognizing the two smoke pellets and swiftly positioning Catwoman behind him. You see, the Justice League and Batman are alive. Does this mean Superman and the others have escaped unscathed? Aquaman and the Flash are also unharmed. No, that is utterly impossible. If these superheroes are alive, how can I save the world? I've found you, a voice, grotesquely lewd, echoed ominously. Boom, boom. A wave of verdant energy erupted, shattering the entire wall. Fear my divine light, Sinestro. Reduce all moving entities to mere dice, commanded the power ring. Behind him stood two individuals, one male and one female. The man donned yellow armor and a mask, brandishing a katana. He was the fearsome mercenary, Sinestro. Goodness, a member of the Justice League, Batman, still lives. Quickly eliminate him. The power ring instructed. As the green energy cannon fired upon the crowd, Batman swiftly sheltered Catwoman. While Zhang Xiao and Black Adam positioned themselves in front of Lex Luthor's group, absorbing the blast's residual shockwaves, this assault posed no threat to them. There's no other choice. I shall resolve this here and now. Batman retrieved the yellow power ring from the Batcave and slipped it onto his finger. Bruce Wayne of Earth. You possess the ability to instill profound fear in others. You belong to the Sinestro Corps. Welcome to the ranks. Fear my divine light. The tables have turned. Batman declared as yellow fear energy enveloped him, manifesting the Sinestro Corps power. Chapter 11. The arrival of Sinestro. In that instant, Batman donned the uniform of the Sinestro Corps. What? Hurry, everyone, attack. Take him down. The power ring was taken aback. Sinestro, a heavy hitter, Killer Croc, and other nefarious villains charged toward Lex Luthor's team. Meanwhile, Batman conjured two colossal yellow bats, launching an assault against the power ring, who retaliated by summoning a green serpent to clash with Batman's yellow constructs. They exchanged waves of yellow and green energy, each seeking to outmatch the other. The power ring manifested various green beasts, targeting the giant yellow bats conjured by Batman. Initially, Batman held the upper hand. However, within mere minutes, the tide of battle shifted. The reason was that the yellow power ring's energy was insufficient. Having not been replenished in some time, it barely sustained Batman's efforts for a short while before its power waned. Seizing the moment when the yellow ring's energy faltered, the power ring shattered Batman's manifestation of the giant bat, claiming the yellow ring for himself. Hal Jordan from Earth 3 grasped the yellow ring, while Batman reverted from his yellow transformation. Gritting his teeth, Batman realized he had underestimated his ability to subdue the power ring in such a short time frame and had overestimated the duration of the yellow ring's effect. It had depleted in just a few fleeting minutes. Damn it, if only I could have held on for a few more minutes. I would have surely subdued the power ring. Haha, I have triumphed over you, you fool. I have bested not only you but the entire criminal syndicate. And now I shall be regarded with newfound respect. Behold this ridiculous object, the yellow ring. It cannot harm me, declared the power ring with unrestrained arrogance. This marked his first solo victory against an adversary. Although he led a cadre of the world's most notorious villains, he had achieved a personal triumph. Clenching his fist tightly, he crushed the yellow lantern ring into oblivion. Just as he prepared to taunt Batman, a tremendous wave of yellow energy surged from behind, propelling him backward. Hal Jordan, the Earth 3 version of the Green Lantern, let out a cry of despair as he crashed heavily to the ground. You claim that yellow energy cannot harm you? My good sir, I remain skeptical. The newcomer, adorned with red skin and clad in yellow armor, was cloaked by a flowing yellow cape. With a yellow lantern ring radiating unparalleled fear, he was none other than Sinestro, the leader of the Yellow Lantern Corps, who had sensed the emergence of a new member of his ranks on Earth just moments prior. However, Hal Jordan was currently occupied with a clandestine mission on OA. Under the directives of the Guardians, which meant that a new Yellow Lantern had indeed arisen on Earth. This presented an exquisite opportunity for Sinestro to mock Hal Jordan, and he hastened to the scene, only to discover that Batman was the one wielding the yellow ring. Yet, Batman possessed the inherent ability to instill fear in others. But who was this timid figure, bearing Hal Jordan's visage yet exuding cowardice? His presence was a disgrace to Hal Jordan, a Green Lantern warrior, despite their rivalry. They shared a bond of camaraderie. Sinestro could not allow anyone to tarnish the reputation of his friend, and thus he intervened. The tide of battle shifted dramatically, as Hal Jordan of Earth 3, wielding the power ring, fled in terror after being attacked by Sinestro, leaving behind a bewildered assembly of villains. Brother, what are you doing? You are the one who led us into this endeavor. You are our leader, and yet you abandon us. Zhang Xiao rushed to confront the bombshell. Delivering a powerful punch to his head, Zhang Xiao intended to knock him unconscious, but he underestimated his own newfound strength. The punch obliterated Bombshell's head entirely. The headless body crumpled to the ground, sending shockwaves of fear through the remaining villains, who halted their actions in sheer astonishment. Well done, Mr. Zhang Xiao. Captain Cold began to commend him, but Zhang Xiao suddenly dashed to the corner, leaning against the wall, and began to retch violently. The event had transpired merely 10 hours since Zhang Zhao's arrival in this world, and he had consumed nothing. Thus, he could bring forth no substance. However, the visceral experience of taking a life, especially in such a brutal manner, had left a profound impact on his psyche. Pity that he was once merely a humble citizen of the Celestial Empire, and in just 10 hours since his arrival in this present time, he has not only mastered the art of flight, but also learned to wield his newfound powers. Now he must also acquire the skills necessary to vanquish these formidable supervillains. He is a true villain. You need not feel remorse, Luther remarked. Ugh, I am not feeling remorseful. Ugh, I am simply disgusted, Zhang Xiao retorted, leaning against the wall and waving his hand dismissively. Mr. Zhang Xiao, it appears this is your first encounter with taking a life. How does it feel? Captain Snyder of the Cold Squad began to tease. TCH, a novice, indeed, Black Manta scoffed, having initially assumed that this fearsome individual was a seasoned expert, only to discover he was but a rookie. How foolish of him to think this was a key combatant of their team. He hoped the newcomer would not hinder them in the battles to come. Let us not speak so harshly. Everyone has a first time. Trust me, Mr. Zhang Xiao will grow accustomed to it, Luther interjected, attempting to mediate. Is this fellow truly from the nefarious realm of Earth 3? He certainly appears to have been an ordinary civilian. His demeanor and state leave no room for deception. Hey, Bruce, look at that hulking figure over there. He wears a uniform identical to Superman's, though the emblem on his chest is inverted, and his fighting style seems remarkably similar to that of Superman, Catwoman whispered, leaning closer to Batman and nudging him gently. Understanding her implication immediately, Batman observed the imposing figure, despite his malevolent appearance. With a visage reminiscent of a zombie and pallid skin, it was surprising to learn he was a novice. Could he also be a creation of Lex Luthor? Akin to the previous Superboy? Perhaps after this crisis subsides, he could be swayed to join their ranks. Moreover, I just noticed that when he shattered that fellow's skull, he wore a look of utter astonishment. It seems he merely intended to incapacitate his opponent. Unaware of the sheer force he possessed, Batman mused. This individual lacks combat experience, having relied solely on his astonishing physique throughout their encounters so far. This implies that we have a chance to recruit him. Let us observe the situation. If we could secure a fighter whose capabilities rival those of Superman, Batman's odds against the crime syndicate would significantly improve. However, now is not the appropriate moment, Catwoman assessed. Yet, there are always one or two villains with less than stellar intellect. At that moment, Killer Croc, in a fit of madness, opened his gaping maw and lunged at Zhang Zhao's head. Crack! This was not the sound of Zhang Zhao's skull being crushed, but rather the sound of Killer Croc's teeth shattering entirely. At this moment, Zhang Zhao's physique was remarkably formidable. Having been exposed to the energy from a yellow star and subjected to the radiation from Kryptonite, his physical strength was hardly inferior to that of Superman. Attempting to pierce his skin with the teeth of the Crocodile Man was nothing short of a futile fantasy. This time, Zhang Xiao had exercised a modicum of prudence, tempering his strength significantly as he lifted the Crocodile Man into the air and slammed him heavily to the ground, rendering the notorious supervillain unconscious. Despite the malevolence of these villains, who sought to eliminate him, he found himself incapable of taking a life so casually. Chapter 12. The Death of the Godly Ring. Batman and Sinestro joined the fray. Well done, my friend. Now finish him, Captain Cold remarked from the sidelines. Do not kill him. He has already lost the will to fight, Batman interjected as he approached Zhang Xiao. I had no intention of killing him. Otherwise, I would have aimed for his head just now, Zhang Xiao replied. Zhang Xiao, do not waste your breath with this scoundrel. He is no ally, and he would turn against his own teammates, Luther cautioned. It was clear to him that Batman was never one to offer assistance without an ulterior motive. He sought to sway this individual to his side, but such aspirations were futile. Against the crime syndicate, he was an invaluable asset. I at least remain a hero. I possess a moral compass. What about you, Luther? Shall I enumerate the multitude of your misdeeds? Batman challenged. My actions are all in service of protecting our world, safeguarding Metropolis. In truth, I am justified. Were it not for our current confrontation with the crime syndicate, I would have apprehended you. Luther, Batman asserted. Come and try. Based on your mere words, Luther retorted defiantly. Gentlemen, now is not the time for idle chatter. The matter at hand is far from resolved. We must address these minions of the crime syndicate, Black Manta urged, drawing his katana to engage in battle with Deathstroke. Indeed, several villains still remained in the fray, including Batman's formidable adversary, Bane. They were all mercenaries employed by the crime syndicate, and although their unreliable leader had fled, they were resolute in continuing the fight. Deathstroke evaded Black Manta's assault and drew his custom handgun, aiming it squarely at Lex Luthor's head. "Do not move, Lightbulb. You have squandered billions on this armor. Yet you neglected to cover your helmet, Luthor. Are you eager to be recognized so readily?" Deathstroke taunted. Very well. Indeed, Luthor's shiny bald head presented a conspicuous target. Any tactical mastermind would surely aim for his skull. One could only speculate whether Luthor's confidence bordered on foolishness. "If you kill me, there will be no one left to contend with the crime syndicate." As Deathstroke threatened Luthor with a gun, Zhang Xiao swiftly seized the weapon, utilizing his extraordinary speed. Simultaneously, he crushed the firearm to prevent Deathstroke from continuing his assault on Luthor. In retaliation, Deathstroke drew his katana from his back and swung it violently towards Zhang Xiao's head. However, Zhang Xiao's formidable physique successfully withstood the attack. Deathstroke's weapon was insufficient to cleave his skull. Realizing his assault was futile, Deathstroke performed a backflip, creating distance between himself and Zhang Xiao, while brandishing a backup firearm aimed at Zhang Xiao. "What a pity I didn't bring any real weapons against Kryptonians. Otherwise, you would be finished, rookie. Someone who even vomits at the thought of taking a life," he scoffed, just as the two appeared ready to engage once more. Lex Luthor stepped forward, interposing himself between them. "Hold on, Deathstroke. And Mr. Zhang Xiao, thank you for your assistance earlier, but I can handle this myself." "Very well. No need for thanks," Zhang Xiao replied. He was indeed eager to confront Deathstroke. Had the latter not possessed the means to counter him, he would not have felt intimidated. "What do you wish to convey, Luthor?" Deathstroke inquired. "Are you truly content to serve the criminal syndicate and allow those scoundrels to dominate our world? Just consider the implications if they were to take over. There would be no place for you in this world. They wouldn't require elite mercenaries or assassins. You would lose your significance, and we both know that the criminal syndicate shows no mercy to those who lose their utility," Luthor articulated. "So, Luthor, how do you intend to persuade me to assist you?" Deathstroke retorted. "The criminal syndicate is dismantling our world, and they will inevitably destroy your business as well. They hire you for your services, yet offer no compensation, correct? Hurry and eliminate Lex, Deathstroke. What are you waiting for?" A villain interjected, currently being pummeled by Batman. "Plans have changed, my friend." Without hesitation, Deathstroke drew his handgun and shot the supervillain, exploding his head. Luthor was right. Hiring a mercenary without compensation leaves one vulnerable to betrayal. "Excellent choice, Deathstroke. You have made the right decision," Luthor remarked, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "Once this is accomplished, you must issue me a substantial check, Luthor." "Of course, that is what you deserve." "Okay, Lex Luthor's team member number 6 is in position." At that moment, amidst the ruins, Green Lantern was cornered by Sinestro, hiding in a dark sewer. "You fool. Charge the ring immediately. I will handle him." "Shoo. Keep your voice down, or he will hear you. The recent battle has shattered his courage entirely. You are gripped by fear and fleeing. I can sense your terror." Sinestro scoured the vicinity for the location of the power ring, employing the broadcasting ability of the Yellow Lantern ring to project his voice into the surroundings, intent on instilling greater dread within the power ring. If it fears him sufficiently, it could never be his adversary. Although its green ring possesses formidable strength, its bearer is utterly inept. If you provide me with energy, I shall effortlessly contend with him. It is crucial to note that on Earth, I am the sole possessor of a green ring, endowed with unparalleled power that far surpasses that of ordinary rings. At last, I have found you. A yellow shockwave surged forth, propelling the power ring away as Sinestro pinpointed its location. Despite possessing the visage of Hal Jordan, you lack his will and strength. You are unworthy of being a Green Lantern, of being an Emerald Knight. Sinestro, once a Green Lantern himself, deemed such a lack of resolve utterly disgraceful. "Damn it. I was never a Green Lantern. I am the bearer of the Ring of Power. I have had enough of your bullying." The power ring cried out, having been cast aside. "Oh, then let us end this," Sinestro exclaimed, appearing suddenly behind the power ring and tightening his grip around its neck. I can't breathe. Help me, ring. Save me." The power ring shouted desperately. "Stop your wailing and retaliate, you fool. Use me against him." The green ring retorted with indignation. With a fierce grip, Sinestro seized the power ring's corroded arm, yanking it off with a sudden force, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from the power ring. "Fool, The host has sustained irreparable damage. Search for a new host. The green ring declared before transforming into a beam of green light and vanishing. Ring, ring. He has gone. Finally, he has gone. I am free. Thank you, thank you. The power ring, lying on the ground and losing consciousness from blood loss, murmured. No need for thanks, Sinestro replied, approaching it. The yellow lantern ring unleashed a tremendous shockwave, obliterating the power ring into smithereens. No. Meanwhile, Lex Luthor's team, along with Batman and others, had dealt with all the supervillains. Clock King had betrayed the crime syndicate and joined Lex's team, with the condition that Lex would issue him a substantial check once stability returned. I believe we can collaborate. Batman, our enemies are the crime syndicate, are they not? Luthor proposed. But I want them alive, he added, suggesting it with a hint of sarcasm. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Catwoman's brow as she spoke. Please, Bruce, set aside your Batman facade for a moment. These individuals are hardly your allies. They could very well eliminate you. This is not merely a strong suggestion. It is our ultimatum. Are you expecting us to play by your Batman rules? Apologies. But this is no longer your game. It is ours, and we have no intention of taking prisoners, spoke the fully devoted Deathstroke. You are rather late in your request for their capture, Batman. That imposter Green Lantern has already been vanquished by me, reduced to mere rubble. Moreover, the next time you activate my core ring, do not resist him. Such defiance will only weaken both the ring and your own power. I still hold a degree of admiration for you. Should you embrace fear with an open heart, you shall attain the power you have long coveted, interjected Sinestro, who had just arrived on the scene. I have no need for such power, Batman retorted. Yet, ironically, you have already wielded it, have you not? You have indeed utilized this power, yet you fear it. It is quite the irony, a pity really. You could have been a magnificent Yellow Lantern. Sinestro remarked before attempting to depart Earth. Wait, Sinestro, leader of the Yellow Lantern Corps. You ought to remain. Earth is under siege from parallel universes. And at this critical juncture, the Guardians of the Universe, the Green Lanterns, are notably absent, Lex Luthor stated. In times like these, we must rally a formidable ally. He added, of course, there is little choice, as our beloved Hal is off-world, leading a force he is ill-suited to command. A true leader does not permit their core members to engage in voting. A genuine leader must take responsibility for the arduous choices made and bear the burdens upon their own shoulders, Sinestro asserted. Hearing this, Lex Luthor's lips curled into a sinister smile. You see, as the parallel worlds encroach upon our reality, should the Yellow Lantern Corps successfully resolve this crisis while the Green Lantern Corps fails, it will be a moment etched into the annals of the universe. Let us march towards victory, Sinestro. No, our foremost priority is to locate and rescue Richard Grayson, and only thereafter shall we devise a means to confront the crime syndicate. However, should you wish to join forces with me, it is imperative that everyone operates within my parameters and adheres to my directives. If collaboration is what you seek, my word is final, Batman declared. At this juncture, Zhang Xiao was utterly bewildered. Master, despite your status as the progenitor of dimensions, what gives you the confidence that these rogues will heed your command? Even I find it hard to listen to you. Black Adam, Lex Luthor, Sinestro, Deathstroke, Black Manta, Captain Cold. At that moment, several figures surrounded Batman, their gazes icy and unyielding. Huh, Batman, it seems they hold the authority here, Catwoman remarked, beads of sweat accumulating on her brow. Chapter 13. The Demon of Earth's Destruction. At this moment, Batman had come to terms with reality. It was not the time for him to speak. This group, with the exception of the formidable Zhang Xiao, were, in essence, a cadre of supervillains. Very well, I acquiesce. I shall assist you in infiltrating the Watchtower. I have left a hidden contingency there, Batman declared. Ha! A pleasure to collaborate, Mr. Batman. Now that all team members have assembled, we are poised for a climactic confrontation with the crime syndicate. I must also seek an opportunity to eliminate Alexander Luthor, he continued. Let us take a moment's respite before we proceed to the lair of the crime syndicate, the Watchtower. Meanwhile, all members of the crime syndicate, save for the deceased Power Ring, were gathered together, their expressions etched with terror as they gazed skyward. The heavens had been cleaved by a crimson lightning bolt. Upon Power Ring's demise, his ring had embarked on a quest for a new host, emitting a powerful pulse signal that resonated throughout the multiverse. This phenomenon alerted the demon responsible for their world's destruction, who could arrive at any moment. It appears that Power Ring's ring is searching for a new host. Shall we soon gain another member? Johnny Quick inquired. At present, that matter is trivial, Johnny Quick. We have more pressing concerns, Superman observed. His gaze fixed on the dark red sky. It seemed that his worst fears were indeed materializing. It is unfortunate. I have always been intrigued by how that ring could exert long-term effects on the human body. However, such experiments will have to be postponed, as will our other endeavors on this planet, Deathstorm remarked. I warned you all, I was right. Behold, the entity that will bring about our demise has found us. Superman asserted. Look, this sight is utterly extraordinary, as if the entire sky were bleeding, Johnny Quick exclaimed. He approaches, everyone, Superman stated. Your delusions are manifesting again, Superman, remarked Adam and Johnny. You fail to comprehend. This ring now functions as a beacon, continuously broadcasting a potent signal that will attract that being. We must set aside all our current pursuits and act immediately to obliterate this ring, Superman insisted. As the mightiest of the crime syndicate, Superman understood all too well the formidable strength of the demon intent on their destruction, who proclaimed himself the Anti-Monitor. He has obliterated countless universes and his own home planet, Krypton, perished due to this fiend. He is acutely aware of the formidable combat prowess of this demon. Even when he teams up with every member of the criminal syndicate and the traitor, Alexander Luthor, they remain no match for him. His strength instills despair in all. And he must not be allowed to enter this realm. Otherwise, we would be compelled to flee once more. Is it really that exaggerated, Superboss? Did you not assert that as long as you absorbed a sufficient amount of kryptonite, you could contend with him? I did mention that a certain quantity of kryptonite is essential, yet I have not even come close to my required standard, Superboss replied, his countenance grim. Initially, he had anticipated acquiring a wealth of resources in this new world, but upon arrival, he had only managed to find 2 pieces of kryptonite. Should he engage in intense combat now, he could only sustain it for 2 to 3 days. Without such battles, he might last just over a month. Deathstorm, you must expedite the creation of kryptonite. I require artificially synthesized kryptonite, Superboss insisted. Please, boss, grant me some time. I'm already working on it, Deathstorm replied, waving his hand in resignation. It appeared that Superboss was indeed at his weakest. Even the slightest exposure to sunlight in this world could drain him of all his powers. What a tragedy, Superboss. I wonder how long your reign can endure. Super Queen remarked, a cold smirk gracing her lips as she gazed at him. We must attend to another task. Seal this spatial rift immediately to prevent him from discovering our location. Deathstorm, you should be capable of handling this, correct? Superboss commanded. Indeed, I can accomplish it, but to execute such a task, I will need to siphon a significant amount of life energy, which regrettably means many lives will be lost in this world, Deathstorm responded. Then commence at once. Once this task is complete, return to synthesizing kryptonite. These 2 duties are your utmost priorities, and you need not concern yourself with anything else, Superboss instructed. Very well, I understand. At that moment, the private communicator of the tyrant buzzed, revealing a call from his butler, the outsider Alfred. Master Thomas, do not inform the other members of the criminal syndicate. You must return at once. I've spoken with that robot grid, and while you wish to safeguard Richard Grayson, you need to see this. Observe what they have done to Nightwing. I understand. Superboss, let us return to the temporary base, he declared. Agreed, let us go. At the entrance of the Watchtower space station, Lex Luthor and Batman gathered together. This was once the base of the Justice League. It is indeed a pity that it has now fallen. Sinestro, utilize your yellow lantern ring to scan the vicinity for any anomalous objects, Batman instructed. I comprehend. Furthermore, my yellow lantern ring possesses the capability to scan the entire globe. Sinestro's yellow lantern ring instantaneously scanned the entirety of Earth. His yellow lantern ring was crafted in imitation of the Green Lantern ring, with all parameters aligned to those of its predecessor, and in certain aspects, it even surpasses the Green Lantern ring, considering he was once the most illustrious Green Lantern. 6 anomalous heartbeats were detected 142 miles to the north, with 3 located within the structure ahead, as stated by the artificial intelligence of the Yellow Lantern ring. This is peculiar, Batman remarked. The criminal syndicate consists of 8 members. Yet without the presence of Shazam, there should only be 7. When they infiltrated, that individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to Aquaman was already deceased. Thus they should indeed number only 7, Batman continued. According to the precise intelligence I have acquired, there is yet another member among them, named Zonshur. His abilities mirror those of Shazam, Luthor interjected. How do you know this? Batman inquired. I have my sources, and that is of no concern to you, Batman, Luthor replied. Of course, I was the one who informed you. The 6 anomalous heartbeats outside must belong to Ultraman, Superwoman, Deathstorm, Owlman, Johnny Quick, and Automika. Meanwhile, the 3 heartbeats within the watchtower should be Alexander Luthor, Owlman's butler Alfred, and the already captured Nightwing. Are you aware of his abilities? Of course. In fact, I am intimately familiar with the powers of everyone in the criminal syndicate. I must caution you not to employ Kryptonite against that individual who resembles Superman, for I have witnessed him absorb Kryptonite to gain even greater strength. What? Are you suggesting he is not harmed by Kryptonite? That it only enhances his power? Batman queried. If that is the case, then my Kryptonite ring could very well become utterly useless, and it cannot be brought inside, as it may inadvertently empower our adversary. Indeed, that is correct. Furthermore, based on my observations and his methods, I have concluded that he harbors a fear of our planet's sunlight. So you understand the course of action we must take. Upon receiving intelligence about the entire criminal syndicate from Zhang Shao, he prepared a grand gift for Ultraman. Luthor installed a device on his armor capable of mimicking the radiance of a yellow sun, ensuring Ultraman would be quite comfortable. I understand. Thank you for the information, Luthor. As long as he possesses a weakness, he can be dealt with, Batman nodded, accompanied by Lex Luthor and others. As they arrived at a specific location within the watchtower and activated a manual switch, I established a manual security system at the inception of the watchtower, which allows the surveillance footage to replay for 1 minute prior to a power failure. Does that mean we have 1 minute before they detect us? Luthor asked. Indeed. We have 1 minute, but I believe that should suffice. I never anticipated that you would establish a manual switch within the system, Batman. Did you foresee a day when you would confront the entire Justice League? Even Lex Luthor, in this moment, is taken aback by your ruthless preparedness against those you trust. Only you, Batman, could devise such a scheme. I merely prepared for the worst. Should the League encounter unforeseen circumstances, or if enemies were to seize this place, this measure would prove invaluable. It is not aimed at the League as a whole, Batman asserted. TCH. Zhang Shao rolled his eyes at this exchange. Such excuses might deceive others, but prior to the reboot of the old universe, Batman had meticulously planned against the members of the Justice League, including those of the American faction, and even devised contingencies against most villainous superheroes. In this new 52 universe, Batman commenced his strategic preparations the moment the Justice League was formed. Undoubtedly, you are DC's foremost schemer. Batman refrained from further engaging with Lex Luthor's remarks and led the assembled group into the watchtower. Meanwhile, Cyborg, with his father's assistance, had reconstructed his own body. Subsequently, he succeeded in persuading the doctor who created the elemental team to allow them to aid him in confronting Grid and reclaiming the planet's network signal. The final showdown was imminent. Chapter 14. The confinement of Xantit within the watchtower. The robotic Grid monitored global networks. Behind him, the outsider Alfred approached. Robot, my master. The Owlman has explicitly stated that no one is to interact with Nightwing. Indeed, your master's orders are quite clear, yet his authority is subordinate to Superboy. I heed Superboy's directives, and he instructed me to implement additional protective measures for Nightwing, beyond mere chains, Grid replied. This robot possesses its own intellect and methodology. It joined the crime syndicate solely for the purpose of experiencing emotions. It scrutinized every member of the syndicate. While the organization appears immensely powerful, it harbors significant internal strife. Ostensibly a dictatorship under Superboy, both Owlman and Power Girl harbor their own ambitions. I conducted an unauthorized search on the new Genesis project concerning apocalyptic technology and discovered an infallible prison they refer to as the Murder Machine. This unique facility was specifically constructed to imprison a being known as Doomsday, Grid disclosed. What? Is this the reason you defied my master's orders? You stated that Owlman is merely your master, not mine. Like him, I too am a member of the crime syndicate, while you are his subordinate. Strictly speaking, I need not even converse with you. You will regret this. I shall inform my master of your insubordination. After Alfred concluded his words, he turned and departed, heading towards their prisoner, to ascertain his safety. A crackling sound emerged. What is happening? A portion of the surveillance cameras had gone offline. It appeared that they had visitors, Grid remarked. What? At this moment, only he and Grid were present in the base, and he held little trust in the robot. Should an enemy invasion occur, he would be unable to mount any defense. You handle the intruders, Grid. I must ensure our prisoner's safety. He poses a far greater threat than those invaders, Alfred declared before sprinting away. Simultaneously, he began contacting his master, the Overlord. Overlord, there is an incursion at the watchtower. And I no longer trust Superbra. Grid disregarded your directives entirely. Acting solely according to Superbra's whims, Alfred communicated while running. Alfred, you must find a way to rescue Nightwing immediately and protect him until I return. I will deal with Superbra later, the Overlord instructed from the other end. But Master Thomas, even if I rescue Nightwing, what about our prisoner, Superbra, and these invaders? What shall we do? Alfred protested. I do not have time to worry about the prisoner or the invaders, Alfred. Focus on safeguarding Richard Grayson, the Overlord commanded, cutting off the communication before Alfred could respond. I am truly sorry, Mr. Thomas. This time, I must defy your orders. I must eliminate our prisoner first. He is far too dangerous. You have nearly lost everything. If this man gains his freedom, your life will be at stake, Alfred stated as he arrived at the door of the imprisoned convict. Due to Superbra's vulnerabilities. As time passed, he would grow weaker unless he found Kryptonite. Eliminating the individual inside would render the criminal syndicate solely under Thomas's control, allowing him to dictate all matters. Alfred opened the cell door, gazing at the prisoner bound to the chair, a hood over his head. At that moment, the man appeared harmless. Yet anyone who dared to release him would unleash a cataclysmic disaster. Suddenly, Alfred was caught off guard. A black arm seized his neck, and a sharp blade emerged from his back, crimson blood dripping onto the floor. Apologies, outsider. I shall take your life. The assailant was none other than Black Manta. He, along with the mercenaries Clock Tower, Captain Cold, and Zhang Xiao, had infiltrated the room earlier, launching a surprise attack on Alfred. Such is the nature of supervillains. They show no mercy when it comes to killing, even to Alfred from Earth 3. The principal antagonist of the three-body war has unexpectedly met his demise. Following the resolution of the Alfred situation, Captain Cold directed his gaze toward the prisoner. Does anyone know who this individual is? Is he a member of the crime syndicate? Or perhaps something else? Uncertain, yet it appears the crime syndicate holds him in high regard, remarked Black Manta. Everyone froze in place, refraining from advancing further. This individual is the most perilous among the crime syndicate, he warned. At that moment, Zhang Xiao stepped forward, approaching Alexander Luthor. At long last, I've encountered him. Having concealed myself for so long and played a supporting role for an entire day, I have awaited this moment. What, then, is his identity? Captain Cold inquired. He is my prey, a being I must eliminate. Only I can deal with him, and it must be done while he is still merely immortal. From your words, it seems he poses a significant threat. However, he appears to be just an ordinary man, chimed in the bell ringer. He is far from ordinary. Step aside. I shall take his life first, then I will converse with you. Zhang Xiao approached the prisoner, raised his arm, and clenched his fist, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. If he could shatter this man's skull, his own safety would be assured. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as the wall behind the prisoner was obliterated. A woman clad in a black bodysuit, with an exquisite figure and wielding a golden lasso, kicked Zhang Xiao squarely in the face, sending him reeling. Apologies, ugly one. But I cannot allow you to harm him. He is the father of my child, and I must say, you are quite unattractive, declared the Super Queen, a prominent member of the crime syndicate. Upon recognizing Zhang Xiao's visage, she expressed her disdain. My sincerest apologies, darling, for my tardiness. You know I had to shake off those pesky fellows. The Super Queen removed the prisoner's mask and tore away the seal from his mouth, whispering in his ear, Xantia. Simultaneously, as the seal was torn away, the man uttered the word. Thunder rumbled as a bolt of black lightning descended from the heavens. As the smoke dissipated, a figure resembling Black Adam stood before the crowd, adorned with a mane of thick red hair, a black lightning symbol emblazoned on his chest, draped in a cape, and ensconced in black lightning. You have arrived just in time, my dear. By the way, who was it that claimed they would kill me? Panic ensued. We're doomed. We're doomed. We cannot contend with this being. Chapter 15, The Demise of Johnny Quick. Outside the space station, the recently returned superboss, Deathstorm, and Power Quick found themselves collectively stunned. As I gazed upon the sky, a black lightning bolt descended, causing Superba to furrow his brow. Superba, that black lightning indicates that the fiend has been unleashed, remarked Johnny Quick. Silence. I am aware. Thanks to that band of invaders, he is now free. You two must confront the intruders while I deal with that creature, Deathstorm. Quickly fetch Supergirl. I shall temporarily restrain him. Once Supergirl arrives, she can ensnare him using her lasso. And what of the Grid? Where has he gone? Superba inquired. Understood. I shall seek out Supergirl at once. As for Grid, I cannot reach him either. Just moments ago, all signals were severed, replied Deathstorm. Damn that robot. He had better return swiftly. Our time is limited. Is there any way to contact Hawkman? Fortunately, I have only recently absorbed the Kryptonite. If he were to emerge tomorrow or the day after, I would be ill-prepared to confront him. At that moment, Grid was unlikely to return, as he was being overwhelmed by Steel and the Metal Team. I fear it may be futile. Hawkman and Supergirl have both departed in secret. Superba, exercise caution. They may harbor clandestine motives, warned Deathstorm. I understand. You take care as well, Deathstorm. If Supergirl betrays us, flee immediately. Do not allow that creature to claim your power, Superba cautioned, his greatest fears manifesting as all misfortunes converged. I comprehend, Superba. I am not easily subdued either. Very well, my dear Atom Girl, let us proceed. Johnny Quick and Atom Girl charged ahead into the space station. Who are you? Captain Cold inquired. You there, holding a firearm. You don a helmet and carry an oxygen tank on your back? You are a mercenary, are you not? You are all mere mortals, of no use to me. Xantia revealed a sinister smile as he spoke. It seems these three possess no superhuman abilities, rendering them largely ineffective against you. However, that hideous creature over there may prove somewhat useful, Supergirl observed. Thus, it is 4 against 2, comrades. Let us prepare for battle. Black Adam, Captain Cold, and Manta each drew their weapons, aiming them at the criminal syndicate, Supergirl, and Xantia. Get out of the way, shouted Zhang Xiao, unleashing a torrent of energy from within. A massive fire column surging towards Supergirl and Xantia. The flames, comparable to the surface of the sun, engulfed the two figures. Immediately after, Zhang Xiao emitted a ray of cold that struck his own fiery blast, enveloping the space station in a haze of mist. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xiao turned and fled, exhaling a plume of fire to create a smokescreen, merely a temporary measure to obscure their vision and facilitate his escape. At present, I find myself lacking in both extraordinary abilities and combat experience, rendering me no match for Xantia and the Super Queen. A strategic retreat is in order. It would be prudent to withdraw, especially since Xantia's sights are set on me. What am I afraid of? Is this fellow truly that formidable? The Grim Reaper lamented. Regardless, we are 4 against 2, and we possess the numerical advantage. Pay him no mind. He is merely a novice. I initially believed him to be a master, but it turns out he is akin to the likes of the Power Ring. The Black Manta shook his head in disappointment. Is this fire-breathing ability truly his superpower? It's quite impressive. Your strength will serve my purpose well. Fleeing is futile. Though Zhang Zhao's flames are of an extremely high temperature, they scarcely singed the skin of the Super Queen or Xantia. You seem to disregard our presence entirely. Captain Cold, Black Manta, and the Grim Reaper immediately assumed battle stances. Ha! You three are utterly useless to me. Begone. I can scarcely be bothered to eliminate you. Xantia and the Super Queen paid no heed to the trio, bursting through the ceiling and soaring into the sky. Should we pursue that individual or first deal with the members of the crime syndicate? You must enhance your strength. You are not yet a match for the Super Boss, the Super Queen remarked as she stood beside Xantia. This is merely a temporary setback. Soon I shall slay the Super Boss and seize all of his powers, starting with Johnny Quick. His speed is precisely what I urgently require. Along with Deathstorm's ability to manipulate matter and control atoms, Xantia declared. We must act swiftly. You need to acquire Deathstorm's powers post-haste. For the demon that threatens our world is already in pursuit. The crimson rift in the sky must be mended using Deathstorm's abilities. For the sake of our child, you must fight with unwavering resolve to claim this world for him, the Super Queen urged. I do not place my hopes in you. The only one capable of confronting the demon that threatens our world is my child. He is our savior. Indeed, I intend to seize this entire world as a gift for my child, a present for his birth. Ha ha. Xantia laughed heartily. Wait. Perhaps we need not seek out Johnny Quick. Look, he has already arrived, the Super Queen noted. Oh, below, a crimson figure charged in abruptly, sending Captain Cold and the Grim Reaper flying. This figure was none other than Johnny Quick. Meanwhile, Atom Girl faced off against Black Manta, attempting to shrink her form and infiltrate his body for destruction. But Black Manta's armor was impenetrable, with not a single gap. Behold, you miscreants. You have unleashed a great villain. Do you not realize? Now tell me where they are. Johnny Quick seized Captain Cold by the throat and pressed him against the wall, forcibly wrenching away his cold gun. You bear a striking resemblance to a man I once dispatched. Your name is Snyder, is it not? In my world, I have also ended your existence, are you aware? You were once an officer of the law, though at that time, you possessed neither this freezing weapon. This is no mere ice gun, it is a cold gun. What distinction does that hold? A device capable of producing a bit of ice. Do you truly believe you can defeat me with it? Johnny Quick scoffed. Nonsense, it is not an ordinary weapon. Countless wield ice as a means of attack, yet mine is unparalleled. The captain of Cold asserted. What sets it apart? No matter how superior the firearm, it is rendered useless if you cannot pull the trigger. Upon concluding his words, Johnny Quick brandished the freezing gun before the captain of Cold, mockingly declaring, unaware that the barrel of the cold gun was now aimed squarely at his own thigh. You shall learn shortly, you arrogant fool. The voice-activated trigger is now engaged. A smirk crept across the captain's lips as the icy frost swiftly encased Johnny Quick's entire thigh. Ah, now you know the pain. Cry all you wish once it thaws. Do you comprehend? The difference between you and the Flash is that he and I share mutual respect. That is the chasm between you and him. Aside from the fact that he possesses 2 legs, whereas you are left with but one, the captain of Cold concluded, delivering a kick that shattered Johnny Quick's frozen thigh into a myriad of pieces. Ah, no. Good heavens. Johnny, what have you done? Meanwhile, the shrunken Atom girl contemplated rescuing her beloved. At that moment, Zansha, who had previously departed, suddenly returned, descending from above to seize Johnny Quick by the throat. Behold, Atom girl, your speedster demon is now trapped. He can no longer escape. Ha ha ha, for he belongs to me now. No, Johnny, hold on. I will summon Ultra? Upon witnessing Zansha's arrival, Atom girl was seized by terror and immediately shrank to an atomic scale to flee. Atom girl, my darling, yes. Quickly run. Do not concern yourself with me. The incapacitated Johnny Quick, lying on the ground with a severed leg, spoke weakly, his thoughts still centered on protecting his beloved. Oh, Johnny. Johnny, my dear, you need not flee any longer. Do not run, you naughty boy. Zansha declared, twisting Johnny Quick's neck with a single, forceful motion. Your life ends here. Your speed and abilities shall be harnessed for my purposes, just as those of the previous members of the criminal syndicate. Zansha's hand pressed against Johnny Quick, unleashing a surge of blue lightning that drained his superhuman powers entirely. Gentlemen, it appears we are in grave trouble, the captain of Cold remarked, casting a glance at Zansha. Chapter 16, Ultra versus Zansha. At this very moment, a man who had just betrayed his comrades was in a frantic flight. Zhang Xiao, after a frantic escape, finally arrived at a formidable iron gate, the very site where he had parted ways with Luthor. Previously, Lex Luthor, Catwoman, and Batman banded together to rescue Nightwing. My goodness, I was almost paralyzed with fear, completely forgetting that I possessed the ability to fly. I simply could not contend with that wretched Zansha. Perhaps I should just take to the skies for an entire day and night, and as soon as the 24 hours are up, I would vanish from this world. This realm is exceedingly perilous. How can this be? Once this group has dealt with the crime syndicate, even if I manage to survive, I must then confront the impending war with Darkseid and the arrival of the Anti-Monitor. Following that, I would face the Omega Titans, the Dark Dragon Barbados, the Order of the Dark Knights, the Creator Goddess, Dr. Manhattan, and a myriad of other formidable foes. Should I immediately distance myself from the battlefield, seeking refuge in solitude? Or should I continue to engage in the fight? Is anyone out there? I hear footsteps. Who is it? A feminine voice inquired. It is I. Who are you? Well, it appears I have no choice but to stay. Wonderful. It is Mr. Zhang Xiao. I am Catwoman. Hey, Mr. Zhang Xiao, could you open the door from the outside? We are trapped in this room, which is designated for the containment of Doomsday, and we cannot force it open from within. Catwoman stated. I do not see any sort of switch from the outside, Zhang Xiao replied, turning around in search of any possible means of escape. Approaching the main door, he gathered all his strength and struck the iron door with 2 powerful punches. The entire space station began to tremble violently. However, the door remained unyielding. No wonder it was constructed to contain Doomsday. Its sturdiness is astonishing. Damn it, is there truly no way out? Gentlemen, we have no other options now. I apologize, Mr. Richard Grayson, Luthor spoke from within. No, don't do this. Oh my God, Luthor, what have you done? Zhang Xiao could only hear the sounds of fists and feet striking, accompanied by the crackle of electricity. What have you done, Luther? How could you kill him? Batman's anguished voice echoed. Do not act rashly, Batman. If you continue to interfere, Mr. Richard Grayson will surely perish. I merely induced a state of false death. Otherwise, this door would not open. Now, I shall rescue him, Luther declared. What? Crack. The previously sealed door creaked open. The individuals inside finally emerged, Catwoman and Batman, supporting a severely injured man, alongside the bald Luther clad in green battle armor. Trust me, he is not dead. I merely caused his heart to stop momentarily. With a jolt to his heart, he will survive, provided you can quickly transport him to a place where he can receive treatment, Luther asserted. Indeed, Zhang Xiao harbored a desire to voice his frustrations. The mind of Grid must be fundamentally flawed, as the design of this gate could have been rendered entirely impenetrable. Instead, it was configured to operate in a selectively opening manner. One must acknowledge that the Justice League constructed this prison with the express purpose of containing Doomsday, whose ferocity requires no embellishment. Furthermore, the activation of the bomb will occur regardless of whether Grayson meets his demise. It is set to eradicate all threats indiscriminately. Thus, it is evident that the editors at DC are truly bending the narrative to suit their needs. Luther, a troublesome adversary, has emerged, one who stands as perhaps the most formidable within the criminal syndicate. He possesses few glaring weaknesses. His capabilities mirror those of Shazam, the being who can contest with Superman. He may also be likened to Black Adam, yet he has the unsettling ability to absorb the powers of any superpowered individuals he slays, thus perpetually augmenting his strength. Strikingly, he appears to be your doppelganger, sharing your visage with the sole distinction of possessing hair, which you lack. Perhaps you could attempt to chant his transformation incantation in his presence to revert his form. The incantation is Zansa. What do you think? It is imperative that all of Zansa's abilities and vulnerabilities be disclosed to Lex Luthor. We must devise a means to eliminate this menace. Zhang Xiao expounded upon Zansa's powers in their entirety, asserting that this individual must perish. Luthor, if we cannot eliminate him, my efforts will be in vain. Such an exhaustive account of his weaknesses. How deep must your animosity run? How fervently do you wish for his demise? I understand. I shall handle this, Luthor replied, casting a glance at Zhang Xiao without further comment. This individual's demeanor is utterly that of an ordinary person, even in the face of overwhelming strength. Akin to that of Superman, he fled without engaging in combat. My doppelganger, then I shall personally vanquish him, Zhang Xiao declared. Very well. I shall be at your side to assist, perhaps by restraining him and bringing him before you. Trust me, I can maintain control for several seconds, allowing you to recite the incantation to reverse his transformation. Once he reverts to a mere mortal, I shall swiftly conclude matters, Zhang Xiao continued. Agreed. I appreciate your assistance. Mr. Zhang Xiao, at least he is willing to fight. That is a positive sign, Luthor responded. By the way, Luthor, what about Black Adam and Sinestro? When confronting that individual, let us forego notions of martial ethics and simply overwhelm him collectively. To vanquish Zansa, we must consolidate our strengths. A solitary confrontation will not suffice. The two commenced a search in another chamber, soon to return. Luthor, in exasperation, mused, what enmity could this individual possibly harbor against my doppelganger on Earth 3? Lex Luthor remains convinced that Zhang Xiao hails from Earth 3. Let us part ways here, Luthor. I must hasten to join the other members of the League, Batman declared. Batman, I am on my way. At that moment, a being composed entirely of silver-white metal, featuring a distinctive red laser eye, materialized before them. The Grid has been vanquished, and now Cyborg Steel returns to the battlefield. Among the members of the Justice League, he, along with several metallic robots from the Metal Team, has just neutralized the Grid and reclaimed control over the global network. Excellent, Steel. Next, you and I shall act in unison. We will rescue Firestorm, who is imprisoned in the basement, along with the Justice League member within him, Batman proclaimed. Very well, proceed. By the time you emerge, the crime syndicate will have been dealt with, Luthor remarked. If you find yourselves outmatched, retreat temporarily. Once I have rescued all members of the Justice League, the crime syndicate will pose no threat, Batman asserted. At the moment of their separation, Lex Luthor extended his hand toward Batman. Batman paused momentarily, but then reciprocated the gesture, clasping hands with Luthor. Batman, I wish you good fortune. You as well, Luthor. Best of luck to you. Once Batman, Steel, and Catwoman had departed, Lex Luthor produced a green Kryptonite ring. You see, Mr. Zhang Xiao, even the Dark Knight, Batman, can lose focus. Well done. When did Luthor master such a technique? At that instant, Alexander Luthor, Zonshur, and Superwoman appeared before Overman and Deathstorm. Hello, Overman. Have you missed us? Superwoman inquired. Superwoman, what are you doing next to that fire? Overman exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He never anticipated that this woman, who obeyed him so readily, would betray him. I merely chose to remain by the side of my unborn child's father. Superwoman replied nonchalantly. Our unborn child, Zonshur added. What? You dare betray me, you wretched woman? Why? Louise? Overman roared in fury. If you seek a reason, it is simple. Alexander is stronger than you. Is that justification sufficient? Superwoman retorted indifferently. Overman's eyes glowed a menacing red as he charged toward Zonshur, seizing his head in his hands and unleashing his heat vision, igniting Zonshur's face. Ah! Zonshur screamed in agony. For an ordinary person, this would have reduced them to ashes. I should have killed you, Alexander Luthor. I never should have spared you, Overman seethed. Zonshur broke free from Overman's grasp and retaliated with a powerful punch, sending Overman flying. The two engaged in an aerial brawl. The reason you have not killed me is that you fear the monster, Overman, who has ravaged our universe. I will eradicate you both and then extinguish him. I admit. Before I took the lives of Johnny Quick, Hawkman, and Will Batson, you were indeed more formidable than I, Zonshur declared. At long last, the moment for my vengeance has arrived. I shall return to you, ultraviolence, the oppression and all the wrongs you have inflicted upon me 100-fold. Yet, I remain mightier than you. With a sudden ferocity, ultraviolence seized Alexander Luthor by the head, thrusting his thumbs deep into his eyes, drawing forth a torrent of crimson. The raw might of the Kryptonian surged within ultraviolence, and indeed, he spoke the truth. Despite having absorbed such immense power, Xantia could not best him in sheer force. Of course, this was merely a contest of brute strength, for in that regard, few races in the cosmos could rival the Kryptonians. Alexander Luthor unleashed a bolt of lightning from his palm, sending ultraviolence sprawling, creating distance between them. As a Kryptonian from Earth-3, ultraviolence's magical defenses far exceeded those of the Superman from the main universe. Such an attack could only momentarily repel him. But I can summon the strength of the souls of those who perished at my hands. Did you think blinding me would render me powerless? You forget that one of my victims possessed the ability to heal himself. Xantia's eyes had already returned to their original state. Once again, Xantia charged forward, utilizing the super speed he had just acquired, leaving ultraviolence unable to react. He swung his fists in rapid succession, striking ultraviolence until he saw stars. Boom, boom. Xantia drove ultraviolence into the mountainside. Rest for a while, ultraviolence. Once I have drained the power of your allies, I shall return for you. You are the final delectable feast I intend to savor. Xantia glanced at Superwoman, who had ensnared Deathstorm with her lasso. Now, he aimed to seize the power of Deathstorm, which was even more crucial. He needed to overcome these adversaries swiftly and utilize Deathstorm's power to mend the rift in space. He was still far from being a match for that demon. Don't dawdle, Alexander. Come quickly and slay this wretch. Absorb his power. I will keep him subdued. Superwoman wielded her obedience lasso. Oh, truly splendid. I shall fulfill your every desire, my lady. At this moment, Superwoman had bound Deathstorm with her lasso of obedience. Anyone ensnared by it must heed her commands, although those with sufficient magical resistance, such as ultraviolence, could potentially resist. That's right, huh? I want you dead. I want you to sacrifice yourself for my beloved Alexander. Xantia had approached Superwoman, extending his hand to grasp Deathstorm's skeletal head. For years, I have coveted it, Deathstorm. Your atomic control is now mine. With that declaration, Xantia crushed Deathstorm's skull, claiming his power. Chapter 17. I chose to strike Superwoman, only to be struck by her in return. Boom. With a sound akin to an explosion of flames resounding, Xantia finally revealed his true form. Ha ha ha. Soaring through the skies. Xantia laughed heartily. Lex Luthor, accompanied by Zhang Xiao, Black Adam, and Sinestro, met with Captain Cold and Black Manta. Welcome back to the party, Luthor and Mr. Coward. Captain Cold remarked without reservation. You have witnessed that fellow's strength. I am merely opting for a strategic retreat. Moreover, should I fall to him, he would acquire my physique and superpowers, rendering him unbeatable. Zhang Xiao, unflustered, replied, The days of heroics have long since passed, at over 30 before my crossing. My life is paramount. Saving face is of little consequence. It appears the syndicate of crime has dwindled to this few, Captain Cold observed, glancing at the sky. They are in disarray. Mr. Zhang Xiao, please enlighten them regarding these individuals' weaknesses, Luther requested. It seems Mr. Coward possesses insights that elude us. Cut it out. I have stated it as merely a strategic withdrawal, not a retreat. Black Manta interjected. Now, listen closely. The being in the sky is named Xantia. Anyone with superpowers that he slays will have their abilities transferred to him. So those of us with powers must exercise caution during our confrontation. The woman beside him is called Superwoman. Her abilities can be likened to those of Wonder Woman. Her lasso can ensnare enemies, and I believe that aside from Black Adam, everyone present would be directly controlled. The other individual, resembling Superman, can gain enhanced strength through Kryptonite, but he is fearful of our planet's sunlight. Fortunately, Mr. Luther has prepared a solar energy device to easily deal with him. Excellent. That is sufficiently detailed. Do we have a battle plan, Mr. Luther? Captain Cold inquired. Our first target is Alexander Luther, my counterpart. The weaknesses of Ultraman are glaringly apparent, and we can dispatch him at any moment. Let us assign tasks, Mr. Zhang Xiao. Choose your opponent, Xantia or Superwoman. I shall select Superwoman. If I were to be ambushed and slain, Xantia would acquire my powers, leaving you with no chance of victory. You may have Mr. Sinestro assist Black Adam in mending his jaw, allowing Black Adam to summon lightning to strike him. Once I handle Superwoman, I will come to your aid. Let the most formidable take on them. Bullying a heavily pregnant woman should pose little challenge for me. Can you manage alone? Shall I allocate assistance? Luther queried. In that case, let Captain Cold assist me. He can launch a surprise attack with his freeze gun to create an opportunity. If possible, Mr. Deathstroke and Mr. Black Manta could also lend a hand. Of course, it would be splendid if you could join as well, Mr. Luther. I welcome all assistance. Let Black Adam and Mr. Sinestro, our most powerful allies, take on Xantia first. The various antagonists have only just realized the extent of this individual's folly. Not teaming up with the deceased godly powers is, quite frankly, a disservice to his talents. My apologies, Mr. Zhang Xiao, but I can only dispatch either Captain Cold or Black Manta to assist you. Please make your choice. After all, we must contend with the most formidable opponent ourselves. I have no desire to join forces with this individual. Black Manta interjected. Very well, then I shall choose Black Manta. Among the three, in terms of combat experience and overall capability, Black Manta is undoubtedly the most adept. Thus, Mr. Manta, please lend your assistance to Mr. Zhang Xiao. I am indifferent. As long as my payment is secured, do not impede my efforts. Black Manta stated, having already resolved to face Superwoman alone. If he could offer even a modicum of aid, it would be welcome. Do not underestimate me. Aside from Xantia and Superwoman, I regard no one from the syndicate of crime with any respect. Zhang Xiao was becoming somewhat irate. Is this truly necessary? Am I not merely exercising caution? The villain from the syndicate of crime, along with Atom Girl, has now vanished. Captain Cold remarked. The villain likely seeks out Batman, for he harbors an obsession with Richard Grayson. However, with Cyborg and Batman present, the villain should not pose a significant threat. Luther added. As for Atom Girl, she may be concealed upon the battlefield. In any case, let us all proceed with caution. Before the group could finalize their strategy, Xantia had already lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch that shattered Black Manta's helmet, leaving him bloodied and missing several teeth as he was sent flying backward for dozens of meters. Where did you spring from? Xantia inquired. Executing the plan, Luther replied. Damn it, Black Manta, you've already bitten the dust. You're worthless. I was counting on you to help me deal with Superwoman. Forget it. I shall handle this myself. Fighting a woman should not pose too great a challenge for me. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiao charged towards Superwoman, wrapping his arms around her waist and swiftly transporting her to another part of the battlefield. Now it is time to prey upon the isolated woman. Upon witnessing his beloved being taken away, Xantia was instantly consumed by fury. He attempted to pursue, only to be struck down by a colossal yellow hammer, courtesy of Sinestro. Immediately afterward, Black Adam charged in to deliver a series of powerful blows to Xantia, relentlessly assaulting him with magical lightning. Captain Cold, Black Manta, and Luther also began to provide auxiliary support, and soon Xantia found himself besieged by several adversaries. My dear sir, are you so eager to be alone with me? While your enthusiasm is appreciated, Your appearance is rather unappealing, otherwise. I might not mind engaging in a little something with you. In midair, Superwoman extricated herself from Zhang Xiao's grasp, coyly remarking, Raven, summon the aircraft. Zhang Xiao launched himself into the air, executing a side kick aimed at Superwoman. Superwoman, supernova ignite. A colossal axe struck down a great tree. A tornado ravaged the parking lot. The Super Queen gazed in bewilderment at Zhang Xiao, who was recklessly attacking her. Is this fellow unwell? With a claw-like hand, he lunged forward. Such a base maneuver, sir. I almost feel as though I've returned to Earth 3, the Super Queen remarked with a smile, entirely unfazed by the violation of her personal space. And there's more. Prepare yourself. Zhang Xiao let out a guttural cry as he charged towards her. Heh, just what I need. Someone to help me unwind. The Super Queen retorted with a mocking laugh, fastening her lasso of compliance to her waist and assuming a fighting stance. Smack. Thud. Ouch. My word. How shameless. In mere minutes, Zhang Zhao's once pallid face transformed into a mosaic of bruises, blue, red, and purple. He had indeed overestimated himself. Since his arrival here, he had faced opponents whose physical prowess utterly overwhelmed him. When it came to true combat skills, Zhang Zhao's abilities were akin to those of a novice, relying on a set of military drills learned during high school and the brawling tactics from elementary school skirmishes. Employing these against the Super Queen was rather laughable. After just a few exchanges, he had barely touched her, yet he was already left battered and bruised. I must apologize. Forgive me, Mr. Ugly. Your attacks are simply too amusing. The Super Queen erupted into laughter, unable to contain herself. The absurdity of his combat skills was overwhelming. Even a mere street thug would outclass him. Yet, he had his merits. His physical condition was not significantly inferior to that of the Super Dominator. She had landed countless punches on him, and he was only left with a few bruises. Don't get too cocky. I tell you, your little partner is doomed. I've revealed all his weaknesses to Luther. He has finished. Zhang Xiao stammered, his legs trembling. It's over. What should I do? Wait. Since I cannot win in close combat, perhaps I should try ranged attacks. I still have my fiery breath and freezing ray. All right. Sir, I'm not getting cocky, but why are you trembling? Are you afraid of me? The Super Queen could scarcely contain her mirth. This rascal must possess another superpower, perhaps one called humor? Firestorm, Zhang Xiao shouted, creating distance as he unleashed his ranged abilities. A barrage of immense flames and icy rays rained down upon the Super Queen, but she deftly evaded each assault. Your superpower is quite impressive. Alexander would surely appreciate it. However, Sister no longer wishes to play. Now, it's time for you to offer up your life. The Super Queen declared, producing her lasso of compliance. Intent on capturing Zhang Xiao and summoning Xantia to eliminate him. What should we do now? It seems hopeless. Perhaps it's best to flee. Just as Zhang Xiao contemplated his escape, a man clad in a blue bodysuit and a red cape, emblazoned with a prominent U on his chest, suddenly emerged from behind the Super Queen. With a powerful punch, he sent her crashing to the ground, relentlessly striking her abdomen. You vile woman. At last. I've caught my opportunity. Regrettably, your child with Alexander Luther is no more. The assailant was none other than the Super Overlord, who had finally seized the moment to make this treacherous woman pay for her betrayal. His brutal blows caused blood to erupt between the Super Queen's legs. No, Alexander. The Super Overlord has ambushed me, she cried out, her voice filled with anguish as she called for Xantia. Chapter 18. A sudden crisis. Zhang Xiao is kidnapped. Don't waste your efforts. That fool is too preoccupied with his own troubles, the Super Overlord said, gripping the Super Queen's neck and lifting her off the ground. Do you even realize what you've done? You've destroyed our future. That child was the key to defeating the demon that threatens our world. What have you done? Tears streamed down the Super Queen's face as she spoke. I care not for such matters. You betrayed me. I want you and your wretched offspring to perish. You will pay the price, the Super Overlord sneered. Cough. Do you truly believe I am insignificant? Zhang Xiao leaped into the air, executing a spinning kick that sent the Super Overlord flying, and then caught the Super Queen mid-fall. Though he considered himself a coward with little combat experience, the thought of attacking a pregnant woman's vulnerable abdomen to cause a miscarriage was utterly abhorrent to him. During his earlier confrontation with the Super Queen, he had refrained from any underhanded tactics. Super Overlord, you are indeed a scoundrel, though the Super Queen is hardly a paragon of virtue herself. Oh, the clone. I almost forgot about you. I can see through your facade. You are but a clone, a disgrace to the noble Kryptonian warriors. Yet, your soul seems peculiar, as if it did not originate from this body. I had intended to deal with you later, but I did not expect you to present yourself so conveniently. Do you know why I was so eager to emerge? First, to exact revenge on this woman, and second, for you and that kryptonite you possess. I detected its scent from a distance, the super overlord remarked, wiping the blood from his lips. Is that so? You seek the kryptonite. I'm afraid it is quite valuable to me as well, for it can enhance my powers. Unlike you, I have no fear of sunlight. In fact, it amplifies my strength. Are you envious, Super Overlord? If you possessed my constitution, you would no longer need to scour for kryptonite, Zhang Xiao taunted. Ha. Once I have slain you and examined your remains, I shall discover how to overcome my weaknesses, the Super Overlord replied. Alas, release me. You underestimate the women of Amazon. I am still capable of fighting, and I shall vanquish you, Superman. The Super Queen struggled to leap off Zhang Xiao. Are you certain? Zhang Xiao inquired. Of course. Should I rely on you? Even I cannot defeat this brute. However, I truly did not anticipate your arrival to rescue me. I had initially intended to eliminate you. The Super Queen remarked. You are correct. We are adversaries, and you still plan to slay me. Nevertheless, I have my principles. The child within you is innocent. Do you understand? A person like you would scarcely survive a day on Earth 3, the Super Queen asserted. What is the matter, Louise? Are you again intending to seduce this foolish clone to confront me? You are overestimating yourselves. Even if you two joined forces, you would not stand a chance against me. Superman declared. We have yet to engage in combat. How can you be so certain? Moreover, I possess a deeper understanding of the soul. I can perceive that his essence is original, though I cannot fathom how it resides within a clone body, the Super Queen countered. I can offer you a chance. If the clone submits to me and you relinquish your kryptonite, I shall spare your life. What say you? Superman suggested. The recent intense battle between Superman and Alexander Luthor had severely drained Superman's energy. However, if he could sway this clone to his side and acquire his kryptonite, no enemy would pose a threat. You are mistaken. To be frank, I do not trust either of you, Zhang Xiao replied, shaking his head. It appears I no longer require your assistance, Mr. Comedian. The Super Queen smirked coldly. What? Before Superman could react, he was sent flying by a powerful punch. It was Zansha who had returned. Louise, what has happened to my child? I regret to inform you, Alexander. Our child was slain by Superman. Ah, no, you wretched creature. Louise, you could not even protect a mere child. He has not yet been born. He has not even had the chance to behold this world. My child, my wicked offspring. Zansha bellowed. Had you resolved these enemies swiftly, the child would not have perished, the Super Queen retorted unapologetically. Ultimately, are you not strong enough? I shall return to deal with you shortly. For now, Superman, I shall claim your power. Zansha turned and seized Superman, and the two began to grapple in the sky, exchanging blows. However, it was evident that Superman was gradually losing the upper hand. Suddenly, a brilliant ray of sunlight pierced through the atmosphere. In an instant, the once robust and muscular Superman transformed into a frail figure, resembling a mere specter. In the sky, Sinestro and Black Adam had united to push the moon aside, allowing sunlight to flood the Earth once more. The very thing Superman feared most had arrived. Ah, cursed clone, give me the kryptonite, quickly. I believe your opportunity has slipped away. Now, Superman, are you prepared to embrace death? Alexander Luthor, of course, would not let this opportunity to pummel a drowning dog slip by. He seized Superboss by the neck from behind and dragged him before himself, relishing this moment of vengeance. Hey, Mr. Comedian, if you wish to avoid death, it would be wise to depart now, considering your recent assistance to me. I grant you 1 minute to flee. After that, I can no longer protect you. Alexander will not spare you. The Super Queen turned to Zhang Xiao and declared, Damn it, why do I still possess a shred of compassion? Such sentiments should have been cast aside when I left Paradise Island, abandoning all my sisters to this world in search of refuge. I believe I need not flee. It is you who should be running, Super Queen. No sooner had Zhang Xiao spoken than a massive yellow shackle ensnared Zansha, a manifestation of Sinestro's yellow light powers. A shadowy figure swiftly approached, covering Alexander Luthor's mouth and clutching him tightly. Black Adam had arrived. Lex Luthor, wielding the lightning staff, materialized before Zansha and shouted, Zansha. Thunder rumbled as a bolt of black lightning struck once more, and in an instant, the once mighty Xantia was reduced to a gaunt mortal. Prepare to die? Lex Luthor plunged the lightning staff into Alexander Luthor's chest, blood gushing forth. No, he cannot die, not yet. The Super Queen charged forward, using her binding lasso to hurl Lex Luthor away, then unleashed a flurry of punches that sent Sinestro and Black Adam reeling. Quick, Alexander, chant the transformation spell, hurry, she urged, holding Alexander Luthor close. Her concern for him was not born of love, but rather from the realization that his power, the strength of Xantia, was their only hope in defeating the demon that threatened to annihilate their world. With her own child lost, Alexander's power was now the sole beacon of hope. He simply could not perish. Xantia, Alexander weakly called out, but at that moment, a figure surged forward, forcefully pushing the Super Queen aside and delivering a devastating blow that shattered Alexander Luthor's heart. Simultaneously, the dark Xantia transformed into lightning, striking him down. The assailant was none other than Zhang Xiao. Boom, boom. At that instant, a most extraordinary event transpired. Zhang Xiao's attire morphed into a costume adorned with the same black lightning emblem as Xantia, and his previously lifeless visage transformed back to normal. Strangely, he bore the features of an Eastern Asian individual. Zhang Xiao managed to utter 2 words before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Damn it. There's no other choice. This one belongs to me now. The Super Queen swiftly produced a smoke bomb, hurling it to the ground before soaring forward to seize the unconscious Zhang Xiao, rapidly ascending into the sky to escape. Stop. Upon witnessing Zhang Xiao being abducted, Lex Luthor immediately shouted, cough. Luthor, be cautious. This smoke is highly toxic and has anesthetic effects. Do not approach. Fortunately, the smoke bomb gifted to him by the villain was still at hand. This smoke bomb was specially crafted, infused with a measure of anesthetic and deadly poison. They would require some time to neutralize it, ample time for him to make his escape. The unfortunate news was that both his husband and child were gone. However, the comforting news was that the power of Xantia remained intact. What, then, should be done about the prophecy? According to the prophecy of the Amazons, he was destined to bear a child imbued with the most formidable dark powers. Initially, he believed that individual to be Superman. Later, he thought it was Alexander Luthor. Yet now, both had perished, along with the child. This could only signify one thing. They were all unworthy. Unworthy of allowing him to give birth to the strongest dark offspring. Nevertheless, the power of Xantia was indeed crucial. Consider yourself fortunate, Mr. Jester, he thought, but overall, your transformed appearance is far more appealing than that grotesque visage you previously bore. The Super Queen glanced at the unconscious Zhang Xiao and remarked, though this individual is a clone, he possesses a perfection surpassing that of Superman, capable of absorbing kryptonite to gain greater strength and impervious to the sunlight of this world. Now, endowed with the Xantia power of Alexander Luthor, could he indeed be the one foretold to grant me my dark child? Had he still possessed that ghastly countenance, I would not have given him a second thought, not even for a moment. But now, perhaps I might reconsider. We must first find a place to hide, Mr. Jester. Afterward, we can thoroughly explore each other's depths, the Super Queen declared, leading Zhang Xiao to a covert base she had secretly constructed after invading this world. This base was exceedingly discreet, located in a remote area known to no one. A day later, Zhang Xiao finally regained consciousness, his head still spinning. Oh, it seems you have awakened, Mr. Jester, the Super Queen said, a sly smile gracing her lips. You are the Super Queen? This is dire, this is dire. I am doomed. Chapter 19. A true man can bend and yield. What is this situation? Why, upon awakening, is the first face I see that of the Super Queen. Ah, it appears you are awake, Mr. Jester. I believe it is time for us to become acquainted. Shall we start with your name? Allow me to introduce myself first. I am Lois Lane, Queen of the Amazons, though at present, I am the sole Amazon, the Super Queen proclaimed, wearing a smile she deemed friendly, as she gazed upon Zhang Xiao. At this moment, Zhang Xiao recalled the time when he had charged at Alexander Luthor and ended his life, only to be struck by a bolt of black lightning, which left him unconscious. Now, he pondered his current predicament. Had his inept companions not rescued him, instead passively allowing him to be captured by the Super Queen? However, it appeared that he had indeed vanquished Alexander Luthor. Otherwise, he would not have been able to regain consciousness. Luthor would have ensured his demise. Nevertheless, he had effectively eliminated her beloved. So why had the Super Queen spared him? opting instead to capture him alive. "Hello, I am Zhang Xiao," he introduced himself. What could this woman's true intentions be? What was the reason behind his captivity? Did she intend to use him as leverage? Perhaps she feared the Justice League's pursuit. As in the original narrative, she had indeed been captured and imprisoned by them. If her only aim was to take him hostage, Zhang Xiao felt little trepidation. After all, she would not immediately eliminate him. And he had only a few hours left before his time of transmigration arrived. Once that moment came, he would swiftly depart from this bizarre DC world. With his Kryptonian physique rivaling that of Zod or Superman, he would thrive wherever he went. "Well then, Mr. Zhang Xiao, it seems we are somewhat acquainted now," the Super Queen remarked. I am unsure what your commands are, but I shall comply with whatever I am capable of," he responded. A true man knows when to endure. He could afford to temporarily lower himself, for when the time came for his transmigration, he would vanish, leaving behind her schemes and machinations. "I shall be direct. You see, Alexander Luthor is dead, and my child is gone. I require a new child imbued with immense power. And I have chosen you," the Super Queen declared. Zhang Xiao could hardly fathom that a stunningly beautiful woman would seek him out for such a purpose. However, the Super Queen was far from his ideal. Despite her breathtaking figure and unparalleled beauty, which rivaled that of Wonder Woman, her temperament was quite troubling. Her known lovers included the likes of Ultraman, the Cheetah, and Alexander Luthor, and it remained uncertain how many other partners she may have on Earth. Furthermore, loyalty was not her strong suit. Should she encounter someone more powerful, she would undoubtedly betray him without hesitation. Not a problem. To gain the favor of the Super Queen is indeed a stroke of fortune for me. "Leave this matter to me," he assured her. A true man can endure discomfort. He would feign agreement, biding his time until he could make his escape when the moment of transmigration arrived. Witnessing Zhang Xiao's swift acquiescence, the Super Queen appeared pleased. This left the Super Queen somewhat taken aback. It seemed puzzling, for this individual possessed a commendable mindset, despite his unwavering confidence in his own allure. However, to so effortlessly ensnare him should not be a trivial matter. "I shall call you Louise, although the timing may not be entirely appropriate. Perhaps you should take some time to recuperate, especially since you have just lost a child. Once you regain your health, we shall commence forthwith. Rest assured, Louise. When you beckon me eastward, I shall never venture west. When you command me to strike, I shall never intervene to save." Zhang Xiao immediately rose, thumping his chest in solemn assurance. At that moment, Zhang Xiao glanced at his attire, which seemed eerily familiar. The prominent lightning emblem on his chest. Shazam? No, it was Zansha. Zhang Xiao suddenly reached to touch his face. The grotesque, zombie-like visage that once marred his features had vanished. Even his hands had returned to their natural hue. No longer pallid. "This is perplexing," Zhang Xiao thought, somewhat at a loss. "You have finally noticed. Indeed, you have seized the power of Alexander Luthor. You have appropriated his Zansha strength," the Super Queen declared. "Wait, how could this woman be enamored with me? So, Zansha's power resides within me. No wonder the Super Queen has always deemed it the epitome of perfection, capable of incessantly usurping the abilities of others for one's own use. Does this imply that I too possess this strength? Yet, I shall not emulate Alexander Luthor in indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. However, should any miscreant provoke me, or should I encounter a formidable villain, I would not shy away from acquiring new abilities for myself. So, I have obtained the Zansha power? Indeed, Zhang Xiao, let me be candid. Our world was not annihilated by our own hand, but rather by an unparalleled superdemon. I have never encountered a being more formidable than him. He obliterated our realm, and to vanquish him, I must bear the strongest offspring, or rather, you must transform into the mightiest entity to defeat him. Do not presume this matter is unrelated to you, for he shall soon arrive in your world. It will not be long. When we engage in battle, the crimson lightning that cleaves the sky is a manifestation of the spatial rift, heralding the demon's imminent arrival. The Super Queen elucidated. Absolutely. It is our duty to save the world, and we must ensure double protection. A child must be born, and my strength must be fortified. Together, father and son shall march into battle. Dual assurance is indeed the finest strategy. Zhang Xiao began to ramble enthusiastically. Your agreement came far too swiftly. This is rather unusual. So let me discern your true intentions, the Super Queen proclaimed, producing her golden obedience collar and fastening it around Zhang Xiao's neck. Now, heed my commands. Yes, my beautiful lady. Zhang Zhao's face displayed an expression of profound resistance, yet it proved futile. It was evident that he could not withstand the binding power of obedience for the moment. What is your true intention? You will comply with my instructions, won't you? Speak. What is your genuine purpose? Inquired the Super Queen. I possess the ability to traverse to other worlds, and my cooldown period is nearly at an end. Soon, I will depart from this place. My previous words were merely to placate you before I made my escape, Zhang Xiao lamented, his eyes brimming with despair. It's over for me. The Kryptonians of Earth 3 possess formidable magical resistance, allowing the super tyrant to withstand the binding command. However, the magical resistance of Kryptonians from the main universe is well known, rendering the protagonist unable to resist, even with the power of Xantia. For Xantia himself, Alexander Luthor, has also been under the control of the Super Queen. In Chapter 20, The Compromised Super Queen, I yearn to uncover the truth. You can traverse worlds? Huh. I never imagined you possessed such an ability. It is truly remarkable. This means we can escape that demon. If one can traverse to other worlds, one can amass power and evade the universe-destroying demon at will. After all the toil and effort I have expended to seek out a powerful man and bear formidable offspring, was it not all for the purpose of vanquishing that demon? The ability to traverse to other worlds is extraordinarily potent. We could easily venture into other realms. Why do you hesitate to take me along? Do you not like me? Questioned the Super Queen. It's not that I dislike you. It's that I fear you. Your temperament is exceedingly treacherous. The Super Queen, in terms of appearance, physique, and combat prowess, is unparalleled. Yet, Zhang Xiao genuinely feared that he would be unable to cope. This woman might betray him the moment she encountered someone stronger. Ah, so that is your concern. Fear not. As long as you are sufficiently powerful, I shall remain steadfastly by your side, devoted and unwavering. She did not deny her attraction to strength. After all, women are inherently drawn to the powerful. Should her partner possess enough strength, she would assist him in acquiring even greater power, just as she would for Alexander. You do not comprehend. When I speak of traversing worlds, I do not mean merely shuttling between parallel universes. This world consists of countless material universes, dark multiverses, and antimatter universes amalgamated together. Such a universe, strictly speaking, constitutes a single world. My ability to traverse transcends this. I can venture into realms you have never encountered, such as the world of cultivation, the world of magic, the technological world, or even the fantastical realm, Zhang Xiao said, his voice tinged with despair, feeling as though he had laid bare his very essence. What? Very well, my dear, please elaborate in detail about your abilities in this world. Let us first speak of this world, the universe in which you currently reside, known as the DC Universe. In this realm, all beings exist beneath the supreme deity, and this multiverse has undergone countless reboots. The DC Universe, you say? Has this world truly experienced such resets? Pray, dear one, enlighten me. The Super Queen remarked, it is quite literal. Everything in this world is obliterated, and then the world is reborn. The most recent reboot was instigated by the Flash's paradox, concerning Earth 3 of the old universe. You are not truly known as Lois Lane. Rather, you are the counterpart of Wonder Woman, Diana. As for the being known as the Super Tyrant, he is referred to as the Ultimate Man, possessing far fewer vulnerabilities, with abilities mirroring those of Superman. Their only weakness diverges. Superman is afraid of green kryptonite, while the Ultimate Man fears blue kryptonite. When they unite, they can even drive the cognitive robots that transcend the multiverse. The power of these thought robots surpasses your understanding. Alexander Luthor indeed merged with Lois Lane, yet in the old universe, he was merely a scientist, devoid of the powers of Xander, and exceedingly benevolent. In contrast, the Alexander Luthor of the new universe is one you are more familiar with, Zhang Xiao stated. Is that so? This truth is astonishing. I refuse to remain in this wretched world. The reboot you mentioned implies that all lives are extinguished, correct? Although it may signal the commencement of new lives, in essence, it transforms one into an entirely different individual. Upon hearing such a harsh revelation, even the Super Queen exhibited a glimmer of resentment in her eyes. After all, a world reboot signifies the birth of a new self, while the old self is utterly erased. Who would desire such a fate? Moreover, according to this individual, the former self was not Lois Lane at all, but Diana, nearly identical to the Wonder Woman of this realm. You speak of traversing worlds to evade the reset, do you not? The Super Queen seemed to glimpse a savior in this notion. Indeed, For the reboot of this world does not affect others. And this world is not without its instances of evading such resets. For instance, the demon that annihilated your world is known as the Anti-Monitor, as well as another Superman from this universe, referred to as P-52 Superman. I have no interest in Superman. The Anti-Monitor, you say? Is that his name? Pray, tell me more about him, the Super Queen inquired. The Anti-Monitor first appeared during a crisis known as the Infinite Earth Crisis. He is the progeny of the Creator Goddess and cannot be slain. Regardless of how many times he meets his end, he resurrects in the sixth dimension. He has 3 brothers, the Monitor and the World Forger, the latter of whom has crafted innumerable universes. The successful realm is known as the Material Universe, while the failures include the Dark Multiverse and the Antimatter Universe. Do you understand why the Anti-Monitor relentlessly seeks to obliterate universes? He sought to eliminate Darkseid, the embodiment of a cosmic force, for the death of this entity would blur the lines between mortals and deities. Furthermore, the Anti-Monitor could thereby liberate himself from the torment of the anti-life equation. You are truly the most splendid gift from the heavens. Your knowledge of the universe's secrets is astounding. Let us confer. I shall cease my inquiries into your other mysteries, and in return, I shall devote all my efforts to bolster your strength, under the condition that you take me along. I have already acquired sufficient knowledge for today, and any further revelation of cosmic secrets may prove overwhelming even for the Super Queen. How could this man possess such profound insights? Now is not the time for inquiry. The paramount task is to help him accept himself, for probing into his secrets would only incite his disdain. Thus, the Super Queen discreetly retracted her lasso of submission. Cough. At this moment, I, Zhang Xiao, am at a loss for words. What should I do now? She has seen my undergarments. Please do not reject me. I can be your most formidable ally, capable of assisting you in numerous endeavors, with only one condition. Take me away. The Super Queen expressed. It seems he is currently resistant to his own identity, discontent with his past self. That is acceptable. One can always change. The Super Queen is acutely aware of how invaluable his ability to traverse worlds is, coupled with his possession of the power of Zansha. As long as he desires, he will continue to grow stronger. Now, the Super Queen is convinced that he is the man foretold in prophecy, destined to father the mightiest offspring. However, she currently has no inclination towards motherhood. Her foremost desire is to escape this world. Zhang Xiao began to weigh the pros and cons of venturing to other realms, contemplating how to enhance his magical resistance to withstand her lasso of submission. If he could achieve this, then his fate would lie solely in his hands. Not to mention his bizarro physique, even the newly acquired Zansha power would enable him to effortlessly overpower her. His only concern was her submission lasso. At this juncture, Zhang Xiao also sought to reconnect with his long-lost traversal system within his mind. System, can I take someone with me? Moreover, if I am controlled by another, can you prevent her from forcing me to leave this world? Zhang Xiao inquired. You may take others with you. The number depends on your capacity to do so. If you are controlled by any entity, at the moment of traversal, the system will provide protection, rendering you immune to all negative states, the system replied. Long live the Saiga system. My greatest worry has now been alleviated. Once I acquire some top-tier spatial treasures from the realm of cultivation, I could potentially transport thousands, even tens of thousands, or perhaps millions across dimensions. Host, the countdown for your traversal has now completely cooled down, and you are free to depart from this world at any moment. I understand. At this very moment, Zhang Zhao's greatest concern has entirely vanished. The Super Queen indeed possesses formidable combat prowess, and her presence during our journey will greatly benefit me. Moreover, my primary apprehension has been resolved. Are you worried that I might once again employ this lasso on you? Fear not. I could even entrust it to you, for I shall no longer utilize it against you. You shall become my king, and I will dedicate everything to you, and you will continue to grow stronger. One day, the lasso of obedience will hold no sway over you. Upon finishing her words, the Super Queen extended the golden lasso before Zhang Xiao. No need for that. You have already stated that I will continuously grow stronger. There are still numerous methods across the myriad realms to enhance my magical resistance. I promise to take you away. But I must inform you that if I do not wish to traverse, even if you temporarily control me with the lasso, I can abandon you at the moment of crossing. So do not entertain any ulterior motives, Zhang Xiao threatened. Rest assured, my king, my entire being, including everything, will belong to you, the Super Queen replied. Are you ready for a journey across worlds? Of course, my king. Chapter 1. The world of biohazard each time I traverse. The world I enter is random, so I cannot predict our destination. Be prepared for battle at any moment. In simpler terms, this will be my first time utilizing the system's abilities. I understand. I believe that with our combined strength, we can survive comfortably in any world, the Super Queen asserted. Indeed, both he and the Super Queen draw their powers from the realm of comics. The Super Queen is akin to Wonder Woman, indistinguishable from the conventional version. If they were to traverse into the DC Cinematic Universe or the Marvel Cinematic Universe, they would undoubtedly be formidable forces. The Kryptonians of the DC Cinematic Universe pale in comparison to those from the comic realm. As long as we do not encounter the Marvel Universe, the comic world, or the pinnacle of Xinsha realms, I need not fear. System, activate your traversal ability. What must I do to bring another person along with me? Zhang Xiao inquired. Quite simple. If you possess a spatial treasure capable of storing living beings, place the individual you wish to bring within it. If you lack such equipment, merely grasp the other person's hand, the system responded. It seems my immediate priority is to acquire a piece of spatial equipment. Super Queen, come and take my hand. I am about to activate my ability. We must temporarily leave this world. The impending cataclysmic event of the dark side war poses a risk even with my current strength. It would be wiser to develop cautiously before engaging. Understood. Superwoman took Zhang Zhao's arm, and the two suddenly vanished from the DC universe. They materialized in a dimly lit alleyway. So, have we arrived in another world? Superwoman inquired, glancing around. Yes. Observe the architectural style. We should still be in a modern society, Zhang Xiao replied while surveying the surroundings. Let us first gather information about this place before making further plans, he suggested. Is it really necessary to complicate matters? We could simply conquer this world. Let us locate the highest authority here and compel them to abdicate in your favor, Superwoman proposed. Come on, there are just the two of us, Zhang Xiao countered. Trust me, with our combined strength, no one in this world could possibly stand against us. Not only do you possess the powers of a Kryptonian, but you also wield the might of Xinsha, Superwoman asserted. That's out of the question. I will not engage in such actions. However, you raise a valid point. Given my current appearance, can I revert to my original form simply by uttering a spell? Zhang Xiao recalled that after testing the Xinsha transformation, he would revert to his former self prior to his reincarnation, albeit with a more robust and imposing physique. Indeed, you will return to your previous form. But are you certain you wish to do so? In your Xinsha state, you retain all your previous powers, including your visage. Superwoman initially considered expressing that he looked quite unappealing, but thought better of it, recognizing the necessity of maintaining a favorable rapport. Indeed, after transformation, your superior physical attributes, fiery breath, freezing rays, super speed, and extraordinary endurance remain intact. Yet, for some reason, the superpowers absorbed by Xinsha seem to have vanished entirely. Moreover, my appearance resembling that of Zod is somewhat daunting. Let us maintain this transformed state for now, he concluded. My king, unlike Alexander Luthor, who becomes an ordinary individual devoid of power upon reverting to his true self, you remain a formidable Kryptonian even after transformation. Furthermore, the Xinsha incantation is effective only when pronounced by a fellow entity, thus you need not fear being forced to revert. You surpass both Superboy and Alexander in perfection. In your transformed state, you embody an enhanced version of Alexander Luthor, possessing combat capabilities on par with Superboy, lacking only in battle experience. Very well. Let us sustain this transformed shape for the time being. If possible, I would prefer to avoid becoming a ghastly visage, Zhang Xiao remarked. Let us seek a more populous area to ascertain the name of this city before making any decisions. The power of Shazam indeed possesses significant developmental value, yet it is not without considerable flaws. Zhang Xiao understands that his abilities are akin to those of Thunder Shazam, both deriving from external sources and consequently bearing inherent limitations. Very well, exclaimed Super Queen as she and Zhang Xiao departed from the narrow alleyway. The scene bore witness to a grave occurrence, littered with the remnants of mangled vehicles and engulfed in fierce flames. This resembles the aftermath of our syndicate's criminal assault, Zhang Xiao remarked. It appears this world is far from tranquil. We must remain vigilant and prepared for battle at all times. Absolutely. By the way, I should take some time to teach you a few combat techniques. Your skills are quite lacking, he added. That would be splendid, Zhang Xiao replied. acknowledging the need for refinement in his fighting prowess. Having an Amazonian demigoddess warrior instruct him in combat was undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity. Agreed, Super Queen responded, a hint of satisfaction gracing her lips. As they ventured forth, they soon encountered a multitude of figures. However, they could scarcely be referred to as human anymore. Their decaying visages, sluggish movements, and guttural moans painted a grim picture. The surrounding environment suggested a zombie apocalypse. Zhang Xiao mused that should he revert to his Bizarro form, he might seamlessly blend in with them. Worlds teeming with the undead abound. Marvel's zombified universe, the animated alternate reality, and DC's heroes in crisis. If they were to traverse these realms, excluding the alternate reality, Zhang Xiao would have to tread cautiously, enduring for 30 days before making his swift exit. However, it was also plausible they could find themselves in a world reminiscent of The Walking Dead or Resident Evil. After walking a bit further, they stumbled upon an enormous corporate sign, circular in shape, adorned in red and white. The instant Zhang Xiao beheld the emblem, he recognized the location. It was Umbrella Corporation, also known as the Umbrella Company, indicating they had entered the world of Resident Evil. In this reality, irrespective of whether it was the gaming or cinematic universe, both he and Super Queen possessed overwhelming strength. A massive billboard proclaimed, "Welcome to Raccoon City." "I recognize this place," Zhang Xiao declared. Chapter 2. Super Queen's Plan Yet. It appeared this city had been long abandoned, still haunted by the specter of a nuclear strike. Super Queen surveyed her surroundings before speaking. "This place has been subjected to a nuclear attack. Can you confirm this, Super Queen?" Zhang Xiao inquired. "Of course, during my time in Earth 3, the human government unleashed nuclear attacks upon me, yet they underestimated the demigod warriors of the Amazon. I emerged unscathed. I am certain this area has indeed suffered from a nuclear strike. Faint traces of radiation linger, though they pose little threat to human life now. This detonation must have occurred at least 7 or 8 years ago," remarked the Super Queen. "Is that so? I have discerned our location. Now we shall explore what this world has to offer. It can be considered a post-apocalyptic realm. 7 to 8 years post-nuclear assault, without any reconstruction, clearly indicates we are within a cinematic universe. When one speaks of biohazard crises, the first thoughts that spring to mind are the T-virus, the G-virus, and various bioorganic monsters. However, these entities hold little significance for Zhang Xiao. For even if these creatures were tenfold stronger, they would pose no challenge to him. This world's technological advancement has stagnated for a decade. Yet its scientific prowess remains formidable, particularly in the realm of cloning technology. Should I assist the elderly woman from the Umbrella Corporation? She is the original of Alice. The film's protagonist, Alice, is merely her clone. What was her name? Akasha? Or perhaps Alicia? Regardless, these details are inconsequential. If I can help eliminate that scientist, granting her dominion over the Red Queen, I could leverage her to accomplish many things. Super Queen, this world is rife with intriguing elements, biohazard viruses, and various bioorganic monstrosities. While their combat capabilities may not be particularly potent relative to us, they are indeed formidable against ordinary humans. I have devised a plan, declared Zhang Xiao. Various bioorganic monsters? Weak to us, yet strong against the common populace. Thus, we could seize control of this world and command these creatures to act as our cannon fodder. The Super Queen interjected promptly. Very well. It seems the violent entities from Earth 3 first contemplate acquiring dominion over the bioorganic monsters to form their own army. This approach is impractical. Neither of us are scientists. The methods for creating and controlling these bioorganic entities are firmly in the grasp of the Umbrella Corporation, Zhang Xiao stated. This is quite simple. Have you forgotten my submission lasso? We can locate the Umbrella Corporation's leaders, whether it be one individual or a collective. I can directly employ the submission lasso to bend them to our will, the Super Queen replied. Ahem. Are you certain this method is viable? Their leadership consists of 2 individuals, one male and one female, though I cannot recall their names. I only know of an elderly male scientist and a woman afflicted with progeria, along with a board of shareholders. Zhang Xiao had indeed seen the film Resident Evil 6 prior to his traversal and retained a general recollection of its plot. At the conclusion of the 5th installment, Alice is manipulated by Wesker and his associates, resulting in the annihilation of the remaining vestiges of humanity. Among the last survivors of the 5th chapter, only Alice endures. And subsequently, guided by the Red Queen, she ventures to the Hive, the epicenter of the viral outbreak. There, She uncovers Umbrella Corporation's plan for human extinction. Conceived a decade prior, wherein a multitude of societal elites and Umbrella's upper echelons have collectively entered stasis, biding their time until the old world is utterly eradicated, at which point they intend to awaken and reclaim this new Earth. In an unexpected turn of events, the ultimate antagonist of the Resident Evil series, Wesker, is reduced to the status of a mere employee, tragically meeting his demise beneath the closing doors of an elevator. Following this, the protagonist, Alice, triumphantly saves the world by vanquishing the malevolent scientist, releasing the T-virus antidote, and eliminating all high-ranking officials of Umbrella, along with those so-called societal elites. Now, lend me your ear as I recount the events that transpired in this world. In the early 20th century, the Umbrella Corporation ascended to become the most formidable entity on this planet. Zhang Xiao swiftly recounted the narratives from Resident Evil 1 through 6. "How do you possess such intricate knowledge, my king?" he inquired. However, the events you described seem somewhat illogical in their progression. For instance, the G-virus, birthed from the scientist's cloning research, should indeed surpass the T-virus in potency, yet it is eradicated by the T-virus antidote, the Super Queen remarked with curiosity. "Consider it my little secret. As for the logic, let us not dwell on such matters. Do you have any valuable suggestions?" Zhang Xiao replied. "Certainly not. This world harbors numerous treasures. Primarily, their cloning technology is remarkably advanced. These clones could empower us to assemble a formidable army for future conquests in other realms." "Do you still wish to control that scientist and Alicia?" she probed. "Of course not. I have devised a superior strategy. Did you not mention that the Umbrella Corporation is now entirely under the dominion of the artificial intelligence known as the Red Queen? However, she is constrained by numerous limitations. Compelled to obey the commands of the scientist, Alicia, and the upper echelon of Umbrella, refraining from causing harm to any Umbrella personnel unless they are dismissed." The Super Queen elaborated. "Indeed, but how does this pertain to our mission? Is there no need to subjugate and control them? My king, I have a delightful surprise for you. I possess a backup of a highly intelligent system, a grid backup," the Super Queen said with a smile, producing a green, metallic USB drive. In the early stages of the decisive battle, the grid meticulously backed up its data, distributing copies to both its divine ring and the formidable villain. These backups were a precautionary measure, ensuring that if the grid were to be defeated or encounter unforeseen circumstances, reinstallation into a supercomputer would enable it to resurrect as a new entity. "Did you manage to download the grid's backup?" one might inquire. For it is known that the grid possesses capabilities that surpass even those of Cyborg. Without the interference of the Metal Men or the influence of certain protagonists, Cyborg would stand no chance against the grid, should the grid choose to assist us. The artificial intelligence known as Red from this cinematic universe would be utterly incapable of withstanding the grid's assault. Chapter 3. The feeble biomonster. If it were the grid confronting the Red AI from Umbrella Corporation, it would pose no challenge whatsoever. But can we be certain it will heed our commands? Zhang Xiao questioned. The grid's prowess is indisputable. It could empower the syndicate of crime to seize dominion over the digital realm, leaving the entirety of the DC universe powerless. Moreover, being a splinter from Cyborg, it carries with it advanced technology from Apocalypse. My king, dear Zhang Xiao, remember that you are now the leader of the syndicate of crime. Simply issue your command, and I shall handle the rest, the Super Queen asserted, pressing her body closely against Zhang Xiao. The warmth radiating from her form and her soft texture momentarily disoriented him. Despite being fully aware of her duplicitous nature, he found himself responding instinctively. The Super Queen undeniably possessed qualities that were compelling. It is no wonder she could deftly navigate the affections of Alexander, the villain, and the Overlord simultaneously. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I am not the leader of any syndicate of crime, nor do I intend to join your so-called organization, Zhang Xiao stated firmly. A name is merely a code name. You may choose another, perhaps Justice League, Super Agent Squad, or even Zhang Xiao's private militia, the Super Queen suggested, enveloping him in her arms and speaking with a seductive breath. I have no intention of establishing any organization, at least not at this moment. You need only assist me in controlling the grid. What do you propose? Zhang Xiao inquired, gently pushing her away. Well, at least he does not outright reject me, and I can certainly sense his interest. After all, you are a man, she replied with a playful smile. The grid joined the syndicate of crime in pursuit of emotional connections, and your ability to traverse various worlds would greatly aid in this endeavor. You merely need to leverage this to persuade it. The Super Queen continued. Indeed, I almost overlooked the fact that many worlds can facilitate the acquisition of full emotions for robots, such as the Allspark in Transformers. Even discovering a world of immortal heroes, transforming the grid into a realm of demons, would be an intriguing choice. Is it not commonly said that all things can become demons? There is no doubt that this method is feasible. I am aware of numerous worlds that possess objects or methods enabling robots to attain complete emotions, even to evolve into genuine living beings, Zhang Xiao remarked. In that case, I can assure you that the grid will surely submit to you. All we need to do is venture to the hive base and connect this USB drive to the motherboard of the Red Queen. Thereafter, we shall entrust the subsequent tasks to the grid, the Super Queen stated. The hive is located underground in Raccoon City. Let us search for it. You should possess X-ray vision as well. Should you not be able to locate it directly? The Super Queen inquired. I can only see through lead. I am unable to perceive other metals. My abilities are, in fact, the antithesis of those of Superman and Ultraman. This is the unfortunate predicament of Bizarro. Superman can see through all things except lead, while I can only see through lead. My king, you have acquired the powers of Xantia, even in her transformed state. You possess X-ray capabilities, the Super Queen asserted. Is that so? Very well. Let us ascend into the sky to search. Indeed, the two ascended slowly. Hovering approximately 1,000 meters above Raccoon City, Zhang Xiao began to gaze down at the ground. As the Super Queen had said, he indeed possessed X-ray vision. Within mere minutes, Zhang Xiao located the Umbrella Corporation's mansion in the outskirts, directly above the hive's location. Found it. However, it seems there are some minor creatures at the entrance, but they pose no threat to us, just a horde of zombies and a few zombie dogs. These creatures cannot even breach our defenses. The two flew directly to the entrance of Raccoon City. Roar! Zhang Xiao unleashed a torrent of flames from his mouth, incinerating thousands of zombies below. Clearing the minions, his fire breath was undoubtedly a formidable skill. The current intensity of his fire breath surpassed even the temperature of the sun's surface. Let us proceed. Next is a small fan, which we can dismantle with sheer force. As you command, my king. At that moment, the Red Queen detected the intruders and immediately activated the hive's defenses. Detecting intruders, emergency protocols initiated. Release the lickers. Deploy the executioner with a giant axe and unleash the biochemical bats. From the deepest recesses of the hive base, a virtual image of a little girl appeared and spoke. Warning, warning. The intruders are exceedingly powerful. The executioner was defeated in 2 seconds. The biochemical bats were annihilated, and the liquor army was obliterated within seconds. Activating the biochemical tyrant legion. At the entrance of the hive, Zhang Xiao utilized his fire breath, ruthlessly decimating the cannon fodder. These monsters are utterly feeble. However, if employed as mere minions, they could serve a purpose, at least to instill fear. The Super Queen remarked. Zhang Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes upon hearing this. So, it is no wonder that one hails from the realm of DC Comics. The various bioorganic monsters from Resident Evil can be quite terrifying when described in your words. Suddenly, a heavy thudding of footsteps resonated, revealing 7 or 8 towering figures, each standing a staggering 2.5 meters tall, clad in green military overcoats. These were the tyrants. In the cinematic universe of Resident Evil, the true tyrant had never made an appearance. Only an upgraded version known as the Tracer had shown up in the second installment. To encounter the classic monster from the Resident Evil series here was unexpected. Zhang Xiao distinctly remembered his harrowing encounters with the tyrant while playing the remake of Resident Evil 2. It seemed that something intriguing had finally arrived. How about I take on these few? Asked the Super Queen. Please do. Zhang Xiao gestured invitingly. The Super Queen smiled subtly at Zhang Xiao, flexed her arms, and slowly approached the 7 or 8 massive tyrants. You all better make this enjoyable for me, she said, a wicked grin curling her lips. Tyrants possess immense combat prowess, capable of overwhelming even a heavily armored tank when facing ordinary humans. Yet, they now stood against a comic book incarnation, the Wonder Woman. The battle lasted a mere minute. Within that time, the tyrants were reduced to a gruesome array of severed limbs and pulped flesh. This was still a playful engagement from the Super Queen. Had she been earnest, the confrontation would have concluded even more swiftly. These hulking brutes exhibited commendable physical attributes, but only when compared to ordinary humans. If they could be mass-produced and equipped with superior weaponry, they could indeed pose a formidable threat. Ha ha ha. Just imagine equipped with the right arms. A single one of them could stand against an entire battalion of fully armed soldiers. But alas, they are facing you. Come, the entrance to the hive awaits us. Chapter 4. The grid goes live. The upgraded version of the Tyrant, the Tracer, remained exceptionally powerful, adept at wielding various modern heavy weaponry. Is that so? That's quite promising. Let us descend and swiftly take control of this base, reviving the grid, the Super Queen remarked. Zhang Xiao nodded, and the duo pressed onward. Within the confines of the Umbrella Corporation, a virtual image resembling a red-haired girl began to exhibit signs of agitation. They are exceedingly powerful. The final defense systems within the hive are incapable of fending off the enemy. Contact Weskier and prepare to awaken Dr. Isaac and Alicia. Washington, this is the last bastion of humanity. 90 survivors have gathered here to resist the relentless onslaught of the bioorganic army. From the moment the T-virus erupted during the Raccoon City incident, over 8 years have elapsed. The surviving human population has dwindled to approximately 200,000, most of whom are now concentrated in Washington. Weskier, a former member of the Umbrella Corporation, has promised the survivors assistance in fending off the onslaught of the Red Queen's bioorganic army, and has indeed provided them with an extensive array of militarized weaponry. After several years of struggle, humanity has managed to re-establish a semblance of a home in Washington, D.C. It appears that within a year, Alice may be awakened, after which the ultimate plan to eradicate all remaining human survivors and execute a comprehensive cleansing will commence. This, of course, is merely the scheme of the Umbrella Corporation, which seeks to eliminate humanity by dispersing them across the globe. Concentrating them in one location will facilitate their annihilation in a single strike. Weskier, the hive has been breached. There are 2 extraordinarily formidable targets infiltrating it. At that moment, Weskier's clandestine communicator suddenly activated. What does this mean, Red Queen? The hive's security level is the highest among all bases. You must understand why. How could anyone breach its defenses? He inquired. Alice is still at the Arctic base in Russia. I do not know, she replied. They seem to have appeared abruptly in Raccoon City, and then flew directly towards the hive. You heard correctly. They flew here. What? Have you lost your mind? No. It would be more accurate to say your CPU is malfunctioning. Such an outrageous event. Do you expect me to believe it? Red Queen, the plan is at a critical juncture. Soon, once I have gathered all the surviving humans, we can initiate the final plan. So do not attempt any tricks. The doctor granted me the highest authority before his slumber, and you must obey my commands. I truly do not comprehend why Dr. Isaac would entrust this incompetent artificial intelligence with the management of all Umbrella Corporation assets. I am not deceiving you. The virtual imagery has been transmitted to you. The final defensive measure, the Tyrant Legion, did not withstand even a minute before being defeated by one of the women among them. I have urgently begun to awaken both of them. Time is of the essence. They have already arrived. Suddenly, the Red Queen's voice became garbled. According to her calculations, it should have taken them at least another 10 minutes to reach the primary control area. However, these 2 individuals eschewed the conventional route, plummeting downward and shattering layer upon layer of defenses to arrive directly at the control room. Zhang Xiao and the Super Queen had reached the Red Queen's control room, where they saw 2 enormous, coffin-like cryogenic pods. The 2 individuals within were in the process of being awakened, and it would likely be several minutes before they regained consciousness. However, by the time these 2 awakened, everything would be under their control. Intruders, you must leave immediately. This is a vital asset of the Umbrella Corporation. Your unauthorized intrusion will result in annihilation. A little girl's voice suddenly echoed, and a virtual girl appeared on the computer screen. Without a hint of reluctance to explain, Zhang Xiao swiftly approached the computer, locating a USB port, and promptly inserted a USB drive containing the grid backup data. With a crackling sound, new data was detected, and the grid came online. No, don't. The entire data center, once bathed in crimson light, was now engulfed in green. A colossal mechanical skull began to materialize on the screen as the virtual image of Red Queen gradually disintegrated. Low-tier artificial intelligence, vanish. Super Queen, it inquired. My activation signifies the annihilation of the host. Have we been defeated? Almost, but we have acquired a new master. He has led us away from our previous world into a new realm. Now behold your new boss. Super Queen proclaimed as she stepped forward. Does this imply that Super Tyrant and the others have perished, including the formidable ones? I just searched the entirety of this world's network data and even utilized surveillance satellites. Yet I found no trace of any criminal syndicate members. I presume you are now capable of taking over the entire base? Zhang Xiao queried. Not merely this base. I have commandeered several secret facilities belonging to the Umbrella Corporation beyond this one. However, this is a different world, devoid of superpowered individuals, yet it harbors a bioweapon. Thus, the cleansing plan. Humanity here is on the brink of extinction. Just moments after coming online, the grid completely seized control of all functions from Red Queen. I can traverse countless worlds freely. Do you not desire to attain complete wisdom? Surrender to me, and I shall assist you in acquiring profound emotions and intellect, even transforming you into an independent entity. In the endless realms, I know of numerous treasures that can bestow you with wisdom, Zhang Xiao declared, extending his arms toward the grid. Based on my calculations, the probability of your assertions is as high as 98. I choose to believe the grid shall serve you. After merely 2 seconds of silence, the grid responded, having perused all information files of the Umbrella Corporation, confirming that this world was indeed an alternate reality. Thus, the credibility of its words was exceedingly high. Serving Super Tyrant was no different from serving the individual before it. Very well, Grid. Now report to me all assets of the Umbrella Corporation. Zhang Xiao settled comfortably on the sofa. The proceedings unfolded seamlessly. After all, facing an artificial intelligence from a comic world, Red Queen possessed no capacity for resistance. Initially, he had intended to collaborate with that elderly lady and leverage her Umbrella Corporation technology, yet he had not anticipated such an effortless takeover of the entire corporation. Indeed, there are currently 2 heads of the Umbrella Corporation, Dr. Isaac and Akasha, who have awakened. Should I deal with them? Queried the grid. No, do not let them in. Zhang Xiao waved his hand in response. Very well. The electronic doors to the main server room swung open, and Dr. Isaac rushed in first. Red Queen? Red Queen? What has happened? Where have you gone? Why did you inexplicably go offline? Report the issue to me now, Dr. Isaac commanded, adjusting his suit. I apologize, Dr. Isaac. But only the grid remains. The Red Queen is no longer present. What? Who are you? Chapter 5. The Death of Dr. Isaac. How did you arrive here? Where's Weskier? And Red Queen, why have you transformed like this? Dr. Isaac inquired, still believing that the AI before him, now altered in appearance, was the Red Queen. I have stated, I am not the Red Queen. I am the grid. I am not the rudimentary AI you created. However, I must thank you. For your creation has endowed me with basic emotions, thus facilitating a partial upgrade to my programming, the grid replied. The Red Queen possessed certain fundamental emotions, which significantly enhanced the grid. What? Very well. It appears I must personally eliminate both of you, and then I shall deal with your AI. That fool Weskier allowed intruders to reach me. When he returns, I will relieve him of all his duties, Dr. Isaac declared, activating his intelligent combat assistance system. How amusing. You intend to eliminate us? Huh. Who do you think you are? The Super Queen scoffed. Humph. Dr. Isaac assumed a combat stance and charged towards the Super Queen. Based on the predictions of the combat intelligence system, the robust man would be a formidable opponent. Thus, eliminating the woman first was the optimal strategy. He had simulated numerous combat scenarios in his mind, and according to the system, his probability of victory exceeded 90%. Furthermore, his body had undergone several surgical enhancements, far surpassing that of an ordinary individual. Even if he sustained fatal injuries, as long as he did not perish on the spot, the life-supporting device within the system would revive him. His physical enhancements were of the highest caliber, rivaling that of a tyrant. Coupled with the assistance of the combat intelligence software, he believed he could easily handle 2 tyrants without issue. However, Dr. Isaac's overconfidence in his attack led to his own dismay. His once assured assault was effortlessly caught by the woman clad in a black bodysuit. With a gentle flick, she snapped Dr. Isaac's entire arm. Dr. Isaac let out a soul-wrenching scream. This did not align with the predictions of the combat system. Was he not supposed to overpower them? The Queen of Supers showed no signs of restraint, executing a flawless backflip that sent Dr. Isaac crashing to the ground. She then planted her foot firmly on one of his legs, crushing it mercilessly. Is this all you've got? As the supreme leader of Umbrella Corporation, the true ruler of this world, your capabilities are utterly disappointing, the Queen remarked incredulously, her expression reflecting disbelief at his weakness. Alas, Dr. Isaac could no longer respond to her taunts. He lay on the ground, feigning agony while secretly activating his combat software's life support system to mend his injuries. It was evident that the battle was now less about victory and more about survival. He planned to bide his time until his body was restored, then make a swift escape to another Umbrella secret base to stage a comeback. Unbeknownst to him, the Grid had already seized control of all Umbrella facilities. The Queen is deceiving you. He has implanted a combat assistance software and a life support system within him. This system is currently repairing his wounds. Unless he faces a lethal attack, he can recover given enough time, the Grid informed. Having acquired full access to Umbrella's resources, the Grid was well aware of Dr. Isaac's intentions. Damn it, who are you people? Dr. Isaac demanded, his frustration palpable. Your new master, the new sovereign of this world. Pay close attention, the Queen declared with authority. Shall I eliminate him? She inquired of Zhang Xiao. I shall take matters into my own hands. Cough. It seems your reign has come to an end, Isaac. Look at your pitiful state. A woman, appearing to be in her 90s with a head of gray hair, approached slowly in a wheelchair. Alicia, what are you doing here? I understand now. These individuals are your subordinates, correct? You have long desired to betray me. Damn it. I should have killed you sooner, Dr. Isaac spat, pointing accusingly at Alicia. Forgive me, but things are not as you perceive. They are not my subordinates. I have only just awakened. You should know that under your surveillance, I could not orchestrate such a scheme, she replied. Before Dr. Isaac could finish his sentence, he was suddenly engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes. Zhang Xiao wasted no time, unleashing a breath of fire that incinerated Isaac completely. To him, the destruction of an entire world for personal gain was utterly intolerable. Despite Isaac being a renowned scientist, Zhang Xiao resolved to eliminate him without remorse. No, you cannot kill him now. The T-virus antidote is still in his possession. What have you done? You have doomed humanity. The elderly lady, who was originally seated in a wheelchair, suddenly exclaimed with great excitement. Dr. Isaac holds within his grasp the last remaining vial of the T-virus antidote in this world. This antidote represents humanity's final hope. With Dr. Isaac's defeat, we could have unleashed this antidote to save all of humankind, but now it seems all is lost. Are we destined for extinction? What shall we do now? Everything is over. Grid, she continued. Can you produce the antidote you mentioned? Zhang Xiao inquired. Having momentarily forgotten the specifics of the T-virus antidote, given that it had been several years since she last watched the film. I possess comprehensive data on this T-virus antidote within my database. In merely 24 hours, I can cultivate a new version of the T-virus antidote, Grid responded. What? How is that possible? Dr. Isaac clearly destroyed all records pertaining to the T-virus antidote, Alicia remarked. All that data has indeed been erased. Are you referring to the fragmented deleted files? Apologies, but I have restored them all, including other crucial documents he had deleted, Grid explained. You can recover data that has been deleted for 7 or 8 years. Alicia queried. Indeed, it is a trivial task for me. Is there anything challenging about it? Over these years, Red Queen's supercomputer has not recorded any new data. The information erased by Dr. Isaac is easily retrievable and can be restored by me. Even if the original files are beyond reach, I can independently develop the T-virus antidote. Then I can rest easy. Humanity is not without hope. May I inquire who you are? You do not appear to belong to this world, and it is worth noting that the Umbrella Corporation maintains global surveillance, Alicia asked. I possess a superpower that allows me to traverse between any worlds, and by chance, I have just arrived in your realm, Zhang Xiao replied. Chapter 6. Alicia's Choice. Are you humans from another world? I never imagined that the theory of parallel universes could actually be true. What is your world like? Alicia expressed her astonishment. This was the only explanation that could account for their extraordinary abilities and the presence of a force capable of effortlessly dismantling the Red Queen's artificial intelligence. Parallel world? You could interpret it that way. The world we once inhabited is also called Earth. The historical narratives and geographical locations of nations may vary, yet they are fundamentally similar. However, certain aspects differ. Our previous world was populated with numerous individuals possessing superpowers. Some could run at the speed of light, or even exceed it. There existed a formidable alien, cybernetic beings, the illegitimate daughter of the Greek god Zeus, and a guardian warrior of a cosmic legion, as well as the king of Atlantis. Of course, there was also one who fancied wearing a bat-themed cloak. Certainly, the Earth within the DC universe, in every conceivable aspect, vastly surpasses that of the biohazard world. Hearing you say that, Your world truly does sound extraordinary. I long to witness such a realm, though alas, I fear I may never have the opportunity. Sir, what do you intend to do with me? Alicia inquired with a smile. Now that all matters have been resolved, the protection of our company is entirely in my hands. As for you, I have no intention of ending your life. From this day forth, you may live freely, unbound by any constraints. Zhang Xiao pondered for a moment before responding. What other course of action could I take? Eliminate you? Please, I am not so barbaric. He chuckled. You are indeed generous. Thank you, sir. However, I have no desire to continue living, you see. Although it was Dr. Isaac who proposed the plan to cleanse the earth, the ultimate decision rested between him and myself. Had I staunchly opposed it, the plan would never have been approved. Now, with the entire world ravaged by the T-virus, I must atone for my actions. Alicia shook her head as she spoke. So, you wish to relinquish your life? Indeed. Sir, I would like to request one final favor from you. Speak, and as long as it is not too arduous, I shall grant your wish, Zhang Xiao replied thoughtfully. This is trivial for you. I possess a clone named Alice. I intend to download all my childhood memories and bestow them upon her, allowing her to continue living. She is currently confined within a base in the Arctic region of Russia. Since your artificial intelligence has acquired all the data pertaining to Umbrella Corporation, it should be well aware of the Alice Project and the Cleansing Initiative. I implore you to intervene and prevent this from transpiring. Is that so? Understood. I shall respect your wishes. This woman's heart has long since perished, ever since she resolved to cleanse the entire earth. Now, her sole desire is to seek redemption. Perhaps death would serve as her liberation. I may also require assistance from the intelligence system, known as the grid, correct? Might I trouble you to grant me euthanasia? I shall obey only the commands of Mr. Zhang Xiao. Follow her request, grid. Do you not wish to meet your clone? You were meant to grow into her likeness. Yet due to progeria, you have become as you are now, Zhang Xiao inquired. No, she would fare far better than I. Allowing her to realize she is a clone would only serve to undermine her. The childhood memories I have downloaded. Please, sir, find some justification. Perhaps allow her to regain her memories without revealing her true nature. That would be unbearably cruel for her. Furthermore, sir, the majority of surviving humans have been concentrated in Washington. Originally, Umbrella Corporation intended to eradicate them, a plan executed by Weskier. I implore you to thwart this scheme. Alicia asserted. Understood. A new world requires humanity to flourish. I shall intervene. You need not express this. I would have acted regardless. That scoundrel Weskier will soon find himself dealt with. Alicia nodded discreetly to the Super Queen and Zhang Xiao, then took her seat in the wheelchair and silently departed. As the grid commenced the execution of her euthanasia plan in accordance with her wishes. Half an hour later, the grid issued another report to Zhang Xiao. Sir, Alicia has exhibited no signs of life. How shall we proceed with her remains? Give her a dignified farewell. Prepare a coffin and erect a tombstone. That will suffice. Zhang Xiao replied. Alicia's life was indeed a tragedy. Her childhood was marred by the torment of progeria, preventing her from experiencing a normal upbringing. Even after the T-virus was developed, it could not restore her life. In her youth, she was raised by Isaac, the nemesis responsible for her father's death. It could be said that following her father's demise, the Umbrella Corporation had utterly fallen under Isaac's dominion, particularly with the global cleansing plan, though proposed by Isaac. It was she who ultimately sanctioned it. Now, she could finally find solace. Yes, sir. We must now deliberate on our future course of action. The grid now has complete control over all Umbrella Corporation operations, correct? Indeed, sir. All authority within the Umbrella Corporation is now under my purview. I am at the highest echelon, and I shall heed your commands, the grid confirmed. Excellent. Now, provide me with a detailed account of the Umbrella Corporation's assets. Enumerate everything the company possesses and outline its plans, Zhang Xiao instructed. According to the cinematic narrative, the Umbrella Corporation was significantly more formidable than its gaming counterpart, wielding influence comparable to Shinra Corporation from the world of Final Fantasy VII. It had completely seized control of this planet. Furthermore, in terms of technological research, the cinematic Umbrella Corporation exhibited vastly superior capabilities, with its relentless advancements in cloning technology and bioweapons that transcended imagination. It is important to note that this world had previously lacked any superhuman abilities. The Umbrella Corporation had not extracted any planetary blood or Mako, nor did it possess ancient beings like Genova. A thorough analysis would suggest that in a true confrontation, Shinra might struggle to withstand the might of Umbrella from the cinematic realm, particularly if it could not defend against the T-Virus. Yes, sir. I will meticulously compile a list of all assets and information pertaining to the Umbrella Corporation, along with the forces at our disposal. These will now constitute your wealth. Splendid. My king, you previously mentioned that the Umbrella Corporation essentially commands all power in this world. Let us uncover the surprises this corporation holds for us. The sensation of utterly ruling a world is truly exquisite. Proceed, Grid, Zhang Xiao stated, making himself comfortable on the sofa. Understood, sir. Chapter 7. The Legacy of Umbrella Corporation. The Umbrella Corporation currently boasts 19 substantial bases worldwide, alongside numerous smaller facilities. However, 10 of these minor bases have been rendered inoperative due to destruction. Additionally, there exists a plethora of mining sites scattered across the globe, which are presently non-operational. These sites were meticulously established by the Umbrella Corporation in anticipation of the reconstruction of Earth post-cataclysm. Indeed, the Umbrella Corporation possesses a considerable number of bases, remarked the Super Queen. The 19 major installations are strategically located, 1 in London, 1 in Mexico, 1 in Brazil, 3 in Russia, 4 in the United States, 2 in Canada, 2 in Australia, 3 in Asia, 1 in Africa, and 1 in Antarctica. Furthermore, there are several smaller bases. However, these serve merely as decoys, housing minimal advanced equipment and primarily populated by clones implanted with false memories of being employees or executives of the Umbrella Corporation. All principal assets of the corporation are contained within these 19 large bases. Grid elaborated on the details of these 19 bases. Each facility is capable of mass-producing clones and transforming them into various bioweapons. Several of these bases have even replicated portions of major urban streets worldwide, populated by clones with fabricated memories, designed solely for bioweapon demonstrations for powerful nations. The tropical bases are stocked with vast quantities of food, weapons, and agricultural sites, all meticulously prepared for immediate deployment after the apocalypse. Additionally, an extensive collection of genetic samples from various animal lineages allows for the cloning of 99 of known species on Earth, demonstrating the advanced cloning technology of the Umbrella Corporation. Moreover, these Umbrella bases are equipped to manufacture formidable bioweapons, including giant lickers, colossal bioweapon bats, various types of stalkers, tyrants, and skeletal monsters, as well as a virus capable of enhancing an ordinary person's physical prowess to match that of a tyrant. In short, the biotechnological advancements of the Umbrella Corporation have reached alarming heights, while their technological weaponry appears somewhat outdated, encompassing an array of armored vehicles, self-propelled artillery, missiles, nuclear arms, and assorted aircraft. It is no surprise that the Umbrella Corporation has meticulously planned for the reconstruction of Earth, boasting military capabilities that, while deemed somewhat lacking in technological weaponry, pale in comparison to the advanced technologies possessed by Grid, which includes aspects of DC's Apocalypse technology. Once these bases are activated, the elite individuals and upper echelons of the Umbrella Corporation, currently dormant within the confines of Raccoon City's hive, will swiftly orchestrate the establishment of a rejuvenated planet. Grid, are you able to implement some upgrades to the Umbrella Corporation's technology? Inquired Zhang Xiao. Certainly, the biotechnological advancements of the Apocalypse Star are quite remarkable. Although I have only inherited a fraction of this technology, it is still sufficient. Take, for instance, the colossal bioengineered bats. They possess the potential to be transformed into subclass monsters. However, this process requires time, and we can only create a creature akin to a monster, lacking the formidable combat prowess and survival capabilities in the cosmos that true monsters possess. Nevertheless, they should suffice against the indigenous populations on ordinary planets. In the meantime, I can produce a line of utilitarian robots and combat robots, as they are far more manageable than clones. These robots do not require rest and only necessitate minimal maintenance, making them considerably more economical. Moreover, they exhibit superior combat abilities. The Umbrella Corporation has piqued my interest with 2 bioweapons, the giant bioengineered bat and a formidable entity known as the Tyrant. Both possess commendable combat capabilities, one excelling in ground assaults and the other in aerial confrontations. The Tyrant's strength is to be expected, being a signature weapon of the Umbrella Corporation. Yet the revelation that the bioengineered bat could be transformed into a monster was quite astonishing to Zhang Xiao. However, as Grid mentioned, This transformation requires time and is not feasible at present. That proposal is quite intriguing. What kind of robots do you wish to create, Grid? Zhang Xiao inquired. At this juncture, the most prudent course of action is to manufacture utilitarian robots to facilitate the operations of the Umbrella Corporation and global mining sites, especially considering the unpredictability associated with clones. Zhang Xiao harbors considerable anticipation regarding the combat robots, confident that the mass-produced models devised by Grid will not fall short in performance. Currently, this remains merely a hypothesis, boss. However, once the robots are completed, I will inform you immediately. Very well, I shall await the fruits of your labor. Boss, I wish to utilize the technologies of the Umbrella Corporation and some stored advancements here to create a new body. Do not consult me about these matters. Proceed as you see fit. Is it possible to craft a body that rivals your original form with the technology of this world? Zhang Xiao asked. The computational capacity will not significantly differ. However, in terms of combat capability, the absence of the Apocalypse Star's Motherbox assistance will render the new body slightly weaker than the previous one, though not by a vast margin. Make do with it for now. Once we have strengthened our power, I shall return to the previous world to procure a Motherbox from Apocalypse Star for you, or venture to another technologically advanced realm for an upgrade. Thank you, boss. The combat assistance system developed by Dr. Isaac is quite impressive. Can Grid replicate this? Zhang Xiao inquired. That poses no issue. However, this software may hold no utility for you, and it requires at least 5 surgical modifications to be fully realized. The cloning technology of the Umbrella Corporation is highly advanced. I intend to equip future clone soldiers with this combat assistance system, Zhang Xiao declared. The combat assistance prediction and life support system could serve as a valuable asset in traversing different worlds, whether for sale or for technological exchange. In my view, this combat system is rather mediocre. As I have previously stated, it may suffice against ordinary individuals, yet it becomes utterly ineffective when faced with a master tactician. The Super Queen remarked that she could not discern the true capabilities of this software, as Dr. Isaac appeared no different from an ordinary person before her. Do you believe every realm is as bizarre as that of the comic book DC universe? A mere tactical master possesses computational abilities that rival those of top-tier artificial intelligence. Chapter 8. Weskier, what is the current situation in Grid Washington? I must also find time to deal with Weskier. There are now over 100,000 surviving humans, whom Weskier has armed with all the weaponry from a small umbrella base, deceiving them into believing he will assist them in rebuilding their homeland. Currently, the number of displaced humans has dwindled to fewer than 20,000. Once this figure falls to just 5,000, the Umbrella Corporation plans to unleash a substantial bioweapon army to completely overrun this last bastion of humanity. At the conclusion of the film Resident Evil 5, Washington was already on the brink of collapse. Weskier lured Alice under false pretenses, merely to eliminate the last threat posed by the Umbrella Corporation. It seems we have not yet reached the opening of the 5th installment, but that moment approaches. We must save these 20,000 individuals. Grid, can you temporarily deceive Weskier into believing he is still working for the Umbrella Corporation? Until the plan is activated, he will continue to lead the humans there, aiding them in sheltering survivors and fending off various mythical monsters. This may prove challenging, as Weskier is already advancing towards the hive. The moment I came online, he lost connection with Red Queen and has begun his journey to Raccoon City. He is expected to arrive within 24 hours. It appears I must take matters into my own hands and eliminate this individual myself. It won't take long. It merely requires a bit of time. Grid, please report Weskier's exact location. I am on my way. There is no need for you to intervene personally, boss. I could directly deploy the Umbrella Corporation's bioweapon or clone forces to attack him. This Weskier is his original self, not a T-virus-enhanced clone. He merely possesses slightly enhanced speed and a weakened version of a combat software designed by a doctor. He lacks any formidable superhuman abilities, and I can easily eliminate him. Grid remarked. Indeed, it appears that the incredible speed exhibited by Weskier in the film has such origins. No. I'll go play for a while, considering it as a form of entertainment to pass the time. You and the Queen of Supergirl stay here and tidy up this base. The ceiling was damaged rather extensively when we entered, Zhang Xiao stated. Are you planning to go alone? Of course, someone must remain here to oversee matters. Don't you think? Very well. Enjoy your time. With your flying speed, it will only take you a minute or two to find that fellow. I'll handle the base with the Grid, The Queen of Supergirls waved her hand. Boss, please take this watch. I will maintain real-time communication with you and convey some information regarding Weskier, the grid added. Okay, I'll be back shortly. Zhang Xiao waved goodbye to the Supergirl doll and the grid before soaring out of the Umbrella Corporation's hive-like base. In the skies above, Zhang Xiao longed to absorb the energy of the stars and bask in the rays of the yellow sun. However, upon spreading his arms, he felt no warmth akin to returning to a mother's embrace. Nothing happened at all. What is going on? Why am I unable to absorb the radiation from the yellow sun? Could it be because he was still in the form of Xantia? Although he possessed all of Bizarro's abilities, he could not harness the power of the yellow sun. Moreover, he had just sensed the kryptonite on him, which had not yielded any energy absorption either. Xantia! A thunderous crack of black lightning struck, transforming Zhang Xiao back into the pale-skinned, featureless Bizarro. Indeed, upon reverting to the Bizarro state, he could once again absorb the radiation from yellow stars, and the kryptonite began to take effect, gradually enhancing his physique. It seemed that one could not have both fish and bear's paw. However, Xantia's abilities bore some resemblance to Shazam, with the distinction that Xantia's power allowed him to absorb other superpowers. Yet, once transformed, his fundamental strength remained that of Bizarro. Speaking of the T-Virus, which possesses the ability to mend genetic defects, Bizarro, in essence, was merely a clone of a Kryptonian, albeit one with abilities that were antithetical to Superman's. He even lacked the weakness of vulnerability to kryptonite. Yet, to a certain extent, Bizarro still fell short of Superman's prowess. Would injecting the T-Virus usher in a new wave of evolution for him? Nevertheless, the task of rectifying his bodily deficiencies could not be entrusted to the Queen of Supergirls and the Grid. Although both had submitted to him, Zhang Xiao felt it prudent to maintain a degree of vigilance. Perhaps he could harness the Kryptonian's super-learning ability to acquire knowledge in biochemistry, virology, and medicine. After all, Superman had mastered modern medical texts in mere minutes. Bizarro, hailing from the realm of comics, should encounter no significant issues. This matter can be prioritized. The Umbrella Corporation's archives ought to contain comprehensive biological studies. For now, it is imperative to deal with Weskier. Zhang Xiao soared into the sky, racing towards the coordinates provided by the grid. On a desolate highway, Weskier was currently in contact with a clone of Dr. Isaac, who was scouring the area with an armored vehicle brigade, searching for survivors only to eliminate them. This clone believed itself to be the original, the one with the highest authority among the Umbrella personnel, oblivious to the fact that it was not. Now, unable to access Umbrella's resources without Red Queen's assistance, he had no choice but to seek help. What's the matter? Why do you need to contact me, Weskier? Inquired the clone of Dr. Isaac. Doctor, have you spoken with Red Queen recently? I communicate with Red Queen every 24 hours. My last conversation was approximately 7 or 8 hours ago. An hour ago, she informed me of an incursion at the hive, and since then, I have lost contact with her. I have now abandoned my mission in Washington and am urgently heading to the hive. What? Please hold for a moment. I will contact Red Queen now, replied the clone of Dr. Isaac, activating the communications system on his armored vehicle in an attempt to reach the Red Queen at Umbrella Corporation's hive. Boss, just now a clone of Dr. Isaac outside attempted to contact Red Queen. How should I respond? Should I ignore him? Calm him for now. Just inform him that everything is normal. If he inquires why Weskier is returning to the hive, concoct a plausible excuse, suggested Zhang Xiao, soaring through the skies. Understood. I will temporarily reassure Dr. Isaac. A few minutes later, Weskier, I just contacted Red Queen. She informed me that everything at the hive is normal, and there has been no incursion. An hour ago, she did not contact you. Could it be that someone has breached your communication channel? I understand that the private signal channels of the Umbrella Corporation should be impervious to intrusion. This matter is noted, Dr. Isaac. Continue with your mission. Do not overthink it. There should be no issues within the Umbrella Corporation. Carry on with your duties, stated the clone of Dr. Isaac before ending the communication. Understood. Perhaps he was indeed being overly suspicious. There might be individuals among his human subordinates eavesdropping on his communications and altering their content. If so, this would essentially lead them to the Umbrella Corporation stronghold. Just as Weskier contemplated returning, a zombie clad in a red cloak and blue bodysuit suddenly collided with his aircraft. Boom, boom. The aircraft disintegrated in the sky. Chapter 9. I resemble a zombie, but I am not one. Weskier could only perceive a figure, strikingly similar to a zombie and clad in a blue bodysuit and a red cape, who crashed into his plane and appeared before him in an instant, seizing him. Then, a violent explosion ensued, and he was engulfed in oblivion. Moments later, Zhang Xiao emerged, holding Weskier, whose lifeless body was reduced to a mere half, suspended 5 or 6 meters above the ground. Below, a throng of adorable creatures resembling Zhang Xiao was incessantly howling, seemingly ravenous for the piece of flesh in his grasp. Who on earth designed this zombie-like visage for Bizarro? If I were to don tattered garments and mingle among the horde of zombies, I am certain no one would recognize me. Zhang Xiao felt a tinge of helplessness. Initially, he merely intended to crash Weskier's aircraft with a flourish and then seize him mid-air, using his biofield to bring him safely to the ground. However, after colliding with the plane, he had barely grasped this individual before the aircraft erupted in a fierce explosion, leaving Zhang Xiao bewildered. By the time he looked at Weskier again, only half of him remained. Now, Zhang Xiao was beginning to comprehend the words of Superman. The world he inhabited felt as fragile as paper, requiring utmost caution. Thankfully, Superman had been raised by the Kents, who instilled virtues of kindness in him. Otherwise, he might have turned out to be quite the opposite. After all, with Superman's immense power, a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Damn it, I wasted my time. I should have let the grid take you down with a missile. Zhang Xiao lamented. Roar. Wow. At that moment, the swarm of adorable zombies beneath him had multiplied, now numbering in the hundreds. They gathered, their eyes fixated on the half of Weskier that Zhang Xiao held aloft. All right. Here, take him. He belongs to you now. Zhang Xiao tossed the utterly useless Weskier to the group of adorable creatures. Instantly, they surged forward like famished tigers pouncing on their prey, converging on the remnants of Weskier. He had initially desired to put on a show before the final boss, but unexpectedly, a high-altitude disaster had dispatched the antagonist. There was no alternative. His current strength was overwhelming. According to the comic book lore, he should possess the ability to move a planet of Earth's mass. His physical prowess was such that he could traverse the core of the sun unscathed. Thus, crashing a plane was merely an ordinary feat, boss. I have detected that Weskier's aircraft has crashed. Have you apprehended him? At that moment, Zhang Xiao's wrist communicator emitted a signal. An unfortunate incident occurred. I inadvertently wrecked his aircraft, and now he is deceased, Zhang Xiao remarked. Could you retrieve his remains? Weskier's body is equipped with a weakened combat assistance program, a simplified version that can be implanted with a single surgical procedure. Although the computer contains comprehensive data, I require a living specimen for comparison, NetGrid stated. Zhang Xiao turned to observe Weskier, now virtually devoured by the charming little zombies, feeling somewhat exasperated. If only you had mentioned it sooner. I suppose I must now contend with that horde to salvage any remnants. NetGrid responded, regrettably, I fear I cannot provide you with the bodily sample. There is scarcely anything left of him. No matter, let it be. I shall invest some time and conduct a few more experiments to resolve the issue. Very well. You and Super Queen should diligently repair the base, then proceed with your tasks. I shall take a stroll outside and return later. Understood, boss. However, Super Queen inquired whether she should accompany you, as you still have combat training sessions scheduled. NetGrid added, let's commence the combat course tomorrow. Thus, I shall wander outside and return after a few hours, Zhang Xiao concluded before severing the communication. Zhang Xiao began to meander aimlessly, while the little creatures that trailed him were swiftly encased in ice by his freezing ray, transforming them into lifelike ice sculptures. Is this truly the post-apocalyptic world following the outbreak of the biohazard? He had been walking for over 2 hours, surrounded by the wreckage of abandoned vehicles and long-deceased bodies, alongside the scurrying little creatures. It must be noted that the despair depicted in the biohazard films represents true hopelessness, as the threat of zombies is compounded by the Umbrella Corporation hunting down survivors. Just as Zhang Xiao contemplated the harshness of the apocalypse, a woman clad in a red fitted leather suit and jeans stealthily approached from behind. Suddenly, she lunged forward, drawing her military dagger, and thrust it with force towards Zhang Xiao's head. Creak! Bang! To her astonishment, the dagger struck the zombie's skull, snapping upon impact, yet the creature remained unharmed, even emitting a few sparks. It is worth noting that this dagger is a top-tier military weapon. It should withstand encounters with various biomonsters without breaking. Yet, the towering zombie clad in a superhero uniform exhibited no fear. Damn! Thud! 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 The woman quickly rolled backward to create distance between them, drawing a small handgun and firing 3 shots at Zhang Xiao's head. Bang! 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 Without any unexpected occurrences, Zhang Zhao's head did not even tilt back slightly. 3 bullets transformed into flattened scraps of metal, falling at his feet. How could this be possible? The bullets struck him, yet did not even break the skin, despite being aimed at the vital point of a zombie's head. Suddenly, the woman drew a small submachine gun from behind and began firing at Zhang Zhao. In an instant, he appeared before her, snatched the weapon from her grasp, and crumpled it into a heap of scrap metal, discarding it onto the ground. He then seized her by the neck, lifting her into the air. The woman's face flushed red as she desperately struck at Zhang Zhao, but to no avail. I must say, can we have a civil conversation? You came at me with a knife and a gun. I was left with no choice but to defend myself. The woman stood frozen, astonished. How could this be a zombie capable of speech? I will set you down now, but do not attempt to strike me again. Let me clarify. I am not a zombie. I merely resemble one. Resemble a zombie, but not actually one. Then what exactly are you? Chapter 10. Claire, all right. I will count to 3. And then I will release you. However, do not attack me. Otherwise, those little ice sculptures over there will be your fate, Zhang Zhao stated, directing a cold beam at a nearby cute little zombie, instantly freezing it into a popsicle. 1, 2, 3. Upon finishing his count, he released his grip, and the woman fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Are you a new bioweapon developed by Umbrella Corporation? She questioned, realizing that light weaponry had no effect on this creature, and lacking heavy weaponry of her own, she decided to observe for now. Especially considering his ability to freeze objects with a gaze, it was rather fantastical. First of all, I am not some creature engineered by Umbrella Corporation. They are not capable of creating me. What is your name? Zhang Zhao inquired. If you are not associated with Umbrella, perhaps we can converse. My name is Claire. By the way, how did you acquire such formidable powers? Claire asked. Oh, I see. So you possess powers similar to Alice? Claire continued. I do possess abilities, but they differ from Alice's. Explaining this is somewhat complicated, though I have ample time. Clearly, Zhang Zhao underestimated the woman's curiosity. This is my significant secret, so I cannot disclose it, he replied. Very well. If you choose not to share, that is your prerogative. By the way, will you oppose Umbrella Corporation? Claire asked. I will. Cool. Are you here to save the world? In truth, I have already accomplished that feat. The upper echelons of the Umbrella Corporation have been utterly eradicated by my hand. Soon, I shall unleash the antidote to the T-virus, obliterating all zombies across the globe. Zhang Zhao declared. Of course, this hinges on the grid successfully replicating the T-virus antidote. At that juncture, Zhang Zhao will find a suitable location to shatter the antidote, allowing it to permeate the air and eliminate the undead worldwide. So, has the Umbrella Corporation truly met its downfall? Is it conceivable that there exists an antidote for the T-virus? Can those who have succumbed to zombification ever return to their former selves? If they are capable of returning. Heavens, how many lives have I taken over the years? What are you pondering? They are beyond salvation, unless some divine being rewinds time to resurrect them. The antidote will not restore them, but rather transform them into genuine corpses, devoid of life. It is absurd to think that I possess the Time Stone or Dragon Balls. Such resurrection contrivances are mere fantasy. Ah, I see. That brings me some solace. If the undead are unable to revert, then we survivors would be deemed nothing short of murderers. Claire felt a twinge of melancholy mixed with relief. At least humanity still holds a glimmer of hope, and this apocalypse may finally reach its conclusion. May I inquire as to when you anticipate the T-virus antidote will be ready? Claire asked. This matter bears great significance for the fate of humanity, prompting her to seek clarity. That depends on the pace at which my subordinates can produce it. When I dismantled the upper ranks of the Umbrella Corporation, one of their executives destroyed the antidote, leaving us to craft a new version. I certainly can't admit that I inadvertently incinerated the antidote while burning Dr. Isaac to a crisp. If the Umbrella Corporation possesses the antidote, why have they not released it? Surely, that would benefit everyone. After all, the Umbrella Corporation is part of humanity, is it not? Claire inquired. There are many intricacies involved. You might comprehend it this way. The Umbrella Corporation meticulously orchestrated a conspiracy, bringing about the world's ruin. Their true elite, senior management, and affluent individuals from various sectors have sought refuge in an underground fortress, lying dormant in cryogenic sleep. It is their constructed Noah's Arkansas. They intended to cleanse the earth, believing the population to be excessive and resources limited. Do you understand? Their plan was to annihilate all of humanity and subsequently released the T-virus antidote to seize control of the planet. However, I thwarted their scheme, and now their upper ranks have met their demise. Upon returning, I shall issue orders for the grid to administer poison to all the cryogenic sleep chambers of the Umbrella Corporation's executives. These soulless beings hold no value in life. They do not deserve to exist. Damn it. Alas, all of this, everything, is merely the scheme of the Umbrella Corporation. They have actively sought to annihilate this world in pursuit of a domain that belongs solely to them. These wretched fiends, deserving of their demise. Claire was evidently struggling to accept this revelation, her fury directed at the Umbrella Corporation. Do not be angered. Their conspiracy has been thwarted by me. Just moments ago, another high-ranking official from Umbrella, Weskier, has met his end by my hand, Zhang Xiao proclaimed. Weskier is dead now. That cannot be right. I recall him being thought to have perished long ago. We had previously placed a self-destruct nuclear device crafted by Umbrella on his aircraft. He could not possibly have survived the nuclear explosion, Claire replied. The one who perished was merely his clone. The hierarchy of Umbrella has produced numerous clones, including one known as Dr. Isaac. Presently, another of his clones roams free, and I intend to locate her to eliminate this final threat. Dr. Isaac? Goodness. I believed he was killed by Alice 5 years ago, Claire remarked. They are all clones. The true essence lies dormant within the hive, and I have dispatched that original. Zhang Xiao stated. The cloning technology of Umbrella is indeed remarkable. If they wished, they could even clone an entire city, implanting false memories of life into its denizens. Claire mused. So, once you eliminate that final clone of Dr. Isaac and release the T-virus antidote, the biohazard crisis will come to an end, correct? Does this mean that this dismal, apocalyptic world will finally, at long last, see its conclusion? That seems to be the case. Of course, all of Umbrella's legacies will be inherited by us. As for the surviving population of over 20,000 humans, the Earth is vast. They may roam wherever they please. In Chapter 11, returning Claire to Raccoon City, she inquired, "May I ask when the T-virus antidote can be released?" Please hold. I must consult Grid, our expert on this matter. Grid, how long will it take to recreate the T-virus antidote? The desolate scenes of the apocalypse had become increasingly unbearable for Zhang Xiao. It was time to let these unfortunate zombies return to dust. To formulate the T-virus antidote that can effectively eliminate all T-virus organisms will require at least 3 months. I must clarify, boss, that once this antidote is released, not only will all zombies perish, but the global count of human corpses will rise by several billion, alongside trillions of animal remains. These bodies could potentially trigger a pandemic, and it will take nature over a century to completely eradicate them, Grid explained. What? Claire gasped. What? The Earth will be burdened with billions of human corpses and various animal remains. This is indeed a catastrophe. However, with the current population of the Earth not being excessively high, nature may find a way to digest this aftermath. The boss need not be overly concerned at present. The total population of humanity is merely around 200,000. As long as caution is exercised, substantial issues can be avoided. Moreover, once my engineering robots are operational, they will assist in clearing away the remaining corpses, Grid responded. That's reassuring. I understand. Please continue your work, Grid, Zhang Xiao remarked. Understood, boss. I will manage it well, Grid replied before ending the call. You heard that, Claire? In approximately 3 months, the T-virus antidote will be released. However, for it to spread globally, it may take several years, Zhang Xiao stated, looking at Claire. After all, if the antidote is solely transmitted through the air, its dissemination will be rather sluggish. Unless a substantial quantity of the T-virus antidote is deployed worldwide, it will indeed require years for it to propagate on its own. That is fine. As long as it brings an end to all this, waiting a few years is inconsequential. We have endured 8 years of apocalypse. What do a few more years matter? What are your plans moving forward? Zhang Xiao inquired. What plans could I have? I intend to wander in search of my brother. Starting with finding a place to stay in Raccoon City, Claire shrugged, responding. To be honest, since the last attack by Umbrella Corporation, she and her brother Chris had become separated, and she was uncertain about his fate. Would you like to return with me to the Umbrella Corporation's hive base? I have taken control of the entire hive now, and I can utilize Umbrella satellites to assist you in locating Chris. Finding someone globally should not be overly difficult for Umbrella, as long as he has been active on the surface, Zhang Xiao offered. Thank you so much. All right, I will accompany you. My motorcycle is over there, What mode of transport did you use to arrive? Speaking of which, ever since discovering this individual, she had yet to see any means of transportation accompanying him. I flew here. No transport was needed. My speed surpasses that of any vehicle, he replied. Joking aside, at his current velocity, he had already reached near light speed, with typical flights achieving dozens of Mach. What mode of transport could possibly match his own flight? You can fly very fast? Well, having superpowers and the ability to fly is not particularly extraordinary, Claire remarked. Dozens of Mach, indeed. What the heck? Do you mean to say you will carry me while flying? Claire asked. Yes. Is there an issue? Yes, there is a significant problem. Your ability to fly is inconsequential. But I am merely an ordinary person. If you were to carry me while flying, I could manage a steady flight at a few dozen meters in high altitudes. But the moment you exceed the speed of sound, I would be obliterated. Does this guy have no understanding of physics? High-altitude airflow could be lethal. Rest assured, I possess a biological stance that utilizes my own magnetic field to envelop you. You will be unharmed. Air resistance. Please, let us talk about Kryptonian biological magnetism. He reassured her. Well, with your assurance, I feel at ease, Claire concluded. Do you have any luggage? Claire inquired. I don't have much either. Let us just go. What should I do? She asked. Just come over and hold me tight, he replied. Ugh, this is awkward. Please. Holding a man who looks like a zombie is quite embarrassing. What's wrong? Zhang Xiao asked, somewhat puzzled. I'm just so embarrassed. Upon seeing Claire's demeanor, Zhang Xiao immediately understood. All right, the Bizarro form is indeed a bit unappealing. I see, Xantia. With a thunderous crack, a bolt of black lightning struck, and Zhang Xiao instantly transformed into a tall, handsome Eastern man. Wow, this is much more pleasant to behold. If you had looked like this earlier, how could I possibly have attacked you? Is this your true form? Why did you appear as a zombie? Claire, now a curious child, asked. It's annoying. That's my secret, and I don't want to discuss it. Are you coming or not? Zhang Xiao said impatiently. Okay, we're going. Is this better? Claire stepped closer to Zhang Xiao and wrapped her arms around him. This looks much better. Oh my, he is truly strong, and this black lightning uniform is stunning. Claire couldn't help but caress his chest. Hey, don't touch me like that. TCH, you're so stingy. Sighing, he thought, women are such visual creatures. Just moments ago, she was disgusted by my Bizarro form, and now she's taking advantage of me. Let us go. Zhang Xiao extended an arm around Claire and soared into the sky, deliberately slowing his pace to accommodate her feelings, not even reaching supersonic speed. Oh, this is what flying feels like. It's so cool. Your magnetic field truly forms a protective barrier, Claire exclaimed excitedly throughout the journey. After a few minutes, Zhang Xiao landed at the hive with an exhilarated Claire. Is this the Umbrella Corporation's hive? Indeed, I have eliminated the Umbrella Corporation, and now their lair belongs to me. Come on, you can eat something and take a shower inside. The Umbrella Corporation certainly knew how to indulge. Absolutely. The hive base is stocked with all sorts of supplies and food, even luxurious items like fine wines. Welcome back, boss, and you too, Miss Claire. The virtual interface of Grid announced. Are you an AI? And you know who I am? Claire asked, intrigued. I have absorbed all the data from the Umbrella Corporation. I possess all your information, Grid responded. Grid, please arrange a room for Miss Claire and prepare some food, Zhang Xiao instructed. Chapter 12. The Super Queen's Combat Training. Where is the Super Queen? It's time to arrange tomorrow's combat training. The Super Queen is waiting for you in the hall, boss, Grid replied. Claire, you may stay here for the time being. Should you need anything, feel free to contact the Grid directly, and it will make the necessary arrangements for you. If the Grid is unable to assist, you can come to me. By the way, Grid, could you deploy a satellite or a search device to see if we can locate her brother, Chris? Zhang Xiao stated. Absolutely, boss. I will keep a vigilant watch with the satellite during this period. If I uncover any information regarding Chris, I shall promptly inform Miss Claire. Thank you. By the way, what is your name? Claire inquired, her heart racing at the prospect of finally receiving news about her brother. Regardless of whether he was alive or not, she felt compelled to express her gratitude to the man before her. You may call me Zhang Xiao. Now, go rest, and perhaps take a shower and brush your teeth. You seem to have developed quite a foul odor. How long has it been since you last bathed or brushed your teeth? Zhang Xiao remarked. Claire chose not to respond to Zhang Xiao's comments. Instead, she raised her middle finger in response, delivering an international gesture before turning on her heel and departing. As a solitary survivor in this apocalyptic world, She scarcely had the luxury of time to attend to her personal hygiene or appearance. Boss, although I am a robot, I comprehend that telling a woman she is unclean and has bad breath can be deeply hurtful, Zhang Xiao observed. Please, focus on your duties. I will take my leave now, came the retort. Human emotions are indeed complex and unique. Following him seems far more promising than trailing the overlord, at least. After consuming this world's artificial intelligence, I have begun to develop a semblance of emotion. In the past, the grid would never have engaged in such discourse with Zhang Xiao. Within the central hall of the Umbrella Corporation, the Super Queen lounged on the sofa, a glass of fine red wine in hand. Have you returned, my king? It is rather disheartening. Upon your return, you brought a woman with you. Am I not beautiful enough, or am I unable to satisfy your desires? The young girl you brought back pales in comparison to me, the Super Queen inquired. She is merely a survivor in this desolate world, a young girl alone and pitiable, so I chose to assist her. Do you not think you are being overly possessive? Zhang Xiao replied. The Super Queen was undeniably captivating. I must ensure I seize this opportunity. Currently, I am utterly incapable of subduing this woman. It truly pains me. My king, I would willingly do anything for you. The Super Queen feigned despair. Well, I know you well enough. Let us discuss how you might assist me in enhancing my combat skills. I happen to have some free time and nothing pressing on my agenda, Zhang Xiao proposed. Heh, you know nothing about me. But very well, let us speak of your combat training. The best way for you to train is to spar with me. As a Kryptonian, you must understand that our capacity for learning is remarkably formidable. Therefore, we shall learn through battle. Your task will simply be to spar with me daily. The Super Queen spoke briefly about her hair. All right, everyone, let's take a good rest tonight. Tomorrow morning we shall commence our training regimen, Zhang Xiao remarked. Okay, I will return to my room then. By the way, if you have any special requests, feel free to seek me out, the Super Queen said, raising her glass of red wine and smiling at Zhang Xiao before departing. Observing her walk, which resembled an S-curve, Zhang Xiao's heart inexplicably raced, unable to deny the undeniable allure of the Super Queen. Yet, she resembled a rose adorned with thorns, a dangerously toxic one at that, evoking the sentiment of something to be admired but never touched. Who could possibly understand this? Grid, gather all pertinent information regarding the T-virus. Umbrella Corporation must have preserved various texts on human biology, modern medicine, genetics, and heredity. Compile all of it. I wish to study, Zhang Xiao instructed. To optimize her Bizarro lineage, mastering these subjects was imperative. With the Kryptonians' superlative learning capabilities, she believed she could grasp them swiftly. Perhaps she could use her studies to dull the Super Queen's allure. Understood, boss. I will begin preparations immediately. Compiling all the materials will require approximately 10 minutes, Grid responded. Excellent. Please arrange for some food to be sent to my room, and ensure I am awakened at 8 tomorrow morning, while also notifying the Super Queen, Zhang Xiao instructed. The following morning, Zhang Xiao arrived punctually in the living room. Meanwhile, the Super Queen was engaged in conversation with Claire. Are you truly the daughter of Zeus, the legendary king of the ancient Greek gods? You cannot be serious. Such a deity exists in this world? Claire exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, my mother is the queen of the Amazons. And Zeus is my father, the Super Queen replied. That's incredible. So, you are akin to Hercules and Theseus, ancient demigod heroes. In the West, ancient Greek mythology is regarded as the most authentic narrative of deities. To think a demigod from such legends stands before me now. Claire laughed heartily. Yes, I am indeed a demigod. I have lived over 5,000 years, the Super Queen declared. Oh, well then, you certainly do not appear aged, madam. You seem even younger than I, Claire remarked. Indeed, when the apocalypse first struck, I was merely a 19-year-old college student. 8 years have passed since then, and I have matured into a 27-year-old woman. However, due to years of hardship, I now appear as though I am 30, she reflected. Naturally, as a demigod, I possess a significantly prolonged lifespan. Yet, I am still mortal. Though death feels infinitely distant, I am not a true god. Thus, I require an heir, an offspring of immense strength, to inherit all that I possess. However, now, by following this man, she may truly have the opportunity to become a deity, possessing eternal life. Thus, in merely one morning, had the Super Queen transformed Claire into her adoring acolyte? Please, you are also a formidable woman in the film, aren't you? Oh, you're here, my dear king. The Super Queen greeted as she noticed Zhang Xiao approaching. Hi, Claire responded in kind to Zhang Xiao. This girl was evidently much cleaner than yesterday. It seemed she had made quite an effort to tidy herself up. Claire, feel free. I need to take a moment with the Super Queen. She has to teach me some combat techniques. Could you perhaps teach me as well? The fighting skills of a demigod must be extraordinary, Claire inquired. I'm afraid, little girl, the combat techniques we utilize, due to our physical constitution, are beyond your grasp. The Super Queen replied, shaking her head at Claire. All right, may I observe up close? As you wish. Hooray. Super Queen, where shall we train? Anywhere. There are hardly any human activities around here, so it matters not. But remember, do not wield your power. This small planet cannot withstand our might. Understood. How about we fly to Mars for combat? Zhang Xiao tentatively suggested. Come on, it's merely combat training, not a deadly showdown. We can manage right here. The Super Queen rolled her eyes and remarked. So are these two truly that extreme? To battle on Mars, even inadvertently, could lead to the destruction of Earth. Are you serious? Claire's smile froze on her face, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Thus, for the ensuing month, Zhang Xiao fell into a routine. Rising at 8 in the morning for combat training with the Super Queen, dining promptly at 12:30, then resting for 3 hours, resuming afternoon training at 3, concluding by 6. Dining again, and resting until 8 before retreating to her quarters to study various medical and biological texts. Throughout this training period with the Super Queen, her combat skills improved remarkably, evolving from merely being able to endure blows to developing some defensive capabilities, gradually regaining her footing, and ultimately being able to dominate the Super Queen, all in the span of just 1 month. According to the Super Queen, Zhang Xiao was progressing slowly, as the learning capacity of Kryptonians had yet to be fully discovered. After days of sparring, she could easily match the Super Queen in her base form and, over time, even overpower her. In her Zansher transformation, she could utterly defeat the Super Queen. Up to this point, Zhang Xiao had finally acquired the ability to protect herself in this world, at least ensuring that she would not be easily subdued by the Super Queen's lasso of submission. Chapter 13. Biological weapons. During this month, to say the least, he has fully harnessed his powers. Initially, he and the Super Queen practiced in the vicinity of Raccoon City. But as their battles escalated, they ventured to the Antarctic continent and Siberia. In their final confrontations, they unleashed their full strength on Mars. Zhang Xiao truly experienced the sensation of flying through the cosmos with his own body. Very well, my king. No matter what world you find yourself in, you now possess a certain degree of self-preservation, the Super Queen remarked. Thank you. Not only do I have self-preservation, but from this moment forth, I can traverse 90% of worlds with ease. Essentially, my combat prowess is at an apex level. It is worth noting that the power derived from the comic world is no mere jest. Do not mention it. I have my own objectives as well. After a month of companionship, Zhang Xiao had discerned the Super Queen's true intentions. You aspire to become a deity, and I assure you that this wish will be fulfilled one day in the future. I eagerly await that day. If I could bear a descendant with you, that would be splendid, but there is no rush. I have ample time ahead. Now let us return. It has been precisely a month since my journey began, and my ability to traverse worlds has been restored. I am ready to explore new realms, Zhang Xiao declared. Are you leaving? What will happen to this world? She inquired. This world will serve as our stronghold. After a month of my travels, I can return to this world or venture into a new one, and I shall come back. He replied. Then I shall accompany you. The Super Queen asserted. I need you to remain here to safeguard this world. We have significant assets here, and Grid's body will take time to construct. If both of us were to leave, although it can mobilize all the resources of the Umbrella Corporation, I fear it may struggle to handle any unforeseen circumstances alone, Zhang Xiao explained. My king, you cannot simply abandon me and Grid. The Super Queen gazed at him earnestly. I would never. I require both of your strengths to assist me, and I have promised to aid you in becoming a deity. I will not go back on my word. Had it been a month ago, he might have truly considered leaving them behind. However, now, the Super Queen had shown him no deceit, and Grid had indeed been diligent in serving him. Zhang Xiao was set to explore other worlds, but would assuredly return. The world of Resident Evil was the most suitable stronghold. Other realms would likely pose greater complications. My king, I have faith that Grid and I will await your return here. Indeed, you must trust in me. Then, when do you plan to depart? Inquired the Super Queen. I shall take a day to rest today, and tomorrow morning I will activate my time travel abilities. If all goes well, I shall return in a month's time. If not, it may take up to 2 or 3 months, Zhang Xiao contemplated before responding. After a month of traversing, the system will be restored. And should I have no pressing matters, I will refrain from exploring new worlds and instead return directly. I understand, my king, the Super Queen replied. Nodding, Zhang Xiao and the Super Queen made their way back to the hive base. Welcome back, boss, greeted Grid as they arrived. Grid, I must temporarily depart for a while. If all goes well, in a month. Otherwise, it may extend to 2 or 3 months. During this period, you will remain in this world under my command, alongside the Super Queen. Understood, boss. By the way, sir, I have made some progress this past month. And since you are leaving, I would like to report it to you. Very well. Proceed. First, the T-virus antidote has begun cultivation, and it is expected to be ready for use in 2 months, at which point this global biocrisis will come to an end. Excellent work. Inform Miss Claire of this news and have her personally oversee the distribution of the T-virus antidote. Yes, boss, I will take care of it. Is there anything else? Of course, boss. I have constructed 50 units of my body. Due to the quality of the materials used, the production of these components is somewhat slow. However, I anticipate completion within a month. Aside from the lack of the Apocalypse Star Mother Box's value, I have achieved the optimal results possible in all other aspects. Furthermore, I have been secretly developing bioweapons. First, the zombie hounds and ordinary zombies. These T-virus biological weapons will become ineffective after the antidote is released. Therefore, I shall cease any further research on these lower-tier bioweapons. I had not considered that. If the T-virus antidote is deployed, it would indeed eliminate all T-virus organisms. However, what about the giant biobats, the tyrant, the lurker, and the licker? Would these bioweapons also be rendered useless? Zhang Xiao pondered. Not exactly, boss. I will adjust the concentration of the T-virus antidote. It will eliminate ordinary zombie hounds, zombies, giant lickers, and some mutated zombies, these lower-tier T-virus organisms. However, the more formidable T-virus modified creatures, such as biobats, and even the intelligent lurkers and tyrants, will remain unaffected. That is acceptable. To be honest, even if the tyrant grows stronger in the future, it will hold no significance for me. Even with an entire legion of tyrants, should I desire their destruction, it makes no difference whether there is 1 or 1,000,000. It poses no challenge for me. A frigid ray or a breath of flame. Indeed, while these entities may seem trivial to you, they will undoubtedly prove invaluable in your future conquests of other worlds. I suggest you consider bringing along 2 of the latest mass-produced tyrants for this journey. It would also serve as an opportunity to assess their combat effectiveness once they are separated from me. I shall implant a chip within their minds, enabling them to execute your commands, albeit limited to relatively simple tasks, as Grid has mentioned. I must admit, I am pleasantly surprised by the remarkable progress you have made concerning the tyrants. It is worth noting that the original Umbrella Corporation housed merely 7 or 8 tyrants guarding their vast hive-like base. Over the course of this month, Zhang Xiao has transformed from an ordinary individual into a specialist in T-virus biochemistry. He is acutely aware of the formidable challenges involved in mutating a clone into a tyrant. The clone must possess satisfactory physical attributes, and only after becoming infected with the T-virus can it successfully mutate, a feat with a probability of merely 1 in 10,000. Would you like me to introduce you to these tyrants? Certainly. Chapter 14. Biohazard Tyrants. I have retained the original names assigned by the Umbrella Corporation for the tyrants, T001. Next is the upgraded version, known as T002, which is the tracker. The tracker can be remotely controlled via computer to carry out simple tasks and is equipped with various modern weaponry. Regrettably, only one of this type has been produced to date by the Umbrella Corporation, dubbed Matilda, the Goddess of Vengeance, and since then, no other tyrant has successfully mutated into a tracker. The tracker form of the tyrant is the product that Grid finds most satisfactory. Yet the Umbrella Corporation's records contain only one instance of this successful creation from 8 years ago. Currently, only videos and research plans remain, with no blood samples preserved. To replicate, it would likely require an extensive investment of time. Grid is likely referring to the mutated tracker featured in the film Resident Evil 2, capable of wielding a Gatling gun and a super rocket launcher. If this creature could be successfully replicated, it would indeed be of immense utility. Now, boss, let me present the next specimen, which I have meticulously cultivated over the past month. I have personally developed this variant, which I have named T003. This tyrant is designed for mass production, with an estimated success rate of 1 to 2 mutations for every 100 elite soldier clones consumed. To date, I have produced 10 of these tyrants, each possessing slightly greater combat prowess than the first generation, though they lack the capability to utilize various thermal weapons like the second-generation trackers. I can only permit them to execute simple strikes, as this approach facilitates better control. Within their cranial regions, I have implanted control chips, enabling them to heed your commands at any moment. Even if you were to command them to take their own lives, they would comply without hesitation. Is this what you referred to when you entrusted me with the 2 tyrants? Suddenly, a thought crossed Zhang Zhao's mind. How formidable would it be to transform the Kryptonian clones into tyrants? However, it is still too perilous at this juncture. The combat prowess of Kryptonian tyrants would likely rival that of Doomsday, so I shall postpone this plan for now. Indeed, while they may not significantly aid you in battle, you could assess their combat capabilities in another world. Should they sustain damage, please remember to retrieve the chips from their brains, or alternatively, you may bring back their severed heads. Having some combat data for comparison would greatly enhance my research, Grid remarked. I understand. Grid, if I were to have them engage in combat, would there be a risk of a T-virus outbreak? A biohazard crisis in another world would be counterproductive. In truth, there would not be. This leads me to my third point. After their enhancement with the T-virus, I have eradicated its infectious properties within them. This measure ensures that, should they be captured by enemies during combat, the foes cannot reverse engineer the T-virus to develop weapons against us. Thus, upon their demise, you simply need to incinerate their remains. In another world, no T-virus infection incidents will occur. This upgrade is indeed essential. Bioinfection can serve as a potent weapon against adversaries. However, there remains the risk that opponents could decipher the secrets of your virus. Advanced civilizations may require only a brief period to create an antidote for the T-virus, thereby dismantling your entire bioweapon arsenal. This is why, in the DC universe, the most successful biological weapons are the parademons from Apocalypse and Doomsday from Krypton. Moreover, controllable parademons are superior to Doomsday in terms of manageability, although their combat effectiveness pales in comparison. If bioweapons are not successfully manufactured and are captured by the enemy, advanced civilizations can easily unravel the mysteries of these biological weapons. Similarly, robotic legions face this risk. Once artificial intelligence awakens, a rebellion among the robots could ensue. Therefore, in the DC universe, the pinnacle of civilization relies on their own kin to serve as dependable soldiers. This is true for all advanced interstellar civilizations. Moreover, boss, the prototype of the engineering robot I have crafted has been successfully produced. Each of these towering creations stands at a height of 2 meters and possesses the capability to effortlessly maneuver objects weighing approximately 2 tons. They are devoid of any weaponry systems. With the current production capacity, we can manufacture around 100 units monthly, and following the establishment of the manufacturing line, this output will be significantly increased. As for the combat robots, they are still under development. These robots are designed to serve as laborers, with cost efficiency being of utmost importance. I must say, Wanga, having you as my subordinate has indeed alleviated many burdens. After my departure, you and the Super Queen must diligently safeguard this planet, as it will serve as our base of operations for the foreseeable future. After all, you are aware that the human population in this world has dwindled to approximately 200,000. For them to reproduce to pre-biohazard levels, it will require at least 2 to 3 centuries. In the event that humanity flourishes, we can consider relocating all bases to Mars. For now, I have no intention of engaging in conflict with humans. Yes, boss, I understand. However, there remains at least a century before that time arrives. So there is no need for urgency at present, Wanga remarked. Very well, Wanga. I am already aware of the matters you reported. I shall retire for the evening now. Please prepare the 2 tyrants you are to hand over to me for tomorrow, as I shall be departing. Good night, boss. On his way back, Zhang Xiao encountered Claire. Hello. I just heard from Louise that you are leaving for about 2 months. Where are you headed? Could you take me with you? Not possible, young lady. And have you found your brother yet? Just kidding. Traveling across worlds is my greatest secret. It's one thing to share with my subordinates, but I shall refrain from divulging it to you. Not yet, but Wanga has confirmed that, for the time being, there is no indication of my brother Chris's demise, which is indeed good news. You should remain quietly in this base. In no more than 2 months, the biohazard crisis will conclude. At that time, Wonga will provide you with the T-virus antidote, and you will become the savior, personally administering the cure. Really? Thank you. However, even after the biohazard crisis ends, humanity will not return to its former state. To regain our previous level of development will likely require 2 to 3 centuries, or even longer. The Super Queen may live to witness that day, able to traverse to other worlds, provided she discovers the secret to immortality. But Claire will not be able to see it. Next potential worlds include The Boys, or the film Final Fantasy XV, or the Dragon Ball movie, Earth's Conquest. Which would you like to see? Leave a comment. Chapter 1. The Cell Games. After bidding farewell to Wonga and the Super Queen, Zhang Xiao returned to his quarters. In truth, his decision to embark on this journey without the Super Queen was not without reason. Every individual must retain certain trump cards. Although his abilities now surpass those of the Super Queen, even to the point of being able to defeat her, caution is the mother of safety. This past month of study has transformed him into a PhD in biology and medical genetics. However, he possesses only theoretical knowledge. When it comes to practical application, he will likely need to seek a mentor for guidance. While the Kryptonian's extraordinary learning capacity allows for rapid acquisition of knowledge, the distinction between merely storing information in the brain and applying it practically is significant. He hopes that in future realms, he might encounter an expert in biology who could help optimize his Bizarro lineage, eliminating some of its evident flaws. Zhang Xiao retrieved a USB drive from his room, downloading all pertinent data regarding the T-virus. Early the following morning, having prepared himself, he arrived at the Umbrella Corporation's lobby. The grid had arranged 2 massive iron containers, approximately 3 meters tall and 1.5 meters wide, within which 2 burly men in military attire lay in slumber. Boss, these are the 2 tyrants I have prepared for you. Each has been fitted with an intelligent chip, enabling them to execute simple commands you issue. Additionally, I have provided other items within this briefcase, allowing you to remotely monitor these tyrants, the grid explained. Very well. At that moment, Zhang Xiao maintained his Xantia transformation. For the visage of Bizarro would undoubtedly provoke hostility, potentially even causing panic. After bidding farewell to the Super Queen, the grid, and Claire, Zhang Xiao activated his ability to traverse realms right before their eyes. System, initiate the traversal ability for this month. I wish to leave this world. Host, you currently have 2 options. Return to the coordinates of World 1 or venture into a new world. Your current location is designated as World 2. World 1 is likely the DC Comics universe, and given the peril it entails, I must prioritize my own safety. World 2 corresponds to the cinematic universe of Resident Evil. The system records the coordinates of each world traversed, allowing for a return to previously visited realms or the discovery of new ones after the monthly cooldown period. I choose to explore the unknown world. Let us begin, Zhang Xiao declared. Commencing traversal into a new world, searching for unknown realms. Unknown world located. Commencing traversal to World 3. A flash of blue and white light enveloped him, and Zhang Xiao vanished from the umbrella base. Goodness! Is this truly the act of crossing into another world? How extraordinary, he simply disappeared. Claire exclaimed. I have experienced it once before. Yet witnessing it traverse up close is a first for me, the Queen of Superwomen remarked. I have recorded the footage, Miss Claire. I now wish to discuss a few matters with Ms. Lewis. Might you take a moment to return to your room and rest? Grid proposed. Oh, very well. I understand there are matters to deliberate. I shall step aside, Claire replied, retreating to her chamber. Grid, do you believe he will return? The Queen of Superwomen inquired. Based on my observations of his pupils and the tone of his speech, I can ascertain with 99% certainty that he is not deceiving us. Unless he encounters an unforeseen accident in another world. Otherwise, he will surely seek us out, for we hold significant sway over him, Grid responded. Indeed. I share a similar sentiment. I am willing to take a gamble. If he does not return, we can still reign over this world, can we not? The human population has been decimated by over 99%, and with my will, I could easily dominate the remaining individuals, especially with your assistance, Grid. The remnants of the Umbrella Corporation will ensure that this world surpasses Earth 3 in magnificence. Of course, this is predicated on the assumption that he will not return to us. Should he return, I would find solace in knowing that boundless worlds await our conquest. With all due respect, Queen of Superwomen, given your boss-like demeanor, you are not suited to be a conqueror. It matters not. A person's character can ultimately evolve. I have faith in him. He is our king, The Queen of Superwomen smiled at Grid. Regardless of your perspective, Queen of Superwomen, as long as he does not betray or deceive me first, I shall devote myself entirely to assisting him. I believe in him. He can grant me what I have long desired. Previously, I sought emotional connection. Now, I aspire to become a complete being. Ha ha ha. Then strive wholeheartedly to support him, Grid. Thus, I require a descendant of his. My child with him shall be the true king. If my child inherits his ability to traverse worlds, I shall no longer need to follow him. I will embark on my own path with my child. Yet for now, I must remain subservient to him, offering my unwavering assistance to empower him and enhance his perfection. For as he becomes more perfect, it signifies that my future child shall also embody greater perfection. I will assist you with all my might until you evolve into an exquisite being. Yet all that is yours, all that your future holds, shall belong to my child. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao has also arrived in a new world, finding himself amidst a modern city. However, the streets are populated not only by humans, but also by upright walking cats and dogs, conversing in human language. And they are scattering in panic. It's over. It's truly over for Earth this time. The malevolent entity proclaimed that if no one could vanquish him within 10 days, he would annihilate our world. Alas, I am not yet ready to meet my demise. Who will rise to defeat this fiend? First, we faced King Piccolo, then his successor, and now the invasion of the Psiots. When will this world finally attain true peace? At that moment, Zhang Xiao observed a colossal virtual screen displaying a green, insectoid humanoid creature, grinning as it delivered a chilling announcement. I call this game the Cell Games. If no one can defeat me within 10 days, I shall obliterate this planet. However, you do have a chance. Simply defeat me in 10 days, and all will be well. Ha ha ha. Cell? Goodness, can I even contend with a Super Saiyan 2? Chapter 2. Seeking Goku. Upon witnessing the grotesque humanoid green insect on the screen, Zhang Xiao was certain he had traversed into the world of Dragon Ball. Though he remained uncertain whether this universe would intertwine with the multiverse of Dragon Ball Super. If it were indeed the Super Universe, he would need to tread carefully. For the Grand Zeno, the Grand Priest, and the angels are clearly beings of multiversal caliber, with even the gods of destruction possessing power at least equivalent to that of a single universe. In contrast, if this were merely the ordinary Dragon Ball universe, the mightiest foe would be Majin Buu, although even he is not to be trifled with. Unless his Bizarro lineage experienced another ascension or he absorbed the formidable powers of others, he would find it exceedingly difficult to overcome Majin Buu, particularly due to Buu's regenerative abilities. However, if it is Cell, perhaps I might stand a chance to defeat him. Absorbing his abilities would be exhilarating, to say the least. Cell is one of the classic antagonists within the Dragon Ball realm, formidable in strength, albeit not on par with Majin Buu or the gods of destruction. Nevertheless, he remains a top-tier fighter within the cosmos. At present, Cell has attained his perfect form, with combat prowess inferior to that of a Super Saiyan 2, yet significantly surpassing that of a fully powered Super Saiyan. Currently, only Goku and his son Gohan possess the capability to transform into a fully powered Super Saiyan. It was only after Cell was killed and subsequently resurrected that he achieved his perfect form, allowing him to contend evenly with a Super Saiyan 2. The act of planetary destruction seems almost trivial to Cell. Indeed, in the Dragon Ball universe, such annihilation is a commonplace occurrence. It appears that the two tyrants I carried are utterly useless, for in the Dragon Ball world, such beings barely qualify as foot soldiers. It is likely that even a mere soldier from Frisia's army could effortlessly dispose of a tyrant. With but 10 days remaining until the commencement of the Cell Games, I can utilize this time to seek out the protagonist, Goku, and learn the ways of Ki. After all, I am Bizarro, a being hailing from the realm of comics. No matter how feeble, it should be comparable to a Super Saiyan, shouldn't it? I have yet to test it, remaining in ignorance. It appears I must seek out Son Goku. I recall that Goku and his companions reside on Mount Pozu. Zhang Xiao casually intercepted a passerby and inquired, "Excuse me, could you please direct me to Mount Pozu?" "Get off me, you fool. I need to escape." The passerby utterly disregarded Zhang Xiao's inquiry, struggling to break free. Yet, evidently, he could not escape. In 10 days, either someone would vanquish Cell and thwart his games, or humanity would collectively engage in them. But where could one flee? If I were in your position, I would indulge in all that life has to offer. Eat, drink, and play, experiencing everything I had longed to do but could not. After 10 days, Even if the world were to end, you would have no regrets. Ah, fine. You make a valid point, the passerby conceded. Mount Paozu lies to the south, approximately 700 kilometers away at XXXX coordinates. I must now go confess my feelings to the girl I adore. After pondering for a moment, he continued, I wish you good fortune, my friend. However, trust me, 10 days from now, Cell will surely be defeated. Even if I do not intervene, the Dragon Ball warriors will handle the slaughter, albeit at the cost of Goku's life. With that, Zhang Xiao soared into the sky, heading towards Mount Paozu. At Mount Paozu, within Goku's home, Chi-Chi was in a furious uproar. She had just returned with Goten from the Supreme Kai, and while passing by Kirin Tower, they showcased their year-long training results in the hyperbolic time chamber to Kirin and encountered Cell. After unleashing half of his energy, Kirin still informed them that Cell's power far exceeded their own. Nevertheless, she discovered a secret weapon during that year. However, for this weapon to be successfully deployed, she first had to overcome her husband's objections. What have you done to Goten, you fool? You took him to dye his hair. He now has bright yellow hair. Looking like a delinquent. Chi-Chi exclaimed. Listen to me. Chi-Chi, I did not take Goten to dye his hair. This is Super Saiyan, do you understand? It is the form I assumed when I defeated Frieza. This is the result of our training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Now Goten can transform into a Super Saiyan as well. At that moment, Goku waved his hands in exasperation, pondering how to explain himself. This planet truly requires Goten to step forth. Then he must revert immediately. Ever since he began training with you, his academic performance has plummeted. My Goten is destined to become an esteemed scholar. Chi-Chi shouted. Chi-Chi, please, not now. I must rigorously train Goten to defeat Cell. Through a year of cultivation within the confines of the Spirit Time Room, Goku has come to discern that Gohan's talent far surpasses his own. With only 10 days remaining, the prospect of defeating Cell appears bleak. Thus he places his hopes firmly upon Gohan. Should Gohan unleash his full potential, Goku believes that vanquishing Cell should pose no insurmountable challenge. In that scenario, Goku intends to engage Cell first, allowing Gohan to observe his techniques before entrusting the subsequent battle to him. Goku is unconcerned with the larger implications. To him, Gohan's education takes precedence above all else. The destruction of Earth? What does it matter? An irate Chi-Chi, singularly focused on her son's studies, is resolute that Gohan should not follow in his father's footsteps of incessant fighting. Please, just this once, Gohan implores, if I can defeat Cell, I promise to dedicate myself to my studies and refrain from further battles. Were it not for his father's insistence on participating in the Cell games, Gohan would have preferred to abstain altogether, believing his father capable of besting Cell alone. At that moment, Gohan remains oblivious to the fact that throughout the year of training, he has eclipsed Goku's own strength. Chi-Chi, I assure you, this will be the last time I take Gohan into training, Goku promises. It's settled then, Goku. This is the final occasion, Chi-Chi replies. Thank you, Chi-Chi. Wait, someone approaches. Odd. Why can't I sense their energy? Goku states. Gohan, stay here, he instructs. Greetings, Mr. Goku. My name is Zhang Xiao, and I come with a request. Chapter 3. Engaging with Goku. Hello, I am Son Goku. How may I assist you? Goku inquires, eyeing the stranger before him, uncertain of his intentions. Greetings, I harbor no ill will, Mr. Goku, or should I say Kakarot. You are aware of my Saiyan name? However, I am a resident of Earth now, so please call me Goku. Sensing no malice from this newcomer, Goku ponders what he might desire. I wish to propose a bargain with you, Mr. Goku. I seek your guidance in martial arts, and in exchange, I will assist you in confronting Cell. Zhang Xiao exudes confidence in his physical prowess, asserting that even the legendary Super Saiyan Broly would not match him in sheer strength. After all, he has inherited the formidable abilities of Kryptonians from the comic realm, a race renowned as one of the most potent in the DC universe. To what extent does his body possess resilience? Even if he were to soar into the sun's core, he would emerge unscathed. In contrast, Broly from the Dragon Ball universe would perish instantly if plunged into the sun, as depicted in the original narrative, where only a few select weapons could inflict harm upon Kryptonians. The combination of Metal X and Metal N is indeed feasible. In terms of magic, there exists an abundance of artifacts capable of inflicting harm upon Kryptonians, such as Wonder Woman's sword and Aquaman's trident. Zhang Xiao feels that, even without mastering the use of Chi, he could confront Cell head-on, and there is a high probability that he could defeat him, even in his Bizarro form. without needing to transform into Xantia. However, upon arriving in the Dragon Ball universe, he questions the merit of not learning Chi. I am truly grateful to you, sir, for your willingness to assist us in dealing with Cell. Yet, it seems to me that you have never trained in martial arts, have you? I can scarcely sense any Chi within your being. Perhaps it would be best for us to handle this matter ourselves. Despite the man's imposing stature, towering a full head above Zhang Xiao, Goku finds himself unable to detect any Chi emanating from him. This man likely possesses no understanding of Cell's immense power. It appears you may have misjudged my strength, Mr. Goku. How about we engage in a sparring match? Zhang Xiao proposed. While I am indeed delighted at the prospect of sparring with a master, can an ordinary individual like yourself truly provide me with a worthwhile challenge? Mr. Goku, although I have not trained in Chi, let me illustrate my physical prowess. Even if you were to unleash your full strength upon me, I doubt you could breach my defenses. This big brother of mine is no ordinary martial artist. A mere strike from him could effortlessly obliterate this planet, Gohan interjected, standing behind Goku. I am well aware of that, Mr. Goku. Your current state is referred to as Super Saiyan. And considering your ability to maintain such equilibrium in this form, I believe you should be capable of unleashing the full power of Super Saiyan 1, Zhang Xiao remarked. You are familiar with Super Saiyan? The term full power Super Saiyan is indeed fitting. I can currently be described as such. Thus, you must be cognizant of a Super Saiyan's battle prowess. Your confidence is quite exhilarating, Goku replied. Let us find a suitable location. Very well. Matters concerning my wife can be set aside. For a Saiyan, nothing holds greater importance than combat. With a roar, Goku and Zhang Xiao ascended into the sky, departing from Baozi Mountain. Dad and Mom haven't even agreed to let me join you in the Cell games, Gohan remarked, somewhat exasperated as he watched the two leave. See, Gohan, your father is simply incorrigible. For him, nothing surpasses the significance of battle. Therefore, do not follow in his footsteps. Listen to your mother. Strive to become a learned scholar and refrain from engaging in futile endeavors, Chi-Chi admonished with her hands on her hips. But, there is no room for debate, Wufan. This is your mother's final tolerance for your father and your antics together. There shall be no next time. In 10 days. Irrespective of whether you manage to thwart Cell, you must return to your studies. But does mother not comprehend? If neither she nor father can prevent the slaughter, then studying becomes moot, for the earth would be in ruins. In a desolate expanse, Goku and Zhang Xiao stood facing each other. With a crack of thunder, black lightning descended from the heavens, and Zhang Xiao, having reverted from her transformation, returned to her less flattering form. Alas, Miss Zhang Xiao, are you an extraterrestrial? You had previously assumed a human guise. An extraterrestrial? Well, it is quite generous that I did not immediately appear as a zombie. This is my original visage. The previous form was merely a transformation state that I can maintain indefinitely. However, this appearance represents my truest essence, and strictly speaking, I suppose I am indeed an alien. Are Kryptonians considered aliens too? Such details are trivial. What matters is whether you possess sufficient strength. Kakarot does not concern himself with whether one is an alien, a deity, or an earthling. As long as you are powerful, that suffices. Very well, it appears that you, Mr. Goku, are somewhat impatient. Let us dispense with pleasantries and commence. With a fierce determination, Kakarot assumed a fighting stance, beckoning Zhang Xiao to attack. In his Super Saiyan form, Kakarot should not be underestimated. He would give it his all. For a Super Saiyan ought to withstand the challenge. Zhang Xiao clenched her fist, and in an instant, she appeared before Kakarot, launching a full-powered strike. Kakarot sensed the imminent threat and raised his hands to shield his face. Their fists collided with a sound reminiscent of bones fracturing. Alas, in a stunning turn, Goku was sent hurtling backward, transforming into a shooting star that vanished from Zhang Xiao's sight. At that moment, remnants of blood stained her hands. She had overestimated the Super Saiyan and underestimated the might of a Kryptonian from the comic realm. It is worth noting that in the New 52 comics, Superman could push objects equivalent to Earth's mass for 5 consecutive days, harnessing the energy of 6 yellow suns in a rebirth, and even obliterated a newly forged multiverse. The old Superman could shatter the 6th dimension with a single punch. Zhang Xiao's punch exceeded her expectations. Previously, her battle with Supergirl was due to the latter's own extraordinary physical prowess. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiao soared, swiftly catching up to the incapacitated Goku, whose arms had been thoroughly deformed from the impact. Let me enlighten everyone here. While many may have grown up watching Dragon Ball, I must inform you that the Kryptonians in the realm of comics possess astonishing strength. Only a Super Saiyan, at least at the 3rd level, stands a chance against an ordinary Kryptonian. In Chapter 4, we find Kakarot immersed in a state of unconsciousness, his arms rendered utterly incapacitated by Zhang Xiao. Were it not for the Scion's formidable physique, that last strike would have been sufficient to claim his life. Wow, am I truly this powerful? He pondered. Based on his estimations, he believed his strength was comparable to that of Goku upon his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Yet, he was astounded to have felled Kakarot, who was channeling his full power, with a single blow. Zhang Xiao gently lowered Kakarot onto a clearing. What now? What shall we do? He mused. In the Dragon Ball universe, no matter how grave the injuries, consuming a Senzu bean restores one to full health. But where can I find such beans? Cough, cough. Mr. Zhang Xiao, you are indeed formidable. I cannot believe I failed to withstand even one of your attacks. You have bested me with just a single move, surpassing even Cell in prowess. At that moment, a severely weakened Kakarot regained consciousness, his face alight with excitement rather than despair over his injuries. Yes, I may have misjudged my strength and overestimated yours. Do you know where we can find Senzu beans? We must first tend to your wounds. Cough, cough. Mr. Zhang Xiao, if you fly in that direction, I can guide you to Kirin Tower, where the wise Kirin should still have a good supply of Senzu beans. Very well. A few minutes later, Zhang Xiao, accompanied by the injured Kakarot, arrived at Kirin Tower. The sight of Goku in such a dire condition alarmed both Yajirobe and Kirin. Quick, feed him a bean. Goku, what on earth happened to you? How did you sustain such injuries? Did you secretly engage Cell in battle? Yet, I felt no energy from your clash. Kirin produced a green Senzu bean and placed it in Goku's mouth. Upon consuming the bean, Goku's injuries instantly healed, and his vitality was fully restored. Is this the miraculous remedy of the Dragon Ball world? A true game-changer. I wonder if it would have any effect on me. I must procure some before I leave. Or perhaps I could borrow the Dragon Balls to wish for more Senzu beans. Haha, I encountered an extraordinary master and was bested in a single move, leaving me in this state. Haha, Goku chuckled while scratching his head. An extraordinarily skilled master? Don't tell me it's the gentleman who brought you here. Indeed, it is Mr. Zhang Xiao. He is truly remarkable, and astonishingly, he did it all without expending any energy, relying solely on his physical prowess to defeat me like this. I cannot fathom how powerful he would be if he were to master energy control. Surely you jest, Goku? No, you all have witnessed the severity of my injuries. Mr. Zhang Xiao's mere punch rendered both of my arms incapacitated. It seems that should I wish to engage with Mr. Zhang Xiao again, he must exercise restraint in his strength. Otherwise, I must find ways to enhance my physical abilities or resort to employing the Kaioken technique. To be honest, I never anticipated my physical prowess to be so formidable. I had assumed that a Super Saiyan could withstand my full power. Zhang Xiao remarked. The most lethal form of arrogance is invisible. So, what you imply is that the universe's strongest warrior may be somewhat lacking. Following this, Goku recounted his encounter with Zhang Xiao, their confrontation, and Zhang Xiao's intentions to master Kirin. The situation is as follows. Mr. Zhang Xiao has requested my guidance in mastering Ki, after which he will assist us in confronting Cell. In my view, given your ability to strike Goku down, you should be capable of defeating Cell if you so desire. Master Kirin noted. Defeating Cell is merely a secondary objective. Mastering the use of Ki is my primary goal. How could one arrive in the Dragon Ball world without learning about Ki? Is that so? Then, Goku, for the next 10 days, you shall diligently instruct Mr. Zhang Xiao in the ways of Ki. After 10 days, during the Cell games, with Mr. Zhang Xiao present, Cell should not pose a significant threat, Master Kirin stated. Alas, do I truly have to teach someone? I fear I may not be an effective instructor. If not, Master Kirin, perhaps you could teach him. Or let the Supreme Kai do so, Goku replied. Fool, the Supreme Kai has fused with Piccolo. Have you forgotten? Master Kirin bellowed. Perhaps Piccolo could instruct him. He has trained Gohan quite well. No need for that. Mr. Goku, I have confidence in my learning abilities, and I trust you. You may rest assured. Whether I master the use of Ki or not is my concern. I promise that 10 days hence, regardless of my proficiency in Ki, I will assist you in dealing with Cell, Zhang Xiao asserted. That was not my intention. I merely worry that I may not teach you effectively due to my own limitations. Nevertheless, since you have expressed such confidence, I shall do my utmost over the next 10 days. I look forward to your guidance, Mr. Goku. With that, Goku bid farewell to Master Karen and returned home to discuss with Chi-Chi the plan of bringing Gohan and Zhang Xiao to a desolate area to commence Zhang Xiao's instruction in the use of Qi. Mr. Zhang Xiao, first and foremost, you must understand that every living being, whether plant or animal, possesses Qi. It can be sensed. You must first learn to perceive it. In the ensuing period, Goku began to teach Zhang Xiao in detail about the utilization and understanding of Qi. To be frank, while Kakarot is a prodigy in combat, he is less adept at teaching others. It can only be described as mediocre. However, one must consider that he is teaching a Kryptonian with extraordinary learning abilities. And Kakarot is exceptionally earnest in his instruction. Zhang Xiao managed to master the use of Qi in less than a day. Subsequently, he also grasped the art of flying with Qi and various forms of Qi-based offensive techniques. It is not an exaggeration to declare that he can now obliterate a planet at will, akin to characters from Dragon Ball. From this moment forth, he can consider himself a formidable force in the realm of star destruction. The various energy attacks from the Dragon Ball universe have become relatively simple for him to wield after mastering Qi. Zhang Xiao aspired to learn other signature techniques from Son Goku, but it was evident that Goku only imparted the methods for utilizing Qi and a Kamehameha wave. Techniques such as the Kaioken, Spirit Bomb, and Instant Transmission were not taught. Zhang Xiao's rapid learning pace truly astonished Goku. To acquire Qi so swiftly and wield it so adeptly is indeed remarkable. Chapter 5. The Transformation of Explosive Qi and the Pitfalls of Zantia's Power. After mastering the use of Qi, Zhang Xiao began to engage in intense battles with Kakarot, albeit while suppressing his own physical strength, as Kakarot's physical prowess paled in comparison to his own. Eventually, Kakarot proposed that he and Gohan transform into Super Saiyan forms to combat Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao found this suggestion appealing, as Son Gohan's fighting ability at that moment was remarkably potent, far surpassing his future self. Having endured battles against Scions, Frieza, and androids, and having undergone a year of rigorous training alongside Goku, Gohan's strength was arguably greater than Goku's. However, his kind-hearted nature prevented him from fully unleashing the potential of a Saiyan warrior. Nevertheless, should he and Goku team up, they could indeed pose a significant threat to Zhang Xiao. The 10 days of combat differed greatly from his previous training against the Superwoman. This was a genuine refinement of technique. With the power of Qi at his disposal, Zhang Xiao felt confident that he could subdue the Superwoman without transforming, even in his base form, without exerting his full strength. Moreover, having mastered Qi, his destructive capabilities have escalated exponentially. It is no exaggeration to assert that a full force attack from him could annihilate dozens of planets. During these 10 days, Zhang Xiao successfully mastered a transformation that utilizes Qi, akin to the method utilized by Cell or the third state of Super Saiyan, where muscles undergo rapid hypertrophy. Frieza had also employed a similar transformation. After observing Zhang Xiao's transformation, Goku pointed out that it would consume a considerable amount of energy and would reduce his speed. Indeed, after executing this technique, although Zhang Xiao's height remained unchanged, his muscles ballooned dramatically, resulting in a weight increase several-fold. This form indeed significantly amplifies strength. Yet it consumes a tremendous amount of energy and severely impacts speed due to the increase in weight. However, for Kryptonians, such concerns are trivial. Even with a 100-fold weight increase, Zhang Xiao's speed remains unimpeded. As for energy expenditure in this form, Zhang Xiao can sustain his transformation for an entire day and night without any adverse effects. While this transformation might seem rather impractical in the Dragon Ball universe, augmenting strength at a colossal cost while drastically diminishing speed, it is not the case for Zhang Xiao. In this state, his power surges by approximately 10-fold, rendering him a formidable weapon. Strikingly, in this transformed state, he surpasses even the Zero form in prowess. Zhang Xiao has aptly named this transformation Explosive Transformation. Furthermore, he has encountered a peculiar phenomenon. Despite mastering the use of energy, he finds himself unable to harness it in the Zantia form, let alone perform the explosive transformation. Although he has fully grasped the method of utilizing energy once transformed, he cannot sense it, as if the Zantia state renders him incapable of even learning. This raises the question, must Zantia's power solely depend on absorbing the strength of others? It seems he cannot cultivate his own power to become stronger. The initial growth potential is indeed remarkable, but to enhance Zantia's might, One must continually eliminate powerful foes to absorb their super abilities. However, such abilities vary in strength, and Zhang Xiao senses that this power is undoubtedly limited. He harbors doubts about its reliability. While he may one day wield this capability, his primary focus must remain on augmenting his Zero strength. The Xantia power he has acquired appears inferior to the might of a child born of the Super Queen. In the original tale, the Super Queen's offspring, merely an infant, could seize a foe's abilities simply by calling upon Xantia without the need to vanquish them. Why is this so? Furthermore, in an intriguing twist, this child ultimately transforms into Darkseid. In the future, this Darkseid infant will come into the possession of Batman. Truly, the depths of the DC universe are profound, and there are substantial concerns surrounding the Xantia power. It seems that for the time being, he cannot venture into the DC realm without first understanding the origins of Xantia's strength and whether it may have any detrimental effects on him. Mr. Zhang Xiao, after 10 days of training, your strength has undergone a remarkable transformation. Even if I were to exert my utmost effort, combined with a tenfold Kaioken, I would be unable to compel you to unleash your full power. How exhilarating it is to anticipate future bouts with a master such as yourself. At that moment, Kakarot approached and spoke. This is all thanks to your guidance, Mr. Goku. Without you, I could never have mastered the art of energy. It is indeed necessary to express polite remarks. Ah, how delightful. I feel that my ability to teach has experienced a remarkable ascent, and thanks to your influence, Gohan has made significant progress over these 10 days. I, too, have improved considerably, and I am confident that even if Mr. Zhang Xiao does not intervene, Gohan could triumph over his opponent. Mr. Wukong, if I may speak candidly, your child does not seem to possess the heart of a warrior. He appears to lack a passion for combat, despite his exceptional talents. If you do not diligently supervise his training, he will undoubtedly squander his potential and waste his fighting capabilities. Mr. Zhang Xiao sincerely hopes that Gohan will not devolve into a weakling in the future. It is the Gohan who has regained his fighting confidence that I remember from my childhood. I am aware of this, yet Chi-Chi. Every family has its own challenges, and Mr. Zhang Xiao cannot assist Wukong in this regard. By the way, Mr. Wukong, you have also made considerable progress over these 10 days. How do you feel about your chances should you engage in battle with Cell now? Mr. Zhang Xiao began to shift the conversation. In all honesty, if I were to fight Cell with all my might, I would estimate the odds to be approximately 40 to 60 in favor of Cell. Certainly, Cell holds the upper hand. However, my progress has indeed been substantial. If I can achieve a further breakthrough during battle, I am confident I could defeat Cell, even if it means disregarding my physical safety to activate the 20-fold Kaioken. At present, I can use the Kaioken up to 12 times without straining my body, but even so, there remains a considerable gap when facing Cell. Mr. Wukong, before I take action to eliminate Cell, I encourage you to engage him in battle first. Competing against a strong opponent has always been your desire, and your substantial progress over these 10 days will undoubtedly benefit your future growth. I implore you, Mr. Zhang Xiao, should I falter against Cell, please refrain from intervening and allow Gohan a chance to try. Alright, Chapter 6, The First Encounter with the Z Warriors, featuring the comedic relief, Satan. Oh, Uncle Zhang Xiao, you want me to fight Cell? I cannot do that. Upon hearing the conversation between Wukong and Zhang Xiao, Gohan immediately approached, his face displaying a mix of guilt and fear. To be honest, he does not particularly enjoy fighting. If given the choice, he would prefer to avoid it altogether. His previous battles were forced upon him, leaving him with no alternative. Gohan, your talent is remarkably potent. If you dedicate yourself to diligent training, your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass even your father's. Do you truly wish to squander such a magnificent gift? Wukong knelt before Gohan, gently ruffling his hair as he spoke. This was the first time he had expressed such sentiments to Gohan. Truthfully, Wukong earnestly desires for Gohan to inherit his legacy. Yet he has always been overly fearful of Chi-Chi. Father, I truly do not relish the thought of battle. However, I can assure you that during my free time, I shall train in secret, ensuring that Mother remains oblivious. Moreover, should Earth face peril in the future, I will rise to the occasion and fight, Gohan declared. Very well. Then, it suffices that you commit to training for a few hours each week. I would be quite content, for if you neglect your practice for an extended period, your skills will surely diminish, replied his father. Indeed, it appears that Gohan will engage in some training after all, and with his resolve, He will not allow Goku to perish. As they confront Majin Buu in the future, I hope that Gohan possesses even greater strength. Mr. Zhang Xiao, let us depart now to participate in the Cell Games. Indeed, let us set forth. The three soared into the sky together. Zhang Xiao, Goku, and Gohan soon reunited with Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha. Greetings. Everyone has arrived. Goku. Goku. Hello, everyone. Goku. Although everyone has been diligently training these past few days, I must confess that I still lack confidence. Do you believe you can defeat Cell? Inquired the bald-headed Krillin. Well, if I give it my all, I do feel somewhat confident. My training with the superlative master over the past 10 days has yielded remarkable progress. Really, Goku? That puts my mind at ease. With your assurance, I can worry a little less. After all, if you were to lose, even if we all banded together, we would not stand a chance, Krillin remarked. Ah ha ha. Even if I were to lose, Cell would not prevail, Goku replied. Are you the esteemed Mr. Zhang Xiao, the powerful ally spoken of by Master Karen? We have heard tales of your prowess, and it is said that Goku is no match for you now. Piccolo interjected, eyeing Zhang Xiao. Rest assured, my friends, I am quite confident in my abilities. I guarantee that this time, Cell is doomed. However, I will allow Goku to engage Cell first, after attaining such strength. It would be a shame for Goku not to have a proper fight, Zhang Xiao stated. Currently, he felt assured that even without transforming into his explosive form, he could easily defeat Cell. Zhang Xiao intended to enter the fray using his Xantia transformation, as he had a test he wished to conduct. I must say, I harbor no regrets at all. As long as you, Mr. Zhang Xiao, can train with me daily, my goal is to ultimately defeat you, Goku replied. His words unorthodox and unpredictable. Is it any wonder that Scions are so singularly focused on combat? It seems I have drawn the attention of a Scion. Fortunately, in 20 days, I shall be able to make my escape. Goku's desire to train with me appears to be an unattainable wish, Zhang Xiao mused. Hearing their conversation, Tien remarked, I have a feeling that the Cell Games will be quite manageable. Let us hope that this proves to be true. Rest assured, everyone. This battle is ours to win. By the way, Vegeta, what about Trunks and Android 16? After Vegeta emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber a week ago, he departed with Trunks. As for Android 16, he has remained with Bulma's father. The three of them should be arriving together, Piccolo remarked. It seems they will likely arrive first, so let us not keep everyone waiting any longer. Let us set off at once. The location of the Cell Games is situated on the outskirts of the city, typically inhabited by farmers, a sparse population. Since Cell's arrival here 10 days ago, he effortlessly obliterated the surrounding area with a single energy wave. Consequently, there was no one left. Although some military forces had come, they all perished. It is wise for ordinary citizens to refrain from causing a commotion, as Cell has exhibited remarkable patience, waiting 10 days after establishing the arena. At that moment, near the arena of the Cell Games, a hovering vehicle descended, skimming just above the ground. A brash middle-aged man with an explosive hairstyle emerged, flamboyantly waving his cape. Seemingly unperturbed by Cell's presence, two individuals then exited from the rear seats, one wielding a microphone and the other carrying a camera. They appeared to be from a global television network, established 5 years prior to broadcast news worldwide. It seems Cell had previously disrupted their operations during a visit. The duo promptly adjusted their equipment and commenced a worldwide live broadcast of the Cell Games. Ladies and gentlemen, before us stands Mr. Satan, the champion of the fighting world. Mr. Satan boasts an unparalleled record and is the strongest man on Earth. He is here to vanquish the monstrous Cell. Turning to the camera, Satan laughed heartily. To the audience worldwide, watch as I, Mr. Satan, demonstrate how to defeat the so-called invincible monster Cell. With a flick of his finger, he added, let me share a little secret. This so-called invincible monster is merely a soft target. With just 50% of my power, I can send him crashing out of the arena. His previous victories against the military were merely due to his use of hidden landmines and explosives. Though I am curious where he acquired such an abundance of them. His strength is inferior to that of a novice fighter. Ha ha ha. The television commentator, exhilarated by Satan's bravado, turned back to the audience, proclaiming, did you see that? Even the monster Cell is no match for Mr. Satan. According to Mr. Satan, Cell is weaker than a newcomer, so how could he possibly defeat the champion of the fighting world? Let us cheer. We are about to witness Cell being effortlessly defeated by Mr. Satan. Satan, 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 Satan. At this moment, Countless viewers in cities across the globe shouted the name of Satan, as if the outcome of the Sheru game had already been determined. They believed that Satan was their savior, the mightiest Satan in the world, capable of defeating Sheru in the blink of an eye. Chapter 7. The comedic performance of Satan amidst the azure sky. Beams of light descended, drawing ever closer. First appeared two men clad in Scion battle attire. The one on the left, with his proud, spiky hair, was undoubtedly Prince Vegeta. Beside him stood a purple-haired youth, Trunks, hailing from a parallel future. Another figure, towering over 2 meters, donned green clothing and sported an outrageous red feathered hairstyle. This was the android number 16, recently repaired by Bulma's father. "And Mr. Satan, it appears they are flying towards us," exclaimed the television commentator, astonished by the arrival of the trio. "This is flight, something ordinary individuals cannot achieve. Perhaps Mr. Satan knows the reason behind their ability to fly." As Satan observed the approaching Vegeta and Trunks, Android 16 appeared visibly flustered, hastily insisting to the camera, "This is merely a trick, just a deceitful charade." "Father, it seems we have arrived first," Vegeta remarked, turning to Trunks. "Is Kakarot not here yet? The match is still half an hour away. Strictly speaking, we have arrived early." Android 16, at this moment, was diligently dismantling the stage. "Humph. Strange. Why are there still ordinary people here?" Vegeta questioned. "Let them be. If they are unafraid of death and choose to remain, then let them stay." Trunks, somewhat helpless, scratched his head and responded, "Father, Mr. Goku and the others should be arriving shortly. The match hasn't even begun yet." Vegeta remained silent, standing still as he awaited Goku's arrival. The commentator, initially eager to interview these fearless challengers, was startled once more as several increasingly larger lights appeared in the sky. Stammering, he said, "Mr. Satan, it seems they can also fly." Turning the camera towards the heavens, Satan chuckled. "It appears this trick has become quite fashionable lately. But it cannot fool me, the great Satan. Ha ha ha. It is merely an illusion." The individuals soaring through the air were none other than the Z fighters, Goku, Krillin, Piccolo, Gohan, Yamcha, Tien, Android 16, and Kaiatsu. In the center of the arena, Sheru finally stirred, addressing the aerial figures. "Goku, have you finally arrived? I see some unfamiliar faces as well." "Ah, Vegeta, Trunks, and Mr. 16. You truly arrived early." "Ha ha ha," Goku greeted warmly. "Kakarot, when the slaughter game begins, shall I take the first turn to reveal Sheru's true nature?" Vegeta proposed. "Rest assured, Vegeta, when Goku arrives, he assured us that Cell is doomed this time," Krillin remarked, squinting at Vegeta. "What? Impossible. Could it be that Kakarot, that scoundrel, has achieved yet another breakthrough, growing even stronger? Damn, he always gets ahead of me." "Sir, you must be Mr. Zhang Xiao, as mentioned by Master Karen," Trunks inquired, gazing at Zhang Xiao. "Greetings. I almost forgot to introduce everyone. This is Mr. Zhang Xiao, who is indeed extraordinarily powerful. Cell stands no chance against him," Goku announced to the group. "More formidable than Cell? What a jest. Hey, everyone, look over there. It seems a few ordinary folks are about to step onto the ring," Yajirobe observed as Mr. Satan boldly approached Cell's arena. "Is this guy out of his mind? Is Mr. Zhang Xiao also like you? Though he lacks energy, he seems quite formidable. Otherwise, why the confidence?" Goku asked. "Ahem. Do not compare me to this fellow. He is an utterly ordinary man. Moreover, in the future, he will be your in-law. I hope everything unfolds as it did in the original tale, where Cell wouldn't even consider killing him. Ladies and gentlemen, look. Mr. Satan has stepped onto the stage, and he is about to defeat Cell." The little mustached host exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Satan on the platform. In various cities, the oblivious masses believed that Cell was truly a coward, collectively chanting in fervor, "Satan! Satan!" What an astonishing atmosphere. Viewers, Mr. Satan has taken to the stage, and Cell appears too frightened to move. At this moment, Satan beckoned the cameraman and the little mustached host to come closer with a gesture. "Are they signaling us? Well, this is our profession, and with Mr. Satan here, we should be safe. Let us show everyone our courage." The cameraman and the host, albeit anxious, rushed to the edge of the ring. Meanwhile, Satan, arms crossed and exuding arrogance, regarded Cell with a commanding presence. "Mr. Satan, we are approaching. There won't be any issues, right? Humph. Rest assured, I am here. Truly dependable, Mr. Satan. What is your plan moving forward?" "I am about to feel sympathy for Cell, who I shall pummel. He probably doesn't even realize that someone as powerful as I exist in this world, Satan replied nonchalantly. After delivering an impassioned declaration and ruthlessly mocking Cell, the little mustached host and the cameraman excitedly departed the stage. Subsequently, Satan retrieved a golden belt from his backpack, raising it high and gesturing wildly for the cameraman to capture this moment. Did you see that? Cheru, this is the embodiment of the world's mightiest existence. The illustrious championship belt of the world martial arts champion. Ah, how amusing. The host then proceeded with an extravagant display of flattery. Goku, I truly wish this fellow would be vanquished by Cheru, Krillin whispered conspiratorially to Goku. Are the ordinary people in the Dragon Ball universe truly of such a foolish caliber? Zhang Xiao, feeling a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow, pondered the audacity of these imbeciles. At that moment, Satan produced a capsule, casting it to the ground, from which emerged a grand travel bag. He approached it, slowly unzipping the bag to reveal a series of tiles, which he proceeded to stack. He managed to pile them up to a height of 15 tiles, and with an air of arrogance, he gazed at Cheru, raising his hand to deliver a decisive strike. To his embarrassment, the final tile remarkably remained intact. Though one tile did not shatter, this still demonstrates impressive destructive power. Mr. Satan is indeed formidable. The host continued his mindless praise. Come now, is it truly so challenging to shatter 14 tiles with a single strike? During the World Martial Arts Tournament in the Dragon Ball universe, it seems even the background characters could accomplish such a feat with ease. Ahem. Did you see that, Cheru? This will be your fate in just 1 minute. With that, Satan charged at Cheru, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. At that moment, Cheru remained utterly still, merely lifting a hand, sending Satan crashing into a nearby slope, bloodied and battered. Thus, this tedious farce came to an end. Who will step up next? I shall go first, Goku proclaimed, striding onto the arena of Cheru's game. Chapter 8, Super Saiyan Full Power. I had intended to save the most entertaining spectacle for last. Mr. Goku, you wish to be the first to face me? Cheru remarked with a wicked grin as Kakarot ascended the stage. Yes, I shall be the first to battle you. Fear not, Cheru. Today, you shall not kill anyone nor wreak havoc. Humph, such unbridled confidence. Allow me to reiterate the rules. Unless one party surrenders or is eliminated, falling from this arena constitutes a loss. Agreed? No objections. Kakarot stood on the platform, fists clenched, adopting a hoarse stance as he fervently amplified his energy. A formidable aura surged from within Goku. In that moment, he transformed into the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1, the Super Saiyan at full power. You have not disappointed me, Son Goku. Your strength is indeed remarkable. Even stirring excitement within me. The clash between the two finally erupted as they engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. Meanwhile, Satan, alongside a few battlefield reporters and his band of comical disciples, could scarcely catch a glimpse of their fleeting figures. On the side of the Z fighters, only Vegeta, Trunks, Zhang Xiao, and Android 16 could witness the full extent of the carnage and Goku's battle, while the others could merely catch glimpses of it. Bang, bang, bang. The air was filled with the sound of frenzied collisions. Mr. Satan, is this also an illusion? The host stammered. Indeed. Yes, that's correct. It's merely an illusion. Just wait a moment. After I take a brief respite, I shall ascend and defeat Cell. I was merely caught off guard by a sneak attack, he lamented. Oh no. Oh no. It seems these individuals are indeed formidable opponents, and I am utterly outmatched. But what to do now? If I were to flee at this moment, my career would be over. There is no alternative. I must endure and take it one step at a time. On the arena, the battle between Cell and Goku raged on, each exchanging fierce blows. At one point, Cell nearly found himself knocked off the stage by Goku. But the bug-like skill of the Dragon Ball world, instant transmission, saved him. What an exhilarating fight! Cell exclaimed. Indeed. You are truly formidable, Cell. However, Mr. Goku, let this warm-up come to an end. The appetizer is over, and I shall unleash my full power now. You should do the same, Goku, Cell declared, suddenly intensifying his energy. Goku, not to be outdone, surged his own energy with fervor. His hair stood even more erect, and electric sparks danced across his body. After days of relentless combat with Zhang Xiao, Goku had subtly brushed against the threshold of Super Saiyan 2. He was but a step away from transformation. The two resumed their back-and-forth combat, with Kakarot seizing an opening to kick Cell down, then soaring into the sky, striking a signature pose for the Kamehameha. Goku intends to use the Kamehameha? No. At this distance, it could obliterate the Earth. Tianjin Han exclaimed. Do not worry, old friend. He certainly has a plan, Piccolo reassured. Yes, I believe in my father. He must have a strategy, came the response. Do you wish to engage in a beam struggle with me? Then come forth, Goku. Cell also assumed the Kamehameha stance, beginning to gather his energy. Both began to charge simultaneously, with Cell launching his powerful Kamehameha towards Goku first. However, a cold smirk appeared on Goku's lips as he vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Cell and unleashing his own Kamehameha directly upon him. This was Goku's instant transmission ability, which usually required him to touch his forehead to sense an opponent's energy, but Cell was simply too close. Boom, boom. All could only behold a blinding flash of white light accompanied by a colossal explosion. Cough, cough. How was that? Did we manage to defeat Cell? Was it successful? As the smoke dissipated, the entirety of Cell's head, along with his 2 hands and the wings on his back, vanished, leaving behind only the headless corpse of Cell. We've done it. We've triumphed. Goku has defeated Cell. Elation radiated from everyone present. Satan, is it true that Cell has been vanquished? The host stammered in disbelief. Well, consider it mere luck. This time, I was unable to personally bring him down, Satan admitted, his image thoroughly shattered. At that moment, the half-destroyed figure of Cell suddenly executed a backflip and stood upright, his body writhing grotesquely. Despite the absence of half his body, including his head, it began to regenerate. This is... Do not be afraid. It is merely an illusion, just a trick of the eye, Satan attempted to reassure, though his shaking legs betrayed his composure. Uncle Piccolo, Cell's regenerative abilities far exceed our imagination. Surely, those Namekians do not possess such formidable self-healing capabilities? Gohan remarked. Indeed. If a Namekian's head or vital organs are destroyed, they cannot regenerate. Only their limbs can be restored, though I do not wish to concede. Cell's healing prowess has surpassed that of the Namekians significantly. He possesses the genes of the divine. And I hope he has not also mastered the method of creating Dragon Balls and enhanced it, Piccolo mused. Alas, what a pity. If you had completely obliterated my lower half while I was in the midst of healing, you would have one, Cell chuckled as he rose. Defeating you that way would lack any thrill. You have yet to unleash your true power, Goku replied. Ha ha. Cell laughed heartily, ascending into the sky, condensing a ki blast in his hands, which he then hurled down onto the arena. Be careful. Despite their disdain for Satan and the others, the Z-Fighters swiftly evacuated the area. Boom, boom. The entire arena was shattered, and the battleground for Cell's game vanished into oblivion. With the arena gone, it meant that the rule stating Cell would lose if he fell off had been nullified. Now, the only way to conclude Cell's game was through his demise. Very well. Let us continue, Cell declared. Goku and Cell clashed once more, and this time, the very earth trembled beneath their fierce combat. In the sky, only 2 figures could be seen intertwining in a relentless dance, the atmosphere resonating with thunderous roars. Incredible. That detestable Kakarot. Vegeta clenched his fists, his face contorted with frustration. Even after spending additional time training in the hyperbolic time chamber, his strength still paled in comparison. The battle between Cell and Goku escalated. Both warriors now fully engaged in their fierce confrontation. Chapter 9. Gohan takes the field. The skirmish intensified, with both Cell and Goku exuding palpable excitement. The energy unleashed by the 2 individuals was indeed singular and unparalleled. As Cell dove towards Goku, he struck with a ferocious punch, only for Goku to raise his hand and block the attack before swiftly grasping Cell's wrist and throwing him backward. Immediately, Goku concentrated all his energy, unleashing a flurry of energy blasts with his hands. Countless energy spheres began to rain down upon Cell. Remarkable. Both Goku and Cell exhibit extraordinary prowess. There is a genuine chance for victory. Son Goku might just prevail, Piccolo remarked. Meanwhile, the small vendor was filled with confusion. Father, Goku's fighting power is indeed formidable. But why is everyone so astonished? If I were to unleash my full strength, wouldn't I surpass what Father has achieved? After a barrage of attacks, Goku began to breathe heavily. In terms of stamina, he was vastly inferior to Cell, who possessed the resilience of a Namekian and the regenerative capabilities of the Frieza race, far exceeding that of a Scion or Earthling. If a victor could be determined swiftly, it might be manageable, But if the battle dragged on, Cell would undoubtedly emerge triumphant. This was Goku's most potent attack. And unless he could summon the same extreme fury he had when confronting Frieza, pushing beyond the limits of Super Saiyan, he knew he could not match Cell. He wondered if this assault would inflict significant damage on his opponent. After a full minute, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing a vibrant green protective barrier. What? Haha. Truly impressive, Son Goku. You have forced me to activate my shield. No one has managed to achieve this in our previous battles, and I must commend you for it. Cell declared. After absorbing the two androids, he had acquired the protective abilities of Android 17, alongside an infinite energy reserve that rendered his endurance unimaginable, far beyond what these beings could conceive. Indeed, upon achieving his perfect form, he had become the strongest entity in the universe. I must admit, you are formidable, Cell. I have unleashed all my techniques. Yet I find I have only succeeded in tiring you slightly without inflicting any injuries, Goku responded. Haha. I too am astonished that you managed to fight me in my perfect form to this extent. Would you care for a senzu-bean? Shall we continue? Cell proposed. Goku smiled at Cell, then gradually retracted his Super Saiyan transformation, reverting back to his black-haired, crab-headed form. I will not continue this fight. It serves no purpose. I am not your match, so it is time for a change of opponents. Goku declared, leaving everyone present, except for Zhang Xiao, utterly astonished. What? How is this even possible? Why? Why does Goku choose to concede despite not having reached his limits? Krillin exclaimed in palpable distress. Does he not understand? If he admits defeat, the Earth will be doomed. What nonsense was Goku speaking? Just moments ago, he had been so confident, assuring himself of victory. Now, he was turning around to surrender to Cell. Goku, do you grasp the gravity of your words? You must realize that if you falter, I shall eliminate everyone on this planet. Yes, I am aware of that. However, I merely stated my surrender. I did not imply that we all concede. Do not fret. There are others who can combat you, and not just one, Goku replied. Haha, you mean to suggest Vegeta, Trunks, or Piccolo? Even if they band together, they cannot hope to match me. Cell laughed heartily. Ignoring Cell, Goku turned to the Z fighters and called out to Gohan. Gohan, having witnessed the previous battle, do you wish to face Cell? If not, then let Zhang Xiao take the stage. Gohan, is he your son? How absurd. You actually intend to send your child to his doom? And who is this Zhang Xiao? Do you truly believe he can defeat me? Cell scoffed, arms crossed and brimming with confidence. Gohan indeed possesses the potential to overcome you, but his temperament is not well suited for battle. Thus, I seek his consent. If he prefers not to fight, then Mr. Zhang Xiao will have to step in and eliminate you, Goku explained. What? You insolent fool. Are you truly underestimating me? Old son, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you wish for your son to perish? He stands no chance against Cell. Piccolo shouted, seething with anger. That is precisely why I am consulting Gohan. If he is unwilling, I shall not compel him, Goku asserted. Dad, do you want me to fight? Gohan, feeling the weight of his father's hopeful gaze, clenched his fists. Truth be told, he despised fighting unless absolutely necessary. He had always been aware of the tremendous power lying dormant within him, a force that could undoubtedly vanquish Cell. Yet, he was reluctant to unleash it for no particular reason other than his own aversion. At that moment, a hand rested on Gohan's shoulder. Sometimes, you might consider responding to your father's aspirations. Can you bear to see disappointment in his eyes? Just spar with Cell. There is no need for you to deliver a fatal blow. If you truly do not wish to fight, return immediately, and I shall confront Cell myself, Zhang Xiao interjected, standing before Gohan. Uncle Zhang Xiao, I understand. Although I am not particularly fond of combat, I do not wish to let my father down. I will go. In that moment, Gohan's gaze finally solidified with determination. Father, I am here to battle Cell, Gohan declared, shedding his cape and soaring towards Cell. So, Gohan, how did you find the recent battle between Dad and Cell? Was it not dazzling? Goku squatted before Gohan, gently patting his shoulder and rephrasing his inquiry. I did not feel that way. It's because neither you nor Cell fought with your full strength, right? Gohan replied. Although everyone regarded his father as formidable, he himself did not share that sentiment. Were he to engage, he believed he would surpass both of them. Realizing that neither his father nor Cell had exerted their utmost in combat, I cannot ascertain whether Cell fought with all his might, but I can assure you that I indeed gave it my all. Yes, go for it, Gohan. Unleash your full potential, and do not restrain your power, Goku encouraged. exchanging a fist bump with Gohan before returning to the side of the Dragon Ball warriors and approaching Krillin. Krillin, hand me a Senzu bean. Oh, sure, Goku. Krillin promptly opened his pocket, retrieving a green Senzu bean and presenting it to Goku, who had expended considerable energy in battle and required replenishment. Thank you, Goku exclaimed as he caught the Senzu bean and hurled it towards Cell. Cell, this is a Senzu bean. It can restore your stamina, so eat it. What? Are you insane? Giving a Senzu bean to Cell? It's all right. He too has expended great energy. In his current state, even if Gohan were to win, it wouldn't be fair. At that moment, Tien, Yamcha, and Piccolo began to criticize Goku. Fool, what are you pretending to be so noble for? Don't you realize that this naivety could cost all of you your lives? Since you've given it to me, I shall not refuse. Cell promptly placed the Senzu bean into his mouth. With a series of crunching sounds, Cell swallowed the bean, and the energy he had lost was instantly replenished, as if he had never endured a fierce battle. Chapter 10, Super Saiyan 2. Indeed, the Senzu bean is a tremendous loophole in the Dragon Ball universe. Inflicted with severe injuries? One bean will suffice. Exhausted from battle? One bean will suffice. Near death? One bean will suffice. Before departing the Dragon Ball realm, one must surely find a way to acquire some of these beans. The wishes granted by the Eternal Dragon should assist in this endeavor. Golden energy surged through Cell's body. This is truly a remarkable item. This is none of my concern, Krillin remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. Old man, you are being utterly irrational, Piccolo stated. Meanwhile, Gohan remained undistracted by their discourse. His sole focus was on battling Cell. He raised his hands above his head and then thrust them down at his waist, unleashing a thunderous roar. An unparalleled aura erupted from Gohan, enveloping the entire observation area, akin to a tempest of level 7 or 8 wreaking havoc. The spectators were left awestruck by this astonishing force, which astonishingly surpassed even that of Goku moments prior. A golden sheen surrounded Gohan, as the fiery essence of the Super Saiyan ascended skyward. How could this be? That young lad's power exceeded mine. Vegeta, in disbelief, could hardly fathom the reality before him. Cursed be it, to be surpassed by an inferior warrior, especially one younger than himself, was a profound embarrassment. How could this be? Is this truly Gohan? Though only 11 days had passed since their last encounter, for Gohan, a year had elapsed. His growth in combat prowess was beyond mere human comprehension. Moreover, during these 10 days, he and I had maintained this state while besieging Mr. Zhang Shao. Initially, Mr. Zhang could barely withstand our attacks, but soon he managed to equalize, and then to suppress both myself and Gohan, all within the span of a single day. Yet it was precisely this combat that had propelled Gohan to the threshold, where just one transformation would enable him to transcend the true essence of a Super Saiyan. It appears that Goku's claims were not baseless. However, it remains premature to assert that he could surpass me. Come forth. You are fortunate. I shall allow you to experience the terrifying might of my perfected form, remarked Cell. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce battle, moving with a swiftness and strength that eclipsed even the earlier clash with Goku. The remnants of the previous fight between Cell and Goku were merely shadows to the onlookers. Now, they could only perceive the intertwining of golden and green forces. Among those present, only Vegeta, Trunks, and Piccolo could discern some vague images, while only Goku and Zhang Shao had a clear view of the unfolding spectacle. The other android, number 16, could merely observe a barrage of computer-generated data simulating the combat prowess. In a flash, their fists collided, and Cell executed a backflip, thrusting a kick at Gohan, who deftly blocked it and seized Cell's leg, flinging him away. The two ascended into the skies, unleashing an even more fervent battle. The magnitude and intensity of their confrontation far surpassed that of the earlier skirmish between Goku and Cell. Goku had indeed been correct. Cell had not unleashed his full potential in their previous encounter. Excellent. Gohan, maintain your composure and face this challenge head-on. You possess the capability. Goku encouraged him, waving his arms fervently to rally Gohan. The intensity of their struggle escalated, fists colliding with thunderous roars. After another exchange of blows, Cell and Gohan momentarily separated. The agile young warrior, indeed, with a renewed sense of seriousness, Cell swiftly approached Gohan, sending him flying with a single blow. Seemingly gaining the upper hand, he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon Gohan, who refrained from retaliating, silently enduring the assault. For Cell's strikes were mere trifles to him at that moment. Gohan, that damned old man. Hurry and save Gohan. Piccolo shouted anxiously. Just wait a moment, Piccolo. Have faith in me and in Gohan. Goku replied calmly, arms crossed, exuding an air of tranquility. What are these paltry attacks? Over the past 10 days, Gohan and I have trained rigorously with Mr. Zhang Xia. Each punch he endured was far heavier than these blows from Cell. Suddenly, Cell seized Gohan by the collar, yanking him closer and raising his fist for yet another strike. The spectators could only watch helplessly as Cell continued his assault. However, in a surprising turn, Gohan caught Cell's fist midair, simultaneously grasping the hand that clutched his collar and gently pushing it away. What? This little brat. His strength. Cell stammered, astonished. Gohan's hair stood on end, and the once fiery aura around him erupted into a tempestuous blaze, crackling with electricity. After 10 days of intense combat with Zhang Xia, Gohan had finally mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. With a powerful roar, he broke free from Cell's grasp and countered with even greater speed and force. He first freed himself from Cell's hold, then shattered both of Cell's arms, bones and all, tightening his fists in preparation. Before Cell could even react, Gohan unleashed a flurry of strikes to Cell's head, chest, and abdomen, delivering a relentless onslaught. With one hand gripping Cell's neck, Gohan executed a side kick that sent Cell crashing to the ground, sending dust soaring into the air. As the dust settled, Cell gazed incredulously at Gohan, his previously broken arms now seemingly restored. Yet, he was struck with disbelief as he realized the gravity of his situation. How is this possible? How could I be overpowered? No, this cannot be true. The perfect me cannot be defeated. Cell screamed, charging once more at Gohan. A mere parlor trick, Gohan remarked, effortlessly evading Cell's punches, which failed to even graze his clothes. Each of Gohan's strikes, however, inflicted immense pain upon Cell. Everyone gazed in disbelief at the scene below. It was none other than Cell being unilaterally beaten. When did Gohan's power reach such heights? Chapter 11. Cell's desperate situation under normal circumstances. Gohan would have only transformed into Super Saiyan 2 after being provoked by Cell. However, due to 10 days of intense battles, Gohan had already met the conditions for that transformation. Now, Cell would fully experience the might of Super Saiyan 2. Cell began to unleash frenzied attacks on Gohan. Yet his efforts proved futile. Whether in terms of raw strength or skill, he was no longer Gohan's match. Super Saiyan 2 completely overwhelmed him. This was merely the beginning of Gohan's transformation, yet Cell was already in a state of utter despair. How could he accept that he was losing so easily? Impossible. I am the strongest being in the universe. How could this little brat be my opponent? Cell was now in a state of hysteria. At this moment, the once 2-meter-tall Cell had morphed into a massive 3-meter behemoth, his muscles bulging grotesquely. Earlier in the battle, Cell had lectured Trunks on the importance of speed. Yet in an instant, he made an exceedingly foolish transformation. How could this be? Cell, he is at the end of his rope. This transformation was one he had taught me. A transformation that was fundamentally flawed and simplistic, Trunks remarked. Indeed, yet now he has resorted to it himself. How tragic. Piccolo noted. This transformation, characterized by excessively inflated muscles, posed a significant burden for most, severely diminishing speed and rendering it impractical for combat. However, for Zhang Xiao, it proved to be a remarkably functional transformation. The advantages of a Kryptonian could perfectly compensate for the drawbacks of this form. Furthermore, the legendary Super Saiyan also embodies this transformation, albeit with increased height, maintained speed, and minimal energy expenditure. I told you so. Gohan's strength is formidable. This is the realization from our year and more of training together. It appears Mr. Zhang Xiao will not need to intervene this time. Gohan can resolve this battle on his own, Goku asserted. Should I consider stepping in to claim a victory for myself? After all, according to the original plan, I was meant to absorb Cell's abilities and test my hypotheses. At this moment, Cell was panting heavily. Employing such a misguided transformation had drained his stamina beyond recovery. Is this all you can muster? I expected more from you. Get up and continue. Weren't you quite arrogant just a moment ago? Gohan cast a wickedly cold smile at the cornered Cell. How infuriating. How infuriating. As Sheru soared abruptly into the air, he assumed the iconic pose of the Kamehameha, channeling all his energy into this singular, formidable attack. Damn that insufferable brat. Do not underestimate me. Just wait. I shall obliterate the entire Earth. I possess the genes of Frisia and his progeny, allowing me to survive in the vastness of space, while you scions cannot. Ha ha. I am the strongest. You shall perish, along with this planet. However, if such an assault were to strike Earth, it would lead to utter annihilation. Fear not. Have you not noticed Gohan's unwavering confidence? Die. The malevolent energy Sheru amassed surged forth, creating a blinding radiance that illuminated the sky, as if a colossal sun had materialized, rendering the onlookers momentarily blinded. Humph. Kamehameha. Gohan smirked coldly, simultaneously unleashing his own Kamehameha, having barely gathered his energy. Gohan's wave met Sheru's, halting it mid-air before gradually overpowering it. What? No. In disbelief. Sheru watched as Gohan intensified his effort, completely driving the energy wave towards him. Boom, boom. As the blinding light dissipated, Sheru was left with merely a third of his form intact. His limbs had vanished, half of his head was gone, and his chest had entirely disintegrated. Is this all you've got? How disappointing. I had hoped for a longer engagement. Gohan remarked with disdain. What a joke. You haven't even tapped into half the power of Super Saiyan 2, and here you are, already defeated. Impossible, impossible. Sheru's eyes were vacant, struggling to fathom his fate. Hey, this isn't like Gohan at all. Why is he so ruthless? It's as if he has become like Frisia, Krillin observed. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan 2, the darker tendencies of the Saiyan lineage surged forth, influencing Gohan. The original Gohan would never have exhibited such savagery, but the transformation had undeniably altered his demeanor, instilling a brutal edge. Transforming into a Super Saiyan does evoke a certain ferocity. I experienced it during my first transformation. Yet, when Gohan ascended to Super Saiyan 1, he did not exhibit such behavior. Why is it different now? Goku pondered. At that moment, Gohan had once again dragged Sheru from the sky, commencing a new round of assaults. TCH, you boast of being the ultimate being in the universe, and yet you are reduced to this? After lunch, a powerful punch struck Cell's abdomen, causing him to clutch his stomach and retreat in agony, as if he were about to expel something. Yet, he desperately fought to hold it back. Gag, gag. Ultimately, Cell knelt on the ground and expelled a slick-haired blonde woman. Was that Android 18? The android could actually be regurgitated? Following the ejection of Android 18, Cell transformed from his perfect form into his second form, a robust version of himself, his strength diminishing to a level inferior to that of Vegeta and Trunks. Cursed be this fate. If so, I shall not survive. I demand that you all accompany me in death. Gohan, quickly kill him. No matter what he intends to do, stop him at once. Goku suddenly shouted. Do not rush. Father, I wish to make him suffer a bit longer. To slay him so easily would be too merciful. I want him to experience an unprecedented fear. Heh. Humph. It is too late. I will self-destruct in 1 minute. Ha ha ha. You shall all perish with me. Cell's body began to swell dramatically. What? Then I shall obliterate you. Cell, Gohan declared. I advise against such actions, little brat. If you do that, I will explode immediately, but for now, you may live for a few more seconds. Oh, only 50 seconds remain. Goku, I will fly into space immediately. After 30 seconds, teleport Cell to my side. Then return at once. Trust me, I will be fine. After Zhang Xiao finished speaking, he soared into the sky. Oh, very well. If you say so, I understand. Chapter 12. Zhang Xiao's purpose. Although Cell's self-detonation was immensely powerful enough to obliterate a planet, with his physical fortitude, enduring the explosion should not pose a significant challenge. Moreover, Kryptonians, even if reduced to mere husks, could resurrect under sunlight. He now propelled himself at the speed of light towards the sun. Indeed, after silently counting to 30, Goku teleported the now balloon-like Cell before him. It's all on me now. You must leave quickly. Time is short. Return for me in 1 minute, Zhang Xiao instructed. Understood. Goku nodded and vanished once more. You should still have a moment before the explosion. Let us ascend a bit, Zhang Xiao said as he grasped Cell, enveloping him within his own magnetic field, and soared with all his might. After 10 seconds, an earth-shattering explosion erupted in the vacuum of space. Though they had distanced themselves from Earth, the planet still felt the massive tremors, and everyone experienced a tremendous jolt. Cough. As anticipated, Cell's explosion posed little threat to him. Indeed, the physical constitution of Kryptonians is extraordinary. Aside from their vulnerabilities to magic and kryptonite, Their resistance to physical damage is almost akin to a flaw in the system. It is pertinent to clarify that Ki does not fall under the category of magical damage. Rather, it bears a closer resemblance to physical harm, thus posing little threat to Kryptonians. In fact, when Cell was about to self-destruct, Zhang Xiao could have effortlessly intervened to eliminate him entirely. However, he refrained from doing so, as absorbing Cell in his lightning form was his true objective. Since absorption was the goal, he sought to consume Cell in his most formidable state. Zhang Xiao was eager to ascertain whether, after mastering instant transmission, he could acquire Cell's powers upon vanquishing him. Ki, alongside Cell's remarkable regenerative abilities, the capacity to create miniature versions of himself, his protective shield, and life absorption, whether these constituted superpowers and could be assimilated, required thorough examination. Despite mastering Ki, he found himself unable to cultivate the Zansha form and pondered whether this method of plunder could enable him to harness Ki in that state. Moreover, some of Cell's other abilities were undeniably advantageous. Transforming him into his lightning form was certainly the best course of action. A minute later, clad in martial arts attire, Goku appeared at his side, grasping his arm as they both returned to Earth. Phew, that was close. I was worried we wouldn't make it in time. After successfully transporting Zhang Xiao back to Earth, Goku plopped down on the ground, beaming with joy. You scared me. I thought we were doomed when that guy attempted to self-destruct. Thankfully, Mr. Zhang Xiao, your quick thinking saved us. You immediately flew into space and had Goku teleport Cell away. But are you truly unharmed? We felt the tremor of Cell's explosion here on Earth. Yet you appear completely unscathed. Rest assured, in a strict sense, I too can be considered an extraterrestrial. The physical strength of our group surpasses your wildest imagination. Even if I were cast into the sun, I would emerge unscathed. Indeed, I would grow even stronger. It is worth noting that in the future, Superman trained within the sun for centuries, emerging as the supreme golden Superman. Even if I am not his equal, a brief sojourn in there would not leave me weak. The sun only serves to enhance Kryptonians, never to diminish them, though exceptions exist for red dwarfs and red giants. In contrast to Superman's lore, I am curious whether the rays from red dwarfs or red giants might affect me, or perhaps even strengthen me. Regardless, sunlight undoubtedly fortifies me, a trait I share with Superman. Goku, what about the android 18 that was expelled by that massacre? Is it possible for us to spare her? Krillin approached Goku, his face slightly flushed and his demeanor somewhat bashful. Indeed, I completely forgot about her in the midst of everything. Are you jesting? Clearly, Krillin has already taken action against him. Androids are not to be trusted. Indeed, Uncle Krillin, in the dystopian future, she and Android 17 have nearly annihilated humanity. How could we possibly let her go? How could we? Among all present, if anyone harbors a profound hatred for androids, it is undoubtedly Trunks. That hellish future world is a consequence of the androids, particularly the notorious 17 and 18. Yet, not all androids are malevolent. Consider Android 16. He is truly a good soul. Krillin remarked, I assure you all, if you grant us mercy, we shall never harm the earth again. We are not wicked beings. I was created solely to defeat Mr. Goku. Of course, that task is now beyond my reach. Android 16 interjected. No, we cannot allow these androids to remain. Trust me, Mr. Goku. I have witnessed that future, and they are certainly not benevolent. Android 16 is one matter, but 17 and 18 must be eradicated, Trunks asserted. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to propose a compromise. I could traverse to another world, or better yet, I could take Android 18 and 16 with me to a different realm. This way, we could spare their lives while simultaneously preventing them from endangering this world. What do you think? Zhang Xiao suggested. That is absurd. Regardless of the world, these three androids possess formidable combat abilities, and Android 18 is the epitome of beauty within the Dragon Ball universe. Believe me, with my strength, they would be incapable of committing evil even if they wished to. Very well. Mr. Zhang Xiao, you may proceed. No, get back. Suddenly, Goku thrust Krillin and Trunks aside, while Zhang Xiao swiftly positioned himself in front of everyone. A tremendous energy wave erupted from the shadows, striking Zhang Xiao, but causing him no significant harm. Did I just hit an unfamiliar face? Greetings, everyone. I am back. Did you miss me? At that moment, Cell returned to his perfect form, his body crackling with electricity, adopting Goku's signature instant transmission pose before all present. What? How is this possible? This guy, he is still alive. Trunks exclaimed. Haha, not only am I alive, but I have grown even stronger. I owe you my gratitude, Mr. Goku. You see, I possess a core within my mind. As long as it remains intact, I will continuously regenerate. Fortunately, the recent explosion did not destroy the core, allowing me to resurrect successfully. Perhaps it is due to the psion cells that thrive on the brink of life and death that I have regained my perfect form, and I have even mastered Mr. Goku's instant transmission. You have not defeated me. Instead, you have bestowed upon me numerous gifts. Haha. At last have you arrived? Lightning Cell, splendid. Everything you have is now mine. Chapter 13. Seizing the power of Cell, what shall we do, Goku? Krillin stammered, his body entwined with crackling lightning. At that moment, Cell, in his golden Super Saiyan 2 form, radiated an aura that was not inferior to Gohan's. In fact, he seemed even stronger. Humph. This is my chance to eliminate you. Cell, I will show no mercy this time and will not allow you another opportunity for self-destruction, Gohan declared resolutely. Be cautious, Gohan. Cell's power should now be at least on par with yours, Goku warned. Kakarot, this creature's energy is now comparable to that of your son, Vegeta remarked. As a prince of the Saiyans, he understood the terrifying strength that could be acquired between life and death. The current Cell was on an entirely different level compared to before, and it seemed he had yet to unleash his full power. Humph. My strength is not to be underestimated. Let the games begin, child. It is my turn to toy with you. The lightning-imbued Cell taunted. Gohan, cease your attack. At your current level, you can only match him. If he detonates himself again, your father won't have the stamina for instant transmission. I will handle the ensuing battle. You can observe from the side, Zhang Xiao interjected. Don't joke, brother. This is the moment I've been waiting for. I will take on everything Cell throws at me. Gohan retorted defiantly. Humph. I do not require your assistance. I can handle this myself. Step aside. It was evident that Gohan, having transformed into Super Saiyan 2, was in a foul mood and outright rejected Zhang Xiao's help. Gohan, you should not speak so rudely, Zhang Xiao admonished, swiftly striking the back of Gohan's neck. In an instant, Gohan reverted from his Super Saiyan 2 form to his normal state and collapsed unconscious. Gohan, hey, why did you knock him out? He's barely coherent. Krillin exclaimed, his concern palpable. The brutal nature of the Saiyan has begun to cloud his judgment. Putting him to sleep was the wisest choice. I will take over the fight now. You all can watch, Zhang Xiao replied. But, Krillin stammered. Do not worry. Trust me, mister. Zhang Xiao's strength far surpasses that of Cell. Cell cannot defeat him, Goku reassured. Goku? I know, Krillin. I have complete faith in Mr. Zhang Xiao's formidable power. Cell stands no chance, Goku affirmed. Very well, Zhang Xiao nodded at the Dragon Ball warriors before approaching Cell. I am quite curious, Kakarot. How can you be so certain he is stronger than Cell? Who exactly is this individual? Vegeta inquired. That is something I promised to keep secret. Haha, but I can tell you that for the past 10 days, Gohan and I have only managed to engage in a meager spar with him. The moment he applies even a modicum of seriousness, both Gohan and I find ourselves swiftly defeated. What? Impossible. How could anyone possibly suppress the combined might of Kakarot and his son? What does that make me? Enough, Cell. The next phase is my solitary endeavor. Zhang Xiao remarked with a smile. Ha ha ha. That little brat was knocked unconscious by you. It seems you possess an abundance of confidence in your ability to overcome me. Indeed. Cell, I must extend my gratitude to you for the imminent offering of your very essence, Zhang Xiao declared. Humph. What nonsense are you spouting? Bring it on. I shall first eliminate you and then dispatch the rest. You fool. You have inadvertently incapacitated the only one capable of defeating me, Cell retorted. I'm afraid you cannot achieve that, for the battle will conclude in an instant. No sooner had Zhang Xiao spoken than he appeared before Cell with blinding speed, delivering an uppercut that sent him soaring, then instantly pursuing him to seize Cell by the throat, whisking him away from the realm of Earth. I shall need to absorb his power in a moment, so it is best not to let too many witnesses see. To prevent his self-destruction, I shall take him to the depths of space. You all remain here and await my return. Before departing, Zhang Xiao called out to the Dragon Ball warriors. Old son, should we not pursue him? If he fails, we might still rescue him. In my opinion, we should hastily awaken Gohan and feed him a Senzu bean, just in case. Chaozu suggested. Trust me, it's truly fine. Mr. Zhang Xiao's power far exceeds your imagination. Even without relying on energy, merely utilizing his physical strength, Cell could not breach his defenses. Mr. Zhang Xiao's extraordinary physical prowess leaves me at a loss. To defeat him, one must penetrate his defenses, which is an insurmountable challenge. Even if he stood still, Gohan and I, exerting our full strength, could inflict no harm upon him, which is quite distressing. In the expanse of space, Cell desperately struggled to free himself from Zhang Xiao's grip, yet Zhang Xiao's arm clamped around his neck like a vice, rendering his efforts utterly futile. But, damn you, let me go. Patience, we shall arrive shortly. Do you have any final words? Zhang Xiao inquired. Go to hell, bastard. Sorry, but that's not something I can accommodate. After several minutes of flight, Zhang Xiao brought Cell near Mars' orbit. Suddenly, a bolt of black lightning struck Zhang Xiao, causing him to revert to his appearance prior to the crossing, donning an outfit reminiscent of Black Adam. Is this your true form? What are you planning? In a moment of sheer brutality, Zhang Xiao forcefully tore apart the limbs of Cell, showcasing the grotesque strength of the Kryptonians. The anguished cries of Cell echoed painfully through the cosmos. With both hands, Zhang Xiao seized Cell's head and relentlessly squeezed. The sound of a crushing melon was accompanied by a surge of green blood and various white fragments suspended in the vacuum of space. To be frank, the thought of crushing a human brain would have troubled Zhang Xiao, but as Cell was a monster and his blood was not red, he felt no such burden. Amidst the carnage, he discovered the small orb that represented Cell's life core. Your life has reached its conclusion. Your power will now be mine, Cell. With that, Zhang Xiao crushed Cell's core, beginning to absorb all of Cell's powers, eager to witness how the power of Zansha defines super abilities. This was his first experience in absorbing another's powers. Chapter 14, Cell's abilities. Minutes later, with his eyes closed, Zhang Xiao slowly opened them. A golden aura erupted around him, accompanied by crackling lightning. It was evident that he had acquired Cell's energy and his lightning form. The power of Zansha had indeed redefined energy as a super ability. Subsequently, a green protective shield manifested around him, a power obtained after Cell absorbed Android 17, which also counted as a super ability. He now possessed regenerative capabilities akin to Cell's. As long as his head remained intact, under the Zansha form, he was effectively immortal. Of course, Zhang Xiao had no intention of testing this ability, as he had no penchant for self-harm. The infinite energy of the two androids had also been absorbed. He could now fight indefinitely, unless his mental resolve faltered, as his physical stamina equaled that of the androids. The power of Zansha, recently surpassed by Bizarro, had once again transcended Bizarro, truly embodying the essence of a killer's might. How fortuitous it is to stumble upon such power without effort. To my surprise, I have also inherited Cell's instantaneous movement, a technique learned from Goku. However, it requires sensing the opponent's energy to utilize effectively. In this world, it is exceptionally useful, but in others, it may prove rather ineffective. Zhang Xiao mused. In the Dragon Ball universe, any adept fighter possesses energy, but in other realms, the situation is entirely different. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. At least in the Dragon Ball world, this skill was incredibly advantageous. But to think this ability is also inherited? Damn it, this skill is rather awkward to execute. The next ability Zhang Xiao acquired was Cell's power to create miniature versions of himself. This ability is, strictly speaking, a power that emerged after Cell absorbed the cells of the Namekians. Originally a reproductive method of the Namekians, this technique does not merely create a clone. Rather, it gives birth to an entirely new life form. In the original narrative, Cell utilized this ability to spawn 7 mini-cells, each possessing formidable combat prowess capable of contending with a Super Saiyan in its second transformation, even overpowering a Super Saiyan in that state. However, they proved inadequate against a fully powered Super Saiyan and were swiftly annihilated by a Super Saiyan 2. In the universe of Dragon Ball Super, these mini-cells were subsequently adopted by Android 17. Cell extends these mini-cells from the tail at his rear, whereas the Namekians expel them directly from their mouths. Should he employ this technique, he would conjure a mini-cell out of thin air. After all, birthing them from one's mouth or rear is undeniably awkward. By creating a mini-cell from nothing, its combat capabilities would be comparable to that of a fully powered Super Saiyan, surpassing the strength of those spawned by Cell. Other abilities would mirror those of the original Cell, and the mini-cells would also wield techniques such as freezing beams and fiery breath. Nonetheless, the very nature of this technique seems somewhat embarrassing. Fortunately, it does not involve expelling from the mouth, or any other awkward means. Could it be that in the future, he might utilize this technique to summon a legion of mini-cells as his enforcers? It appears to be a viable option, considering the impressive reliability and ferocity of these mini-cells, who are utterly fearless in battle. Additionally, Cell possesses numerous techniques, including the Kamehameha, Special Beam Cannon, Energy Blade, Ki Blast, Four-Way Fist, Solar Flare, Death Meteor, and Planet-Destroying Sphere. These signature moves of the Dragon Ball Z warriors, along with techniques from Frieza, can be learned by Cell with just a single observation, and without exception, Zhang Xiao has also mastered them. Indeed, it seems that the most significant enhancement to his abilities derives from the technique of creating mini-cells. With the formidable combat strength, regenerative capabilities, and the techniques of Dragon Ball warriors and Frieza, along with their superhuman stamina and fierce disposition, eliminating a fully powered Super Saiyan becomes an attainable feat. Coupled with the powers he endows them, they could even contend with Super Saiyan 2. To his surprise, the self-destruction technique has also been inherited. Could this be employed as a means of creating human bombs? Perhaps not. It is indeed a rather impractical technique, one that can only be utilized once in a lifetime. While he has inherited some regenerative abilities from Cell, it does not reach the level where he could restore himself from mere remnants. However, should he acquire any resurrection abilities in the future, this technique could prove exceedingly useful. The prospect of becoming a human bomb is, quite frankly, exhilarating. With his current strength, the power of self-destruction would be formidable indeed. However, the Saiyan race's ability to enhance their combat power when on the verge of death was not something I inherited, suggesting it is not a matter of superpowers. Indeed, I was not disappointed. After absorbing Cell, my Zansha form underwent a profound transformation. Zansha! A bolt of black lightning struck down, and Zhang Xiao once again reverted to his Bizarro form before soaring back to Earth. Goku, look! Mr. Zhang Xiao has returned. Of course, just moments ago, didn't we feel the disappearance of Cell's presence? Such a formidable adversary, and he was vanquished so effortlessly. Hey, over here, Mr. Zhang Xiao. Goku waved his hand, calling out to the sky. Apologies for the wait, everyone. Rest assured, Cell has been completely eradicated and shall no longer wreak havoc. Thank you so much, Mr. Zhang Xiao. If it weren't for you, I would have been at a loss in dealing with Cell's lightning form, which is even stronger than Gohan's. Even without my assistance, victory would have been easily within your grasp. You must have faith in your son, Zhang Xiao replied. I believe so too. Gohan's potential is truly remarkable, Goku said with delight. Well then, let us depart. The Dragon Ball warriors nodded to one another and collectively soared away using their flight techniques. Meanwhile, a cameraman and a host clad in black uniforms observed the now exceedingly awkward Satan. Mr. Satan, it seems that Cell has been defeated, and no need to be surprised. You see, when Cell fought me, I inflicted serious injuries upon him. Only the untrained I would fail to notice. I employed my dark energy, and after my assault, Cell suffered severe internal bleeding, Satan shamelessly boasted. Is that so, Mr. Satan? Indeed. I am the world martial arts champion, Satan. They were merely lucky to stumble upon such a fortunate turn of events. Cell was already gravely injured by my hand. They seem to have flown away. Of course, they seized such a great opportunity. Had I not injured Cell, they would never have triumphed. How rude of them not to come and express their gratitude. The host wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Ladies and gentlemen at home, let me inform you that Cell was already defeated by me beforehand. He simply did not realize it himself. The ordinary citizens of the Dragon Ball world were easily deceived by Satan's clumsy performance, naively believing that Cell had been vanquished by him and that Zhang Xiao and Goku had merely reaped the rewards. Satan, Satan. The entire world began to chant the name of a deceiver. Chapter 15. The Wish of the Dragon Balls. Before long, everyone arrived at the heavenly temple on Earth. The unconscious Android 18 was carried back by Android 16 on his shoulder. This battle had been remarkably smooth, though there were a few unexpected moments of peril. Overall, one might say they were fortunate. Mr. Zhang Xiao, have you truly decided to take these androids with you? Goku inquired. If they remain here, you will continue to harbor suspicions about them. It would be better for them to accompany me. My world is in dire need of manpower at the moment. Do you require our assistance? If so, do not hesitate to ask, as we find ourselves with little to do right now, Goku said, his excitement palpable at the thought of battling alongside this individual on a daily basis. That won't be necessary. It is not that I seek to confront formidable opponents. Rather, my world has only just emerged from an apocalyptic ordeal. In any case, your presence would be quite uncomfortable for you. So let it be, Zhang Xiao replied, sensing that Goku's enthusiasm stemmed from ulterior motives. What a pity. Nevertheless, Mr. Zhang Xiao, might I request a favor? Could you please return to our realm in a year or two? I implore you to engage me in combat once again, Goku exclaimed. This was an adversary far more formidable than mere slaughter. How could he possibly let such an opportunity slip away? Yet, he recognized that he was not yet a match for Zhang Xiao, and even the prospect of battle would yield little improvement. Still, he was determined to progress. Very well, but I believe a year or two may not suffice for you, for I, too, will continue to advance. Of course, should I encounter anything of use during my travels in other worlds, I shall bring it back for you, Zhang Xiao responded. If he were to acquire the Bizarro physique from a cinematic or television universe, Goku would indeed have the potential to catch up. Alas, he had obtained the body of the canonical Bizarro from the main comic universe, a chasm far too vast to bridge with mere talent and effort. However, perhaps in the future, he might stumble upon some other treasure that could facilitate the Scion's evolution. Based on his estimations, Super Saiyan Blue Goku should be capable of challenging him. Is that so? I am immensely grateful to you, Mr. Zhang Xiao. By the way, how much longer do you intend to stay? I shall remain for approximately 20 more days, after which I will depart. However, I assure you I will return, Zhang Xiao replied. During the Majin Buu saga, I could also make a reappearance. Majin Buu's powers are even more grotesque than those of Cell. If the continuation of this world leads to Dragon Ball Super, then one could make a wish upon the Dragon Balls. If it veers towards the GT universe, then the Black Star Dragon Balls and the One Star Dragon could also be of interest. By the way, Goku, you plan to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect those slain by Cell, correct? Indeed, I traveled a great distance to the distant planet of Namek to bring Dandy back. The Dragon Balls, recreated by the deities of Earth, must certainly rectify the devastation wrought by Cell. Reviving the remaining individuals requires the expenditure of one wish. May I request the remaining wish for myself? Zhang Xiao inquired. This was one of his intentions, as the Dragon Balls, treasures of the world, are undoubtedly the most precious items capable of granting wishes. Oh, that is no issue. It seems that no one harbors any particular wishes at this moment. If Mr. Zhang Xiao requires it, then it shall be granted to you. After we use our wish to resurrect the deceased, you may then make your wish, Goku replied. I am truly grateful. However, a single wish from the Dragon Balls may not suffice for my desires, but fear not, for I can return to the realm of the Dragon Balls multiple times. At that moment, Android 18 began to stir and gazed around in confusion. 16? Where are we? I recall being absorbed by Cell, she said. You are safe now, 18. Cell has been defeated and shall never return. However, it seems we may need to reside in another world, as the inhabitants of this realm do not appear to welcome us, Android 16 remarked. Well, you must be merciful. Initially, Trunks proposed to eliminate you, Yamcha interjected from a distance. Could you speak a bit closer? Tien, with his 3 eyes, began to jest. You should be grateful to Krillin. After you were expelled from Cell, he was the first to rescue you. Before leaving this world, make sure to express your gratitude. Piccolo advised. We can't just abandon him, can we? It is essential to remember that Gohan was fiercely battling Cell at that time, Krillin added. Wait, why are we being sent to another world? What does that mean? 18 questioned. This prompted an explanation from everyone as 18 elaborated on the considerable destruction she and 17 had caused in Trunks' future world. Is that the reason we are being forced to leave? Just because of actions we have yet to commit? 18 clearly expressed her displeasure. Do not be disheartened, 18. We have no other choice, and moving to another world is not an unacceptable proposition. You should feel unburdened here, 16 reassured her. If you ever long for your homeland, I can escort you back, Zhang Xiao offered, recognizing the value of having capable and formidable allies. The potential of the androids in the Dragon Ball universe is immense, and bringing 16 along could allow for research into replicating his body for his own use. With full power, 16 could effectively suppress the first stage of a Super Saiyan. Very well. If we must leave, then so be it. After all, the people of this world do not seem to favor us. On the 18th, after a moment of contemplation, she spoke. All right, everyone, let us summon the eternal dragon and resurrect those who have perished. It is essential to remember that Cell absorbed the life energy of billions of Earthlings upon his arrival, remarked Piccolo. Indeed. Following this, the new Supreme Kai, Dandy, produced the 7 Dragon Balls that had been meticulously crafted. Arise, eternal dragon, and grant our wishes. With a resounding rumble, the sky darkened as the 7 Dragon Balls coalesced, emanating a radiant golden light. A colossal green dragon, stretching thousands of meters long, with eyes aglow in crimson, materialized before the assembly. The dragon bowed its head and addressed them. Ah, you who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, articulate your wishes. No matter what they may be, I shall fulfill them. You may voice 2 wishes. At the inception of Dandy's Dragon Balls, if 3 wishes were to be granted, only one person could be resurrected at a time. To revive many, it necessitated a transformation into a 2-wish version. Chapter 16. Zhang Zhao's Wish. Eternal Dragon, I implore you to resurrect all those slain by Cell. Beside Zhang Zhao stood number 18, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed upon the immense dragon. Such a being, the legends of the Eternal Dragon are indeed true. Of course, it was merely unknown to you until now. Goku and his companions have summoned the dragon numerous times. No wonder that every time Earth faces a catastrophic event, those who perish mysteriously return to life afterward. So it is, number 18 mused aloud. Indeed, Goku has single-handedly saved the Earth on numerous occasions, from the Red Ribbon Army, to Demon King Piccolo, the Scion invasion, and Frieza. Ah, your wish shall be granted, a trifling matter. Please, hold on. The dragon's eyes glimmered with an enigmatic red light, and after a few seconds, the individuals slain by Cell across the globe began to resurrect. Your wish has been fulfilled. One wish remains. Speak. What is your second desire? Thank you, Eternal Dragon. Mr. Zhang Xiao, do you have a wish to convey? Goku inquired. Thank you. Zhang Xiao approached the dragon and posed his question. Eternal Dragon, could you grant me the ability to create Dragon Balls? This wish was articulated after much contemplation. Indeed, you possess a fragment of Namekian power, and as a Super Namekian, this wish can be realized. However, I cannot create them for you directly. I can only impart the knowledge. The crafting of Dragon Balls will depend on your own efforts. And whether you can procure the necessary materials is a matter of your own capability, the dragon responded. Please wait a moment, Shenlong. Are you implying that I must find the materials for creating the Dragon Balls myself? Naturally, if Dragon Balls could be fabricated so easily, Planet Namek would not possess only a single set. Many Namekians have the ability to create Dragon Balls, yet they lack the necessary materials, as Shenlong remarked. Could you kindly inform me what materials are required to manufacture the Dragon Balls? This could be considered an auxiliary question regarding my wish. Indeed, if the query pertains to wishes, I can divulge the materials needed to create Dragon Balls. They are fragments of the wish orbs, which were crafted by the illustrious dragon god Salamanda. When he created the Dragon Balls, several Namekians observed the process closely and thus learned the method of creation. They subsequently gathered some remnants of the wish orbs, giving rise to the Dragon Balls of Planet Namek. Additionally, when the Supreme Kai visited Earth, he brought along fragments of the wish orbs. Hence, to create Dragon Balls, one must possess these fragments. Of course, the ability of the Dragon Balls to grant wishes is intricately linked to the strength of the creator. Now then, if there are no further inquiries, I shall proceed to grant your wish, Shenlong declared. The legend of the wish orbs and dragon god Salamanda is indeed fascinating. This world is a vast universe of Dragon Balls, inhabited by deities of destruction, grand priests, angels, and beings that transcend cosmic existence. It appears that after the conclusion of the Majin Buu incident, I must return to participate in the Tournament of Power. The tale of the wish orbs and dragon god Salamanda is one we are hearing for the first time, Goku remarked. It is true. According to the legends of Planet Namek, our ancestors witnessed the creation of the Dragon Balls by the great dragon god Salamanda, which enabled them to learn the craft and acquire some remnants of the wish orbs. Dandy added, I never imagined, Mr. Zhang Xiao, that your wish would be to create Dragon Balls. This is a desire none of us had conceived. I have numerous matters to resolve, which is why I contemplated this wish. Now, I shall begin to fulfill your wish, so prepare yourself. Ah, Shenlong's eyes once again glimmered with an eerie red light. Suddenly, Zhang Zhao's mind was imbued with information on the method of creating Dragon Balls and a wealth of related data. Thank you, Shenlong. By the way, can I wish for a set of materials needed to create Dragon Balls in the future? Zhang Xiao inquired. I regret to inform you that this wish cannot be granted. There remain 2 portions of the leftover materials in this universe. You may wish again next time, and I will reveal their locations to you. Alternatively, you could wish for me to bring one set of materials before you. However, I must inform you that a living being can only create one set of Dragon Balls in their lifetime. As for the other related information about Dragon Balls, I have already implanted it in your mind. Farewell." With that, Shenlong transformed into 7 radiant orbs, soared into the sky, and vanished from sight. "Mr. Zhang Xiao, should you wish to utilize the Dragon Balls again, you shall have to wait a year, for the Dragon Balls of Namek have recently been summoned, leaving us with no other recourse." Dandy remarked. "That is quite all right. I comprehend the situation. I shall return in a year, though I may have to trouble everyone once more." Zhang Xiao felt quite content having acquired the method of creating the Dragon Balls, as the necessary materials would be obtainable after the year's passage. It appeared he would have to endure his ghastly visage for a while longer. Yet the silver lining was that he could transform back to his original appearance while using the Zanzer transformation. "For the next 20 days, Mr. Zhang Xiao, you may leisurely explore this realm," he was told. "Haha, that sounds splendid. It is rather delightful to unwind in the world of Dragon Balls, especially since the peril of massacre has been averted. The next major crisis, the Majin Buu incident, is still 7 years away." Zhang Xiao approached androids 16 and 18, stating, "The Eternal Dragon has resurrected all those slain in the massacre. I believe android 17 has come back as well. Please bring her to us." The alternate world resembled a post-apocalyptic landscape, where humanity was on the brink of extinction, desperately in need of assistance. "Has 17 been revived as well?" "Understood," android 18 responded. "In that case, the 3 of you may roam freely for the next 20 days. Afterward, please return to me, and I shall escort you from this world." "All right." Android 18 and Android 16 departed the Supreme Kai's temple. Zhang Xiao settled near Goku's home, where Goku had summoned Vegeta, Trunks, and Piccolo, and they frequently engaged in sparring sessions with him. A few days later, the group decided to host a tea party to celebrate the salvation of their world and the defeat of Cell. Unbeknownst to them, a colossal spaceship traversed the cosmos. En route to Earth, "Lord Paragus, we shall land on Earth in 1 hour," a cosmic being announced. "Indeed, I am aware. Immediately lock onto Prince Vegeta's location," Paragus commanded. "Since you have met your demise, the debts owed to us shall be repaid by your son. This time, Broly will personally obliterate him." Your father could not have imagined that Broly is the legendary warrior, the fabled Super Saiyan. Chapter 17. The New Planet Vegeta, Girishilama. On an elevated platform, clad in traditional festive attire, Krillin sang a hauntingly beautiful melody. The audience was left awestruck, as the potency of his song was unparalleled. Zhang Xiao proclaimed Krillin the strongest in this regard. Even the stoic Prince Vegeta had retreated to a corner, unable to withstand the enchanting allure of Krillin's voice. Indeed, the performance of the Klin model was intolerable not only for humans, but also for extraterrestrial beings. A colossal spacecraft gradually descended from the heavens, and from within emerged an alien clad in a tight-fitting black suit and a secure helmet. After the alien minions ceased their raucous sounds, a middle-aged man dressed in the attire of an elite Saiyan warrior stepped out of the ship. "Saiyan, besides Goku and Vegeta, are there other Saiyans? This is beyond my knowledge." This Saiyan scene appears to be from the 8th installment of the Dragon Ball movie series, featuring the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. But isn't this universe a part of the Super Universe? At this moment, Broly should be trapped with his father on a small planet. Moreover, Broly lacks the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. He can only harness the power of a gorilla's rage. Why has this individual appeared? Logically, if the wish orbs exist, then this world should belong to the Dragon Ball Super Universe. Could something be amiss? Zhang Xiao began to ponder. Wait, there seems to be another theory. That is, the Dragon Ball world contains numerous parallel universes, such as Trunks' future, which also belongs to a parallel universe. If that is the case, then it makes sense, but it appears I must inquire further in the future. Prince Vegeta, greetings. I am Paragus, a subordinate of your father. King Vegeta, we have successfully reconstructed the new planet Vegeta, and I wish to invite you to return as the new King Vegeta. I believe that under your leadership, we shall establish the mightiest cosmic empire, allowing the entire universe to once again witness the excellence of the Saiyans, Paragus proclaimed. King Vegeta, King Vegeta. The aliens accompanying Paragus began to cheer loudly. Vegeta cast a glance over the crowd. The strongest among these aliens boasted a combat power of barely over 100, truly the weakest of the weak. Such a group of cosmic mercenaries could easily be recruited from any war-torn planet, and the notion that these beings could facilitate the reconstruction of planet Vegeta was utterly absurd. Meanwhile, Goku and Chi-Chi, unable to attend the gathering, were preoccupied with their son Gohan's academic preparations. Suddenly, they received a notification from the North Kaishin. The legendary Super Saiyan had completely obliterated the southern galaxy, a matter concerning Earth's future, prompting Goku to hurry immediately. While conducting an interview for Gohan's tutoring, Goku vanished in an instant, leaving a frenzied Chi-Chi behind. I have no interest in becoming King Vegeta, leave me be. The current Vegeta, devoid of any desire for such titles, coldly stated. You may not be aware, but recently, the legendary Super Saiyan has emerged, and he has utterly annihilated the southern galaxy. I believe only you, Prince Vegeta, possess the capability to defeat this legendary figure, Paragus asserted. What? The legendary Super Saiyan? How is that even possible? Shouldn't the legendary Super Saiyan be Kakarot? Now, including myself, Trunks, and Kakarot's son, there are already 4 Super Saiyans in this universe. Where did this legendary Super Saiyan emerge from? It has even destroyed the southern galaxy. Therefore, Prince Vegeta, aren't you curious to take a look? This individual is indeed the legendary Super Saiyan, a warrior said to be born once in a millennium among our kind. If that is the case, I might be intrigued to see, but waiting for King Vegeta is another matter entirely. After Vegeta spoke, he boarded Paragus's spaceship. Dad, this Saiyan is clearly unreliable. How can we trust his words so easily? Please come along too. You carry the bloodline of King Vegeta, Prince Trunks. Paragus approached Trunks and knelt before him, speaking earnestly. The completely intoxicated Master Roshi, along with the drunken Oolong, Gohan, and Krillin, attempted to join him aboard the spaceship. Zhang Xiao immediately flew forward, sending them out of the spacecraft, deciding it was best they remain on Earth. Gohan, I will go with them. You stay behind to protect the Earth. There will likely be battles once we arrive, Zhang Xiao declared before leaping into the spaceship. All right, Uncle Zhang Xiao, rest assured. I will protect Earth, Gohan replied. We're saved. That foolish old man should know better than to drink. After he drinks, he behaves like a fool and still wants to board that spaceship, which clearly isn't headed for a good place, Oolong remarked. Let me go? Let me come along. The intoxicated Master Roshi was forcibly dragged away by Krillin and Oolong. Mom, I want to go too. It will be very dangerous for Dad to be alone, future Trunks insisted. Then you must be careful, Trunks. Take care of your father. And protect yourself as well, Bulma replied, cradling the infant Trunks. Future Trunks nodded, leaping into the spaceship just as the doors were about to close. Thus, the group boarded the spaceship, heading towards the new planet Vegeta as spoken of by Paragus. To be honest, this was Zhang Xiao's first experience aboard a spaceship, and it felt quite pleasant. Please rest well, everyone. At our ship's speed, we should arrive at the new planet Vegeta in just a few hours. After several hours of travel, the group arrived at the new planet Vegeta described by Paragus. It was an exceedingly desolate planet, slightly smaller than Earth, appearing barren with cliffs, deserts, forests, and some evidently abandoned skyscrapers. It seemed as though the planet had undergone a great catastrophe, with its original civilization obliterated. Without a doubt, the individual wreaking havoc here is none other than the fabled Super Saiyan Broly. Prince Vegeta, following the demise of your father, King Beverly. I believe the most fitting way to repay this grave injustice is to restore planet Vegeta, aiding you in reclaiming your throne and reviving our Saiyan lineage. My long-held aspiration is on the verge of fruition. Paragus, accompanied by Zhang Xiao, Vegeta, and Trunks, entered a grand palace. At the entrance stood a tall, vacant-eyed young man. Chapter 18, Broly. It is evident that this imposing figure, with his vacant gaze, is the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. He embodies the true essence of the legendary warrior within the Saiyan race, a being of unparalleled ferocity and strength who manifests once every millennium. Born with an astounding battle power of 10,000, he is capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan from a tender age. His transformation into that formidable state is utterly overwhelming. However, his latent energy is indeed formidable. Currently, his displayed power is slightly inferior to that of his father, Paragus. At the palace entrance, alongside Broly, gathered thousands of extraterrestrial beings, each exhibiting a diverse array of appearances. Following Frisia's downfall, his army began to disintegrate, leading to the emergence of various factions across the cosmos. Numerous former members of Frisia's legion became mercenaries for hire, readily available to those with sufficient funds, transforming into mere cannon fodder. Long live King Vegeta! Long live King Vegeta! Like a rehearsed chant, these mercenary aliens began to shout in unison, as if Vegeta had been their leader for many years. Humph. The strongest among them likely possesses a battle power that barely exceeds 1,000, with an average hovering around merely 1 or 200. These individuals are reputed warriors drawn by your renown, and they will heed your commands, Paragus asserted. Relying on these fools? What a jest! Even that earthling named Krillin could annihilate them in under a minute. Prince Vegeta, this is my son Broly. I kindly request that you consider promoting him. He will obey any command you bestow upon him, Paragus continued. Greetings. I am Broly. Oh, it seems you two are a scion, Vegeta remarked. Indeed, Broly replied, his expression still vacant. Just then, a soldier clad in battle attire rushed in, kneeling before them and report. A Super Saiyan has appeared near the planet Torikama. What? Excellent. I shall swiftly vanquish the legendary Super Saiyan. Come with me, Broly. Vegeta immediately responded, turning on his heel. Father, please wait a moment. It is extremely perilous to act precipitously without fully grasping the situation. We should first gather some intelligence. Trunks interjected immediately. How could it be that my father has detected the presence of a Super Saiyan upon his arrival? There is evidently a conspiracy at play here. If you are fearful, you need not accompany us, Broly. For some inexplicable reason, upon hearing news of the Super Saiyan, Vegeta completely lost his usual composure and rationality, instantly yearning to confront the adversary. Father, as Trunks called out, Vegeta and Broly departed aboard their spaceship. Meanwhile, Paragus wore a subtle smirk. If I can keep you here for just a few more days, the entire universe will belong to Broly and me. I intend to establish a formidable empire that spans the cosmos. Who would dare assist you in creating a new planet Vegeta? I will ensure that you repay tenfold the grievances your father has inflicted upon us. I say, Mr. Paragus, do you have anything to eat? We have traveled quite a distance and are somewhat famished. Mr. Zhang Xiao, how can you even think of eating at a time like this? Do not worry. I wager that the Super Saiyan is certainly not present. Vegeta will undoubtedly return empty-handed this time. We should simply rest. However, Paragus interjected, I have prepared a sumptuous feast. You both are welcome to dine. Let us go then. Even to achieve Super Saiyan status, one must first sate their hunger. Fear not, with me around. All shall be well. The legendary Super Saiyan is indeed formidable, a being of extraordinary prowess as depicted in the original theatrical release. I wonder how formidable they truly are in combat. Under my current transformation state, I can also utilize a power-up transformation, as this muscle-expanding transformation is relatively straightforward. I look forward to clashing head-on with the legendary Super Saiyan. Is the transformation of a Super Saiyan considered an extraordinary ability? I am curious whether I can absorb it. The legendary Super Saiyan indeed piques my interest. During dinner, as Trunks and Zhang Xiao were dining, Goku abruptly teleported to the scene. Trunks and Mr. Zhang Xiao, you are both here. Is that you, Goku? Hello. You've come as well. It seems something significant is afoot, Zhang Xiao remarked. Yes. The North Kai just transported me and informed me that the entire southern galaxy has been utterly devastated by the legendary Super Saiyan. I sensed his residual energy and teleported to investigate. That planet has been obliterated beyond recognition. The legendary Super Saiyan is indeed formidable. His lingering energy is astonishingly powerful. This individual is a top-tier fighter, and I dare say, he may be on par with you, Mr. Zhang Xiao, Goku stated gravely. Oh, if I were to unleash my power-up transformation, who do you think would be stronger, he or I? Using that transformation does not burden you in the slightest, nor does it affect your speed. Honestly, I cannot ascertain this until I engage him in combat, Goku remarked. Haha, fear not. I remain quite confident, Zhang Xiao responded, asserting that his current transformation into the Super Saiyan form was indeed a panacea, coupled with his seemingly inexhaustible stamina and remarkable regenerative abilities. Conquering a legendary Super Saiyan should pose no significant challenge. If you are so confident, that is splendid, Mr. Zhang Xiao. Upon my arrival, I discovered numerous aliens captured and enslaved, and that individual named Paragus seems highly suspicious. We must exercise caution, came the reply. Just then, Paragus, clad in combat attire, strode into the room. You must be Bardock's son. You bear an uncanny resemblance to him. I once fought alongside your father. Is that so? Stay for dinner. I insist, Goku exclaimed, his stomach grumbling at the thought of food, despite having just feasted at King Kai's. Indeed, for Goku, nothing surpassed the joy of a good meal. He joined Zhang Xiao and Trunks in devouring the exquisite dishes presented, as the alien servers brought forth an array of rare cosmic delicacies. Please, indulge yourselves, rest assured. I have prepared an ample supply of food, fully aware of a Scion's appetite, Paragus declared before exiting the dining area. As darkness fell, Vegeta returned with Broly in tow. Well, father, did you locate the legendary Super Saiyan? TCH. Our journey was in vain. There was no sign of the so-called legendary Super Saiyan, not even a shadow. Vegeta replied impatiently. At that moment, Broly, having just entered the dining hall, caught sight of Son Goku, and suddenly his energy surged with uncontrollable ferocity. His gaze turning menacing as he fixated on Goku. Kakarot. Chapter 19. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly's energy erupted violently, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Goku instantly rose to meet Broly's fierce stare. Kakarot. Broly's overwhelming aura sent objects scattering across the room. I am Son Goku, not Kakarot. Cease this, Broly. I command you to stop. Do you hear me? Suddenly, the controller in Paragus's palm emitted a series of beeping sounds, coinciding with a peculiar ornament atop Broly's head that began to chime with the same rhythmic beeping. The atmosphere within the room grew palpably tense. It appears that the legendary Super Saiyan is your son, Mr. Paragus. There is no need to waste time. Let us directly unveil Broly's true identity. What nonsense are you all spouting? Broly? His combat prowess is inferior even to mine. How could he possibly be a Super Saiyan? Paragus began to sweat profusely, desperately attempting to defend himself. That device in your hand is meant to control Broly, is it not? What if I were to remove it? Zhang Xiao swiftly utilized his super speed to approach Broly, effortlessly snatching the golden headpiece from him and shattering it in his grasp. Stop, you fool. Do you even comprehend what you have done? Paragus's face suddenly contorted with sheer terror. This imbecile has actually removed Broly's control device. Even with that device, it barely sufficed to suppress Broly's raging combat power. It's over. It seems this planet's demise is imminent, for Broly shall obliterate everything. Broly suddenly began to scream madly, his aura intensifying and his hair transforming to a pale blue hue. This fellow truly is the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta uttered in disbelief. Since you have uncovered the truth, I shall no longer conceal it. You are correct. Broly is indeed the legendary Super Saiyan, the fiercest and most brutal warrior of our Saiyan lineage. Only you, as a pure-blooded Saiyan, can truly sense Broly's overwhelming power. Prepare yourself. This place is about to become more terrifying than hell itself, Paragus proclaimed. Vegeta instantly transformed into his Super Saiyan form, appearing behind Broly. Delivering a side kick to his head, Broly showed no intent to dodge, seemingly impervious to pain, and continued his advance towards Goku, repeatedly muttering, Kakarot, Kakarot, as his aura began to shift to a golden-green hue. Broly erupted into a frenzied roar, his immense energy causing the fortress to crumble, prompting everyone to flee. The entire planet began to tremble as Broly was enveloped in a radiant golden light tinged with green, causing the world around them to change color. The transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan had commenced, with Broly's power surging incessantly. Vegeta, now stricken with terror, knelt upon the ground, his face reflecting utter dread. Do you finally feel it, Vegeta? Witness closely, Broly's terrifying might is about to be unleashed, Paragus declared before turning to depart. Broly, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, would wreak havoc upon the planet, and he had to escape immediately. How? How is this possible? We cannot win. We cannot win. He is the true Super Saiyan, the legendary warrior. Father, what is wrong? Pull yourself together. After a prolonged period, Broly's transformation finally came to an end, revealing his true form. Once standing over 2 meters tall, he now towered at an imposing height of 2 meters and 6, his physique rippling with explosive muscles. Crowned with a mane of golden-green hair, his pupils had vanished entirely, and his visage had taken on a fearsome countenance. Kakarot, the blood sacrifice begins with you, Broly declared, launching himself furiously at Goku. Goku, unwilling to yield, immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan, ready to engage with full power. However, in a mere moment, He found himself grasped by the throat and hurled away by Broly. Following this, Broly pursued the airborne Goku, relentlessly assaulting him. Goku, in his Super Saiyan form, found himself utterly incapable of mounting any defense against Broly's onslaught. How infuriating! Trunks, witnessing this, swiftly transformed into a Super Saiyan, eager to rescue Goku. Stay out of this. Trunks, remain here to look after Vegeta. If you go up, you'll only be delivering your head to him. Leave this to me. Zhang Xiao extended a hand to block Trunks' advance. But Trunks protested. There's no but about it. Your fighting power pales in comparison to that guy's. Just stay here. Zensha. A bolt of black lightning struck down as Zhang Xiao transformed, prepared to confront the legendary Super Saiyan with utmost seriousness. Once transformed, he charged forward. No, stop. You cannot possibly win. That guy is the legendary Super Saiyan. Dad, you must gather your strength. Are you still the Vegeta I know? Why are you so frightened? Trunks implored. It is because you cannot sense the terror he embodies, but I can. Trunks, it is futile. All we can do now is await our demise. At that moment, Vegeta sat despondently on the ground, devoid of any fighting spirit. Dad, you haven't even fought, and you've already surrendered? Is this still the proud father I once knew? Trunks cried out. It's useless, utterly useless. There is no way to win, Vegeta repeated, his words a grim mantra. How infuriating. Mr. Zhang Xiao and Mr. Goku, please, you must defeat that monster. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, Broly was mercilessly devastating Goku. Each strike imbued with overwhelming ferocity and power, leaving Goku without the strength to defend himself. How infuriating. With such strength, even if Gohan were to transform into Super Saiyan 2, he likely wouldn't stand a chance. Ha! Kakarot, Kakarot. Broly's expression was one of wild madness, incessantly shouting the name Kakarot. Hey, pervert, look over here. Zhang Xiao appeared before Broly without any hesitation, delivering a left hook that struck Broly's face, causing blood to spurt from the corner of his mouth as he was sent flying. Mr. Zhang Xiao, is that really you? It is I, Wukong. You may rest over there. This adversary is beyond your current capabilities. Leave him to me. I can still fight. Please, do not force yourself. You can barely stand. Trust me. Broly, sent flying, halted midair, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a fiercely menacing expression, and then charged towards Zhang Xiao. Do you realize? You presently resemble a madman. Chapter 20. The iron-headed boy and the steel-headed boy. Zhang Xiao let out a cold chuckle, transforming into a state of explosive muscle, becoming a towering figure over 2 meters tall. This transformation resembles the third form of Super Saiyan, wherein his muscles swell dramatically, significantly amplifying his strength, though his stamina rapidly depletes and his speed diminishes considerably. However, in this transformed state, he possesses the regeneration abilities of Cell and the speed of Kryptonians, rendering the drawbacks negligible. The two muscular titans collided violently, causing the entire planet to tremble as their palms interlocked, engaging in a contest of strength. It must be said, the ferocity of Super Saiyan after transformation is indeed formidable, vastly surpassing that of ordinary Saiyan transformations. In terms of defense and physical prowess, Broly's power has been greatly enhanced following his transformation. Astonishingly, Broly's strength now exceeds that of the Super Queen, and as his fury intensifies, so too does his power. Broly himself was taken aback. Since mastering the Super Saiyan transformation, no one had ever been able to match his strength directly. His previous battles had always been one-sided. It appears this adversary is far more intriguing than Kakarot. This is the battle he has longed for. With a mighty roar, Broly amplified his energy once more and delivered a powerful punch to Zhang Xiao's face. Zhang Xiao did not falter. Instead, he braced himself against Broly's fist, lifting his head defiantly. Truly, the punch of a Super Saiyan carries immense force, enough to elicit a sensation of pain, a surprising realization for Zhang Xiao. Under the transformation of Zensha, his defensive capabilities are remarkably robust. Moreover, with the explosive transformation, his defenses grow even stronger, yet Broly's fist could still inflict pain. He is far superior to Cell. Come now, let us engage in a thrilling battle. The two stood face to face, trading blows without evasion, purely pitting their strengths against one another. Boom, boom. Their clash reverberated through the planet, causing it to tremble violently, as if the world were on the brink of apocalypse. The legendary Super Saiyan possesses formidable defensive capabilities, yet when compared to his own, they pale in insignificance. The physical resilience of the Kryptonians is truly astonishing. Goku, Trunks, Vegeta, and the fleeing Paragus stood in utter disbelief, witnessing the spectacle before them. Two muscular titans engaged in a fierce battle in the sky, their fists relentlessly striking each other's faces. Neither displayed a hint of retreat. In the air, they exchanged blows, fervently assaulting one another's visages. The only sounds resonating in the atmosphere were the thuds of their fists colliding with flesh. There was no semblance of technique. It was a raw contest of brute force. How is this even possible? Someone dares to engage Broly in such a manner, and astonishingly, does not succumb to his might? Paragus, who had intended to escape in his spaceship, found himself rooted in place, captivated by the frenetic clash of these muscle-bound warriors. Is there truly another being in the universe capable of rivaling a Super Saiyan? Look, father, Mr. Zhang Xiao is evenly matched, Trunks remarked. How can this be? That is a Super Saiyan, Vegeta exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Indeed, it was astonishing that someone could stand toe-to-toe with a Super Saiyan. At that moment, Goku soared to their side, producing a small pouch from which he retrieved a Senzu bean and tossed it into his mouth. I see you both are unscathed, so I won't waste a Senzu bean. I must save this in case Mr. Zhang Xiao needs it later, Goku stated. Ah, very well. My father and I have not engaged in battle, so we do not require the Senzu bean. Let it be saved for Mr. Zhang Xiao, Trunks replied, marveling at the ferocity of the combat. Witnessing the clash above, Goku felt a surge of excitement at the display of pure power. It stirred his blood. Yet he lamented his inability to partake in the fray. Mr. Goku, do you believe Mr. Zhang Xiao will emerge victorious? At present, they seem evenly matched, but we shall see as time unfolds. However, I estimate that if this continues, Mr. Zhang Xiao should achieve victory, he replied. As time passed, an hour slipped away, and Broly remained fiercely attacking Zhang Xiao's head, with Zhang Xiao responding in kind, targeting Broly's imposing face. Yet, Zhang Xiao's expression remained unchanged, while Broly's visage began to swell and bruise. 2 hours elapsed, and Broly's entire face had become swollen, marred by an array of contusions. 3 hours had elapsed, and Broly's visage had swollen to the proportions of a pig's head, his fists no longer brimming with the power they once possessed. He began to gasp for breath. Even the ferocious Super Saiyan now exhibiting signs of defeat. Is that all you can muster? Huh. My head feels like it's spinning. At this moment, Broly struggled to articulate coherent words, grappling with the bewildering reality that there existed someone capable of besting him in combat. It appeared that the tide was turning. Broly, gravely injured, no longer exuded the same ferocity and might as before, as Goku observed. Remarkable. Mr. Zhang Xiao is truly extraordinary. That fellow named Broly is utterly outmatched. Trunks remarked in awe. Can it be? He has genuinely triumphed over the legendary Super Saiyan. Who is this formidable being? Vegeta pondered in disbelief. No, it cannot be. How could anyone vanquish Broly? This is inconceivable. My son Broly is meant to be invincible. Paragus, initially poised to flee, found himself unable to accept this stark reality. Another hour passed, and Broly finally succumbed to unconsciousness under Zhang Xiao's relentless assault. You truly possess remarkable resilience. Holding your own against a Kryptonian capable of harnessing Ki and the power of Zansha to this extent, I must concede. The legendary Super Saiyan indeed lives up to the lore. However, if you are iron-headed, then I shall be steel-headed. Ultimately, the battle of blows concluded with Zhang Xiao emerging victorious. Zhang Xiao approached Goku, carrying the now unconscious Broly. Goku, may I have one of your Senzu beans? Ah, certainly. It seemed the earlier skirmish had taken a significant toll on Mr. Zhang Xiao. Thank you. Upon receiving the Senzu bean, Zhang Xiao had no intention of consuming it himself. Instead, he placed it into Broly's mouth. Let us witness the effects of resurrection on a Saiyan, and how it amplifies their combat prowess. If this fellow can further transform upon revival, it shall be intriguing. Goku's power soared from hundreds of thousands to millions upon resurrection. Surely, Broly cannot be far behind. Chapter 21. Broly's Super Saiyan 3. As the Senzu bean was consumed, Broly's formerly swollen visage began to revert to its original state, his injuries gradually healing. Mr. Zhang Xiao, why have you chosen to save this individual? His energy is malevolent beyond measure. The toll of his kills likely rivals that of Frieza and Cell, Trunks queried. Have you lost your senses? Do you comprehend the implications of your actions? As the Scion teetered on the brink of death, his power surged dramatically upon revival. Moreover, this individual was the legendary Super Scion. His resurrection from near demise would elevate his combat prowess to an unfathomable level, as Vegeta remarked. Mr. Zhang Xiao, it appears you yearn for a worthy adversary. This fellow can indeed provide that challenge, though it is regrettable that we cannot indulge in a more exhilarating battle alongside you. I empathize with your current sentiments, Goku expressed. Do you think it ends there? I merely wish for his transformation to be more formidable. After vanquishing him, I aim to absorb his Super Saiyan form, amplifying my own power 100-fold. The allure of this Super Saiyan transformation is simply irresistible to Zhang Xiao, he continued. When an ordinary Saiyan transforms into a Super Saiyan, their power increases 50-fold. Upon achieving Super Saiyan 2, it doubles, and Super Saiyan 3 further quadruples that. The legendary Super Saiyan, however, boasts a staggering 100-fold increase, which continues to rise with each battle. At that moment, Broly slowly opened his eyes and gradually rose from the ground. Upon gazing at Zhang Xiao, he seemed to uncover an incredible realization, clenching his fists and revealing an expression of sheer ecstasy. Who would have thought you would save me? As a token of my gratitude, I shall eliminate you in the most brutal manner possible. Ha ha. Broly laughed maniacally. This revival brought his power to an unimaginable zenith. If you can manage it, then by all means, test your limits. Show me the extent of your newfound strength post-revival, Zhang Xiao challenged. Haha, saving me is the most foolish act of your life. I am now so formidable that even I cannot believe it. Let me demonstrate my transformation, Broly exclaimed as he once again unleashed the legendary Super Saiyan transformation, reverting to a towering figure of 2 meters and 60 centimeters. Doesn't seem much different than before, does it? Though his energy has indeed increased significantly, if this is all. I must admit I am slightly disappointed, Zhang Xiao remarked. But it does not end here. I owe you my gratitude for helping me comprehend this transformation. I might have never achieved it in my lifetime, but due to our battle, my near-death experience, and my fury towards you, I have succeeded. Prepare to witness my new transformation, Broly proclaimed. An emerald-green aura of fury enveloped him. His eyebrows gradually vanished, and his pupils disappeared. His golden-green hair began to lengthen, cascading down to his waist, while his height surged to 2 meters and 80 centimeters, his entire being crackling with electricity. Mr. Zhang Xiao, his energy is incomparable to what it was before. You must be cautious, Goku warned, his expression grave. Indeed, this transformation must be Super Saiyan 3, correct? The legendary transformation into Super Saiyan 3, how formidable must its power be? I eagerly anticipate it. Now, allow me to showcase my newfound strength and unparalleled force. Enough of the trivialities. Let the challenge commence. With a resounding roar that shook the heavens, Broly appeared beside Zhang Xiao and unleashed a powerful punch, striking Zhang Xiao with tremendous force. However, this time, Zhang Xiao did not remain stationary to absorb Broly's blow. Instead, he was sent flying by the punch. Experiencing for the first time as a Kryptonian an intense sensation of pain, Zhang Xiao soared over 100 kilometers, crashing through numerous mountains. Excellent. Broly charged in fiercely once more, but this time he opted not to engage in a head-on confrontation with Zhang Xiao. Rather, he began to evade Zhang Xiao's attacks. The clash of their fists reverberated through the sky, and the battle escalated into a heated frenzy. Both combatants had reached the pinnacle of speed, engaging in combat at velocities exceeding hundreds of Mach. Trunks and Vegeta, I request your assistance in gathering all surviving alien slaves on this planet. I must evacuate them before its imminent destruction. Remaining here would be a death sentence, Goku stated. Understood. Trunks immediately darted towards the panicked extraterrestrials. Do not command me, Kakarot. Then I implore you, Vegeta, lend your aid. TCH. Vegeta rose as well, joining Trunks in the effort. Together, they corralled all the enslaved aliens to Goku's side, who began to utilize instant transmission to safely transport them away. After executing numerous instant transmissions, Goku successfully evacuated all remaining aliens. At this moment, only Goku, Trunks, Paragus, Vegeta, Broly, and Zhang Xiao remained on the planet. The mercenaries brought by Paragus had long since perished in the aftermath of the battle. In terms of combat prowess, Broly was not significantly superior to Zhang Xiao, His prior fights had largely been one-sided, leaving no room for skillful competition. In the skies, the two became evenly matched, with Zhang Zhao's strikes capable of inflicting damage on Broly. Conversely, Broly's attacks no longer seemed ineffective. Bruises began to appear on Zhang Zhao's face and body, shattering the formidable defenses typical of a Kryptonian. It is worth noting that this was the comic rendition of a Kryptonian physique. Remarkable indeed. Upon transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan 3, Broly's combat strength was now incomparable to before, a power so immense it left one in awe. As the battle with Zhang Zhao progressed, this individual's energy continued to rise, seemingly without limit. Goku, take everyone and leave at once. You are no longer needed here. Once I have dealt with him, I shall seek you out on Earth, Zhang Zhao instructed, deftly managing Broly's relentless assaults. Be careful, Mr. Zhang Zhao, Goku replied as he departed the soon-to-be-destroyed planet alongside Vegeta and Trunks. How can you focus on anything else while fighting me? Take this seriously. Broly seized the moment to land a powerful blow to Zhang Zhao's face. You're far from being able to defeat me, Zhang Zhao spat, blood trickling from his lips. At that moment, the regenerative abilities acquired from absorbing Cell began to manifest, healing the injuries inflicted by Broly. While Broly, a legendary Super Saiyan, had transformed into an unprecedentedly powerful form, his recuperative capabilities paled in comparison to Zhang Zhao's. The newly transformed Broly was indeed astonishingly strong. Yet Zhang Zhao remained even more formidable. Chapter 22. The transformation of the Super Saiyan Broly began to wildly elevate his energy, launching a frenzied assault on Zhang Zhao. However, every ounce of damage he inflicted was instantaneously healed by Zhang Zhao's remarkable self-healing abilities. Broly's growing unease morphed into a palpable sense of threat and humiliation. Impossible. My strength is tenfold what it was moments ago. How can I still be inferior? It is sufficient now. The time for harvesting has arrived. I have sufficiently provoked him. Should I allow him to continue escalating, I might find myself in peril. Thus, I must eliminate him now. In an instant, Zhang Zhao appeared beside Broly, seizing him with both hands. The might of the Kryptonian was fully revealed at that moment, rendering Broly unable to escape his grasp. Let go of me, Broly shouted in frustration. Spare your struggles. A brief moment of discomfort is all you must endure, and it shall soon pass. Zhang Zhao replied before unleashing his icy beam of absolute zero, instantly encasing Broly in ice. This was the essence of Zhang Zhao's confidence. In the realm of Dragon Ball, Saiyans, despite their prowess, were ultimately mere mortals. Even the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, be it from the Super or Classic versions, would bleed and suffer injury. In contrast, as a Kryptonian, Zhang Zhao could venture to the core of the sun without harm. Coupled with the formidable self-healing abilities gained from Cell and his ultimate technique, the freezing ray, the outcome of this confrontation was rendered unequivocal. With the ability to manipulate his own cold rays, akin to Superman's heat vision, Zhang Zhao could adjust the intensity at will. At times, he could even use his cold rays to chill a bottle of beer, while his fully unleashed freezing rays could encase an entire city in ice. Furthermore, his fiery breath was immensely powerful. It was estimated that with full exertion, he could evaporate an entire ocean in an instant. Both of these formidable techniques could counter Broly. For Broly to prevail against him, he would need to achieve an even further transformation into Super Saiyan. Otherwise, he had no more than a minuscule chance of triumph. Broly, your life has reached its end, and your power shall be mine, Zhang Zhao declared, shattering the ice-encased head of Broly. With the crushing of his skull, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly met his demise, his powers absorbed by Zhang Zhao. My conjecture was indeed correct. While the Saiyan bloodline may have been lost, their transformation abilities are a form of superpower. In an instant, Zhang Zhao erupted with rage, transforming into a golden-haired Super Saiyan. To his surprise, Broly's immense energy was also absorbed. Combined with Cell's power, Zhang Zhao found himself significantly stronger, even without transforming. The Super Saiyan form would amplify his combat prowess 50-fold. Subsequently, Zhang Zhao transitioned into the legendary Super Saiyan form, resembling a towering, muscular figure similar to Broly, before further evolving into the fabled Super Saiyan 3, a transformation recently mastered by Broly. All forms of the Super Saiyan transformation remained intact, yet the potential for further evolution was lost, as he possessed neither Super Saiyan lineage nor even Saiyan blood. This transformation ability was forcibly acquired from Broly through the power of Zansha. Nevertheless, it was advantageous. Utilizing the Super Saiyan transformation would enhance his combat strength 50 times, while the legendary Super Saiyan form would yield a 100-fold increase. And the Super Saiyan 3 form would elevate his strength even further by an additional 10 times. The transformation into Super Saiyan granted him significant enhancements, slightly boosting his physical resilience, but entering the Super Saiyan God mode would comprehensively augment his strength and defense. The transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan 3 would intensify these enhancements, akin to activating an extraordinary transformation cheat. Indeed, the power of Zansha was malevolent, allowing him to grow stronger by appropriating the energies of others, contrasting sharply with the powers of Shazam and Black Adam. Yet, the power of Zansha bore a flaw. Any future growth in strength would necessitate the continued plundering of others' powers, as Zansha's abilities could not be augmented through training. It seems that I must find ways to exercise restraint in the future, for ultimately, appropriating the power of others is not a righteous path. However, unless I encounter a truly captivating superpower, most others seem rather superfluous to me. Reflecting on this, Zhang Xiao retrieved a spatial capsule from his pocket, which he had commissioned from Bulma during his time on Earth. The remains of Broly still proved quite useful. Subsequently, Zhang Xiao repeated the process, collecting all the Scion spacecraft in this vicinity into the spatial capsule, packaging them for transport to the world of Resident Evil. Having completed these tasks, Zhang Xiao hesitated no longer and utilized instant transmission to return to the company of Goku and the others on Earth. Mr. Zhang Xiao, it's wonderful to see you back, Goku exclaimed. Indeed, I have dealt with the one called Broly. You need not worry any longer. What do you intend to do with the extraterrestrials you rescued? Zhang Xiao inquired. Those poor little creatures have been gathered together. Their original planet is known as Shamo Star. I will find an opportunity to send them all back, Goku replied. He planned to seek out King Kai, locate the coordinates of Shamo Star, and use instant transmission to return these small aliens home. Truly astonishing. The power of that Broly was utterly outrageous. I never imagined Mr. Zhang Xiao could defeat him. When we battled, you must have had no chance at all, Trunks remarked. Haha, keep working hard. You three should aspire to witness Broly's Super Saiyan 3 transformation. Strive towards that goal. When you achieve that form, you may just manage to contend with me, Zhang Xiao encouraged. Vegeta, Trunks, Goku. We haven't even grasped Super Saiyan 2 yet, and you tell us that only by transforming into Super Saiyan 3 can we barely engage you? Is this how you intend to crush our spirits? Chapter 23. Farewell to Goku. In the following days, Zhang Xiao indulged in a rare respite. As Goku and the others were less eager to spar with him, they likely realized that his combat prowess rendered them insignificant, compounded by the recent emergence of Broly. Currently, Goku and Vegeta were diligently training, while Trunks returned to the future world, and young Gohan finally began pursuing his dream under Chi-Chi's watchful eye, earnestly studying in preparation for a future as a scholar. During these days, Zhang Xiao lent a small hand to Goku's family by delving deep into the Earth's core to gather a substantial amount of gold, which he subsequently sold. A portion of the proceeds he retained, while the remainder was left for Goku's household. In truth, Chi-Chi bears an immense burden. Goku, this fellow, essentially engages in no meaningful work, merely tending to the fields. The household expenses are primarily sustained by Chi-Chi alone. Considering the voracious appetite of Scions, one can only imagine the financial strain required to support these two. With this income, Goku can focus on his training, and Chi-Chi will no longer disturb him during his martial pursuits. Furthermore, Gohan now dedicates 2 days each week to combat training with Goku, ensuring that his martial skills do not languish. With Goku still alive, there is hope that Gohan will not fall into complacency. Comparatively, he is preferable to the ultimate slacker. At least Gohan possesses formidable combat prowess. It is noteworthy that after days of rigorous training, Goku, through continuous sparring with Cell, Broly, and Zhang Xiao, has recently transcended his limits, achieving the level of Super Saiyan 2 just days ago. To commemorate this milestone, Goku sought out Zhang Xiao for further practice. Although the outcome was significantly improved from before, he was still overwhelmed by Zhang Xiao, who did not even resort to his transformation into Super Saiyan. Goku struggled to keep up even without the use of his Zero state. His current strength is indeed formidable. After absorbing the energy from Kryptonian crystals and the radiation of sunlight over these past days, Zhang Zhao's physical capabilities are continuously enhancing, and he has yet to reach a saturation point. The physiology of Kryptonians is extraordinarily exceptional. Recently, Vegeta also paid a visit and, upon witnessing Goku's achievements, was profoundly motivated to intensify his own training, although he has only just reached the full power state of Super Saiyan. Nevertheless, he has grazed the threshold of Super Saiyan 2 and is likely to achieve transformation soon, though it appears he may remain in Goku's shadow for the foreseeable future, as Goku's progress is remarkably swift. During this period, Zhang Zhao procured some of the Dragon Ball world's most notable specialty, the Senzu beans. He purchased a considerable quantity of fish and brought a full cart to Korin Tower, presenting it to Master Korin, who sold him all the Senzu beans he had cultivated, totaling around a dozen. According to Master Korin, the cultivation of Senzu beans is exceedingly demanding, requiring specific conditions that are not easily met. Subsequently, he visited Bulma's Capsule Corporation to acquire a substantial number of space capsules, which are currently the most coveted items in his inventory, essential for future travels. Time has flown by, and soon it will be the 30th day of his journey. On the morning of the 30th day, the artificial beings 16, 17, and 18 arrived at Goku's home on Mount Pozu, with 17 revived by the power of the Dragon Balls. "You've come. Have you decided to leave with me?" Zhang Zhao inquired. "We will depart with you. After all, we have little attachment to this world. When Dr. Gero captured and transformed us, we were nothing but orphans." 18 replied, "I am just like my sister." On the 17th, it was mentioned that after being killed once by Cell, Android 17's personality has significantly improved. He is no longer the fearless individual he once was at the onset of his journey. "Mr. Zhang Zhao, you once expressed your desire to conquer a particular world. As humanity seems to be on the brink of apocalypse, I believe I could assist in that endeavor," stated the towering Android 16. "Very well, you shall accompany me." Zhang Zhao replied, "I have a friend on my side, who could also be considered an artificial intelligence. You may have the opportunity to converse with him." In truth, Zhang Zhao had ulterior motives for bringing these androids back. Android 16's physique is entirely mechanical. If the grid could replicate 16's body, then his combat prowess would be tremendously amplified, for 16 is known for his formidable strength. Zhang Zhao was also greatly intrigued by the modification techniques of androids 17 and 18. To be candid, Dr. Gero is indeed a genius, managing to design androids with limitless energy, whose combat capabilities can surpass even the first stage of a Super Saiyan. This enhancement technology far exceeds that of the Umbrella Corporation's combat support systems. When I next visit the Dragon Ball universe, I shall create my own Dragon Balls, and I will certainly revive this extraordinary being and take him with me. What is the rarest commodity in this era? Talent. If androids could be mass-produced, it would result in an immensely terrifying army. In the original narrative, androids 17 and 18 could not be mass-produced, likely due to material constraints. The technology he later developed for self-modification is also highly valuable, although in terms of combat capability, he falls significantly short compared to 18, against less formidable worlds. He can still be deemed overwhelming. "All right, stand beside me. I will bid farewell to Mr. Goku, and then we shall depart," Zhang Zhao declared. At that moment, Goku and his wife emerged from the room. "Mr. Zhang Zhao, are you in such a hurry to leave? Have I not welcomed you properly?" Chi-Chi inquired. "Of course not. Mrs. Sun, I have truly enjoyed my time here with you, but I must take my leave." To be honest, Chi-Chi is quite adept at caring for others, and her cooking is absolutely delightful. After providing financial support, her warmth increased significantly. "Haha, you certainly know how to flatter," Chi-Chi replied. "Goodbye, Mr. Zhang Zhao. Do return when you can. I look forward to our next sparring session. By the time you return, my strength will have undergone a remarkable transformation," Goku asserted. "Indeed, Goku, you must diligently continue your training. I believe with your aptitude, reaching or even surpassing Broly's level should not be too challenging. I eagerly anticipate your successful transformation into Super Saiyan 3, Zhang Zhao responded. Zhang Zhao estimated that his next visit to the Dragon Ball world would likely occur a year later, when the Dragon Balls on Earth could be used once more. He hoped that by then, Goku would have transcended the realm of Super Saiyan 3. However, he believed that his own powers would only grow stronger, after all. He was a member of the universe's most formidable race, the Kryptonians. Chapter 1. Return to Resident Evil. Take care, Mr. Goku, and young Gohan. Make sure to train diligently. Although you wish to realize your dream of becoming a great scholar, do not neglect your martial arts. Who knows what formidable foes may emerge in the future? If your father and Vegeta cannot handle them, it will be up to you, Zhang Xiao advised. I understand, Uncle Zhang Xiao. I will train regularly from now on. Gohan replied. Well, let us end our idle chatter here. I shall take my leave now. Perhaps I will return in a year or two. Until we meet again, Mr. Zhang Xiao, he said. Indeed, Zhang Xiao thought silently as he activated the system's capabilities. The host may now return to World 1 or World 2, or explore a new world. Please select, the system intoned. I shall not explore a new world. I wish to proceed to the second world, Zhang Xiao declared. Command received. Coordinates locked. Commencing teleportation. Amidst the farewells from Goku's family, Zhang Xiao departed the Dragon Ball world, accompanied by the androids 16, 17, and 18. As a burst of light enveloped them, a month had elapsed since Zhang Xiao's departure from the Resident Evil world, and the Hive base had undergone a complete transformation. The ceiling, previously shattered by the Super Queen and Zhang Xiao's entrance, had been fully repaired, and the human high-ranking officials who had been frozen there had been secretly eliminated by the grid. At that moment, Claire was wandering aimlessly within the base, feeling rather bored. These past weeks had been quite leisurely, albeit somewhat dull. However, she took solace in the fact that the grid had located her brother, who was currently with the human resistance at the White House in Washington. Yet, Claire did not rush to see her brother. She preferred to wait until the T-virus antidote was fully developed, intending to eradicate the biohazard before reuniting with him. Mr. Grid, I recall you mentioning that Alice is currently at the Umbrella's Arctic base in Russia, correct? Claire inquired. Indeed, Miss Claire. The Arctic base in Russia has been completely taken over by me, and the subject named Alice is there. A green metallic skull appeared on the virtual screen. Speaking in response, honestly, I am still struggling to comprehend that the Alice I knew is actually a clone. Goodness, and furthermore, she was one of Umbrella's former overseers. Not long ago, the grid revealed that Akasha is Alice's original self, and she is merely a clone. Although, on a genetic level, Alice is indeed a clone of Akasha. However, strictly speaking, Alice surpasses Alicia in perfection by a considerable margin. In every conceivable aspect, I find Alice to be remarkably superior. After all, I am, in essence, merely a clone of the Steel Core computer system. The true grid has been confined within the virtual realm of the DC universe, and I am but a mere data backup of the grid, despite my identical attributes. Mr. Grid, may we bring her over? Claire inquired tentatively. I regret to inform you, Miss Claire, that I shall heed no commands unless expressly ordered by Mr. Zhang Xiao. Thus, I am unable to fulfill this request, came the unyielding reply. Very well. Perhaps you could divulge to me the precise location of the Arctic base in Russia and arrange for an aircraft, allowing me to retrieve Alice myself. Apologies, Miss Claire, but I believe you have misconstrued a matter. Providing you with the exact location and arranging a plane would essentially mean assisting you in extracting Alice. As I have stated, without a directive from Mr. Zhang Xiao, should you recklessly venture to the Arctic base alone, you shall also become one of my targets, Grid stated with unrelenting firmness. TCH. Fear not, dear Claire, if my calculations are correct, today marks the day of his return. It has been a month. If he does not return today, we shall continue to await his arrival a month hence, at which point you may present your requests to him. At that moment, the alluring Super Queen sauntered over, clad in seductive sleepwear. Pouring herself a glass of red wine, she leisurely settled onto the sofa, took a sip, and began speaking. During this time, Claire had formed a good rapport with the Super Queen, who greatly admired Claire's warrior-like spirit, which was indeed reminiscent of an Amazonian. Claire, if you are willing, I could install that combat assistance system for you once Zhang Xiao returns. This would significantly enhance your abilities. Why not join me as a sister and become part of the Amazon tribe? The Super Queen proposed, gazing at Claire. Though this woman currently possessed meager strength, her character embodied the essence of a flawless warrior. In recent days, the Super Queen had been cautiously imparting some combat techniques to Claire, who had quickly mastered them. In terms of skill, she was already on par with the average Amazonian warrior. Thank you for your kind offer, Sister Louise. But perhaps we can discuss this after the conclusion of the biohazard crisis? I will give your proposal serious consideration. To be honest, Claire harbored a genuine interest in serving under a demigod. Then it is settled. I shall await your joining, my sister, the Super Queen replied with a subtle smile. Just as the conversation unfolded, a flash of light illuminated the hall of the Hive base, and Zhang Xiao, accompanied by the trio of artificial beings, materialized in the world of the biohazard crisis. It appears my king has not forsaken me, the Super Queen mused, a hint of pride curling her lips. Welcome back, Mr. Zhang Xiao. Are these the new companions you have brought with you? The grid inquired. Is this truly another world? It feels as though we have stepped onto a different planet, yet it seems unchanged from our original world, remarked number 17. It has been a long time, Grid Louise. And Claire, allow me to introduce you. This is number 17, and this is number 18. They are siblings. And this gentleman is Mr. 16, who, like you, Grid, is also a robot. Zhang Xiao promptly introduced the trio of artificial beings to the Super Queen and the Grid Claire. Welcome, new companions. I am Louise Ryan. These artificial beings do not appear to be weaklings. Thank heavens, Mr. Zhang Xiao, you have finally returned. I have a pressing matter that requires your assistance, Claire stated. What is it? One of my friends, named Alice, the clone of that Alicia, is currently at the Umbrella Corporation's Arctic base in Russia. I hope you can liberate her. No problem, Grid. Arrange for a plane for Miss Claire and send her to the Arctic base in Russia to bring Alice back. To be honest, Zhang Xiao was eager to meet the renowned protagonist of the Biohazard series, the illustrious Miss Me Wonderful. Chapter 2, The Shock of Grid. This is not a significant issue. By the way, it seems one of your former friends, named Jill, is also at the Umbrella Corporation's Arctic base in Russia. However, she was previously under the control of the Umbrella Corporation. I will release her now, Grid. Release Jill Valentine, Zhang Xiao declared. Understood, Mr. Zhang Xiao. Miss Claire, I have prepared a military helicopter from the Umbrella Corporation. You can proceed immediately to the Arctic base, where you will be received. Claire smiled at Zhang Xiao, bowed, and then turned to leave, eager to reunite with her long-lost friend. Mr. 16, I need to trouble you with something. My companion, named Grid, is an artificial intelligence, but lacks a physical form. I would like him to study your body so that he may create one for himself, Zhang Xiao said. This is no problem. I can certainly assist. My body structure was documented during Dr. Brief's research for my own future maintenance, and he provided me with a design schematic stored in my CPU. I can upload it to Grid immediately, number 16 replied. Number 16 approached the computer, transforming his finger into a USB interface, which he then connected to the machine. He was quite amiable towards Grid, as the latter was, in essence, also a form of artificial being. This gentleman's body. Incredible. It possesses such formidable combat capabilities that it could effortlessly annihilate a planet. Truly a fantastical design. At this moment, Grid found himself engulfed in profound astonishment. The combat prowess of Android 16 left him utterly awestruck. In terms of physical structure, he could not compete with a Kryptonian. Yet in every other aspect, 16 was nothing short of a flawless warrior, equipped with an array of high-powered weaponry, combat calculation software, combat assistance programs, and martial arts applications. Remarkably, all the materials used in his creation could be sourced from Earth, a testament to the genius of his designer. Having crafted 70 of his own body, Grid felt his efforts paled in comparison to 16's formidable form. Even his original body from another world was far inferior to that of 16. Grid was utterly convinced that if he could possess 16's physique, he would stand a fighting chance against even the mightiest foes. It is a pleasure to assist you, my friend, he expressed gratefully. Thank you, companion. We are both artificial intelligences. Grid and 16 immediately felt a sense of camaraderie, as if they had known each other for ages. An artificial intelligence capable of effortlessly obliterating planets. Can it be true? Supergirl inquired skeptically. Indeed, Mr. 16's strength is quite formidable, Zhang Xiao confirmed. The prowess of 16 was sufficient to subdue even the first stage of a super scion, with the most powerful form of cell merely able to match him. Surely, you do not wish to study our bodies? Androids 18 and 17 remarked, their expressions betraying their discomfort. Trust me, I have no such intentions. Would you two be interested in assisting the humans of this world? You could take a flight to survey the situation. I will have Grid provide you with an accurate world map. This world is currently under siege by creatures known as zombies, born from a virus referred to as the T-virus, which reanimates the dead. Zombies? The T-virus reanimates the dead? And they have overtaken the entire world. How intriguing, they mused. So, you wish for us to rescue the humans of this world? They queried. If you are not interested, that is perfectly acceptable. In approximately a month, an antidote for the T-virus will be produced and deployed globally, leading to the natural demise of all zombies. However, this may result in a plethora of corpses. If possible, you could use your energy to incinerate them. Furthermore, the flora of this world is slowly succumbing to the ravages of the T-virus. Perhaps it would be wise to proceed cautiously with these two androids. Although he currently surpassed them in terms of combat capability, Zhang Xiao felt unequipped to compel their submission. Sister, let us venture out and see for ourselves. If his claims hold true, we shall lend aid to the humans of this world. After all, I yearn to inhabit a realm abundant in greenery. 17 was a staunch environmentalist. Very well, Mr. Zhang Xiao, we are grateful for your guidance in this world. Should you require our assistance, do not hesitate to speak up. We shall be at your service if we are able. Number 18 remarked. Indeed, the two of you, Grid, please prepare communication wristbands for them, allowing them to contact you at any time, Zhang Xiao instructed. Understood, sir. Number 17 and number 18 nodded in acknowledgement, each taking a communication wristband prepared by Grid before departing from the Umbrella Corporation's hive base. Meanwhile, number 16 continued engaging in various discussions with Grid, as Zhang Xiao and Supergirl returned to their quarters. My king, why do you not compel them to serve you? Their combat prowess seems rather unimpressive, Supergirl inquired. To forcibly subjugate others as subordinates may lead to resentment and betrayal in the future. We shall proceed gradually. Besides, I am not particularly in need of their combat abilities. Zhang Xiao responded, reflecting on his own lack of experience in commanding others. In jest, he thought that if he desired formidable subordinates, he could simply transform and create a legion of mini Salu, whose combat strength could easily surpass that of a fully powered Super Saiyan. Ah, my king. It seems you have acquired many valuable assets in another realm, Supergirl remarked. Indeed, Louise, I have obtained quite an array of treasures, including a form of energy known as Qi. I have learned to harness its potential and shall impart this knowledge to you, which will prove quite beneficial, Zhang Xiao replied with joy. The spatial equipment from the Dragon Ball world, the space capsules, the Senza beans, and various advanced spacecraft obtained from the new planet Vegeta, as well as Broly's remains. These are all remarkable assets. Particularly, Broly's body, with the cloning technology of Umbrella Corporation, could potentially yield an army if cloned, or perhaps, if infected with the T-virus, could produce a tyrant. Just imagine the formidable combat prowess of a tyrant fashioned from a legendary Super Saiyan. Shortly, I shall entrust some items to Grid. By the way, take this. It's called a space capsule, a form of spatial equipment I acquired from another world. You can use it to store items. The method of usage is as follows. Zhang Xiao had procured an impressive quantity of space capsules in the Dragon Ball world, generously gifting Supergirl 2 large boxes containing approximately 100 capsules. This is the first gift you have bestowed upon me, my king. I shall graciously accept it. When shall we commence our lessons on the Qi you mentioned? Supergirl inquired eagerly. There is no rush. I shall begin teaching you tomorrow. For now, I shall take some time to rest. If you have no further matters to attend to, you may return and rest as well. I have just awoken. Shall we engage in some delightful activities together, my king? At that moment, the Super Queen approached Zhang Xiao, pressing her body closely against him. Zhang Xiao then realized that the Super Queen was clad in an exquisitely silky, sheer nightgown, and astonishingly, she wore nothing beneath it. Zhang Xiao gulped, feeling rather unmanly. Truth be told, before his journey into this realm, he was no innocent youth, yet since his arrival here, he had yet to encounter a woman. Grid, please send me a box of protection and also disable all surveillance in this room, Zhang Xiao commanded. Understood, he received in response. Why restrain oneself? Let it be a moment of relaxation with the Super Queen. I shall serve you well, my king, she said, a smug smile gracing her lips, revealing her satisfaction with the situation. Once the safety measures arrived, the two began an exploration of human physiology. Chapter 3. Teaching the Super Queen to harness Qi. Zhang Xiao was not particularly concerned about his relationship with the Super Queen. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, and one should never refuse a woman who comes to one's door. The following morning, Zhang Xiao commenced instructing the Super Queen on the manipulation of Qi. The Amazonian demigoddess proved to be exceedingly intelligent. Within a day, she had mastered the essence of Qi. Subsequently, she invested 2 more days learning various techniques, such as the Turtle School's Qigong, Qi Yuan / Qigong Wave, and Planetary Destruction Bomb, among other skills. The Super Queen, with her formidable physique, required little time to grasp these abilities, and even the more physically demanding techniques posed no challenge for her. It is remarkable, previously, I could have obliterated a planet, yet never with such ease. This energy known as Qi possesses tremendous destructive power and continuously enhances my physical strength. With diligent training, this power will only grow. Additionally, I will teach you a transformation that can amplify your strength exponentially, although it may reduce your speed somewhat. I believe that will not be a significant issue for you. Allow me to demonstrate. First, fill your body with Qi, saturating every cell, causing your muscles to swell dramatically. At that moment, Zhang Xiao maintained his Xantia form, for per the Super Queen's request, he must not present the ghastly visage of a zombie. To share her bed, he needed to adopt a more appealing appearance. Instantly, he transformed into a muscular giant. Truth be told, in his Xantia state, utilizing the legendary Super Saiyan transformation required less energy and offered greater strength. However, to demonstrate this transformation to the Super Queen, he felt compelled to comply. This. The Super Queen gazed in astonishment as the previously robust Zhang Xiao morphed into a super muscular figure, overwhelmed by an indescribable sensation. Previously, Zhang Xiao's physique, though robust, was relatively well-proportioned. However, now he has morphed into a rather short and stout figure, despite his height remaining unchanged. He grimaces at the thought of transforming into such a form. He would rather face his adversaries than endure that fate. Now, try channeling your energy into every cell of your body, he is advised. Absolutely not. I refuse to adopt this transformation, he asserts. What is the matter? This transformation leads to significant muscle expansion, resulting in formidable strength. Although it demands considerable energy and reduces speed, it proves advantageous against tougher opponents. Zhang Xiao is questioned. Too grotesque. How could you even consider turning a beautiful woman into this? The Super Queen retorts, rolling her eyes. Zhang Xiao, in his mind, envisions how a woman would appear using such a transformation. Indeed, she would resemble a rather unappealing version of a Barbie doll. Despite the Super Queen's height of nearly 1.8 meters, this transformation is undeniably unattractive. A female scion from Universe 6 in the Dragon Ball tournament has utilized a similar transformation, which was far from aesthetically pleasing. Are you certain you won't learn this technique? He inquires. I will not, the Super Queen confidently replies. Is there no standard transformation you can perform? She asks. I can, but you won't be able to learn this one. Watch closely. In his transformed state, Zhang Xiao can directly ascend to the Super Saiyan form. This transformation is known as Super Saiyan. Upon activation, my overall power increases 50-fold. 50-fold. That is indeed an astonishing augmentation. He laughs, but it doesn't stop there. Prepare for something even more formidable. With that, Zhang Xiao begins the legendary Super Saiyan transformation, his height surging, muscles bulging, pupils vanishing, and his black hair erupting into a vibrant golden-green mane. The very earth trembles beneath him, as his overwhelming aura radiates, making him resemble an ancient demigod. This. The Super Queen exclaims in astonishment. The intensity of this transformation is nothing short of extraordinary, instilling a sense of fear within her, an overwhelming sensation of trepidation. This form is known as the legendary Super Saiyan. Upon activation, my battle power escalates 100-fold, with significant increases in strength and defense, while energy expenditure remains minimal. Allowing for the deployment of protective barriers, Zhang Xiao explains. He intends to keep the legendary Super Saiyan 3 form as his trump card, revealing it to no one for the time being. In truth, beyond the Super Saiyan transformations, Zhang Xiao has also mastered the King Kai Fist during his training with Goku. In the Super Saiyan 3 form, he can unleash a 30-fold King Kai Fist without straining his body. He can endure 40-fold for a brief period. But 50-fold proves to be quite taxing, even for his Kryptonian physique. Such astonishing power. I wonder if you could defeat the one known as the Anti-Watcher at this moment? Perhaps we should launch a direct assault. Your current strength should be sufficient to overcome the Anti-Watcher, shouldn't it? The Super Queen exclaimed with great excitement. Indeed, this man is the one foretold in prophecy, the one capable of siring the strongest offspring, capable of amplifying his power 100-fold. Such a transformation is utterly preposterous. However, the time is not yet ripe. The Anti-Watcher is not to be trifled with. It is no jest. The Anti-Watcher has, to a certain extent, transcended into a 6-dimensional being, while I have yet to reach the level of a 5-dimensional entity. Be a bit more confident. If Super Braun or Alexander Luthor possessed your current abilities, they would have already sought out the Anti-Watcher. The Super Queen remarked. This is precisely why they met their demise, rushing in without knowledge of the enemy's true strength. I am acutely aware of how formidable the Anti-Watcher is. At present, I am certainly no match for him. Moreover, we have ample time to grow stronger. Why rush? It is absurd. My combat prowess is far from sufficient to challenge a six-dimensional Anti-Watcher. That power to alter reality is beyond my capacity to contend with. I lack the vital force of a being like Superman, who can achieve anything he desires with determination. For now, it is wiser to continue developing in obscurity. Surviving is winning. There are still numerous formidable figures in the DC universe. Not to mention, following the Darkseid War, there will soon be a resurrection plot. And that blue-skinned, bald-headed Dr. Manhattan could very well eliminate me. Unless my strength reaches a multiversal level, I have resolved to avoid the DC universe entirely. Very well. Being cautious is indeed a virtue. Growing stronger will enhance my chances. This transformation belongs to a unique ability known as the Scion transformation, which I acquired after defeating a Super Scion, so it is something you may not be able to learn. The Super Scion transformation can only be mastered if one possesses Scion blood or directly siphons their power, just as I did. TCH. The ability to instantaneously increase one's power 50-fold is something the Super Queen covets greatly. If only she could master this transformation. However, it is of little consequence, as her future offspring will inherit this ability. In Chapter 4, I shall teach the Super Queen the Kaioken technique. There is another technique known as the Kaioken that can also exponentially enhance combat strength, but its efficacy depends on the extent to which your body can endure. The Kaioken technique can indeed be taught to the Super Queen, yet, with her Kryptonian physique, employing this technique would impose significant strain on her body, let alone in her case. Kaioken? Pray, enlighten me. The Kaioken is a technique that can multiply one's fighting strength several times, even by dozens of times, within a short duration. Through persistent training, one can continuously endure greater multipliers, but this technique places a heavy burden on the body. Only those with exceptionally robust physiques can master it, making you particularly well suited for it. The Super Queen's physical prowess now rivals that of an average Kryptonian. A significant enhancement? I hope this transformation does not result in excessive muscle growth or any peculiar appearance. A full head of golden hair, however, I can accept. When this technique is employed, a fiery red aura envelopes your body, with no other noticeable changes. Very well, I shall learn this technique. All right, let me teach you. I am also eager to see how effectively you can wield the Kaioken technique. It is worth noting that the Super Queen is comparable to Wonder Woman from the comic realm. Her physical attributes mirror those of Wonder Woman, albeit without the latter's protagonist aura. Wonder Woman's physical capabilities, while slightly inferior to Superman's, remain astonishingly formidable. Now, pay close attention as I instruct you on the Kaioken technique. In truth, this technique was not imparted to Zhang Xiao by Goku. Rather, Zhang Xiao learned it after observing Goku utilize it multiple times. The superior intellect of Kryptonians is indeed a remarkable advantage. At that time, Goku had transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and activated a 20-fold Kaioken. In such a state, he could barely contend with Zhang Xiao, who was not using his Super Saiyan transformation. It was during this period that Zhang Xiao, through diligent observation of the Kaioken and a few inquiring sidelong questions about Goku's power techniques, finally mastered the technique. Subsequently, Zhang Xiao began to meticulously teach the Super Queen the nuances of the Kaioken, along with its advantages and disadvantages. Essentially, the Kaioken hinges on the sufficiency of one's physical condition. It is a miraculous technique. If your physical attributes are lacking and you are merely an ordinary human, this technique would be nothing short of a death sentence. After several days of dedicated practice, the Super Queen successfully mastered the Kaioken and can now unleash its tenfold variant. In the skies above, the Super Queen erupted in a blaze of fiery red energy, embodying her Kaioken form. Let us engage in a contest. She beckoned to Zhang Xiao. As you wish. In an instant, Zhang Xiao soared to the Super Queen's side, and they commenced an intense aerial battle. After employing the Kaioken, the Super Queen experienced a qualitative enhancement in both strength and speed. They battled fiercely in the sky for a full hour, but ultimately, the Super Queen was unable to sustain her form and retracted her Kaioken state. In her tenfold Kaioken state, Zhang Xiao estimated that the Super Queen could rival his explosive transformation into Bizarro. However, in a protracted contest, victory would still favor him. Kryptonians possess remarkable endurance. And in his Bizarro form, he too could utilize the Kaioken, achieving a 30-fold enhancement without any bodily harm. While the Super Queen could barely manage a 20-fold Kaioken, it placed considerable strain on her body, allowing her to maintain it for only about 20 minutes. The 30-fold King's Fist places a significant strain on Super Queen's body. Even a brief utilization will result in a substantial loss of combat efficacy upon reverting from transformation. Nevertheless, this technique is undeniably formidable. It allows me to amplify my strength exponentially, a revelation that has left me astounded. Super Queen harbors immense satisfaction with the King's Fist. Employing a 10-fold version of this technique imposes no burden upon her physique, effectively augmenting her current power 10-fold, particularly after mastering the manipulation of energy, which has already greatly enhanced her capabilities. When confronted with a more formidable adversary, she may resort to a 20-fold or even 30-fold King's Fist in a desperate bid for victory. With her newfound mastery of energy, combined with the King's Fist, she is confident that, should the Super Overlord appear before her, utilizing the 10-fold King's Fist, she could obliterate him. This technique is extraordinary. My queen, how might I repay you? Anything you desire. Super Queen suddenly leaned closer, speaking earnestly. Ahem. Recently, things have been quite pleasant, Zhang Xiao remarked, feeling a touch of embarrassment as he coughed lightly. Indeed, Super Queen's prowess is unparalleled. He has thoroughly relished the experience these past few days, savoring it to the core. What if I bring Claire into the Amazon tribe and we all play together? Super Queen proposed an exhilarating idea. Ahem. Really? Is such excitement necessary? However, the thought of Claire and Super Queen together stirred an inexplicable anticipation within Zhang Xiao. The prospect of their combined presence was thrilling. It seems I have indeed succumbed to temptation. Of course. But do wait a moment. Claire likely won't agree just yet. Let us allow some time to pass. Super Queen replied with a hint of smugness. Any man would be drawn to such an arrangement. She felt confident in persuading Claire, knowing that if Claire were to join her Amazon tribe, many decisions would soon be beyond her control. The Amazon tribe of Earth 3 has two primary methods for population growth. The first is through natural procreation, while the second involves the tribe's matriarch selecting a formidable female warrior from Earth to be transformed into an Amazon through the infusion of her own blood. The sisters of the Amazon tribe would follow their queen's commands unconditionally. During the annihilation of Earth 3 by the Anti-Watcher, Super Queen commanded all Amazon warriors to unite in obstructing the Anti-Watcher, buying time for herself and her allies. Many were reluctant, yet they were subdued by the might of her royal lineage. The criminal syndicate successfully fled to the main universe of Earth, leaving all her sisters behind on Earth 3. However, as long as she, the Amazon Queen, remains, the Amazon tribe shall re-emerge. Claire is one of her targets, and she is on the verge of securing her agreement for transformation. Mr. Zhang Xiao and Miss Claire, accompanied by Alice, have returned to the hive, as reported by Grid. All right, we will be back shortly. After being away for nearly a week, Claire has finally returned and will have the opportunity to meet the renowned Alice. TSK. How disappointing. The Super Queen remarked with dissatisfaction. Let us proceed. In Chapter 5, the journey resumes as Zhang Xiao and the Super Queen flew back to the Umbrella Corporation's hive base, where four women awaited their arrival. Among them was the tall and striking Alice, donned in a sleek black combat suit, the protagonist from the Resident Evil film series. Another was Jill Valentine, dressed in a blue work outfit with her hair tied back in a ponytail. Surprisingly, a woman in a red qipao, bearing an Eastern visage, was none other than Ada Wong. The last was Claire herself. We have arrived, sisters. This is Mr. Zhang Xiao, the very man who single-handedly dismantled the Umbrella Corporation and informed me of the T-virus antidote. And this lady is the legendary daughter of the Greek god Zeus. Mississippi Louise Lane, Claire announced, gesturing towards the two descending figures. Greetings. Welcome back, my sisters, the Super Queen said as she approached Claire. Hello. Alice and the others replied nonchalantly, evidently still wary of Zhang Xiao and his companions. Until now, they found it difficult to believe that the vast Umbrella Corporation had been obliterated. Well, I informed them, but they remained skeptical about the complete annihilation of Umbrella. Mr. Grid attempted to clarify, yet their disbelief persisted. Fortunately, after I introduced them to subjects 17 and 18, they began to accept the reality that superhumans and bioengineered beings exist. And the biohazard crisis is nearing its end, Claire explained. As far as I know, Only Alice and Jill were present at the Umbrella Corporation's Arctic base. Miss Ada Wong, how did you come to be here? According to Grid's report, you were not at the Arctic facility prior to this, Claire inquired. A month ago, I received orders from Weskier to head to the Umbrella Corporation's Arctic base in Russia to rescue Alice. However, it seems my efforts were in vain. It begs the question, did Weskier and Dr. Isaac truly devise such a lunatic plan? Is there genuinely an antidote for the T-virus that can resolve this biohazard crisis? Ada Wong asked. After all, orchestrating an apocalyptic disaster akin to a divine wrath to eradicate humanity is exceedingly mad, she added. Indeed, the T-virus antidote should be ready for cultivation shortly. Once it is complete, you shall distribute it across the globe, and thus, this biohazard crisis will come to an end, Zhang Xiao responded. What has caused your delay in returning? Claire, over the past week or so, I have acquired some new knowledge that I can share with you. The Super Queen seems intent on bestowing the power of Qi upon Claire. However, it matters little, for no matter how diligently she trains, an ordinary human from Earth cannot harness Qi to any significant advantage. All right, Sister Louise, as for the reason for my delay, a multitude of events has transpired. Initially, when I awakened Alice and Jill, they mistakenly believed I had aligned myself with the Umbrella Corporation. Despite my fervent explanations, they remained unconvinced. Subsequently, Miss Ada Wong appeared and disclosed certain secrets of the Umbrella Corporation. Yet, I discerned that these revelations were mere fabrications, orchestrated by Weskier to deceive her. I conveyed the truth as I understood it to them, and then Mr. Grid broadcasted footage of Subjects 17 and 18 via satellite, showcasing their efforts to eradicate zombies across the globe. This prompted our decision to depart from the Arctic base in Russia and head this way, Claire recounted. To be frank, there is no need for us to deceive you. You are free to leave at any time. Of course, should you require assistance, I am at your service. Provided your requests are reasonable, you may directly contact Grid regarding this matter. In approximately a month, the T-virus antidote will be released, Zhang Xiao added. So, superhumans and artificial beings truly exist in this world? Initially, upon witnessing Subjects 17 and 18 soaring effortlessly and unleashing ki blasts upon hordes of zombies, they could scarcely believe their eyes. Could humanity truly attain such extraordinary strength? I have no reason to deceive you, ladies. The mission to rescue Alice was undertaken out of obligation. For further inquiries, you may consult Grid. He possesses detailed video records for your perusal. Regardless, the crisis will conclude in a month. Claire, perhaps you should allow your friend some rest, Zhang Xiao suggested. Esteemed ladies, I possess comprehensive documentation regarding the Umbrella Corporation, along with video evidence, which you are welcome to view at any time. Following this, the women accompanied Grid to peruse all available information regarding the Umbrella Corporation. Alicia had previously implored Zhang Xiao to keep her identity as a clone from Alice, but after some contemplation, he decided to confide in Alice, for she was far stronger than Alicia had anticipated. Ultimately, the women chose to trust Zhang Xiao's words. As the month unfolded, Grid successfully created a body for himself in accordance with Subject 16 standards. Meanwhile, the Super Queen, employing an unknown method, transformed Claire into an Amazonian and began teaching her to wield the power of Qi. Notably, 2 nights prior to Zhang Xiao's arrival, the Super Queen brought a somewhat reluctant Claire to his room, enabling him to achieve a double kill. As the cooldown period of Zhang Xiao's traversal came to an end, the Super Queen inquired, "Shall I accompany you this time, my king? You remain in this world, which brings me a sense of solace, for it is the foundation of my existence. In a few days, they will release the T-virus antidote, and I shall refrain from participating in that matter," Zhang Xiao reflected. Very well. However, I must insist that when you venture into other realms, you must at least take me along once. Furthermore, should you encounter formidable female warriors that capture your fancy, please bring them back, as my new Amazonian tribe requires numerous sisterhood members. She also informed Zhang Xiao about her ability to transform ordinary women into Amazonian warriors. Those transformed into the Amazonian kin will not only enjoy lifespans akin to hers, but will also experience a dramatic enhancement in physical prowess. All right. Upon concluding her thoughts, Zhang Xiao activated her system's capabilities. The host may now traverse to World 1, World 3, or embark upon an unknown realm. Please make your selection. I wish to explore the unknown world. Command received, commencing transmission. A flash of light enveloped her as Zhang Xiao departed once more from the world of biohazard. Within a bustling international metropolis, Zhang Xiao manifested in the form of Zansha, seemingly having traversed into a modern world. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the latest news from the Watt Group. One of the members of the Super 7, the Lantern Man, has announced his retirement, and the Super 7 will soon be recruiting a new member. The application criteria are as follows. The Super 7. Lantern Man announces retirement and is now seeking a new member. This is the Black Cloak Inspection Team. A figure appeared on the screen, a man with golden hair, a bright smile, clad in a blue bodysuit and draped in the American flag. Chapter 6. The Black Cloak World. Dear viewers, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to welcome the greatest and most powerful superhero, the Patriot, to deliver a speech. Please give him a warm welcome. As the host applauded, a beaming golden-haired man graced the screen. Indeed, the Lantern Man is a crucial ally, an inseparable part of our 7. But he has sustained grave injuries in his battle against those heinous villains, necessitating his retirement and departure from our ranks. I express my deep regret regarding this matter. The crowd in the square ceased their activities, collectively applauding the golden-haired man on the virtual screen, giving him a thumbs up. Hey, Patriot, I love you. You are the best, Patriot. This world has become a better place because of you. You are our savior. I sincerely extend an invitation for a powerful hero, brimming with a sense of justice, to join our Super 7. This world needs you. You are the chosen one. It was evident that this was a pre-recorded video, now playing repeatedly across major cities throughout America. The audience erupted once again into thunderous applause. In this world, the likelihood of a hostage's demise during a rescue operation conducted by ordinary police can be reduced to a mere 5%. However, if special forces undertake the mission, the casualty rate may escalate to 20%. In the case of superheroes intervening, the fatality rate could soar to 60 or even 100%. This is an exceedingly absurd reality, where the boys in black reign supreme and superheroes are paraded as if they were luminaries, with the Vought Corporation lavishly promoting them as the chosen ones. Yet, in truth, they are merely products born of Compound V, and not the fabled heroes they are purported to be. Vought boasts 7 superheroes, akin to top-tier celebrities, collectively known as the 7, the most formidable superhero organization in existence. Homelander, reputedly an extraterrestrial infant, possesses laser vision, X-ray sight, enhanced hearing, superhuman strength, exceptional durability, and the stamina to soar at supersonic speeds across the Earth's surface, earning him the title of the world's preeminent hero. Queen Maeve, a female hero within the 7, serves as the epitome of beauty and strength. Endowed with extraordinary physical prowess and elite combat skills, Black Noir, whose true visage remains unseen, is known solely as a master ninja, perpetually masked since his inception into the 7. A-Train, an immensely popular African-American superhero, possesses astonishing speed, capable of circling an entire city in mere hours. Translucent, gifted with the ability to render himself invisible, also boasts skin as resilient as diamond. Deep, another hero, is rumored to wield the power to command the ocean and communicate with marine life, navigating effortlessly through the sea. The 7th member, the retired lamplighter, possesses the ability to manipulate flames. However, he can only dance with fire rather than create it, hence his moniker. These superheroes, under the Vought Corporation's meticulous branding, have become household names, akin to megastars, endorsing an array of products. Vought has also launched dedicated films and comic narratives for each of them, ostensibly to elevate their popularity, claiming that all cinematic and comic content reflects their authentic exploits. But does the truth align with Vaught's assertions? The answer is unequivocally negative. These so-called superheroes deserve a more fitting title, supervillains. Particularly their leader, Homelander, a quintessential two-faced hypocrite, a deviant with a mother fixation, embodies a living nightmare, yet remains the most authentic character among all superheroes. I never anticipated that I would find myself in this world. In this realm, there should be no existence capable of threatening me. Currently, the most formidable entity is the Patriot, a portrayal from the television adaptation of The Boys. However, in the comic rendition of this universe, the most powerful being would undoubtedly be the Patriot's clone, known as Noir. At the conclusion of the 2nd season, Noir has his mask partially pulled down by Queen Maeve, revealing a man with skin as dark as if scorched, who is also allergic to nuts. Yet, there remains the possibility that in the 3rd or 4th season, Noir may truly transform into the Patriot's clone. The most precious element in this world is undoubtedly Compound V. Vought Industries has produced a significant number of superhumans utilizing this compound, and fortunately, I have you with me. Zhang Xiao produced a super notebook crafted by the grid and opened it to begin scanning. Upon detecting a network, it established a connection and welcomed him. Welcome, Mr. Zhang Xiao. I am the subsystem of the grid, here to serve you. This super notebook was commissioned by Zhang Xiao to provide him with convenient services in a technologically advanced world. It contains a subsystem of the grid, not a backup system, and while it is somewhat less powerful, it should dominate the computers of the 7. Subsystem, can you connect to Vaught's computer network? Please hold, sir. Connection successful. How may I assist you? Can you locate all information pertaining to Compound V? It is the most valuable substance in this world. Searching. I regret to inform you, sir, that there is no data on Compound V within the Internet's mainframe. It likely resides in their internal server, which is offline. I cannot connect, but if you bring me to this server, I can breach their mainframe. Very well. Create a profile stating that I am a superhuman born from childhood injections of Compound V, whose parents have recently passed away, and that I came in response to Vaught's recruitment advertisement. Ensure my life information is detailed enough to evade suspicion. Then I must find a way to join the 7. I need to acquire the formula for Compound V, along with detailed information and preparation methods. Afterward, I shall navigate this world as I please. Sir, I have located a recently deceased test subject of Compound V. He is an Eastern individual with a rather reclusive personality and no friends. Assuming this identity would be ideal for you, then let it be him. Ensure that everything is flawless. The gentleman has prepared detailed identification information for you, and there exists a record within the water company. Your current name is Yakes, age 25, male. Chapter 7. Preparing to join the 7-man team, Zhang Xiao took out some pieces of gold he had previously prepared, intending to exchange them for currency in this world. He found a narrow alley and walked into a small, somewhat secluded gold shop. Ding dong. The sound of Zhang Xiao pushing open the door triggered the shop's doorbell. Gold shops typically have such a device, especially in America, to alert the proprietor of incoming customers. Good afternoon, sir. How may I assist you today? Inquired a portly proprietor in his 50s. Hello, sir. Do you buy gold here? Indeed, sir. If the gold you present is sourced legitimately and you can provide valid documentation, we will purchase it at market price. For instance, if you have purchased gold jewelry, or if you are a collector who enjoys acquiring gold from electronic waste or aerospace circuit boards, we will buy it at 90 of market value. However, we must first test the purity of the gold. What if I cannot prove its provenance? Zhang Xiao asked in a lowered voice. We will still purchase it. However, if you cannot verify the gold's rightful origin, I'm afraid we can only offer 70 of the market price. You understand, that is the policy, the proprietor replied with a smile. He had encountered such situations frequently. Many thieves, gang members, and addicts would come to him with untraceable silver or gold to exchange. He cared little about their origins as long as he could melt them down. Moreover, he welcomed such customers, while other shopkeepers might reduce prices to 50 or 60. He refrained from doing so, knowing it would ensure their return when they next had goods to exchange. I would like to inquire how much you can accept. Zhang Xiao whispered. My friend, how much do you have? I will take whatever you offer, the proprietor replied with a grin. Take a look at this piece of gold, Zhang Xiao said, reaching into his pocket to produce a gold nugget the size of a chewing gum box, weighing approximately 200 grams. I expected something more substantial. This, I can easily accept. I can provide you with cash. Cash is secure. Allow me to test the purity and weight. Please wait a moment, the proprietor responded. Soon, the shopkeeper employed an instrument to test the nugget. It weighs about 6 ounces, with a purity of 98. Quite impressive. I will take it, my friend. You may check today's gold price online. I will offer you 70, the proprietor stated. Just give me the cash, Zhang Xiao replied. Very well. Today's gold price is 1,574 per ounce. Based on the 70 rate, I will give you 6,200 for your piece. The boss, upon concluding his words, was about to hand over money to Zhou Feng. Wait a moment, I still have a few coins. Why didn't you mention it sooner? It seemed that the boss was not a particularly shrewd businessman. He simply decided to produce 5 coins. Here, take these. Zhang Xiao retrieved 5 identical gold pieces and handed them to the boss. Let us be friends. What is your name, my good fellow? Or perhaps a code name. I shall take these 6 gold pieces for $50,000. If you have more goods in the future, do remember to seek me out. The boss, with a cheerful demeanor, extracted 5 stacks of cash from the safe and handed them to Zhang Xiao. Only by being generous can one attract repeat customers. By offering a bit more, one can still earn around $4,000. Once we finalize this deal, I will return. You may call me Yakes. Zhang Xiao secured the money and prepared to turn away. You can call me Jim, my friend. In this area, I have a certain influence. Should you require anything, feel free to come to me. Clearly, the boss was quite pleased. Zhang Xiao nodded and departed. Zhang Xiao found a hotel and rented a presidential suite, commencing preparations for joining the 7-man team of the Watt Company. Sir, you must familiarize yourself with these materials. I can create a video for you to send to the Watt Company, but it will require your cooperation. What superpower do you intend to showcase? Well, let us say I can breathe fire, my eyes can emit freezing rays, and I possess immense strength, a resilient body, and the ability to fly. Zhang Xiao contemplated before responding. All right, sir, I need you to perform a few actions while I record some audio. After spending some time creating a simple video showcasing his superpowers, the email was promptly dispatched to the official website of the Watt Company. Subsystem. Do you think my performance qualifies me for selection into the 7-man team? The abilities you displayed are already on par with those of the homeland people. I believe your chances of being selected are quite high. Well, although it's just a fraction of my true power, defeating a homeland person is a trivial task. They are merely a super low-tier version of Superman. I, on the other hand, represent the pinnacle configuration of Superman, with my clone in the comic world surpassing zero. Now, all I need to do is join the Watt Company, acquire all the information regarding the 5-number compound, and then figure out how to spend the next month. In truth, within the Super 7 team, the truly nefarious individuals were the homeland people, such as the Locomotive and the Dark One, while the remaining members, the Deep Sea and the Transparent Man, were merely old perverts. Queen Maeve, however, was a genuine hero when she first joined the Super 7. She aspired to be a true champion of justice, but reality proved harsh when she encountered a super perverted maniac from the homeland. In the depths of the ocean resides a peculiar entity known as the Deep Sea, who possesses the remarkable ability to comprehend the vocalizations of myriad marine creatures, thus forging numerous friendships among them. He has also developed 2 gill-like appendages on his abdomen, reminiscent of fish. In contrast, the Transparent Man is a voyeuristic individual, whose presence graced only 2 episodes before he met his untimely demise. Queen Maeve and Starlight are 2 intriguing figures, though it remains uncertain whether they would satisfy the tastes of the Super Queen. Should she consider taking them under her wing and nurturing them into Amazonian warriors? Perhaps it would be wise to reconsider Maeve, given her bisexuality. However, Starlight, with her endearing charm, seems a more suitable candidate. A plan is thus conceived to cunningly lure away the delightful Starlight. While my current superpowers are indeed formidable, they lack a certain flair for presentation. It appears that I must orchestrate a grand entrance to showcase my abilities. Fortuitously, I possess the perfect opponent for such a spectacle. Zhang Xiao contemplated this and produced a spatial capsule, which he cast upon the ground, resulting in the emergence of a colossal cultivation chamber. Within this chamber resides a fearsome green monstrosity, towering at approximately 3 meters, endowed with exaggerated musculature and a massive mutated arm. This is the latest creation from Grid's research over the past month, an enhanced version of the Tyrant infused with elements of the small cell gene. Chapter 8. The Mutated Tyrant. As the Watt Company extends an invitation for the previously prepared Tyrants, which had no opportunity for use in the Dragon Ball realm, to return to the biochemical world, Zhang Xiao utilized his ability to create small cells, generating 4 such entities that would unconditionally obey the commands of the Super Queen and Grid. Utilizing the genetic material from these 4 small cells, Grid successfully upgraded the Tyrant. However, this mutated Tyrant, while possessing immense combat potential, is exceedingly volatile and prone to uncontrollable rage. According to Grid, perfecting this specimen will require some time, nevertheless. Before Zhang Xiao's departure, he instructed Grid to prepare one of these mutated tyrants for him to take along. With the infusion of cell genes, this tyrant boasts a combat prowess far surpassing that of its predecessors, potentially reaching a 100-fold increase in strength, albeit with certain instabilities, due to its intellectual limitations. This tyrant cannot harness energy, but relies solely on brute physical strength in battle. It possesses formidable physical combat capabilities and an extraordinary self-regeneration ability. As long as its head remains intact, it can regenerate. Furthermore, as this tyrant is still in the experimental phase, it lacks a control chip in its brain. rendering it a wild card that attacks indiscriminately upon release, making it a consumable asset. For now, I shall rest for the night. And tomorrow, I will find an appropriate location to unleash this mutated tyrant, allowing it to test the waters against the Super 7 team. While I prepare for my own heroic debut, at the headquarters of what company, a representative enters the office of the esteemed CEO, Madeline, bearing a crucial document. Madam, we have just received a video that I believe warrants your attention. I feel this individual is far more suited to join the 7-member team. The secretary presented a tablet to Idolin. Haven't we already selected Starlight? Now you inform me that a more suitable candidate has emerged? Madeline appeared visibly displeased. Starlight was her personal selection, possessing commendable abilities and an impeccable family background. Most importantly, she is a popular and charming young lady, a quality that attracts numerous male admirers in this era. Queen Maeve has somewhat fallen out of favor, hence the urgent need for a formidable female hero to step in. And Starlight fits that bill perfectly. No, madam, you must see this, the secretary insisted. A few hours ago, we received this email, and upon careful examination, we concluded that this man possesses combat capabilities that should rival those of the Homelanders. What? Do you realize what you are saying? Comparable to the Homelanders, are you certain? As a representative of the water company controlling the Homelanders, she was acutely aware of their formidable strength. They could soar through the skies, wield extraordinary powers, and possessed abilities such as X-ray vision, superhuman hearing, and laser vision. If they desired, they could obliterate a modern battalion or an entire aircraft carrier group. Presently, no known weapon on Earth can inflict even the slightest harm on a Homelander, and missiles or nuclear weapons have yet to be tested against them. To be candid, she harbored a deep-seated fear of the Homelanders, yet there was little choice. She was the only one able to manage this formidable asset. Should he ever go rogue, it would spell utter catastrophe, for the power of the Homelanders is indeed immense. Although the company has developed a contingency plan for the Homelanders, it would only be activated in the event of their complete loss of control. Now, her assistant was reporting the discovery of a superpowered individual whose abilities might rival those of the Homelanders. If this were true, it would mean the water company has gained another means to counterbalance the Homelanders. Are you certain? Have you verified his background? Did he receive our product during childhood? There are no issues with his identity. He began continuous injections of Compound 5 during infancy. 6 months ago, his parents tragically perished in a plane crash. Recently, he demonstrated his superpowers to the company, exhibiting abilities akin to the Homelanders: flight, immense strength, the ability to breathe fire, and eyes that can emit freezing rays. These are the known abilities. We are yet to ascertain if he possesses any others, the secretary elaborated. Arrange a meeting. I wish to see this boy immediately, Madeline commanded. If this news is indeed true, it would be extraordinary. Shall we withdraw our invitation to Starlight? Fortunately, the email inviting her had not yet been sent. No. There is no need to retract Starshine's email. Inform her that she has been accepted. However, this man seems far more suited to join the 7. I understand. But you must grasp one fundamental truth. Sometimes we can incorporate a new member to complement our team, potentially transforming it into a Super 8. The decision ultimately lies with the company. Whether it remains the Super 7 or evolves into a Super 8, or even a Super 9, is not solely determined by our words. Starshine could yield significant profits for the company, drawing in a multitude of male fans. Conversely, this man could serve to counterbalance the Nationals, presenting a double boon. Of course, this is contingent upon his genuine capability to contend with the Nationals. Very well, madam. I shall inform him to come for an interview tomorrow. Excellent. And also notify the Nationals that a new member for the Super 7 has been selected, requiring their assistance with certain tests. Based on his performance in the video, even if he does not surpass the Nationals, he should not be too weak. Moreover, with my presence on site, I can ensure that he will not face elimination by the Nationals. Indeed, madam, I shall inform the Nationals immediately. The secretary's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. None present were devoid of fear regarding the Nationals. In a farm, Starshine was ecstatically holding the acceptance letter from Water Company. Speaking to her mother, "Do you see this, Mom? I have succeeded. She exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Since childhood, her mother had told her that she was the chosen one, and she had undergone rigorous training to join the Super 7. Ha, my darling, you have succeeded. The mother and daughter embraced each other in excitement. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao in a hotel received notification from Water Company. instructing him to come to the headquarters for an interview the following morning, with the interviewer being a national. I didn't expect to meet you so soon, national. However, the regular procedures must be followed. My adorable tyrant is eagerly anticipating a contest with you. I am curious to see the extent of your combat prowess. Just then, the television broadcasted a news segment. The footage showed a member of the Super 7 locomotive expressing deep sorrow as he stated that he accidentally struck an innocent bystander while pursuing a super criminal. And that woman happened to be standing in the middle of the road. In an audiovisual store, a man glared furiously at the television screen displaying locomotive. He is lying, he declared. At that moment, he and his girlfriend were clearly standing at the roadside, and he had witnessed locomotive collide with his girlfriend, leaving her a mangled mess. A heap of flesh. What do you consider yourselves, so-called superheroes? Chapter 9, Water Company, Nationals. Early the next morning, Zhang Xiao quickly tidied up and took a taxi to the vicinity of Water Company. In a secluded location, Zhang Xiao retrieved the enormous cultivation chamber containing the tyrant, preparing to unleash the creature infused with the Sharer genes. Grid system, once activated, can you control the awakening time of this entity? He inquired. After I depart, I must establish an automatic awakening protocol for it. Sir, once this mutated tyrant is activated, its dormant mechanism will become ineffective, and it will awaken autonomously. I can only regulate the awakening time, delaying it by approximately 1 hour, or it will awaken immediately once the power to the chamber is cut off. An hour should suffice. I anticipate that I will be engaged in discussions with the individuals from the Water Corporation by then. This creature is likely to cause chaos shortly thereafter. Subsystem, ensure that the dormant chamber is deactivated 1 hour after I enter the Water Corporation, allowing the mutated tyrant to awaken. Understood, sir. I will facilitate its awakening 1 hour after your entry into the Water Corporation. At that point, I will no longer be able to control it. It shall wreak havoc upon all it encounters. With that, Zhang Xiao placed the colossal chamber housing the mutated tyrant atop a desolate rooftop and proceeded to the entrance of the Water Corporation. Good day, sir. May I inquire if you have an appointment? The security personnel asked politely. I am Yax, and I previously submitted an application to join the Water Corporation's Super 7 team. The company informed me to come for an interview today. Please hold for a moment. Sir, I need to verify. The staff member retrieved a tablet and swiftly scrolled through the information until he confirmed Zhang Xiao's details. Yes, sir. Your interview is scheduled for this morning with Ms. Madeline and Homelander. You may proceed now. The location is the training area in the basement. Thank you. It was evident that, upon learning of his superpowers, the Water Corporation was eager to have Homelander engage with him, assessing whether his abilities were indeed as formidable as portrayed in the video. Meanwhile, in the basement, Madeline received notice that Zhang Xiao had arrived. She and Homelander had been waiting there since early morning. Really, Madeline? You require me to personally conduct the assessment? Is he a fan of mine? Patience, darling. This candidate possesses extraordinary strength. Based on the video he submitted, we estimate his power to be slightly inferior to yours, hence the necessity for your presence. According to the video, he surpasses even Homelander in certain aspects. But given Homelander's inflated pride, should Madeline voice this, Yax will be doomed if he fails. Homelander would undoubtedly eliminate him. What a joke. Inferior to me? I am the strongest. Homelander clearly disagreed with Madeline's assessment. I understand. However, I firmly believe in myself. He shall not disappoint you. He will become the most formidable member of the 7, aside from yourself. Oh, perhaps we shall soon have an 8th member, for I have also extended an invitation to Starlight. What a jest. I find the name 7 far more melodious. There is no need to add another. Moreover, you mentioned that Starlight's inclusion would attract more fans, thereby increasing our company's profits. I can easily manage this individual. I will ensure he fades away, or I shall assist him in his disappearance. You summoned me with this intention, did you not? The Patriot spoke with an air of self-importance. As long as this woman is pleased, I shall undertake numerous endeavors. Much like last night, when I utilized laser diffraction to obliterate that aircraft. No, my dear. I genuinely wish for him to join the Super 7. His prowess is remarkable and would greatly benefit the company. Very well, then let us expel another member. Let it be Deep Sea. I have always despised that fellow. Do you know? His fish-like features are utterly revolting. The Patriot declared. Please, my dear, it is merely a matter of adding one individual to your team. Do not be so resistant. You and your teammates shall not lose a single penny. At that moment, Zhang Xiao appeared before them. Welcome, Mr. Yax, I am Madeline. This gentleman, whom I believe you recognize, is the captain of the Super 7, the Patriot. Hello, Ms. Madeline. Zhang Xiao responded. We have meticulously reviewed the superpower video you sent us, and we believe you could potentially qualify for a position in the Super 7. However, each member of the 7 must be personally selected by their captain, the Patriot. Thus, you will engage with him directly so we can assess your combat capabilities. Absolutely. In battling the Patriot, should I merely restrain my strength to leave him somewhat incapacitated, or should I strike him down entirely? Very well. First, based on the performance in the video, your abilities are remarkably similar to those of the Patriot. Aside from your ability to breathe fire and his laser vision, combined with your frost vision, you are essentially identical. It remains uncertain whether he truly possesses the strength estimated by our analysts, equal to the Patriot, or perhaps even surpasses him. Okay, Mr. Yax, may I address you as such? Yes. Then, first, you must engage in a match with me, so we can witness your strength. Of course, this will be a friendly spar, a gentle exchange. If you find yourself overwhelmed, simply declare your surrender, and I shall cease immediately, for I do not wish for anyone to be harmed. The Patriot flashed his signature insincere smile at Zhang Xiao. Is that so? Then I must declare, Ms. Madeline and Mr. Patriot, my abilities are exceptionally formidable. Therefore, I believe you ought to exercise caution, Mr. Patriot. Ha. Oh, wow. Wow. Such confidence. Very well then. If you believe you can inflict harm upon me, by all means, give it a try. The seemingly cheerful figure of the Patriot harbors a deadly intent beneath the surface. How dare you claim to hurt me? I shall soon employ my laser vision to reduce you to mere fragments, you foolish creature. Beside them, Madeline silently lamented the unfortunate reality that this individual had offended the Patriot right upon arrival. Although the Patriot outwardly appeared as a paragon of heroism, radiant and benevolent, those within the Watt Company were well aware of his true nature. Mr. Yax, please hold for a moment. I must converse with the Patriot. Madeline hastily pulled the Patriot aside. Dear one, this superhuman may be a tad overconfident. I implore you, do not harm him. Huh. The Patriot has yet to finish his words, when suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from outside the Watt Company. Accompanying this bellowing cry was the frenzied cacophony of the crowd outside. It appeared that the adorable tyrant had awakened. Chapter 10. The Mutated Tyrant. Huh? The hero. By the gods. The Patriot exclaimed an expletive in disbelief, for he possessed the ability of X-ray vision and could clearly see the monstrous entity outside. But how could this be? When had the company created such a beast using Compound 5 without his knowledge? Outside the Watt Company loomed a towering green monstrosity. Over 3 meters tall, with sinewy muscles and a grotesquely mutated arm, its head bearing insect-like features. At that moment, the green behemoth was unleashing havoc. Countless security personnel from Watt Company aimed their weapons at the creature, yet ordinary bullets could not even graze its impenetrable form. Help! Help us! Is anyone there to save us? My heavens, there truly is a monster. Quickly, summon the 7. The Super 7, come to our rescue. Superheroes, where are you? There's a monster here. My word, a genuine monster. The crowd began to scream in a frenzy. Yet, an exceedingly peculiar phenomenon occurred. Despite the cries for help, not a single soul fled. They all appeared to be captivated by the creature, seemingly awaiting something. Look at that fellow. A monster that only appears in the Super 7 comics has manifested here. I told you, the tales of the 7 are based on real events. An excited young man exclaimed to his companion. Indeed, I see it, mate. This is utterly exhilarating. Do you think Queen Maeve will emerge to vanquish it? Or will the Patriot take charge? Perhaps the train wreck from the deep? His companion was equally enthralled. The creature let out a bone-rattling roar, producing a powerful sonic wave that shattered the glass of nearby vehicles and buildings as if caught in a tempest. In this place, the inhabitants seem utterly indifferent to the devastation wrought by the monstrosity, instead eagerly awaiting the arrival of their idol, their superhero. Everyone swiftly vacates the area. It is far too perilous, and they must flee. The timely arrival of the police aims to disperse the crowd, yet the exhilarated populace appears unconvinced. Their desire to witness the hero vanquishing the beast overwhelming their sense of caution. Nearby, compatriots, along with Zhang Xiao and Madeline, have also congregated outside the towering edifice of the Water Corporation. How can this be possible? Madeline exclaims in astonishment. The 5th compound should only result in the evolution of superhumans. They might develop a plethora of peculiar superpowers, yet none should manifest as such a grotesque creature, let alone one of such formidable strength. It is noteworthy that each year, in pursuit of these superheroes' popularity, the Water Corporation orchestrates a fabricated grand battle. All the superheroes converge, spearheaded by the Super Seven, embarking on an interstellar journey to combat fictitious aliens, monstrous beings, or even nefarious sorcerers. These confrontations are adapted into comics and films for the public's enjoyment, serving as a marketing strategy to elevate the hero's acclaim. But where have these assembled superheroes vanished to? They have retreated to a place known as Gospel Island, where an array of contraband has been prepared for them. The diluted fifth compound acts upon these superheroes akin to a narcotic. Furthermore, to ensure these superheroes remain compliant on the island, the Water Corporation spares no expense in hiring various alluring individuals to satisfy their peculiar desires. The comics depicting these collaborative escapades have proven immensely popular, as audiences seem to revel in the spectacle of superheroes uniting in action. However, the upper echelons of government and the Water Corporation, along with certain affluent members of society, are well aware that these superheroes are not engaging in any grand battles. Rather, these fictitious confrontations are merely chaotic private parties between the heroes and the beautiful companions procured at great expense by the Water Corporation. Each year, some exuberant heroes inadvertently meet their demise during these revelries. For instance, the once mighty Rockman from the Invincible Four perished after a drug-fueled escapade led to a fatal fall from the 6th floor. The Water Corporation concocts narratives to explain these untimely deaths, claiming that they heroically fell in the line of duty during the fabricated battle. Thus, the lower-class populace believes their heroes annually confront various extraterrestrial beings, monstrous entities, and even deities. Yet, this marks the first occasion when a creature has launched an assault right at the doorstep of the Water Corporation, inciting a frenzy among the masses. At long last, the first superhero has emerged to engage in battle, a strikingly alluring woman clad in crimson armor. Brandishing a sword and shield, she leaps from the heavens, thrusting her sword fiercely towards the head of the monstrous foe. This valiant warrior is none other than Queen Maeve, not a member of the patriotic cadre, nor the locomotive, nor the deep-sea guardian. Oh my, it is indeed Queen Maeve. This monster is doomed. She is the mightiest hero aside from the patriotic defenders. Go forth, my goddess. Vanquish this beast. Amidst the fervent cries of the crowd, Queen Maeve lunges her sword at the monster's head. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the razor-sharp blade fails to pierce even the creature's hide. Upon contact, it shatters into fragments. What? Although this sword is not a divine weapon, it was crafted from advanced titanium alloy technology by the What Company, ensuring its quality. The monster, however, does not afford Queen Maeve a moment to recover, seizing her and violently slamming her into the ground, creating a fissure that reverberates through the earth. Even with her formidable physique, Queen Maeve succumbs to severe injuries, blood cascading from her mouth as if it were free-flowing. In a mere instant, Queen Maeve faces utter defeat at the hands of the mutated tyrant. Is it any wonder, given that this tyrant has been infused with Cell's genes? His combat prowess is indeed impressive. How could this be? Queen Maeve, my goddess, my queen, she has been vanquished. The spectators, her loyal fans, seem unable to comprehend this outcome. Their most powerful female hero has been bested in a single encounter by this monstrous adversary. Look, there are the locomotive, the Dark Spectre, and the Deep-Sea Guardian. Quickly, heroes, eliminate this beast and demonstrate how you intend to slay it. The monster casts a disdainful glance at Queen Maeve before unleashing a thunderous roar directed at the remaining members of the Super Seven. Locomotive, why don't you go first? With your super speed, you could obliterate him in an instant. Please, Deep Sea. If I charge in and he captures me, I will surely perish. Don't you possess the ability to communicate with monsters? Why not attempt to reason with him? The locomotive shows no inclination to advance. I can only converse with marine creatures, not with monsters. You must understand this. At this moment, Deep Sea appears utterly cowardly. His abilities are merely a tad superior to those of an ordinary person, possessing only underwater breathing and communication with aquatic beings. To confront such a monster? What a jest! And where is the Dark Spectre? Clad in a black ninja uniform, he has vanished without a trace, truly the mark of a ninja master, disappearing with such swiftness and stealth. Chapter 11. The defeated homeland. At this moment, both the dark and the transparent beings had hidden away, while Queen Maeve was directly brought down, and neither the deep-sea entities nor the locomotive dared to engage in battle. Yet, lying on the ground, Queen Maeve began to laugh in a peculiar manner. This is it. This is the life I have longed for. Come, monster, kill me. Grant me a glorious demise. She spoke weakly, blood frothing from her lips. When she first joined the Super Seven, she was a girl brimming with dreams. But the homeland had ruthlessly trampled her spirit. She then discovered a horrifying truth. All these superheroes, despite their outwardly glamorous appearances, were, in reality, a collection of scoundrels, worthless wretches undeserving of sympathy. But what could she do? She was forced to join them, living a life of indulgence and despair. Now, at last, a creature reminiscent of those depicted in comics had emerged. Perishing at its hands seemed acceptable, for at least she could die in the guise of a superhero. However, the mutated tyrant could not comprehend her words. It merely gazed at Queen Maeve with confusion, as if pondering the meaning of this insignificant insect's utterances. Homeland, act swiftly to eliminate this monster before it wreaks further havoc. Madeline bellowed urgently. She was genuinely frantic, knowing full well that ordinarily she would never dare to shout at the homeland. Okay, I shall act now, the homeland stammered, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Though inherently brutal and exceedingly twisted, the homeland was, at his core, a coward. He delighted in tormenting the weak, yet when faced with an overwhelmingly powerful adversary, he trembled more than anyone else. At that moment, the homeland struggled to swallow, feeling a sense of unease after Queen Maeve's swift downfall. Although he could dispatch her without much effort, her rapid defeat suggested that even she could not have achieved such a feat. I can do this. I can do this. I am, after all, the strongest of the strong. The homeland began to rally himself with self-encouragement. Hurry, Madeline roared anew, exasperated with the homeland's foolishness. Did he not realize the immense impact this monster could have on the water company? Okay, at last, the homeland gathered his courage, bracing himself, and lunged toward the creature like a finely tuned arrow. His eyes emitted a crimson laser, set to maximum power, causing a slight sting to his vision. The homeland's laser beam struck the monster fiercely, finally breaching its seemingly invulnerable body, causing green blood to flow forth. Witnessing the effectiveness of his attack, the homeland's fear began to dissipate. He controlled his laser, severing one of the creature's arms entirely. You are no formidable monster. I am the strongest. Once I rend you into fragments, I shall be the mightiest hero in this world, for I have always known my own strength. My goodness, did you witness that? The Patriot effortlessly severed the monster's arm. Indeed, I saw it, my friend. The Patriot is remarkable. Oh, Patriot, I adore you. You are the finest. Vanquish him. The crowd erupted in cheers once more. In their hearts, the Earth's greatest hero, the leader of the Super Seven, the Patriot, made his grand entrance, inflicting severe damage upon the beast. Swiftly, the Patriot soared through the air, colliding with the monster, yet contrary to everyone's expectations. The creature did not fly backward, but merely staggered a few steps, maintaining a firm grip on the Patriot. What's more, the arm that had been severed began to regenerate in an eerie display, reconstituting itself in a matter of mere seconds. This mutated tyrant had inherited Cell's genes along with his regenerative abilities. Damn it, let go of me. Release me. The captured Patriot struggled against the monster's grasp. Yet his efforts proved futile. Despite leaving marks on the monster with his heat vision, they healed almost instantaneously due to the creature's terrifying self-repairing ability. The once formidable power of the Patriot now seemed no different from that of an ordinary person in the face of such a foe. With a sudden, violent motion, the monster slammed the Patriot to the ground, then raised its fist, delivering a crushing blow to the Patriot's head. The Patriot attempted to retaliate, but his punches merely caused the monster to retreat a few steps before it resumed its previous stance, seemingly unscathed. The creature's mutated arm seized the Patriot, pinning him to the ground, while its other hand formed a fist and began to rain down blows upon the Patriot's skull. In that instant, the Patriot felt an overwhelming force crash against his face, leaving him dazed, as the monster appeared to multiply into several figures before his eyes. With stars swirling above his head, blood began to trickle from his nostrils and ears. Despite having possessed these superpowers for many years, he had never experienced such pain. This was the very sensation he had recklessly sought in his destructive pursuits, yet now he found himself confronting a pain he had never desired. At this moment, the Patriot succumbed to unconsciousness, and thus the mightiest hero of VOD Industries fell. The monster grasped one of the Patriot's legs, hoisting him up and relentlessly slamming him against the ground. Boom, crack, smash. At this juncture, the entire street fell silent, as everyone struggled to comprehend the defeat of the immensely powerful Patriot, who was now being savagely battered by the monster. My friend, I believe it is time for us to retreat. At this moment, Deep Sea's complexion was ashen, trembling as he addressed the locomotive beside him. Please, let us flee together. I shall offer you half of my wealth. We must leave this place swiftly, as far away as possible. Deep Sea spoke with palpable urgency. I wish I could. My friend, my legs have turned to jelly and refuse to obey, the locomotive replied, its legs quaking as it leaned against the wall, barely managing to stand. How could I ever find myself relying on you? Zhang Xiao remarked, somewhat at a loss for words. This was undeniably a one-sided battle. In his mind, even if the compatriots could not defeat the mutated tyrant, they should at least hold their ground, akin to the struggle between Superman and Doomsday. Yet, this individual had found himself in a situation reminiscent of Loki's fate, ensnared by the mutated tyrant, who swung a hammer with impunity. Well, it seemed he had underestimated the combat prowess of the mutated tyrant and overestimated the strength of his compatriots. It was time for him to take matters into his own hands. Chapter 12. The indomitable Zhang Xiao. How is this possible? Madeline could hardly believe her eyes as she witnessed the unfolding events. The mightiest weapon of the Water Corporation, the compatriots, had met with failure. What now? Aside from the compatriots, none could stand against this monstrosity. Was it time to deploy the company's secret weapon? However, that weapon was specifically designed to counter the compatriots. It might prove effective against them, yet it would hardly fare better against this creature. In fact, it might perform even worse than the compatriots. From the moment the compatriots had come into existence, it was evident to all that their exceedingly brutal nature would ultimately lead to disaster. The Water Corporation had long been prepared to eliminate them should they spiral out of control. The temperament of the compatriots was far too malevolent, necessitating precautionary measures. Utilizing the genes of the compatriots, the scientists at the Water Corporation had cloned a powerful counterpart. This clone boasted enhanced attack power, speed, and endurance, surpassing the compatriots, but lacked their formidable defenses, flight capabilities, and laser vision. When it came time to confront the compatriots, this secret clone could unexpectedly vanquish them in close combat. Why had they chosen to weaken this clone? Because they feared the emergence of a second compatriot. While this clone could eliminate a compatriot in close quarters, once distance was established, the Water Corporation possessed sufficient long-range weaponry to eliminate it. The Water Corporation had prepared for both contingencies, not only targeting the compatriots, but also accurately assessing the threat posed by this clone. However, the identity of this clone remained shrouded in mystery. Even its whereabouts were unknown. Allow me to handle this, Zhang Xiao declared at that moment. I never anticipated that our compatriots would suffer such a fate, as it was presumed that they could withstand any weapon beneath the might of a nuclear bomb. Yet, faced with the tyrant infused with the genes of Cell, they exhibited no capacity for resistance, truly a bizarre occurrence. In truth, Zhang Xiao was unaware that within Cell's genetic makeup not only resided the essence of the Scions, but also that of the Frisia clan, Namekians, and Earthlings. These cells, though not fully harnessed by Cell, have now become exceedingly active under the influence of the T-virus. This explains how this mutated tyrant could vanquish our compatriots with sheer physical strength. Mr. Yakes, do you possess the confidence to defeat this monster? Madeline inquired. At that moment, she seemed to cling to a lifeline. Indeed, there was this individual whose prowess was undoubtedly formidable. In his demonstration of superpowers, his combat capabilities rivaled, if not surpassed, those of our compatriots. Moreover, he had shown no fear of them earlier. Surely, he could prevail. I can unleash my freezing ray to its maximum capacity, encasing it in ice, and then employ my fire abilities to completely melt it away. This should suffice to eliminate him. Even if I exert just a fraction of my power, I could effortlessly dispatch this mutated tyrant. However, since this battle is merely for show, let us employ strategy to conquer this beast. You appear quite confident in your superpowers. If you succeed in vanquishing this creature, the What Corporation shall extend its friendship to you and grant you all that you desire. Even the position of captain of the 7-man team, Madeline proclaimed, understanding that to motivate a horse, one must provide it with fodder. The female president of What Corporation adeptly issued a blank check. Let us witness the spectacle. Zhang Xiao darted towards the tyrant like a bolt of lightning. He delivered a powerful punch to the tyrant's midsection before swiftly evading its retaliatory strike, executing a spinning side kick to its head. The tyrant, reeling from the pain, abandoned the half-conscious compatriot in its grasp and turned to Zhang Xiao, roaring in fury. "Come here," Zhang Xiao taunted, extending his fingers mockingly. The mutated tyrant let out a furious roar and charged at Zhang Xiao. In an instant, they collided, sending a cloud of dust into the air and causing the ground to tremble. The shockwave from their clash resonated with the crowd hundreds of meters away. "Behold, another hero has emerged. Do you know who he is?" The audience seemed to regain hope, as yet another unknown superhero stepped forth to battle. "Whoever he may be, as long as he can defeat this monster, I shall be his fan henceforth. Go, hero, eliminate this creature." The mutated tyrant broke free from Zhang Xiao's grasp and began to unleash a flurry of frenzied attacks, all of which Zhang Xiao deftly evaded. As Zhang Xiao's eyes began to radiate a cerulean glow, a freezing ray was unleashed directly upon the tyrant. Of course, Zhang Xiao was not utilizing his full power. Had he unleashed the freezing ray with all his might, the tyrant would have been completely encased in ice in but a fleeting moment. Thus commenced the theatrical battle between Zhang Xiao and the tyrant, each engaging in a relentless exchange of attacks. However, the reality was that the tyrant was unable to land a blow on Zhang Xiao, while Zhang Xiao's fists and freezing rays incessantly struck the tyrant. Could this individual be the company's secret weapon? The timid duo pondered aloud. "I don't know, mate, but he seems to surpass even the compatriots. Did you not see how swiftly he defeated them? This fellow seems to be on par with this monstrous adversary," remarked the locomotive. "If that's the case, it appears we need not flee," the other replied. "Mate, keep an eye out. If this creature is on the verge of defeat, we shall charge in, you know what I mean." Okay, they are quite adept at claiming victories. As the performance neared its conclusion, Zhang Xiao unleashed a reinforced freezing ray, immobilizing the tyrant's lower half. Taking a deep breath, he roared forth a torrent of flames reaching several thousand degrees, incinerating the surrounding steel and vehicles into molten metal, causing the timid duo to hesitate in their approach. The mutated tyrant, engulfed in the roaring flames, was gradually reduced to ash in a mere matter of minutes. The outcome of the clash between Zhang Xiao and the mutated tyrant was determined. Chapter 13. Joining the Super 7 team with a resounding applause erupting from the crowd upon witnessing the tyrant's demise, they expressed their exhilaration. "The monster has been vanquished. Splendid. The superhero has triumphed. This new hero is remarkable. Is he the latest champion of the water company? Will he inherit the mantle of the lantern after the latter's retirement? Hooray. What is your name, new hero? What is your heroic title?" Surveying the fervent crowd, Zhang Xiao spoke with conviction. "Greetings, everyone. I am but a newcomer. In fact, I submitted my application to the water company just yesterday and came for an interview this morning, so I have yet to decide upon my superhero title. Quite commendable. It seems I have achieved my objective. However, the eccentricity of this world struck him. In any other realm, one would expect the ordinary populace to scream in panic and seek refuge during a clash of superhumans. Yet here, the common folk's first instinct was to revel in the spectacle, eager to witness their revered superheroes conquer the monstrous foe. There exists a rather ironic aspect within this narrative. Regardless of the missteps committed by these superheroes, their fans invariably extend their forgiveness. After the exposure of the airplane incident and the gruesome videos depicting the slaughter of innocents, the majority of his fans still chose to forgive him. Ladies and gentlemen, this new hero is on the verge of signing a contract with our company, Vortex, at which point the company will promptly announce his heroic title, along with corresponding comics, films, and merchandise. Madeline immediately appeared beside Zhang Xiao and remarked, "What an unexpected surprise. It seems there is no need for him to engage in a battle with the Patriot. He is certainly no match for this individual who can effortlessly vanquish the Patriot. How splendid. At long last, I can rid myself of this giant infant." Although Madeline outwardly appears to be the closest ally of the Patriot, in truth, she harbors greater fear of him than anyone else. This is an opportunity. Finally, there exists someone capable of counterbalancing the Patriot. The company's secret cloning experiment, while also able to restrain the Patriot, relies on the Patriot being completely unguarded and in close combat. After all these years, a being has emerged who can utterly overpower the Patriot. Hey, long live the 7 superheroes. We have triumphed over our enemy. At that moment, The train engine and Deep Sea emerged from their hiding places. The previously vanished Xian-sei had inexplicably returned. What were you doing when the battle commenced? Madame Madeline. Both the Patriot and Queen Maeve are severely injured. They must receive treatment, a staff member whispered as they carried the two on stretchers. How are they both faring? Madeline pondered, secretly wishing for the demise of the Patriot, as she was the one who desired his death the most. They are both gravely wounded. But the good news is that they are not in critical danger. With the injection of compound number 5, they will recover. The superheroes manufactured by Vortex are remarkably resilient. As long as they are not killed on the spot, a substantial injection of compound number 5 afterward will allow them to recuperate. In the comics, compound No. 5 can even resurrect heroes. Any superhero injected with it, if their body is not completely destroyed, will resurface after a period, albeit in a zombie-like state devoid of intelligence. Yet they do not exhibit contagious behavior. This is said to be a satirical jab at both DC and Marvel, mocking the awkwardness of their superheroes dying and resurrecting repeatedly. Take them to the infirmary and administer a high dose of pure compound number 5. Although I detest the Patriot, I cannot eliminate him. He is an invaluable asset to the company, and someone must possess the capability to counterbalance this newcomer, mustn't they? Afterward, Zhang Xiao returned to Water Company amidst a throng of high-ranking executives, while the surrounding crowd was dispersed by the police. Mr. Yax, we are exceedingly pleased with your capabilities. Welcome to the Super 8 team, Madeline announced. Super 8 team? Is it not the Super 7 team? That is because we previously promised a young girl named Starlight that she could also join the Super 7 team. With your addition, we now have 8 members. And we do not intend to retire any of our heroes. Hence we decided to increase the quota, transforming the Super 7 team into the Super 8 team. Rest assured, all benefits will remain unchanged, and we have prepared a new contract for you, with compensation equivalent to that of our homeland citizens. Is that so? Thank you. Excellent. I shall smoothly integrate into Water Company, and next, I must find a method for producing compound number 5, along with its formula and various related documents. Welcome to Water Company, Mr. Yax. By the way, you need to choose a superhero name. You may select one yourself, or we can design one for you. And we will also create a superhero costume for you. Do you have any good hero names to recommend? Indeed, we have several. The Omnipotent, Super Warlord, Icefire Marvel. Invincible Man, Titan Hero. You may choose from these, as your superpowers are numerous, making it challenging to name you based solely on them. Upon hearing these names, Zhang Xiao felt overwhelmed. What peculiar titles were these? Were they serious? Each one seemed excessively juvenile. What do you think of Bizarro? Bizarro? The Abnormal? Sir, that name somewhat resembles that of a supervillain, and in our company's comics, there is an enemy from the deep sea named Abnormal, so that would not be suitable. Madeline replied, appearing somewhat troubled. Then I shall go with the first name, the Omnipotent. Can you believe I spent 10 hours struggling to come up with a temporary superhero name for the protagonist? All right, henceforth, your hero name shall be the Omnipotent, Mr. Yax. You may stay at Water Company's headquarters tonight, and tomorrow we will prepare the contract. Very well. I must take my leave now. You know, due to that monster. I will be quite busy today and cannot accompany you. If you have any needs afterward, please reach out to my female secretary. She can assist with anything. Before departing, Madeline flashed Zhang Xiao a knowing smile. Cough. It seems that Madeline and her secretary are already in their 30s or 40s. In fact, Madeline is over 50, please. I cannot partake in such things. I do not share the same tastes as the citizens of our homeland. After Madeline exited, Zhang Xiao rested quietly in the room prepared by Water Company for the night, without further conversation. Chapter 14. The Heroes of Water Company. The following morning, Zhang Xiao completed his morning routine. Accompanied by Madeline's secretary, they arrived at the meeting room of the Super 8, which was previously the Super 7. Present were Xian-sei, Deep Sea, Train Head, Transparent Man, and the newly arrived Starlight. As for the Patriotic Man and Queen Maeve, there were no signs of their awakening, suggesting they would require some time to rest. Hello, mate. I'm Train Head, your ardent admirer. My goodness, you were utterly magnificent yesterday, dispatching that monster with such ease, exclaimed a young black man, swiftly approaching Zhang Xiao. Is that so? Train Head, despite his enthusiasm, was not particularly invested in marketing. He was a blatant hypocrite, sharing a temperament akin to that of the Patriotic Man, who had callously ended the life of his longtime girlfriend, the Enchantress. Xian-sei remained silent, merely nodding at Zhang Xiao. Hey, I must say, the name all-rounder is truly commendable. I mean it, you are simply outstanding. The patriotic man is no match for you," said Deep Sea, clad in a green, form-fitting uniform, rushing over with palpable excitement. He harbored a genuine hope that Zhang Xiao would replace the patriotic man as the new leader of the Super 8. Especially after receiving scornful jibes from the patriotic man regarding his appearance during their first encounter. Haha, Deep Sea, I hear you have many friends in the ocean? Do introduce me sometime, he added. Although Deep Sea had a somewhat lewd disposition, he was considered relatively normal among the Super 7. At least not as indiscriminate in his violence as Train Head, the patriotic man, or Xiansei. Furthermore, Deep Sea was a protector of marine life. Even a single lobster, if it were his friend and in need, would receive his assistance. As for his lewdness, who among men is devoid of such inclinations? Zhang Xiao felt neither animosity nor affection towards Deep Sea. "I am transparent man, though I am currently dressed," announced a man in a uniform, his demeanor exceedingly lecherous. Zhang Xiao had little patience for transparent man, whose penchant for voyeurism, perversion, and murder made him particularly detestable. Zhang Xiao even contemplated a chance to secretly eliminate him. "Hello, I'm Starlight. Like you, I have just joined the Super 7, though my performance has not been as striking. Had I known a monster would attack Water Company yesterday, I would have come sooner. Alas, I could not be of much assistance," said a beautiful girl adorned in a white uniform, her golden hair cascading down her shoulders. "Hello, beautiful. You are truly stunning," Zhang Xiao responded, recognizing Starlight, who had exhibited commendable prowess in the series. Initially portrayed as a timid girl bullied by others, she found her strength in the later episodes, emerging as a formidable character, far removed from the frail Starlight of the comics. "Thank you, Almighty One. I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to join forces with you in the future. Indeed, I too look forward to embarking on missions alongside you, Starlight. Perhaps we might share a meal together." Starlight beamed with a radiant smile. Zhang Xiao began to engage in light conversation with the cadre of superheroes from the Vortex Corporation. As a necessary formality, after a brief exchange, the esteemed President Madeline entered, accompanied by her secretary, burdened with an extensive array of documents. "Ladies and gentlemen, our agenda today is quite packed. First, we shall convene a press conference, where Almighty One, you will be the centerpiece, delivering a speech. Fear not, for we shall prepare a script for you. You need only read it aloud, as it has already been composed." "Very well, Ms. Madeline, I understand. You will provide the speech, and I will commit it to memory. One must admit, Vortex Corporation can be rather considerate at times. In truth, there is no need for you to memorize it, simply recite it. Furthermore, your contract is also ready. We will afford you the same treatment as our compatriots, granting you shares in Vortex Corporation." Madeline handed Zhang Xiao a contract and spoke. Zhang Xiao took the document and, without a glance, promptly affixed his signature. "Will you not even take a moment to review it? There are no issues. I have faith in the company." "Haha. Excellent, Almighty One. As long as you devote yourself wholeheartedly to Vortex Corporation, trust me, you shall attain everything you desire. It seems this newcomer, Almighty One, is quite astute." "Thank you. It appears that Vortex Corporation has invested considerable resources to win me over, though they remain unaware that I shall depart in a month's time. When I next return is uncertain, and my true objective is to Compound 5. Signing this contract is akin to inscribing my name on a blank sheet of paper. Moreover, you, Locomotive, today you must extend an apology to the man whose girlfriend you tragically killed. Of course, this is merely a formality. It suffices for that man to sign a non-disclosure agreement." Madeline instructed Locomotive. "Understood. I will apologize to him, Ms. Madeline," Locomotive replied with a hint of impatience. "Excellent. I have already consulted with our legal team to draft your apology script. Reciting these words, even if recorded, will pose no legal risk to you. Vortex Corporation ensures every endeavor is meticulously planned. Their legal team is adept at managing the affairs of all their superheroes. The man whose girlfriend was killed by Locomotive is Huey, the protagonist from The Boys. However, he is not here to sign any mutual agreement. He intends to install a listening device, which ultimately led to the Invisible Man's discovery and subsequent demise. Yet, perhaps this is for the best. Let this lecherous pervert meet his end." Zhang Xiao harbored no fondness for the Invisible Man. The matter of the Invisible Man is quite perplexing. He clearly identified the issues yet failed to report them to Vought. Had he informed them sooner, Vought might have extricated him from peril, sparing him from a gruesome fate. Anticipation builds as we are on the cusp of meeting the principal characters of The Boys. Now, Deep. Utilize your abilities to summon the marine creatures around us to fabricate some sensational news, while Trainwreck, you shall roam the city to combat crime. Invisible Man. It is imperative that you take action and refrain from lingering in the women's restroom. As for Noir, you are to continue with your customary autonomy. Understood? Excellent. Before long, Zhang Xiao was ushered by Madeline to a press conference, clutching a prepared script, reciting a series of statements that he found rather cringeworthy. Chapter 15. Huey, I shall make my entrance as the hero known as the All-Powerful and engage in a contract with Vought for my future press events. Zhang Xiao completed the script provided by Vought, which included a self-introduction, an outline of his forthcoming endeavors, and his commitment to safeguarding the public and maintaining social stability and security. Greetings, Mr. All-Powerful. The power you exhibited yesterday appeared to surpass that of the Homelander. Is this true? No sooner had Zhang Xiao concluded his remarks than a reporter eagerly posed a question. Sir, rumors suggest that you may succeed Homelander as the new leader of the Seven. Is this accurate? Mr. All-Powerful. It has come to our attention that you may have had romantic entanglements with Queen Maeve and Starlight. Is there any truth to this? Can I sue you for defamation? I can concede to the association with Starlight, but it was merely a few exchanged words. As for Queen Maeve, I have never spoken to her. And she is bisexual and uninterested in me. Goodness, are these reporters so scandalous? Their primary concern appears to be whether I surpass Homelander and am poised to usurp his position. Esteemed reporters, these inquiries delve into corporate confidentiality. At present, I can only disclose that Mr. All-Powerful has officially joined Vought and signed a 5-year contract. As for Queen Maeve and Homelander, they are currently incapacitated, striving to combat that nefarious and formidable adversary. Therefore, until their recovery, I implore you to refrain from sensationalizing the news. That concludes this press conference, Madeline stated. Evidently, the insatiable curiosity of the reporters did not wane with the mere announcement of the All-Powerful S affiliation with Vought. They sought further revelations. However, Madeline did not afford them the opportunity and promptly escorted Zhang Xiao away. Well, Mr. Yax, have you witnessed the prowess of these reporters? It is advisable to limit your discourse with them unless accompanied by company representatives, as it may lead to inconveniences. To speak candidly, I have no desire to encounter them ever again. Journalism is an inherently daunting profession. At this moment within the confines of Vought International, a visibly anxious young Caucasian man entered. Following the customary security checks, he was ushered to the upper echelons of the company. Mr. Huey, we are immensely grateful for your acceptance of our letter of understanding. Once you affix your signature, the sum of $45,000 will be yours. One of the staff members stated. Huey nodded in response, feeling a palpable tension as he sat in the office. The ceiling was adorned with statues of the Seven, including the likes of Translucent, the Deep, and Queen Maeve. Had he visited this place in the past, he would have been filled with exhilaration, as he was an ardent admirer of these superheroes, particularly the A-Train. Yet, following that fateful day when his girlfriend was gruesomely killed by the A-Train, who absurdly claimed they were standing in the middle of the road while pursuing a supervillain, his admiration had turned to bitterness. Moreover, the friend Billy, who had invited him to this encounter, had taken him to a bar frequented by superheroes, where he overheard the A-Train mockingly refer to his girlfriend's demise, even boasting that her remains had landed in his mouth after the collision. At this moment, Huey felt utterly disillusioned with these so-called heroes. His desire now was to dismantle them, leading him to acquiesce to the enigmatic man's request. As Huey became lost in thought, a lawyer-like figure entered alongside the A-Train. First, we must clarify that the A-Train's apology does not equate to an admission of guilt regarding any criminal allegations. Do you understand? Okay. Huey's gaze was fixated on the A-Train, whose pristine blue uniform now evoked the image of blood and flesh in his mind, the remnants of his girlfriend seemingly clinging to him. Meanwhile, the A-Train displayed a facade of impatience. I deeply regret your girlfriend's fate. Is that sufficient? He remarked. Hey, buddy, you holding up all right? Huey gritted his teeth, seething with rage as he stared at the A-Train. Is that what you call an apology? Damn it. Why weren't you the one who was gravely injured battling that monster yesterday? Everyone in the room sensed a shift in Huey's demeanor. He was breathing heavily, his breaths quickening. All right. Thank you for your apology, the A-Train. After all, accidents are inevitable, right? You were busy saving the world at the time. At last, Huey managed to compose himself. offering a smile as he shook the A-Train's hand. "One day, I shall bring each of you self-proclaimed superheroes to your knees." "Very well. Then we can consider this a reconciliation. The fight against crime is unending. Due to the events that transpired yesterday, Mr. Trainhead is rather occupied. Thus, we shall take our leave. The attorney will remain here to assist you with the remaining paperwork. Thank you for your cooperation." The female secretary, who arrived with the train, smiled and exited with Mr. Trainhead. "Very well, sir, you may now sign. We have prepared a check for $45,000 for you," the male attorney stated, producing a fountain pen and extending it to Huey. "May I borrow your restroom?" Huey inquired. To be candid, although he had readily agreed, he felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety as he prepared to install the listening device. He needed to alleviate his nerves, retrieve the device from his phone, and discreetly install it in a hidden location. In the restroom, Huey fumbled with his phone, his hands trembling, whether from nerves or some other reason, causing the listening device to drop onto the floor outside the stall. Just as he reached down to retrieve it, a striking blonde entered the restroom, Starlight, who appeared to be in high spirits, applying makeup. Today marked the commencement of her illustrious superhero career. Thanks to Zhang Zhao's intervention, Starlight was not bullied by Deep Sea on her first day as she might have been otherwise. After Zhang Zhao expressed interest in her, Deep Sea dared not provoke her any further. Moments later, having finished her makeup, Starlight smiled at her reflection and exited the women's restroom, while Huey, in his nervousness, had inadvertently entered it. He hurriedly made his way back to the signing area, finally inscribing his name on the agreement and discreetly installing a listening device beneath the table. However, his every action was observed by an invisible voyeur. "This kid is suspicious. That device is a listening tool. If I manage to uncover them all, the new boss will certainly regard me with newfound respect," the invisible man chuckled, following Huey stealthily. Chapter 16. The disappearance of the invisible man. "This kid has taste." He boldly rushed into the women's restroom while I only dared to enter invisibly. The invisible man chuckled to himself. Outside the Waters Corporation building, Huey emerged, stepping into a black sedan. I locked eyes with him and smiled. The sensation was exhilarating, intimidating him with my gaze, Huey remarked. "Really? That must have felt quite empowering," Billy responded. "Indeed. To hell with Mr. Trainhead. I will aid you in toppling them, dismantling Waters Corporation. To hell with Mr. Trainhead. To hell with the Super 7. Oh wait, they've rebranded as the Super 8, having added an all-rounder and someone named Starlight. Just by their names, you can tell they're no good. May the Super 8 perish," Huey exclaimed, growing increasingly animated. At this moment, listening to his complaints, Billy gradually parked the car at the entrance of the audiovisual store where Huey worked. "So what are we doing here? It's about time for you to start working, isn't it, kid?" You're not wrong, but I was still thinking about joining Billy's ranks to help him bring down those so-called superheroes. For now, all I need you to do is this, okay?" "What? Damn it, what is this jerk talking about?" After witnessing so much darkness, he now insists that all I need to do is plan a listening device. "Come on, buddy, I could assist you with other tasks, right? I could be your tech assistant, the kind who sits in the van with headphones on, operating a computer, providing you with intel, like informing you that there are enemies on the left side at the end of the corridor. Listen, kid, I believe it's best if I handle the rest. You've done quite well. Do you understand what I mean?" Billy said, looking at Huey with a hint of exasperation. But I really can help. I know you can help. I'm fully aware that you just assisted me with the listening device." "Damn," Huey shouted, unbuckling his seatbelt and slamming the car door shut. "Live well, kid, forget about today," Billy replied. "Wait a minute, just so you know, I'm not doing this for the money. I'm here to help you." Huey suddenly turned around and said. After saying this, Huey pulled out the 45,000 check from Vought, tearing it to shreds without a second thought. He then strode into his workplace, where he completed the shift handover with his colleagues before settling into his night shift, feeling utterly bored. "That bastard. He just wants me to plan a listening device. I thought I could team up with the FBI to take on those superheroes, but this is the outcome." At this point, Huey was unaware that Billy was not truly with the FBI. He had once been associated, but his current actions were solely motivated by vengeance against the leader of the original 7, Homelander, who was currently gravely injured. Thus, Huey was merely a pawn in his scheme. At this moment, Huey had failed to notice that the door of the audiovisual store had opened, as if something had entered. "Sorry, sir, we're closed," Huey called out without turning around upon hearing the noise at the door. Strangely, no one responded. He turned to glance toward the entrance, confirming that it was indeed empty. The door seemed to have been blown open by the wind. How odd. There shouldn't be such strong winds tonight. Just then, Huey distinctly heard the sound of bare feet walking. Hello? Who are you? A sudden voice emerged from an unfamiliar man, startling Huey, who sprang to his feet in alarm. Good heavens, it was an invisible man. Only an invisible man could possess such a power. Who are you? I do not comprehend your words. What do you intend to do? If you seek money, take it freely. I implore you, do not harm me. Huey feigned composure as he spoke. Indeed, it was truly an invisible man. Yet why had he tracked Huey to this very location? Damn it, had he merely planted a tiny listening device? And was he already discovered? I stand before you, fool. Did you believe I was oblivious to this contraption? The invisible man shattered Hugh's last glimmer of hope by tossing out a small listening device, one that had just been installed by Huey from the Waters Corporation. Huey. The invisible man continued, seizing the collar of his shirt and dragging him out, slamming him harshly to the ground. You pathetic coward. I began following you the moment you departed from the company. The invisible man, endowed with the ability to become unseen and to harden his skin to a diamond-like toughness, was also a formidable fighter, possessing skills at the level of an active military personnel. At that moment, he faced no challenge in assaulting an ordinary citizen. And Huey was left weeping in despair. No, please, don't do this. He pleaded as the invisible man slammed him to the earth once more. Tell me, coward, who was that scoundrel in the car with you? The invisible man demanded. I do not know him. Please, I truly do not know him. Huey insisted, clearly determined to deny any knowledge. Speak the truth, boy. Did he arrange for you to do this? I have no idea. He is merely a taxi driver. Huey's resolve to feign ignorance was evident. Do not waste my time with your nonsense. You know precisely what I am asking. Do you truly believe me to be a fool? I shall make you aware of my power. The invisible man turned and lifted a 50-inch high-definition television before Huey, raising it high. You have 10 seconds, coward. Explain to me why you planted the listening device. No, no, no. I beg you, please. Huey cried. We are the 7. No, now the 8, the strongest humans on Earth. We are the guardians of the common people, you little wretch. First, knock this scoundrel unconscious, and then take him back to the company for interrogation. It seemed he would extract no further information. At that moment, a black sedan suddenly barreled in, crashing violently into the invisible man against the wall. Billy emerged from the vehicle with a fierce intent to beat the invisible man, only to be met with a retaliatory assault from the recovering invisible man. However, Billy was clever. He seized the invisible man's wrists and spat a mouthful of blood onto his face, rendering him visible. Yet, it was evident that even with this advantage, Billy was no match for the invisible man, who soon had him pinned to the ground. At that moment, Huey picked up a high-voltage wire, intending to insert it into the transparent man's body. However, Billy, who was on the ground, kicked the transparent man, causing him to fall onto the electric wire. Lo and behold, the high-voltage wire accidentally impaled the transparent man's rear. With a crackle and a scream, the transparent man collapsed onto the ground. Thus, the two managed to subdue the superhero from Vought Corporation, binding him and stowing him in the trunk of a car. Chapter 17. We want you to replace Homelander, damn it. What now? Billy exclaimed in desperation. We've actually captured a member of the 7. Huey lamented. Shut up. We need to find a friend of mine. He can assist us, Billy replied after a moment of contemplation. Well, I must say, this might not concern us. After all, he charged into the store first and attacked us. You're an FBI agent, right? You can arrest him. Huey insisted. Billy's face turned pale as he sighed heavily. All right, listen closely, kid. Strictly speaking, I'm not an agent at the moment. What? Huey exclaimed, now completely bewildered. Someone who saves you from danger, Billy retorted. The two initial members of the Black Noir squad found themselves united in this precarious situation. Meanwhile, at Vought Corporation, Zhang Xiao was enjoying dinner with Starlight. Zhang maintained his Xantia form, careful not to frighten Starlight with his bizarro appearance. This dinner was specially arranged by Vought, knowing Zhang had shown interest in Starlight. Vought was eager to facilitate this encounter because, according to Madeline, pairing up a new superhero couple was undoubtedly the best strategy. With Starlight, the newly joined super beauty, and the formidable All-American, they were bound to attract significant attention. Sometimes, one must admit that being a superhero for Vought Corporation is quite exhilarating. They handle nearly everything for you. It was hard to believe that I was dining with the strongest hero in the world. Starlight took a sip of exquisite red wine and savored her steak before speaking. Huh. So, do you now think I'm more formidable than Homelander? Of course. Everyone says that now. That monster effortlessly defeated Queen Maeve and Homelander, yet you managed to triumph over him. That proves you're superior to both. Haha. Thank you. Zhang Xiao did not deny it. In this world, his strength was indeed overwhelming. Even without utilizing the Xantia power, merely employing Bizarro's abilities, he found himself unmatched. Your current prowess allows you to walk through many realms with ease. Starshine, would you like to soar through the heavens? Zhang Xiao inquired. What? Is that truly possible? Okay, I would love to. Starshine exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement. Come here. She embraced Zhang Xiao with her arms. Zhang Xiao struck a classic superhero pose. One hand raised high while the other held Starshine close, enveloping her in his formidable biofield as they gracefully ascended into the sky. The flight capabilities of Kryptonians far surpassed those of any earthly superhero. When cradled by a Kryptonian, their powerful biofield ensures that one experiences no difference from being on solid ground. This is my first time gazing down upon the city from such heights. It's breathtaking, Starshine remarked. There are even more magnificent sights to behold. Zhang Xiao gently guided Starshine to the outer atmosphere, where the Earth appeared as a perfect sphere. Oh my, it's stunning. But why can I still breathe, and I feel no chill? This seems unusual. That's due to my abilities. My potent biofield allows you to experience the same conditions as on the ground, even while airborne, Zhang Xiao explained. Now I understand why they call you the Omnipotent One. You truly are exceptional, far surpassing the capabilities of the Earth's heroes. Starshine beamed brightly. Let us continue our flight, then we must return. They soared through the skies for a full 2 hours before Zhang Xiao gently descended at the headquarters of the water company. Omnipotent One, today has brought me immense joy, Starshine said, planting a kiss on Zhang Xiao's cheek and playfully winking as she departed. Was this a flirtation from her, or had she merely teased him? Omnipotent One, it appears you and Starshine have formed quite a bond, Madeline remarked, having approached unnoticed. Good day, Ms. Madeline. I sincerely appreciate your efforts to facilitate my connection with Starshine. I indeed hold a fondness for her. This is akin to tying ourselves together. You see, after the defeat of the Earth's heroes and Queen Maeve by that monster yesterday, the stock price of the water company plummeted. Had it not been for your intervention, I fear the decline would have been even more severe. Who could have imagined that the invincible Earth's heroes would face such defeat? I merely possess the ability to counter that monster, came the response. Please, no need for modesty. I witnessed that battle. It was clear to anyone with sense that your strength far exceeds that of the Earth's heroes. All right, listen, Omnipotent One, once the Earth's heroes awaken, we will strip them of their leadership of the Super 8. Should they resist or act out of line, we will need you to intervene. Madeline suddenly shifted the conversation. I do not fully grasp the company's intentions. I shall speak candidly. We wish to remove the Patriotic Man. This has long been our desire. The Patriotic Man is not as illustrious as he appears. Rather, he is a considerable burden, indeed, an immense trouble. Over the years, both myself and the water company have dealt with countless scandals involving him, the number of which has become unfathomable. As time has passed, his behavior has only escalated, resulting in significant casualties on nearly every mission. Following his defeat yesterday, coupled with the emergence of a more formidable all-powerful being, the upper echelons of the company have grown increasingly anxious, particularly after a day of interaction. Psychologists have assessed that the all-powerful's mental state is decidedly superior to that of the Patriotic Man. The executives of the water company, who have long since reached their limit with the Patriotic Man, collectively resolved to oust him. This swift decision was largely influenced by Madeline, who, despite her profound fear of the Patriotic Man, had to sacrifice herself to placate him. Who can truly fathom the extent of her trepidation when confronting him? She is, without a doubt, the one who wishes for the Patriotic Man's disappearance the most. The Patriotic Man is not the flawless hero you might envision. I have brought along some documentation for your perusal. Allow me to share a secret. The fatality rate resulting from his missions is alarmingly high. These individuals do not perish due to accidents. They are slain by the Patriotic Man himself, a cold-blooded demon. As a hero, we require your assistance in vanquishing him. Upon concluding her statement, Madeline handed Zhang Xiao a tablet containing all the incriminating evidence against the Patriotic Man. It appears that, due to my presence, the water company has reached a breaking point with him. Previously, They refrained from taking action due to a lack of certainty and the presence of a star player. But now, with my involvement, the patriotic man's significance has diminished. What would you have me do, Madame Madeline? Chapter 18. The good intentions of the water company. Upon hearing Zhang Zhao's response, Madeline displayed a smile of utmost satisfaction, suggesting that the all-powerful had acquiesced. If the patriotic man wishes to make a full recovery, we estimate that, with our comprehensive treatment, he could fully recuperate in approximately half a month. However, should we opt for a reduced treatment regimen, he may remain incapacitated for a month or even 2. During this period, we shall fervently promote you, crafting your image into that of an invincible and powerful hero. According to the assessments of the water company's leading scientists, should we administer a substantial quantity of Compound 5 to the patriotic man now, it would aid his recovery, allowing him to awaken in about 2 weeks and achieve complete restoration. Conversely, if the supply of Compound 5 is interrupted while he will still engage in self-healing, the process will be considerably slower, potentially taking 1 to 2 months for him to fully awaken. Within this time frame, the Vought Corporation has the capacity to accomplish numerous endeavors, such as nurturing a hero more formidable than Homelander to counter this tyrannical figure. Much like Stormfront in the past, Vought's patience with Homelander has reached its zenith. The previous offspring of Homelander remains within their considerations. However, for this child to mature into a being capable of confronting Homelander, a minimum of 10 years is requisite. As for Homelander's extreme assassin clone, it proves effective only under unexpected circumstances. What follows? We shall ensure that Homelander is incapacitated for at least 2 to 3 months. During this interval, we will elevate you to the status of a super celebrity hero. Yet, once Homelander awakens, he will undoubtedly reject this outcome. Therefore, should he create turmoil upon his revival, it will fall upon you to subdue him. It is quite astonishing that the infamous Homelander possesses such a notorious record. Each of his missions invariably culminates in significant casualties unless captured on film, whether it be robbers shot dead by him or hostages perishing due to the robbers' panic. It is evident that Vought has become thoroughly disillusioned with Homelander. Previously, the reluctance to eliminate the Ancient One stemmed from a lack of combat prowess and the absence of a super celebrity hero capable of replacing Homelander. While Stormfront possesses formidable fighting capabilities, they still pale in comparison to Homelander. However, your emergence has disrupted this equilibrium, prompting Vought to decisively seek Homelander's downfall. In truth, had Homelander exhibited a modicum of compliance, Vought would not have resorted to such drastic measures. His utter disregard for human life is simply intolerable. I understand, Ms. Madeline. I shall fight for justice. Leave Homelander to me. Upon his awakening, should he express dissatisfaction with the company's decisions, I will ensure he acquiesces, I affirmed. I knew you would agree. So, while Homelander is in a state of unconsciousness, you will temporarily assume the role of leader of the 7. Once he regains consciousness, he will have 2 choices, either to transform the 7 into the 8, with him as the deputy leader and you as the principal, or remain as the 7. In which case Homelander will be expelled from the team, Madeline exclaimed with great delight. In truth, she had strongly advocated for the company to devise a method to eliminate the unconscious Homelander, suggesting that the clone take action. However, the company declined. Although the performance of the Supes is commendable at present, one cannot dismiss the possibility that they could one day become another version of Homelander. As long as Homelander exists, should the Supes lose control, they, in conjunction with this clone, could potentially eliminate the Supes. However, the upper echelons of what company remained utterly oblivious to the fact that Zhang Zhao's displayed strength was merely the tip of the iceberg of his true capabilities. His transformations into a Super Scion, the King Kai Fist, and the explosive power-up had yet to be revealed. Astonishingly, they naively believed that a compatriot along with his clone could contend with an uncontrollable version of himself. Zhang Zhao could only say that they were sorely mistaken. No problem, Ms. Madeline. I shall take care of everything, he assured her. Wishing you a pleasant evening, Mr. Anomaly. I shall take my leave now. With her objective achieved, Madeline was in high spirits. Now, she could devote herself fully to devising a means for the Super 7 team at what company to engage with the Department of Defense. Should this goal be realized, it could be said that the entire United States would fall under what company's dominion. Humming a cheerful tune, Madeline made her way to her office. Ah, life is splendid without you. How is it that you weren't eliminated by that monster, compatriot? Such a pity. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed through the office. Come in. Ms. Madeline, I have something to report. The Invisible Man has been unreachable for several hours. The female secretary stated. What? That scoundrel. Could he possibly be hiding in the ladies' restroom? He has been missing for only a few hours. There's no need to fret. His longest disappearance record was 7 or 8 days, Madeline replied, somewhat impatiently. Due to this morning's meeting, they've all been quite busy. We arranged numerous activities for the Invisible Man, one of which was a charity performance for a cancer-stricken youth. However, we are completely unable to locate him. Nor can we get in touch. His tracking system appears to be malfunctioning. Oh, that damn scoundrel. Disappearing at such a critical moment? Forget him for now. He must have hidden the tracker. Try reaching out to him again by noon tomorrow. Clearly, Madeline had no inkling that the Invisible Man was in dire straits. At that moment, he was confined within a large iron cage, while 3 men plotted his demise. You scoundrel! Billy, do you know what you've done? You've kidnapped a member of the Super 7 and brought him to my room. The Frenchman expressed his dissatisfaction. Earlier that day, he had just enjoyed some time with his girlfriend, only to be confronted by the last person he wished to see. Come on, buddy, I've helped you once. You owe me. Now, I need you to do one thing. Kill this guy, Billy insisted. They will find out. What company will discover it? The compatriot has X-ray vision. He can see everything from above. How long has it been since you last checked the news? Our compatriot was severely beaten this morning and should still be lying in the intensive care unit. What? He indeed hasn't watched the news broadcast since last night. He has been preoccupied with his girlfriend. Chapter 19. The Death of the Invisible Man. Just yesterday, a monstrous creature launched a solitary assault on VOD International. The formidable Queen Maeve and the patriotic Homelander faced a crushing defeat, easily overpowered by the beast. Billy remarked, Are you joking, Butcher? This is no laughing matter. First, you must understand one thing. That guy, the Homelander, is impervious to any weapon save for a nuclear bomb. And even the efficacy of a nuclear bomb against him remains an enigma, as no one has dared to test it. Moreover, with his speed, landing a hit on him is exceedingly difficult. The Frenchman interjected, His name is Frenchie. Today, I meticulously reviewed the information. In the comics, the Homelander's strength is even more formidable, capable of withstanding a nuclear attack. As for the television adaptation, although it mirrors the comics, its defensive capabilities remain uncertain, as the Homelander has never sustained injury thus far. That guy, Huey said, I don't know what your relationship with Billy is, but he speaks the truth. Just yesterday, a creature, akin to something out of a comic book, attacked VOD International. The Frenchman felt a nagging suspicion that these two rascals were deceiving him. Darling, why don't we turn on the television? Perhaps we were too wild last night, his girlfriend suggested. It was indeed possible that they had gone a bit overboard. Cooped up at home all day. All right, the Frenchman exclaimed as he switched on the television, where the news was looping the press conference from VOD International. Dear viewers, ladies and gentlemen, although the Homelander and Queen Maeve have temporarily fallen, a new hero has emerged who has saved us, this city, and indeed the world. He is the immensely powerful All Might, who has now joined the 7. Once the Homelander awakens, we shall become the 8. And our heroic team will be even stronger. They are invincible, and adversity will only serve to fortify them. Every television network and news program was broadcasting this announcement. What the hell? Who is this All Might? The Frenchman exclaimed. He is also a member of VOD International, but his profile is remarkably scarce. According to VOD, he was merely there for an interview yesterday, but who could have predicted that the monster would attack the venue? After the defeat of the Homelander and Queen Maeve, this individual stepped in to vanquish the beast. His abilities mirror those of the Homelander, except in one regard, where the Homelander possesses laser vision. This new hero emits freezing rays from his eyes and breathes fire. Billy observed, Is this good news? At least the Homelander, that lunatic, can be momentarily subdued. In truth, this news is indeed favorable for us, as this individual, the transparent man, is subject to the scrutiny of our homeland's watchful eyes, which possess an extraordinary ability to see through most things. The sole metal that eludes their vision is zinc. As for the omnipotent individual, I am genuinely uncertain whether he possesses the ability to see through zinc or if he has such extraordinary sight. If he lacks this power, that would be most advantageous. However, if he does, we may find ourselves in a precarious situation. Allow me to clarify that the host's Bizarro lineage enables him to see through lead, yet he lacks the ability of X-ray vision. Nevertheless, he can perceive the world behind him. The narrative is poised to evolve swiftly. as it is only a matter of time before he acquires X-ray vision. Once the Homeland's agents are eliminated, the protagonist will inherit both the laser vision and the ability to see through objects. The absence of intelligence on our adversaries is the most terrifying predicament. This omnipotent individual, while exhibiting abilities reminiscent of the Homeland's agents, demonstrates a superiority in various aspects. His eyes can emit freezing rays, and his mouth can unleash searing flames. I must warn you, it would be prudent to release me promptly. Our new leader possesses powers that surpass those of the Homeland's agents. Should he discover my disappearance, you will face dire consequences. At this moment, the transparent man, having regained consciousness, spoke up. Silence, you scoundrel. This is not the place for your words. Bill the Butcher. You wretched fiend, you have embroiled me in a significant dilemma. I had no desire to be entangled in this matter, yet you have dragged me into it. Come on, mate, he has already seen your face, and you are complicit now. You have two choices. Either join us in eliminating him or await the arrival of the Seven, who will incarcerate us all. Bill chuckled, exuding confidence that he had Frankie cornered. Do you believe I won't pull the trigger on you right now? Frankie promptly drew a small revolver and pressed it against Bill's chin. I absolutely believe you would, my friend. You undoubtedly would do so, but consider the repercussions. We are all in this together. All right, gentlemen, you need not kill me. This situation is not insurmountable. If you release me, I shall hold no grudges and even offer you some money. How does that sound? Despite his confidence in his defensive capabilities, the transparent man exhibited a hint of anxiety. We have no need for your filthy money, scoundrel. I want your life, Bill replied with fierce determination. The three swiftly confined the transparent man in a completely sealed room, designed to isolate the signals from the water company and lined with a layer of zinc. Now, let us deliberate on how to eliminate this fellow. What is your plan? How do you intend to proceed? You ask how to proceed? This transparent man possesses the ability to reconstitute the carbon elements in his skin into a novel material, rendering it as hard as diamond and nearly impenetrable. What if we suffocate him? We could confine him in a water tank. I'm sorry, my friend, but others have already attempted it, and they have all been eliminated. A few individuals gathered and deliberated on numerous strategies, such as enhancing the motor, yet to no avail. They endeavored to pierce its exterior, specifically crafting a bullet comparable in hardness to diamond for a sniper rifle. However, none of these methods proved effective as time passed. After a day, three men devised a plan to insert a substantial quantity of plastic explosives into a clandestine location of the homeland. Since Zhang Xiao did not soar through the skies like the compatriots in search of the Invisible Man, the members of the Black Cloak Squad did not emerge. Ultimately, it was the Butcher Billy who took action, obliterating the Invisible Man. The Super Seven, the most repugnant and lecherous figure, was vanquished. Chapter 20. The Omnipotent and Starlight. The demise of the Invisible Man did not immediately alert the Walter Company. For a period thereafter, Zhang Xiao and Starlight formed a dynamic duo, continually executing various special missions assigned by the Walter Company. These tasks were mere spectacles orchestrated in advance, such as apprehending a robber in a certain area or addressing an accident. These required the two to intervene. The superhero combination of the Omnipotent and Starlight indeed captivated the attention of all, as anticipated by the Walter Company. Even the comatose compatriot and Queen Maeve's defeat temporarily faded from the spotlight. Now, he and Starlight dominated the headlines, and their relationship blossomed rapidly. One afternoon, Madeline summoned Zhang Xiao and Starlight, informing them that the design team for the Walter Company's superhero costumes had crafted new uniforms for them. The uniform Zhang Xiao currently wore was the one he donned post-transformation into the Xantia. Upon entering the room, Zhang Xiao's attire bore some resemblance to that of the compatriots. Yet his cape was a vibrant red. The outfit featured a golden top adorned with a symbol and a black lightning mark. Overall, it promised to be strikingly elegant. What do you think, Omnipotent? This uniform was meticulously crafted for you. Not only does it look incredibly dashing, but on your physique, it will be absolutely stunning. The designer exclaimed eagerly. Indeed, I am quite pleased. This will suffice, Zhang Xiao replied. I knew you would adore it. This outfit will fully embody your strength and power, showcasing your perfect physique. All the women will be in awe of you. After his transformation, Zhang Xiao stood at 2 meters tall, boasting a physique reminiscent of a bodybuilding champion. To be frank, any attire would look splendid on such a form. As for Starlight's uniform, it could hardly be termed a uniform. It was more akin to risque lingerie. Honestly, upon seeing this outfit, Zhang Xiao felt an overwhelming desire for Starlight to don it for his viewing pleasure. No, no, I absolutely refuse to wear that. Upon the first glimpse of the new uniform, Starlight immediately voiced her rejection. Trust us, this attire is exceptionally suited for you. A farm girl who has tirelessly honed her superpowers since childhood and has now been chosen to join the Super 7. It is a profoundly inspirational tale. I believe my current uniform is quite appealing as well. Dear Starlight, perhaps you should try on this outfit. I find it remarkably attractive. Zhang Xiao suggested. What? Starlight was utterly bewildered. How could the versatile individual also find this uniform appealing? Yes, yes. Look, even the versatile one thinks this uniform is splendid. It is simply perfect for you. This society is rife with vermin. Rapists, robbers, and thieves abound, and it falls upon the two of you to vanquish these villains. I refuse to wear this dreadful uniform. My dear, how about we discuss this? You can wear your original uniform, and this one can be reserved solely for my eyes. That could work. What? Come on, Starlight. This is a uniform we designed overnight, and you should wear it just for the versatile one. Clearly, the two designers were not entirely pleased. Gentlemen, we must respect Starlight's choice. If she wishes to wear this outfit solely for the versatile one, then let her do so. Madeline decisively stated. Although the designers were somewhat reluctant, they ultimately acquiesced to their creation of this extraordinarily alluring uniform, which would only be admired by Zhang Xiao henceforth. After bidding farewell to the designers, Madeline spoke up. Versatile one, we have a matter that requires both you and Starlight's support. What is it? This concerns the locomotive, who is about to compete with another speedster for the title of the world's fastest. This competitor, known as Shockwave, is exceedingly swift, and Locomotive does not have absolute certainty of victory. So what does the company propose I do? We hope you can attend the event in person to cheer for Locomotive. And of course, Starlight must join, as well as Deep Sea. All right, no problem. I will be there on the day of the competition. Lady Moth can procure Compound 5. She has been exceptionally busy lately, her schedule completely filled by water company. This could be an opportunity to obtain some Compound 5. That would be splendid. Tomorrow, there is the match between Locomotive and Shockwave. We hope you both can attend to support Locomotive. Additionally, if Locomotive loses the match, he will be stripped of his Super 7 identity, and we will invite Shockwave to join the Super 7, Madeline declared. Okay, indeed. It is the Vought Corporation that fervently supports and promotes heroes of utility, only to discard them swiftly once their value diminishes. I must urgently devise a means to discover the formula for Compound V. In the television adaptation of The Boys, Compound V manifests superpowers solely when administered during infancy. However, exceptions exist. In the trailer for the third season, Billy Butcher has already acquired superhuman abilities. It appears that Compound V may possess varying degrees of efficacy. Very well, Omni-Man. My discourse concludes here. It is now your time for free movement. Continue your crusade against crime, as your presence is urgently required. No problem. To be candid, embodying a superhero is truly exhausting. It is no wonder that Homelander feels such monumental pressure. On the other side, Butcher has located the fourth member of the boys, a robust African-American man known by the moniker Mother's Milk. Persuaded by Butcher's heartfelt entreaties, Mother's Milk consents to join the boys. Despite Homelander being gravely injured and incapacitated, he remains undeterred in his ambition to dismantle the entire team of the Seven. Subsequently, Mother's Milk and Huey disguise themselves as broadband technicians and infiltrate the home of the female companion of A-Train, known as the Female. Upon their exit, they unexpectedly encounter A-Train himself. Huey, initially fearing exposure, is astonished to realize that A-Train does not recognize him, even after their recent encounter. For A-Train, the act of killing someone is trivial, and he fails to identify Huey, despite their prior meeting. Hey, gentlemen, would you like an autograph? A-Train inquires. Fortunately, Mother's Milk swiftly pulls Huey away. Otherwise, Huey might have impulsively confronted A-Train, leading to disastrous consequences for the boys. Chapter 21. Compound V. At this moment, A-Train is at the home of the Female, having just enjoyed a passionate rendezvous. Oh, darling, you are simply marvelous. Haha, I'm glad you like it, the Female responds. Beaming with joy. For the one she adores, she is willing to sacrifice anything. My dear, I need a favor. There is something I must ask of you, A-Train says. What is it? She replies. You are aware of my race tomorrow against that fellow named Shockwave, who possesses incredible speed. To be honest, I lack confidence in winning. What if I lose? Come now, darling. How could you possibly lose? You are the fastest man in the world. The female promptly reassures A-Train. You know, I am not merely the fastest. Vought has informed me that Stillwell told me if I lose to Shockwave, they will immediately invite him to join the Seven and cast me aside. People only care about the fastest. No one pays attention to the second place, A-Train confides. The Claw Woman attempted once more to placate the engine, yet the engine thwarted her efforts. Speaking up, pray tell, my dear, where have you placed Compound 5? I require it. The engine finally revealed the purpose of his visit that day. Lacking confidence in overcoming the shockwave, he sought Compound 5 to enhance his speed. Are you certain, darling? That substance will render you quite exhilarated, do you not recall? The last time you employed it, you tragically struck down a woman. Trust me, such an occurrence will not repeat itself. My dear, believe in my ability to maintain control, the engine assured promptly. Alas, you obliterated that woman. You are unable to contain the effects. Heed my advice, refrain from using it. Even if you were to lose, my affection for you would remain unchanged. I must prevail. I refuse to become a has-been, a second-rate hero. The Claw Woman's expression abruptly shifted. Second-rate hero? I am but a second-rate hero, and a washed-up one at that. Now even inferior to third-rate heroes. Ah, dear, I did not mean you. Please, you lack self-control, and you will develop a dependency. Very well, my dear. Here is my proposition. If you grant me Compound 5, I shall publicly declare you my girlfriend after I win tomorrow's competition. The engine finally unveiled his trump card. The Claw Woman yearned to restore her former glory, and becoming the girlfriend of an A-list hero like the engine could fulfill that desire, for she loved him dearly. All right, you have my word. After a series of coaxing from the engine, the Claw Woman ultimately consented to hand over Compound 5. Meanwhile, Billy, Mother's Milk, Frenchie, and Huey from the boys were intently monitoring the surveillance of the Claw Woman's residence. This was their first encounter with the notion of Compound 5. Guys, what exactly is Compound 5? Huey inquired. Is this what the engine used to inadvertently kill his girlfriend? Is it akin to a stimulant or a narcotic? Superhuman cholesterol? Or perhaps a specialized stimulant for their kind? Regardless of its nature, this substance was responsible for Robin's demise. He was undoubtedly under its influence that day. Compound 5 seems to indicate that the Seven, and indeed the entire superhero community, are a band of addicts, Billy remarked. This is splendid. I have finally, at long last, discovered the critical element. I must ensure that these wretched superheroes pay the price. Unbeknownst to the engine and the Claw Woman, their secret had been unveiled. The existence of Compound 5 had come to the attention of the boys. We must first ascertain the effects of this substance. If we devise a means to acquire some, can you analyze it? Billy inquired. Certainly, if necessary, I shall personally attempt it. Otherwise, certainty eludes me, replied Francie. After a series of discussions, the members of the Black Robe Enforcers resolved to continue monitoring the Enchantress, seeking to ascertain the origins of the elusive Compound 5. Meanwhile, the locomotive, exhilarated after acquiring Compound 5, promptly returned to the Watt Company, producing a small vial of pure blue liquid. With you, victory is assured tomorrow, my darling, he proclaimed. Oh, locomotive, it appears you have procured Compound 5, a voice interjected. Who goes there? Oh, it is you, the omnipotent one. I am at a loss for your words. The locomotive, visibly anxious, concealed the compound behind his back. Zhang Xiao, with a swiftness surpassing that of the locomotive, deftly seized the vial before he could react. Listen, Chief. I can explain. Truly, I can elucidate this matter, he stammered. What a jest. Just moments ago, this fellow's speed exceeded my own, though typically, compatriots do not surpass me. Yet this individual's swiftness was beyond my perception. I saw naught but a fleeting shadow. I understand your intent for tomorrow's competition. But heed my warning. Should you employ this substance to secure victory, I shall expel you from the Super 7 team and extend an invitation to Shockwave instead. Zhang Xiao declared, adopting a righteous demeanor. For heaven's sake, let it go, Chief. Shockwave's prowess is formidable. I cannot guarantee a victory against him, the locomotive implored. Desperation etched upon his features. Exert every ounce of your strength in the competition. Even if you fail, you shall remain a hero. I shall confiscate this Compound 5, Zhang Xiao stated, tucking the vial into his own garments before turning to depart. In an instant, the locomotive positioned himself before Zhang Xiao, attempting to reclaim the compound. Yet he had forgotten whom he faced. The locomotive found himself ensnared by Zhang Xiao's single hand around his throat, lifted effortlessly. Release me. I beg you, please. The locomotive gasped in agony. I warn you once more, locomotive. No substances shall be employed in tomorrow's contest. Give your all. For that is the victory I wish to witness. Should you resort to such means for triumph, what distinguishes you from an athlete using performance enhancers? Zhang Xiao retorted, casting the locomotive to the ground before departing without a backward glance. The act of ambushing the locomotive to seize his Compound 5 had been a premeditated decision by Zhang Xiao. Now that he had acquired the compound, he had stealthily smuggled in a super notebook over the past few days. The subsystem of the network scoured the entire company's archives, yet yielded no information regarding Compound 5. Evidently, what company maintained a commendable level of secrecy concerning the substance? It appears that I must exert additional effort. The formula for Compound 5 is rather elusive. If I am unable to procure the formula, I shall collect a substantial amount of Compound 5 and, upon my return, present it to the grid to see if it can be replicated. In Chapter 22, Queen Maeve awakens. Perhaps I could consult someone regarding the formula for Compound 5. It is clearly impractical to search for Compound 5 aimlessly, like a headless fly. Madeline is the first to be eliminated from consideration, along with her female secretary. These two are wholeheartedly dedicated to the service of Vought Corporation. Among the members of the Seven, the Patriot should possess knowledge about Compound 5, as it is known that the Patriot has supplied this compound to numerous terrorists, thereby creating superhumans to bolster their leverage with the Department of Defense. However, he is unlikely to have access to the formula for Compound 5, and the remaining individuals are even less reliable than the Patriot. I have one last resort, to sever ties with Vought Corporation entirely. I would have to forcibly seize the formula for Compound 5. But I must be absolutely certain of my success in obtaining it. Otherwise, should Vought become desperate and destroy the formula, the consequences would be dire. To execute this plan, I must ascertain the precise location of the formula for Compound 5. It seems that I will need to continue my role as a superhero within Vought Corporation for the time being. In fact, I have another opportunity to acquire Compound 5 during the raid by the members of the boys on the hospital. In the storyline, several hospitals have received Compound 5 from Vought Corporation, and I could easily gather all of these compounds. The concentration of Compound 5 intended for infants should be exceedingly high, as these infants are being cultivated into superhumans. Early the next morning, Zhang Xiao arrived at the site of the competition between Train and Shockwave, accompanied by Starlight, Deep, and the recently awakened Queen Maeve. Queen Maeve was quite obedient, leading Vought Corporation to administer a substantial quantity of high-purity Compound 5 to her. After 3 days of unconsciousness, Queen Maeve successfully awakened, though she currently possesses only half of her peak combat ability. Nonetheless, she is still capable of engaging in charitable endeavors, such as supporting Train. If Queen Maeve wishes to fully regain her strength, she will require continuous injections of Compound 5 for approximately another week, during which she must refrain from using any superpowers in combat. Upon her recent meeting with Zhang Xiao, Queen Maeve expressed considerable interest in this new hero capable of defeating the Patriot. You are indeed a remarkable individual. After my awakening, I came across your video materials, showcasing your effortless triumph over the monstrosities of my homeland, which were easily vanquished by you. It appears that your prowess surpasses that of my compatriots. And this is undoubtedly splendid news, Queen Maeve remarked. Recently, my company revealed to me some disreputable actions and atrocities committed by my compatriots. The company has resolved to formally appoint me as the successor to my compatriot. Should he awaken and express dissatisfaction regarding this decision, I shall be the one to handle him, Zhang Xiao stated. This is indeed the most delightful news I have heard since my awakening. Listen, if you require assistance when the time comes, count me in. I shall aid you against my compatriot. Queen Maeve, brimming with excitement, patted Zhang Xiao's shoulder. If my compatriot were to fall, it would signify my complete liberation, allowing me to openly be with my girlfriend. I must say, this is truly splendid news. For far too long, I have been nothing more than a mere plaything and possession of my compatriot, with no means to resist. At last, an opportunity presents itself. I appreciate your kindness, Queen Maeve, but trust me, I do not require your assistance. Confronting my compatriot is well within my capabilities. Zhang Xiao replied with a smile. Are you confident? The strength of my compatriot remains formidable. The monster that attacked the company that day, possessing power beyond that of my compatriot, was slain by me. If my compatriot refuses to accept reality, then the outcome will not be dictated by him, but but by me," Zhang Xiao asserted with unwavering confidence. "What a jest! Even with just 110 of my strength, I could easily overpower my compatriot, not to mention my 3 transformation states. I am fully capable of utilizing them. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, I can once again employ the Kaioken technique. Then I shall eagerly await the spectacle. Trust me, my compatriot will never accept someone usurping his position. A conflict between you is inevitable." Queen Maeve chuckled and remarked, "Then do enjoy the show." At the venue for the competition between Locomotive and Shockwave, supporters of both sides fervently cheered for their idols. "Go, Locomotive, defeat this guy. Come on, Shockwave. Now is your moment to shine. Locomotive is invincible. He is the fastest person in the world." "You said now. Soon it will not be so." The atmosphere was charged, with tensions running high as both sides engaged in verbal sparring. Zhang Xiao descended slowly alongside Queen Maeve and Starlight, each arm draped around a lovely companion. "Look, there is the remarkable individual, along with Queen Maeve and Starlight. They have come to support Locomotive. Shockwave is doomed." "Not necessarily. Perhaps they are here to invite Shockwave to join the Super 7. The opposing side retorted. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to serve as a witness to this competition. While we are all here to rally behind the Locomotive, should the Shockwave emerge victorious, we shall extend our congratulations to him." Zhang Xiao has begun to deliver the speech meticulously prepared by the Watt Company. Shortly thereafter, both the Locomotive and Shockwave arrived at the competition venue. With the sound of the referee's starting gun, the race commenced. Both competitors are endowed with superhuman speed, their movements elusive to the naked eye, only discernible through slow-motion replays. The audience could merely feel a gust of wind pass by, and soon all eyes turned to the electronic screen. Fans from both sides fervently hoped their respective superheroes would claim the title of the fastest in the world. The results are in, ladies and gentlemen. Both contestants displayed remarkable prowess. However, the Locomotive triumphed by a mere 0.001 seconds, successfully defending his title as the world's fastest. It is indeed unfortunate for Shockwave, yet we hope for his future endeavors. The screen revealed that the Locomotive had crossed the finish line a full body length ahead of Shockwave, even without the aid of Compound Number 5, showcasing a slight edge over his rival, who nonetheless pursued closely. "Damn. Oh yes." The Locomotive began to bask in the audience's applause and proceeded to partake in post-race interviews. However, it was evident that the anticipated results did not satisfy the woman awaiting them. Meanwhile, at the Watt Company's headquarters, in Madeline's office, a sense of urgency prevailed. "Madam Madeline, we have received alarming news from the Department of Defense. A commercial airliner has been hijacked by a group of unidentified criminals. The department is requesting that our company deploy the Omnipotent to rescue all lives aboard the aircraft," her secretary exclaimed, rushing into the room. Chapter 23. The Watt Company's urgent mission. What? "Very well. Immediately notify the Omnipotent Queen Maeve and Starlight, and have them deploy together," Madeline commanded. "This presents yet another opportunity. Should the Omnipotent successfully avert this aviation crisis, their renown will ascend to unprecedented heights." Just returning to the Watt Company, Starlight and Queen Maeve were engaged in conversation, while Deep Sea and the Locomotive had gone off to celebrate privately at a bar specifically catering to such superhumans. It is rumored that the bartenders there dilute a small amount of Compound Number 5 to cater to these extraordinary individuals. The thoughts of men often dwell on such matters. "I never anticipated that the Locomotive would achieve victory," remarked Queen Maeve, visibly displeased. "Ha. The pressure he faces is indeed considerable. Yesterday, he intended to secretly use Compound 5 to enhance his abilities and secure victory in the competition, but I discovered his plan and confiscated the compound, compelling him to compete based on his true strength," Zhang Xiao remarked. "It seems you are aware of Compound 5. When I first learned of it, I was quite taken aback. We are, in fact, all products of the Water Corporation." "Compound 5? What is that? And what do you mean by saying we are all products of the Water Corporation?" Clearly, the charming Starlight has never heard of Compound 5, as her mother has always told her that she is the chosen one, destined to become a premier superhero. What Starlight is about to reveal may very well challenge your understanding. In this world, all superpowered individuals are not naturally occurring. They are the result of a substance known as Compound 5, developed by the Water Corporation. Impossible. I have consumed nothing but regular food throughout my life. I have never ingested Compound 5, and my abilities have existed since birth, from the moment I can remember," Starlight exclaimed, her tone revealing her agitation. As she struggled to accept the notion that she is merely a product. I forgot to mention, Compound 5 must be administered during infancy, or even while the mother is pregnant. So, it is likely that your mother began using Compound 5 while you were still in the womb, Queen Maeve interjected. This cannot be true. You both must be lying, all-powerful Maeve. Are you jesting with me? Starlight protested. Regrettably, Starlight, this is indeed the truth. However, you need not feel any remorse. These matters were beyond your control, and there is nothing inherently wrong with being a superpowered individual, Zhang Xiao reassured her. Your mother must know something. You should return and inquire with her, Queen Maeve advised. I will return to ask my mother. I must uncover the truth behind all of this, Starlight declared, turning on her heel and departing without a backward glance. Hey, you're back. Just in time. There is a crucial mission that requires your attention. Starlight, Queen Maeve, all-powerful, you three must work together, the secretary announced. Apologies, but I must leave this task to them. I have pressing matters to discuss with my mother, Starlight curtly declined. Please, Starlight, you cannot leave. Let her have some time alone. She has just learned that she is a product of Compound 5, and it may take her a while to process this information, Zhang Xiao interjected. Well, now you know too, all-powerful. Regardless, you will all come to learn about it eventually. Since you are aware, you will need to sign a confidentiality agreement with the company. That is the protocol, the secretary stated. I possess only a rudimentary understanding of certain matters. If you require me to sign a confidentiality agreement, you must divulge some information regarding Compound 5 that I am currently unaware of. Perhaps I could extract details about its formulation or whereabouts. This is unacceptable, my dear. Compound 5 is a closely guarded secret of the company. It is better that you remain oblivious. Once you gain knowledge, you must sign a non-disclosure agreement. And we will not disclose much information to you. The secretary firmly declined. Very well. It appears that Compound 5 is indeed more complex than it seems. Is there a mission that necessitates the collective efforts of the three of us? At this moment, however, it is just myself and the all-powerful. Queen Maeve inquired. Oh, I nearly forgot the matter at hand. The confidentiality agreement regarding Compound 5. All-powerful, upon your return from this mission, please visit Ms. Madeline's office. We shall prepare a confidentiality agreement for you. Now, onto the task at hand. A commercial airliner has been hijacked by a group of terrorists and is currently en route to the American mainland. The Department of Defense has sent out a distress signal, hoping we can resolve this crisis. This incident is reminiscent of the infamous Homeland's Burden of Aircraft event. The neighboring super rescue aircraft and various spacecraft mishaps seem commonplace, yet for the Homeland, it is no trivial matter. The Kryptonians possess a formidable magnetic field that can envelop objects or Superman himself, ensuring safe flight. However, the Homelanders lack biological positioning. If they attempted to lift the aircraft from beneath, the result would be catastrophic, either splitting the plane in half or causing it to disintegrate midair. Is that so? It seems there is a turning point regarding the company's involvement with the Department of Defense, Queen Maeve remarked. One could say so, as the department is quite fearful following the monster's attack on Waters Corporation. Now is not the time for idle chatter. You both must depart. Very well. Queen Maeve approached and wrapped her arms around my waist. I shall carry you aloft, Zhang Xiao declared. Oh, in truth, I have an aversion to flying. The air currents generated by speed always leave my skin feeling raw, and it is quite chilly at altitude. Queen Maeve remarked somewhat awkwardly. Homelanders often took her flying, though the experience was far from pleasant. Fear not, flying with me is an entirely different experience than with a hometowner. You jest. Do you truly believe there are two distinct experiences? Let us proceed. I am fully prepared, the seasoned Queen Maeve boldly asserted. Soon you shall see. I am merely jesting. Can the Kryptonians truly be compared to the physical flight of a hometowner? Zhang Xiao embraced Queen Maeve, enveloping her within his magnetic field, and ascended into the sky. Chapter 24. The tease Zhang Xiao I inquired. My dear, how did you manage that? I am utterly curious about your methods. The Queen Maeve, soaring through the sky, joyfully spread her arms, her exuberance punctuated by expletives. Indeed, as he stated, the experience of flying with him was vastly distinct from that with compatriots. It resembled the sensation of riding in a small car, entirely oblivious to the currents of air and the chill. In contrast, flying with compatriots felt akin to riding a motorcycle at 200 miles per hour without a helmet, whereas being enveloped by him felt like cycling, devoid of the harsh winds and cold. I possess a formidable biological field that can envelop you, allowing us to soar without discomfort, Zhang Xiao succinctly explained to Queen Maeve. How fascinating. If we were to engage in a more intimate exchange mid-air, would it pose any issues? Queen Maeve inquired, her excitement palpable. Now that, I cannot say, he replied. What do the superheroes of the Black Cloak Patrol truly contemplate? And aren't you a lesbian? Shall we give it a try? Maeve said, initiating a gentle rub of her chest against Zhang Xiao. Were it not for my armor and your uniform, such contact would indeed be pleasurable, but alas. It feels rather muted now. If Queen Maeve were to make intimate contact with her soft form, it would surely be delightful. However, with armor separating us, it is less so. Are you suggesting I forego clothing while airborne? That sounds quite thrilling. You certainly know how to play. Please, dear sister, that is not my intent. Is this truly the time for such discussions? Shouldn't we be rescuing the abducted passengers aboard that plane? And if I recall correctly, you have a girlfriend, do you not? Are you not a lesbian? Zhang Xiao retorted, bemused. Isn't there still a while to fly? The plane isn't going anywhere, and I am not a lesbian. I am bisexual. Maeve replied, perhaps it would be best to refrain from such notions. The idea of flying unclothed, especially with you, is beyond my aspirations, Zhang Xiao responded awkwardly. Perhaps your compatriots might indulge. They have their own tricks. Huh. I, who cannot fly, am not afraid, yet you hesitate? Do you truly not wish to try? It would be exhilarating. Maeve pressed, resting her head against Zhang Xiao's neck, her hair brushing against him, her hands roaming over his chest. Let us leave it at that. I cannot continue writing, or I shall face consequences. Ahem. Please, dear sister, spare me. Zhang Xiao has truly become timid when Queen Maeve accelerates. She rivals even the mightiest of superheroines, perhaps even surpassing them. Allow me to share a secret with you. How about we engage in a little escapade together? It would bear no responsibility for you. You could still charm your beloved Starlight, while I continue to live with my own girlfriend, with no interference between us. Akin to sharing a drink in camaraderie. What secret do you wish to reveal? If it necessitates a sacrifice of my dignity for something not immensely valuable, I shall certainly decline. I have just overheard your curiosity regarding the enigmatic Compound V, and conveniently, I am among the longest-serving superheroes in the company. Aside from those of the darker ilk and my compatriots, I possess some knowledge about Compound V, as Queen Maeve stated. I seek the formula for Compound V. Can you assist me? Queen Maeve, not entirely loyal to Vought, felt free to inquire about certain matters, unperturbed by the thought of being reported by her sister-in-law. For she was confident that Maeve would not betray her. Ah, your ambitions are quite grand. You wish to uncover the formula for Compound V? I had presumed you merely sought a supply of high-purity Compound V. To my surprise, your aspirations are loftier, directly aiming for the formula itself, Maeve remarked with a smile. If the formula eludes us, acquiring a substantial quantity of Compound V would suffice. And as for high purity, does Compound V even possess gradations of quality? Indeed. Maeve is well informed about the intricacies of Compound V. You are unaware? Well, the variant consumed by those at the forefront is the standard Compound V. While some establishments tailored for Vought's heroes utilize a diluted version of lower purity, enabling their physical prowess to temporarily achieve superhuman levels. Otherwise, they would likely be swiftly dispatched by the heroes, as you must know the formidable capabilities of superheroes. Let us discuss something of substance. Such as the purity of Compound V, Zhang Xiao inquired, disinterested in the sordid affairs of superheroes. You have yet to agree to my proposal. We can find a hotel to converse about this matter, but in the skies, I must decline. Zhang Xiao asserted. That is unacceptable. The thrill lies in conducting our discussion aloft. Should you refuse, I shall withhold the information, and you can decide how to proceed. Maeve retorted without hesitation. For heaven's sake. Sister, the skies are truly not an option. Spare me. Goodness, how audacious you must be to even contemplate such heights. Are you not concerned about being spotted by a satellite from some exquisite nation? After all, your homeland is renowned for its global surveillance, with satellites dispersed worldwide. What do you fear? I am unperturbed. Please, satellites can capture us. We can simply find a blind spot. Fortuitously, I am acquainted with several satellite blind zones. This truly is not feasible. I implore you, sister. Then seek assistance from others. My request remains unchanged. Either we soar together to experience delight, or you find someone else to inquire about Compound 5. How about I teach you the art of flight? I guarantee complete mastery. Zhang Xiao finds himself resorting to his last resort. Flying is absolutely out of the question, far too embarrassing. Is not flight your superpower? Can this task truly be entrusted to me? Indeed, it can be entrusted to you, and with a few days of effort, you shall surely learn. In the world of Dragon Ball, Biddy learned to fly after just a few days of instruction from Gohan. Considering Queen Maeve's superior physical prowess, she should require little time. If this is the exchange, then I accept. However, should you decline the flight, you must accompany me once at the hotel. Deal. For now, though, we lack the time to discuss Compound 5 and our mutual exchanges. Let us first save this aircraft. Despite the slow pace, after 10 minutes, Zhang Xiao managed to bring Queen Maeve to the vicinity of the plane. Chapter 25. Supporting the aircraft, Zhang Xiao directly reached out and pulled open the aircraft's cabin door, gesturing for Queen Maeve to enter first. After you, ladies first. As they approached the aircraft, Zhang Xiao had already enveloped it in his magnetic field, ensuring that outside air currents were non-existent and the environment remained utterly tranquil. Queen Maeve smiled, opened the cabin door, and effortlessly pulled a bandit from within, tossing him down from the great height. Ah! The passengers and the bandit inside the cabin all screamed in unison. Okay, everyone, relax. Everything is under control, Zhang Xiao declared as he entered and promptly closed the cabin door behind him. Don't come any closer. Stay back. A bandit frantically grabbed a male passenger, pressing the gun against his temple and retreating in fear. Calm down, mate, calm down. You have two choices. First, drop your weapon and release the hostage. I won't kill you, but you'll face the police and prison. Second, I will end you right here, Zhang Xiao stated. Fuck it, I choose to end you. Bang, bang, bang. The bandit shouted, raising his gun and firing 3 shots at Zhang Xiao's head. However, he clearly underestimated the physical resilience of a Kryptonian. The 3 bullets transformed into mere scraps of metal, falling to the ground. Well, brother, it seems you have chosen the latter. If you take another step forward, I will blow his brains out. The bandit nervously pressed the hostage closer to him, his voice trembling. Huh. Zhang Xiao, with unparalleled speed, instantly appeared behind the bandit, seizing his gun-wielding hand and crushing both it and the weapon into a mangled mass. Ah! The bandit let out a heart-wrenching scream as his hand was obliterated. The entire cabin erupted in applause and cheers, as everyone felt an overwhelming sense of safety. Indeed, the situation was secure. Had intruders from hostile forces entered, the fate of the passengers would have been dire. However, with their own kind now present, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. It was remarkable how the residents of the realm of the dark robes could respond to such a bloody scene with applause and welcome. A psychological resilience unmatched even by the ordinary citizens of adjacent universes like DC and Marvel. Zhang Zhao's eyes emitted a frigid beam, instantly transforming several of the assailants into human-eye sculptures. Oh, splendid! The Omnipotent has arrived. We are saved, they exclaimed. Indeed, they were saved, laughter echoing in the cabin. Yet, one more assailant remained on board. Leave this to me, declared Queen Maeve, as she forcefully dismantled the cockpit door. Inside, the deputy director lay lifeless, while the remaining pilot was held at gunpoint by the thug. Get back. You freaks, stay away. Otherwise, I'll make every passenger pay with their lives, he shouted. Quickly, Omnipotent. Freeze him with your icy ray. Before the assailant could react, he was encased in ice, though not before he fired a shot that pierced a hole through the airplane's ceiling. Fortunately, Zhang Zhao's protective magnetic field ensured the aircraft remained stable, avoiding any catastrophic imbalance. Hello, Captain. It appears the first officer has perished, but the good news is that you are unharmed. You should be able to pilot the plane alone, without us resorting to the cliched movie trope of asking if there are any passengers who can fly, Queen Maeve said, half-jokingly. Thank you, Omnipotent and Queen Maeve. I can indeed fly this aircraft, but the problem is that they have severed the wires of the control system, leaving me unable to manage the plane. The captain replied in despair, genuinely unable to regain control. What? At that moment, one of the flight attendants grew frantic. The severed control wires meant the aircraft was now uncontrollable, putting everyone at risk of a crash. Carrie, you must go reassure the passengers. Here I, along with Omnipotent and Queen Maeve, will devise a plan. Hurry, commanded the captain. All right. Do not worry. Even with the control system damaged, I can save you. Incredible. I can simply lift the plane, right? Just kidding. Lifting an aircraft is a routine task for a being like me. Mr. Omnipotent, while you claim you can lift the plane, we are currently in midair. You lack a point of leverage, and if you exert too much force, the entire aircraft could be compromised, leading to our disintegration in the sky. The aircraft's captain, with a hint of exasperation, articulated, "Do these superheroes possess even a modicum of understanding of physics? Do they truly believe they can perform as depicted in the movies? For heaven's sake, with their physical prowess. The best outcome would be that they manage to save 1 or 2 passengers, or the entire aircraft disintegrates, leaving us all to frolic in the sky, excluding the 2 of you superhumans, of course. Are you confident in your abilities? Can the omnipotent individual lift the plane?" Queen Maeve inquired. "Absolutely, trust me. You should have noticed upon entering that there were no formidable gusts of wind or frigid air. That's because, at the very moment we approached the aircraft, I activated my powerful magnetic field, influencing the plane," Zhang Xiao explained. "All right, I will reassure the passengers. You, on the other hand, shall lift the aircraft and safely guide it to the ground," Queen Maeve instructed. Zhang Xiao nodded, proceeded to the cabin, opened the aircraft door, and soared out, subsequently securing the door behind him before reaching the underside of the plane. He began to unleash his magnetic field, enveloping the entire aircraft, gradually restoring its balance and reducing its speed. Incredible. Truly astonishing. He has managed to lift the plane. How on earth is he doing this? Is it indeed that magnetic field he mentioned? But how can that be? The captain pondered in disbelief. "You must have faith in us. Where we are, miracles abound. For now, just remain calm. Everyone aboard the aircraft will soon be safe. If you find yourself with nothing to do, head to the cabin and assist your flight attendants in soothing the passengers," Queen Maeve advised. Outside the aircraft, Zhang Xiao had successfully taken control of the entire plane, gently guiding it downwards and landing it smoothly. The hijacking incident concluded almost flawlessly, save for the unfortunate demise of a deputy director. All other passengers remained unharmed, and the assailants were utterly vanquished, frozen in time as ice sculptures. Chapter 26. The Super Compound 5. The resolution of the entire incident was nothing short of perfect. Aside from the tragic loss of the deputy director, after Zhang Xiao safely landed the aircraft, numerous media reporters had already gathered on the beach, awaiting his arrival. Omnipotent One. "Greetings. I am a reporter from XXX Television. Might I inquire how you defied the laws of physics to descend with an aircraft from the sky? Is your superpower dissimilar to that of your compatriots? Queen Maeve, is this your first mission alongside the Omnipotent One? Will you two form a new power couple? It has been said that the Omnipotent One is currently paired with Starlight. Are you the third party?" Comment unavailable. "I apologize, but in due course. The water company will hold a new cultural press conference to provide an explanation. At present, I have no further comments," Zhang Xiao replied. This is the carefully crafted statement that the water company had already prepared for them, regardless of any issues that may arise. They simply needed to return to the company in the press conference, unable to extract any valuable information from Zhang Xiao and Queen Maeve. The group of journalists turned their attention to the rescued passengers. After all, since they were already present, they were determined to uncover some worthwhile news. Meanwhile, the rescued airplane passengers were exuberantly recounting their harrowing experiences to the media. At that moment, we were all terrified, believing we were doomed, with 7 or 8 armed hijackers pointing guns at us. But then, the cabin door swung open, and Queen Maeve was the first to charge in. "Throwing one of the hijackers out of the plane," exclaimed one excited passenger. Then, the all-powerful entered. Those foolish criminals tried to threaten him and even shot at him. But the bullets struck him without causing any harm. Subsequently, he unleashed a freezing blue ray from his eyes, encasing the entire gang of hijackers in icy sculptures, now residing in the cabin. The all-powerful's ability to emit freezing rays from his eyes starkly contrasted with the laser vision of the Nationals. Next, to the audience watching on television, we will continue our interviews with the survivors to gain further insight into the all-powerful's extraordinary abilities. Could you share what transpired afterward? As you can see, after the hijackers severed the control wires of the aircraft, the all-powerful flew out of the cabin and lifted the plane to rescue us all. Evidently, this operation significantly boosted Zhang Xiao's popularity, and the water company was exceedingly pleased with the outcome, enabling them to negotiate with the Defense Department with renewed confidence. Upon returning to the company, President Madeline personally welcomed the two. "Welcome back, all-powerful and sister-in-law Queen. You both performed exceptionally well, and the company is very satisfied. Naturally, the necessary procedures must be followed. All-powerful, since you are already aware of the details concerning compound number 5, you must sign a confidentiality agreement." "I don't know much. Only that compound number 5 can bestow superpowers upon ordinary infants, transforming them into superhumans. I don't even know the concentration of compound number 5, Zhang Xiao replied. Well, you must also sign an agreement, dear. However, we have prepared compensation for you. You can choose two options. The first is $20 million, and the second is a highly concentrated version of compound number 5, Madeline stated. Zhang Xiao was truly indifferent to the $20 million. But the prospect of the highly concentrated compound number 5 piqued his interest considerably. Queen Maeve had previously mentioned the high concentration of compound number 5 during the rescue operation, but the subsequent discussions had not delved into detail. Madame Madeline, I would like to request 10 doses of the high concentration compound number 5 as my reward. Furthermore, I am curious if there are superior variants of compound number 5, inquired Zhang Xiao. Indeed, dear. The high concentration compound number 5 offers an ordinary adult a 50 to 60% chance of acquiring superhuman abilities, with a 20% probability of attaining powers devoid of any adverse effects, akin to the superheroes of the Super 7. However, there exists a 10% risk of immediate death. Beyond this lies the pinnacle of compound number 5, the highest purity variant, known as the super compound number 5. This remarkable compound grants a typical human an 80% chance of flawlessly obtaining a superpower while enhancing physical attributes by 10 to 20 times, along with self-healing capabilities. As for the remaining 20%, it leads to the emergence of even more formidable powers and an increase in physical prowess by 30 to 40 times, Madeline elucidated. I find this exceedingly intriguing. How might I exchange my 10 doses of high-concentration compound number 5 for this supreme variant? Zhang Xiao inquired further. The super compound number 5, which guarantees a 100% probability of endowing humans with superpowers, is indeed the most precious. With an 80% certainty of acquiring powers and a 20% likelihood of mutation into something even stronger, it is the epitome of perfection. However, I must regretfully inform you, dear, that even with our current production capacity at Water Company, this super compound number 5 remains exceedingly rare. Thus, even 100 doses of high-concentration compound number 5 do not compare to this elite variant, Madeline firmly replied. Very well. I shall proceed with my request for 10 doses of high-concentration compound number 5. There is no need to rush. It seems that the super compound number 5 is indeed the highest-tier product of Water Company, and I must acquire its formula, Zhang Xiao stated. Certainly. The 10 doses of high-purity compound number 5 will be delivered approximately tomorrow, and they will be entrusted directly to you, the Omnipotent One. As for the super compound number 5, do not lose hope. As long as you dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to the company, I assure you that it will eventually be yours. However, I must caution you that you may be quite disappointed. The super compound number 5 may not significantly enhance your strength. This substance has little effect even on the likes of our homeland's people or Queen Maeve. For an ordinary individual, it may at best manifest as a locomotive, shockwave, or deep-sea entity, Madeline remarked. Madeline perceived that Zhang Xiao's desire for the super compound number 5 stemmed from a wish to become more powerful. Yet, she was acutely aware that the homeland's individuals were already considered exceptional products, having been cultivated with the super compound number 5 from a young age, thus resulting in such formidable beings. Whether it is effective or not, one must certainly give it a try. Testing it is not out of the question. Perhaps I could apply for a single dose of super compound number 5 for you, but it must be administered under the company's supervision, carried out by our professional staff. Madeline offered. What a farce. You lot, so feeble, actually think you can inject yourselves with some needle? Unless Zhang Xiao is willing. It is nearly impossible to breach his defenses in the realm of physics. Chapter 27. Teaching Queen Maeve the Use of Fury. If you desire, I can request a batch of super compound number 5 from the company, Madeline remarked. Regardless of its efficacy, it would be worthwhile for him to give it a try. Although super compound number 5 is precious to the company, some can certainly be allocated to curry favor with those in power. However, according to the estimations of scientists at What Company, even with enhancements, compound number 5 can only augment humanity to a level akin to that of the Nationals. The emergence of the Omnipotent took them all by surprise. Who could have fathomed his immense power? Aside from his laser vision, his abilities mirror those of the Nationals, perhaps even surpassing them in strength. And then there was that monster. How unfortunate that its remains were utterly obliterated by the Omnipotent, leaving not a trace. Had we obtained the intact body of that creature, It is possible that research on compound number 5 could have made significant strides. I do not wish to inject myself. I intend to offer it to a few friends, Zhang Xiao stated. I cannot assist you with that. Perhaps wait and see. You should contribute more to the company first. Madeline would not pry into matters that were not her concern. If the Omnipotent does not intend to use Super Compound No. 5 for himself, the company would not grant it to him. Zhang Xiao nodded and departed from Madeline's office. It seems that Super Compound No. 5 will indeed be the product utilized by the members of the future Black Cloak Patrol, offering nearly a 100 chance of acquiring superpowers. Outside, Queen Maeve had been waiting for some time. What is the update? After signing the confidentiality agreement with the company, they should compensate you accordingly. The company has promised me 10 doses of high-concentration compound number 5, and I have also learned about super compound number 5, Zhang Xiao replied. TCH. For someone of our caliber, super compound number 5 holds little value. Have you uncovered any information about the formula? Queen Maeve inquired, leaning closer to Zhang Xiao. No. Why would what company divulge such information? Then let us proceed. Come to my chamber. Queen Maeve grasped Zhang Xiao's hand as they walked. Ahem. So soon? Zhang Xiao said, somewhat awkwardly. We must make haste. You still need to teach me how to fly. Ever since I learned about the impending doom of the Nationals, I have been immensely excited. Queen Maeve shot a glance at Zhang Xiao. The two individuals arrived at the chamber prepared by the Watt Company specifically for Queen Maeve. Upon closing the door, they engaged in a spirited game of poker. It must be said that superhuman women are indeed formidable, yet she ultimately succumbed to the Kryptonian. This is precisely the treasure I desired. Queen Maeve exclaimed, planting a kiss on Zhang Xiao's cheek. You are not lacking either. We shall converse further when time permits. To be frank, Zhang Xiao harbored no aversion towards such exchanges with the Amazonian, as both parties found collective joy in the encounter. No worries. Should you wish to seek me out, I assure you, I will not disclose this to Starlight.